Chapter 1 Rebirth at 3.5. Ah, my stomach hurts so much. Blood. Am I bleeding? My child. You heartless wretch. Do you wish to kill me? To kill my child. I warn you. Do not even think about it. You cursed money loser. My child must not come to harm. I will make you wish you were never born. You calamity, you jinx. The piercing wails, accompanied by a sharp pain in her forehead and a wave of dizziness, overwhelmed Qiao Qiao, rendering her momentarily dazed. Instinctively, she raised her hand to her aching head, only to find it drenched in warm, crimson blood. A mere meter away, a woman lay on the ground, clutching her abdomen and crying out in anguish. Her trembling finger pointed accusingly at Qiao Qiao. The loathing and envy in her eyes twisted her face into a grotesque mask of horror. Chen Yulian? What on earth was Chen Yulian doing here? Where am I? Unable to lift her head due to the dizziness, Qiao Qiao lay on the ground, half closing her eyes to observe the woman who continued to scream and curse at her, while her gaze swept around the dimly lit room. In the shadows, a familiar yet strange portrait caught her eye. Was the late Grandpa Qiao. The portrait hung high within a square niche built of red bricks, surrounded by incense burners and candles. At the base of the wall stood a square wooden table on stilts, flanked by high stools on three sides, with Qiao Qiao lying beneath one of them, a few drops of blood staining the corner. Such a decor, such an arrangement, and that portrait. Qiao Qiao clenched her fists, her body curled in on itself, trembling uncontrollably. This was unmistakably the Qiao family hall, a place she had longed for with all her heart, yet could never return to. Was she dreaming again? But why did this dream feel so vivid, so painful? Oh dear, my little sister. What has happened? Wearing a straw hat, Chen Xiao rushed in, her voice shrill and frantic, followed closely by other members of the Qiao family who had just returned from the fields. Upon seeing the two figures sprawled on the floor, one large and one small, everyone froze in shock. It wasn't until Chen Yulian's sister, Chen Xiao, let out a piercing scream that they were jolted back to reality. The first to rush over was Qiao Changdong, his face etched with fear as he beheld the small, bloodied figure on the ground. Precious child! Precious child! Qiao Changdong was the first to reach her, showing no hesitation as he chose his daughter over his wife. He carefully lifted his daughter, who was curled on the ground, asking, "What has happened? Why is there so much blood? Qiao Changdong, are you blind? It was this wicked jinx who pushed me down, wishing to kill our son, and you still protect her, asking what happened. You. Ah, it hurts." Not far away, Chen Yulian, just helped up by Chen Xiao, was furious to see Qiao Changdong running past her straight to that jinx, Qiao Qiao. Her eyes burned with venomous rage. She could not comprehend why her husband would cling to that little bastard jinx even at a time like this. Furious, she felt the pain in her belly intensifying, and in that moment, the agony was all too real. With a wail, she clutched her abdomen with one hand and pinched Chen Xiao's arm with the other, causing Chen Xiao to shudder in pain, mistakenly believing it was a signal from Chen Yulian. Pointing at the Qiao father and daughter, she unleashed a tirade she had long prepared. "Qiao Changdong, have you lost your mind? This jinx has caused your wife to go into premature labor, and yet you still protect her like this. Is this how the Qiao family treats their daughters-in-law? Oh my heavens! Is there no hope left for us?" The Chen sisters' lamentations echoed throughout the room, but Qiao Qiao, engulfed in dizziness, could hardly hear them. She merely gazed greedily at her father, who held her with a look of utmost concern. With her bloodied hand, she reached up to touch his face. Her voice barely a whisper, yet her smile radiated the purest joy. She murmured, "Daddy, I finally dreamed of you. You never come to me in my dreams. I've been waiting day after day, longing for you to come. Now, Qiao Qiao is about to die. Have you finally come? How? Wonderful, truly wonderful." With those words, Qiao Qiao slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her trembling cheeks. Precious child! Qiao Changdong was bewildered by her words, but seeing her eyes shut, her face pale as she collapsed into his arms, he was too frightened to think of anything else and ran out, cradling her. Qiao Changdong. Chen Yulian watched in disbelief as her husband rushed towards another, holding her tightly without even a glance in her direction, letting out a piercing scream of anguish. Yet, she made no move to stop Qiao Changdong from fleeing.
Chapter 2 Oh dear, my daughter has bubbles popping up on her head. At the hospital, Qiao Xiaoyun, upon entering, exclaimed, "Dongzi, there's no need for you to stay here. My department has little to attend to this evening. I can keep watch. You should go check on your wife. She is Qiao Changdong's fourth sister and a doctor at the county hospital. No need, I shall wait for her to awaken," Qiao Changdong replied. Seated beside the hospital bed, cradling his daughter in one arm while gently stroking the blood-stained bandage atop her head, perhaps due to his prolonged vigil, his eyes bore a hint of crimson. "There's no need to hold her so tightly. If you place her down, she might rest more comfortably," Qiao Qiao remarked. "It's fine. She wants me to hold her, she can't bear to be without me. And my embrace seems to lull her into a more peaceful slumber," Qiao Changdong replied, shaking his head as he snugly wrapped the blanket around Qiao Qiao, despite the fact that autumn had just begun. The temperature fluctuation between day and night was significant. In his haste to reach the hospital, he had neglected to bring any personal necessities, relying instead on the hospital's blankets, yet Qiao Changdong harbored a certain disdain for these well-used coverings. And after ensuring that Qiao Qiao would not awaken, he turned to Qiao Xiaoyun and said to "Sister, when you head home later, could you bring back the clothes that the little one left with you? She has always been particular about cleanliness, and I can only imagine how she will react to waking up in these soiled garments." A twitch of irritation crossed Qiao Xiaoyun's eye, but she was not surprised. Knowing her brother's deep affection for his daughter, she took a seat on the stool beside the bed, poured herself a glass of water, and gazed at Qiao Changdong, then at her niece, who, even in slumber, with her bandaged forehead, resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Sighing, she inquired, "Changdong, have you given any thought to what we discussed last time?" Qiao Xiaoyun referred to her previous suggestion of adopting Qiao Qiao into their elder brother Qiao Chengqing's family. Their elder brother had been married for a decade but, due to injuries sustained during his military service, was unable to produce offspring. Qiao Changdong's wife, Chen Yulian, was unwilling to accept Qiao Qiao as a stepdaughter. And with their elder brother childless, Qiao Xiaoyun saw this as a potential solution, believing it would spare Qiao Changdong the burden of choosing between his daughter and Chen Yulian, while also granting their elder brother a fulfilling family life. "She is right here with me, she is not going anywhere." Qiao Changdong's voice was icy, yet he had expected this reaction. Qiao Xiaoyun, aware of her brother's fierce protectiveness over Qiao Qiao, was not taken aback. "What on earth is going on? When I entered, I overheard Chen Shouyue claiming that Qiao Qiao pushed Chen Yulian, causing her to have a miscarriage." Qiao Changdong's expression darkened. Do not listen to her nonsense. "We will wait until Qiao Qiao awakens to discuss this. Until then," he refused to believe anything Chen Yulian had said, setting aside the question of whether a child under 3 could easily topple an adult. Even if it were remotely possible, his daughter would never act in such a manner. The incident had occurred so suddenly in the afternoon, and with Qiao Qiao having lapsed back into unconsciousness, he could only await her awakening to uncover the truth. He could not fathom how Chen Yulian, who had appeared diligent and open-hearted before their marriage, could change so drastically afterward, becoming selfish, vain, petty, and excessively suspicious. Particularly since becoming pregnant, she no longer concealed her disdain for Qiao Qiao in front of others, frequently suspecting that a 3-year-old child could somehow harm her and even threatening to send Qiao Qiao away multiple times. Seeing the grim expression on his face, Qiao Xiaoyun refrained from pressing further. Just as she was about to rise, a young nurse wheeled in a small cart. "Xiaoyun, you are here too," the nurse greeted with a smile before turning to Qiao Changdong. "Brother Qiao, why are you still holding her? You should place her on the bed, let him hold her. He fears that some vagrant might steal her from the hospital." Qiao Xiaoyun teased, "I am holding her to keep her warm." "Is that an anti-inflammatory injection? How long will it take?" Qiao Changdong ignored her banter, focusing on the nurse as she prepared the medication, then turned to grab a syringe. He continued to pat Qiao Qiao's back while furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. "Nurse, my daughter is afraid of pain. Please be gentle, then let Sister Xiaoyun do it. She is second to none in the hospital." The nurse chuckled. Upon hearing this, Qiao Xiaoyun waved her hands in protest. "I dare not. If you hurt his daughter, he will surely sever ties with me." The nurse burst into laughter again. Once she efficiently administered the injection, she remarked, observing Qiao Changdong's exaggerated expression of concern for his daughter. "Sister Xiaoyun, I've worked here for several years, and this is the first time I've seen Brother Qiao so devoted to his daughter. Earlier, when Dr. Luo had come to clean the wound, the little girl had whimpered slightly, and Qiao Changdong had nearly thrown Dr. Luo out of the room. The memory of that moment made the nurse chuckle. "Indeed, he is utterly devoted, a true daughter-doting father." Qiao Xiaoyun shook her head, accustomed to her brother's boundless adoration for his daughter. "But your little niece is truly beautiful. I have seen many children, yet this is the first time I have encountered one so exquisite, like a porcelain doll. If I had such a daughter, I would cherish her dearly. However, upon returning, be cautious with her diet to avoid scarring from the forehead injury." At this, Qiao Changdong promptly retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket. "Please speak slowly. I will take notes." "You could ask Sister Xiaoyun. There's no need for meticulous notes, that won't suffice. She isn't a professional." Hearing this, Qiao Xiaoyun glared at him in exasperation, but she could not prevent Qiao Changdong from pursuing the nurse with a flurry of questions regarding precautions. Finally tucking the notes carefully into his pocket once the nurse departed, "You truly are a paragon of fatherhood. When anyone praises your daughter, look at how proud you are. If you had a tail, you would surely be wagging it into the heavens," Qiao Xiaoyun remarked, observing the unmistakable pride etched on Qiao Changdong's face in response to the nurse's compliment, feeling a mix of amusement and sadness. After teasing him, she leaned in, perplexed, and asked, "Dongzi, isn't the child in Chen Yulian's womb yours as well?" Before he could respond, she continued, "Why don't you go check on her? You are truly being unfair in your affections. Honestly, if you could just temper your demeanor in front of Chen Yulian, perhaps things wouldn't have escalated to this extent." Qiao Changdong furrowed his brow and remained silent, his gaze fixed on his excessively beautiful daughter. "Yet, it is our family's fault for not being kind to you. We forced you to marry Chen Yulian despite your reluctance." Qiao Changdong's marriage to Chen Yulian was purely a consequence of the previous generation's grievances. Their fathers had fought together in the war. Upon returning home, they faced a famine. It was said that Chen Yulian's father had given his last piece of bread to Qiao Changdong's father, ultimately dying of starvation. Thus, Qiao Changdong's father had always felt indebted to the Chen family, that he had taken care of them as best he could, and before his death, when Chen Yulian expressed her desire to marry Qiao Changdong, he had consented without hesitation. This obligation, despite Qiao Changdong's aversion to Chen Yulian, had compelled him to wed her. Qiao Xiaoyan's words fell on deaf ears as Qiao Changdong was lost in thought. Reflecting on the nurse's parting words, recognizing how genuinely beautiful his daughter was, the more he gazed at her, the more he found her enchanting. Unable to resist, he leaned down to kiss her rosy cheek. His eyes filled with tenderness. Qiao Xiaoyun sighed, "Enough, let us pretend I said nothing." Her brother was indeed a doting father, a quintessential example of devotion with no boundaries. She picked up an orange from the table, peeled it, and took a bite. Having come straight from work without time to eat, she feared that the cafeteria would be out of food by now. As for Chen Yulian, she would surely be too occupied to prepare a meal, so she opted for some fruit to stave off her hunger. The room fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the 3 shallow breaths and the sound of Qiao Xiaoyan munching on the orange. Cradled in her father's arms, Qiao Qiao listened to the steady thrum of his heartbeat, her long curling lashes fluttering gently. She had actually awakened long before Qiao Xiaoyan's arrival, from their exchanges and the scene she had witnessed before falling unconscious. She had come to a startling realization: she had been reborn. She could hardly believe it and was hesitant to make any sudden movements, opting instead to keep her eyes closed in feigned sleep. Though her lashes quivered uncontrollably, in her mind a tiny figure had begun to dance with glee, clutching its chubby waist and laughing heartily. Oh my goodness, she had been granted a second chance. Heaven had allowed her to return for vengeance. Those who had harmed her and her family in her past life, she would annihilate them all. Perhaps her excitement was too intense, as Qiao Qiao's lashes trembled more violently. Noticing this, Qiao Changdong paused his gentle patting and was about to speak when his pupils suddenly contracted in shock. He stared in disbelief at the palm-sized black bubble that had inexplicably appeared on his precious daughter's forehead. Chapter 3. The small bubble could even change colors. Strangely enough, within this dark circle, which emitted a faint, ominous aura, there seemed to be a miniature version of his daughter, no larger than a fingertip. At this moment, his diminutive daughter stood suspended in a tiny bubble, clutching her pudgy waist with one hand while wielding a blood-stained knife in the other. From seemingly nowhere, she produced a small notebook inscribed with a list of grudges, poised menacingly as if sharpening her weapon. The scene was drenched in blood and horror, with an expression so fierce it could render one utterly adorable. Qiao Changdong blinked, then blinked again, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He questioned whether his late-night vigils had led to this bizarre vision. How else could he explain such a surreal spectacle? Just as he reached out to touch the strange bubble, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside, and the ward door was forcefully kicked open. In an instant, he watched as the bubble on his daughter's forehead dissipated, and the miniature version of her vanished. At that moment, Chen Xiao stood at the doorway, one hand on her hip in a domineering stance, vociferously berating those inside the room. "Qiao Changdong, have you no shame? My sister nearly lost her life in giving birth for your sake, and here you are hiding like a coward. Instead of offering us an explanation, you cradle this source of misfortune that almost cost her life. What do you think our Chen family is?" she shouted, her voice dripping with indignation. "Do you even recall the promises you made before your father? Is this how you treat my sister?" As evening fell, many doctors had finished their shifts, leaving only a handful of on-duty medical staff, patients, and their attendants scattered throughout the corridors. Yet, Chen Xiao's tirade drew the attention of patients and nurses from the ward, their necks craning to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Qiao Qiao, who had been nestled in her father's embrace with her eyes closed, flinched at the commotion and instinctively burrowed deeper into Qiao Changdong's arms. "Don't be afraid, my dear, Daddy is here, just a gentle pat." "A gentle pat, you're safe." He murmured, initially startled by the door's violent intrusion. As he felt the little body trembling in his grasp, he swiftly shifted his focus from the earlier uncanny scene to soothing his precious daughter. In rural areas, it was believed that fright could cause a child's spirit to wander. Although he had never subscribed to such notions, he found himself calling out soothing words, as if to summon Qiao Qiao's spirit back from wherever it had drifted. In her mind, Qiao Qiao felt a small figure shrugging in exasperation, both bewildered and helpless. She hadn't yet fully processed the joy and shock of her rebirth when her father's superstitious behavior left her feeling embarrassed. Opening her eyes, she gazed at the familiar, once longed-for handsome face of Qiao Changdong, tears brimming in her eyes, spilling forth before she could utter a word. "Daddy, are you frightened?" "Don't worry, Daddy is here. I will always protect you, my sweet, nothing can scare you, my dear, he reassured her, his heart swelling with love. Just then, he noticed a new bubble emerging on his daughter's forehead, but this time it was not the ominous black one. Instead, it was a vibrant orange bubble containing a miniature version of his daughter, who feigned indifference with a shrug and open hands. Before he could react, it swiftly transformed into a blue bubble. Adorned with tiny droplets cascading down its exterior, the miniature girl within mirrored the falling tears. Qiao Changdong watched in astonishment, torn between comforting his daughter and reaching out to touch the enigmatic bubble. But it vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving him grasping at thin air. Daddy, Qiao Qiao had so much to say but found herself at a loss, tears streaming down her face. Her sobs growing louder and more heart-wrenching. Upon witnessing her sudden outburst, Qiao Changdong felt as though his heart were shattering. With reddened eyes, he enveloped her in his embrace, showering her chubby cheeks with tender kisses. Don't cry, sweetheart, does your wound hurt? Let daddy blow on it. It will feel better, he cooed, puffing gently on her forehead where the bandage lay. Chen Xiao, who had been vociferously scolding, could scarcely contain her ire at the sight of their affectionate display. Her chest heaved with indignation, and as she glanced at the onlookers gathering outside the ward, her eyes narrowed, just as she was about to throw herself onto the floor in a dramatic display to voice her grievances against Qiao Changdong. She felt a sudden tightening of her collar. In the next moment, her feet were lifted off the ground as someone yanked her by the nape of her neck and pulled her into the ward. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut behind them. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Chen Xiao felt her complexion drain of color. Auntie, are you alright? You looked exhausted just now, remarked Mo Wenpei. The second daughter-in-law of the Qiao family, who had entered. Before her marriage, her family owned a martial arts school, and she possessed considerable strength, lifting the slender Chen Xiao as easily as one would a chick. You, Chen Xiao stammered, struggling to form coherent words as she gazed up at the towering Mo Wenpei, her lips trembling. The imposing figure of Qiao Changkai, the second son of the Qiao family, loomed beside her. Causing her to swallow hard, the thought of Qiao Xiaoyun, who worked as a doctor in the same hospital, crossed her mind. If they were to conspire against her behind closed doors, she feared the hospital staff might well assist them. Contemplating the impending birth of her sister's child, she felt her family's standing in the Qiao household was precarious at best. She clung to the belief that once her sister delivered a son, something the renowned fortune-teller had assured them, she would wield more power. Qiao Changdong showered affection on his only daughter as if she were his prized possession. Surely, when her sister bore a son, he would dote on the boy even more. At that point, not only would the Qiao family treat her with utmost respect, but even that source of misfortune, Qiao, would be at her mercy. As these thoughts churned in her mind, a sense of vindication began to wash over Chen Xiao. Straightening her disheveled collar, she fixed her gaze upon Qiao Changdong, declaring, Qiao Changdong, your daughter is so vindictive at such a tender age. This time, she has caused my sister to give birth prematurely. You owe our Chen family an explanation. Before Qiao Changdong could respond, she pressed on with her accusations. The child in my sister's womb is her biological brother. If she is this malevolent now, how much worse will she be once my sister gives birth? You fear for him? I didn't. It wasn't me, Qiao interjected, her tears momentarily forgotten as she vehemently denied Chen Xiao's claims. Recalling her previous life, she remembered a scar on her forehead but could not recall how it had come to be. Today, however, she had regained all her memories. It had not been her who had pushed Chen Yulian, rather, it was Chen Yulian who had taken advantage of the Qiao family's absence to engage in illicit activities with a man. When Qiao discovered this, the woman had maliciously accused her, pushing her down and attempting to usurp her place in the family. Not only had Chen Yulian slapped her, calling her a seductress, but she had also yanked her hair and slammed her head against a table corner, causing a gash that bled profusely. As if that weren't enough, just moments before the Qiao family returned, she had kicked Qiao in the stomach, leaving her in excruciating pain and unable to rise. Only when she spotted the family returning did she feign innocence, claiming that Qiao had been the aggressor. She is a wicked woman, an exceedingly vile woman, Qiao insisted, shaking her head in desperation, her voice filled with anguish. Daddy, Qiao didn't. It was Aunt Shen who pushed me. I hurt my head, and she kicked me in the stomach. Daddy, mentioning her stomach triggered an acute wave of pain, and Qiao instinctively clutched her abdomen, curling into a small ball, coupled with the throbbing from her forehead. Her emotions intensified the discomfort, leaving her head spinning. Qiao, my sweet, please don't frighten your father, Qiao Changdong exclaimed, panic rising within him as he watched his daughter's complexion pale drastically. He laid her gently on the bed. Feeling utterly helpless, seeing this, Xiaoyun's expression shifted dramatically. She rushed to Qiao Changdong, retrieving her stethoscope from around her neck and deftly pulling back the covers to examine Qiao. As she pushed up the fabric of her clothing, she gasped at the sight of Qiao's delicate form. Her skin was flawless, luminous, and so fair that even sunlight could only bring a flush of color without darkening it. The Qiao family, while not particularly dark, could not compare to Qiao's radiant complexion. Xiaoyun often teased that Qiao's ethereal beauty would have made her a princess in any era. However, at this moment, The once enviable snow-white complexion that even she admired has now lost its youthful luster, transforming into a dismal shade of bluish-purple, even tinged with traces of blood beasts. Mo Wenpei was also helping to lift the clothing. And upon witnessing the bruises she, accustomed to seeing injuries on the trainees in her family's martial arts school before her marriage, was momentarily taken aback. What kind of force must one exert to inflict such harm upon a child? Truly, they are worse than swine or dogs. Qiao Changdong remained silent, his gaze fixated on Qiao Qiao's bruised abdomen, a tumult of pain, regret, and hatred coursing through him, his entire being radiated an aura of malice. As he turned to glare at Chen Xiu'er, nearly consumed by a desire to devour her whole, Chen Xiu'er, frightened by Qiao Changdong's demeanor, instinctively retreated to the doorway. Dongzi, you all go out and bring Dr. Luo, who was on duty in the office. Qiao Xiaoyun, observing Qiao Qiao's increasingly pallid complexion and her drifting consciousness, called out to Qiao Changdong. Qiao Changdong shoved past Chen Xiu'er, who was blocking the door. Sending her staggering nearly to the ground without a second thought, he flung open the door and rushed outside, his towering and powerful frame swiftly seizing Dr. Luo, who was having his meal in the office, and hauling him to the ward. Dr. Luo, still holding his chopsticks, wore a befuddled expression until Qiao Xiaoyun urgently pleaded, "Teacher, come quickly, Qiao Qiao's condition is critical, you all get out and shut the door." Only then did Dr. Luo snap out of his stupor, hastily dropping his chopsticks, grabbing the nearby hand sanitizer to cleanse his hands, and rushed over. Several minutes later, he emerged from the ward, followed by two nurses pushing a gurney bearing the unconscious Qiao Qiao. Hurrying towards the operating room at the end of the hospital, Qiao Changdong hastened a few steps behind, but was halted at the door by the nurses, causing him to suddenly come to a stop. Crouching down at the entrance to the operating room, his hands covering his crimson eyes, witnessing this scene, Chen Xiu'er's heart raced, and as a thought struck her, she dashed towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. When she reached the doorway of Chen Yulian's ward, she found Chen Yulian still clutching her abdomen, feigning wails on the bed. Meanwhile, she kept glancing towards the entrance, and upon hearing footsteps, her cries grew more intense and frequent. However, until Chen Xiu'er stepped fully inside, she did not see Qiao Changdong. Her expression shifted. Unable to contain her fury, she confronted Chen Xiu'er. "He hasn't come." Chen Xiu'er shook her head, wiping the sweat from her brow. Breathless from her hurried run, unable to utter a word, Chen Yulian's face remained grim. Then has he agreed to send that wretched girl away? Chen Yulian orchestrated this entire scene to seize the opportunity to send Qiao Qiao, who had taken her son's place, away for adoption, specifically to her mother's family, where Qiao Qiao would be at their mercy, far from their reach. Chen Xiu'er shook her head once more, finally catching her breath. She scanned the ward, noticing the absence of other mothers and the previously present old Madame Qiao. She lowered her voice, confiding in Chen Yulian, "I just returned from there. That wretched girl isn't well." "What do you mean? Did you not only knock her head today but also kick her in the abdomen?" Chen Xiu'er inquired. Observing Chen Yulian's silence and disdainful expression, Chen Xiu'er realized the truth. Recalling Qiao Changdong's murderous glare, she jabbed her finger at Chen Yulian's forehead in frustration, exasperated at her foolishness. "Are you out of your mind? We had agreed that you would stage a scene, pretending she pushed you, leading to premature labor, and I would then convince the Qiao family to send her away, and now, you've left them with evidence against us." Clang! Before Chen Xiu'er could finish her sentence, a loud noise of a metal basin hitting the ground echoed at the entrance. The sisters jumped in surprise, turning towards the sound to see an overturned basin on the concrete floor. Surrounded by a puddle of water, old Madame Qiao stood at the doorway, her expression dark as she fixed an icy glare upon them. Chapter 5. The sisters' scheme was exposed on the spot. Mother Chen Yulian's face drained of color, staring in terror at old Madame Qiao, who had appeared at the doorway unbeknownst to them. Old Madame Qiao's cold gaze pierced through them, chilling them to the bone. As the two feared she would advance to confront them, they were taken aback when she turned and walked away. "Mother, please let me explain." Chen Yulian instinctively attempted to rise from the bed to pursue her, but was held back by Chen Xiu'er at her side. "Sister, what do we do now?" Chen Yulian's voice trembled with panic as she looked at her. Chen Xiu'er was also alarmed. The Qiao family was numerous and powerful, and the looks on Qiao Changdong and old Madame Qiao's faces made her feel as if they would swallow her whole. Yet she reassured Chen Yulian, "Don't panic, you are still carrying a child. That is your greatest shield. Regardless of what happens, they dare not harm you. Yes, you are carrying a son, not a worthless girl like Qiao Qiao. They wouldn't dare to do anything to you." Chen Xiu'er reiterated, feeling more convinced with each repetition, uncertain if she was soothing Chen Yulian or herself. Chen Yulian remained silent, unease filling her heart as she stared at the ward door, sensing that something had slipped beyond her control, leaving her in a state of apprehension. Upon arriving at Qiao Qiao's side, old Madame Qiao found the operating room door still closed, yet she could glimpse inside through the glass panel. Qiao Qiao lay in a deep unconsciousness, seemingly trapped in a nightmare, her lips murmuring incessantly. Qiao Xiaoyan bent down to listen closely to her words, hearing her softly and repeatedly call out, "Daddy, Daddy, I miss you, Daddy, Daddy." No, Qiao Qiao will be very good. Qiao Qiao really didn't push the ante. Qiao Qiao didn't. Please believe me, Daddy. Qiao Qiao will no longer be willful. Daddy don't come. Qiao Qiao will be sensible. Daddy don't come. Daddy don't come. The little girl lay with her eyes closed, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke. Witnessing Qiao Qiao in such a state, not only Qiao Chandong but even Qiao Xiaoyun felt their hearts shatter. Especially upon seeing her bruised abdomen, their anger surged. They could hardly fathom how such a terrifying ordeal could befall the beloved little girl of their family. It was unbearable to think about. Causing them immense heartache. How could Chen Yulian dare to do this? How could she? Lowering her head, Qiao Xiaoyun gently placed a kiss on the gauze bandage still stained with blood on the little girl's forehead. Softly whispering in her ear, "Good girl, Qiao Qiao, we all believe in you. Daddy won't abandon you. We all love you. Be good. Don't cry, don't cry." Whether it was the gentleness of her words or the soothing nature of her voice, the little girl, ensnared in her nightmare, slowly began to calm down, her body growing quieter, though tears still lingered at the corners of her eyes. The nearby medical staff couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. The little girl's condition stabilized, the operating room door swung open. Qiao Chandong rushed in but dared not touch the small figure on the operating table, instead kneeling beside the bed. He grasped her uninjured hand delicately, continuously showering her with kisses and gentle words. Tears streamed down onto her small hand, warm and scalding. "Good baby, Daddy's treasure, don't cry, it hurts. Daddy, be good." Qiao Chandong's heart ached deeply, each pang twisting his insides. Wishing to drag Chen Yulian over for a thorough beating, those who stood nearby couldn't help but feel their noses prick with emotion. Old Madame Qiao had borne 4 sons and 1 daughter. Aside from Qiao Changqing, who had yet to have children, the other 3 siblings had all fathered sons. For this youngest granddaughter, who was so dearly cherished, how could they not shower her with love? Especially old Madame Qiao, who had nurtured Qiao Qiao from a mere 3-month-old, feeding her with goat's milk drop by drop. She had poured countless efforts into raising this delicate, beautiful child, and now, under their very noses, she had been so grievously harmed by Chen Yulian. Even while lying in the hospital bed, the fear of being misunderstood or abandoned gnawed at her heart, threatening to shatter it. After Qiao Qiao was wheeled out of the operating room, Dr. Luo observed as Qiao Chandong gently returned her to her bed, then called the rest of the family to the door. After a preliminary examination, he revealed that aside from the minor concussion from the forehead injury, there was likely some internal damage. "Our facilities here are limited. You will need to go to the city hospital for more detailed examinations. However, there is no rush. We can first observe her here overnight, and in the morning, when the little girl regains some consciousness, we can ask her," Dr. Luo stated, addressing the distraught Qiao family. With a sigh, he continued, "Aunt Qiao, this is essentially a family matter, and I shouldn't meddle. But for a child like Qiao Qiao, no matter the circumstances, such a heavy hand should never be laid upon her. One misstep could be fatal. It's truly sigh." The rest of his words were left unspoken, and he turned to Qiao Xiaoyun, earnestly advising, "Xiaoyun, I know it will be tough for you tonight, but please stay here and keep watch. Be attentive and vigilant at all times. I will not be going home. I'll rest in the duty room tonight. If anything arises, just call for me. In truth, Dr. Luo felt compelled to express that, beyond the physical ailments, he sensed that the little girl might be struggling more with psychological issues. However, voicing such sentiments in front of everyone would tread on sensitive ground, so he resolved to discuss it privately with Qiao Xiaoyun. "All right, teacher, thank you." Qiao Xiaoyun nodded, her eyes reddened, her voice choked with emotion. Dr. Luo nodded to the other members of the Qiao family before preparing to depart. Just as he took a step, he encountered the flustered Chen Xiao rushing towards him. "Hurry, Yulian is in pain. She's about to give birth. It's a premature delivery." Qiao Xiaoyun, feeling irritable, scoffed at the news. "How tiresome. How many times have you all come with the same routine? Can't you come up with something new?" Since Chen Yulian became pregnant with this child, there had been countless such disturbances, almost every 3 days. Each time, her antics grew more outrageous. She had grown weary of the charade, but no, this time it was genuine. Faced with the furious glares of the Qiao family, Chen Xiao nervously swallowed. "So were all the previous occasions mere fabrications?" Qiao Xiaoyun retorted with irritation. "Enough, Xiao Dongzi, you go call the obstetrician, and Xiaoyun, you stay here." Despite her own frustration, the urgency of the situation compelled old Madame Qiao to take charge. By the time Qiao Chandong summoned the doctor to Chen Yulian's ward, she had already been transferred onto the operating table. Clutching her belly and screaming in agony, seeing Qiao Chandong finally arrive, she stretched out her hand towards him, tears streaming down her face. "Chandong, it hurts. It hurts so much. Our baby is coming up. What should we do?" "I'm so scared, Chandong. Our baby will be all right, won't it?" Yet Qiao Chandong merely stood at a distance, coldly observing, offering no comfort or even taking her hand. "Dongzi, what are you doing? Go to her," Chen Xiao shouted from the side, attempting to push him towards the delivery room. If he witnessed the ordeal of his sister giving birth, perhaps he would feel more compassion towards her in the future. Old Madame Qiao, who had followed closely behind, frowned and pulled Qiao Chandong aside, saying, "You stay here and wait. I'll go, Mom." Chen Yulian screamed in anguish, her face contorted with pain and tears. She was unable to fulfill her wish as she was pushed into the delivery room. Helplessly watching as the door closed behind her, the small-town hospital of the 1980s was not large. The inpatient and outpatient departments comprised just two two-story buildings. The outpatient building faced the hospital entrance. Housing all departments within its 2 floors, the building at the back served as the inpatient ward, a mixed facility encompassing various departments, including pediatrics and obstetrics. As Chen Yulian was taken into the delivery room, Qiao Qiao began to regain consciousness. Her mind was flooded with many memories that were not her own. She stared blankly at the white ceiling above, her mind in a haze. It dawned upon her that her rebirth was not merely a simple occurrence. Her life was akin to a book, a narrative from an 80s group pet novel. However, she was not the protagonist. She was merely a minor character destined to meet an early demise. The other members of her family were also akin to mere supporting characters, serving as fodder for the male and female leads to display their prowess and create dramatic moments. The group pet heroine was none other than the pair of twins, Shenlu and Shenli, who had once extracted her heart and kidneys in her past life. Shenlu, the elder sister, was born with congenital heart disease, while Shenli, the younger sister, was born with renal insufficiency. She had been their living organ donor. The Shen family had taken her in under the pretense of being an abandoned child, nurturing her for a year before placing her on the operating table after her tragic death during surgery. The remaining members of the Qiao family met their fate at the hands of the Shen family over the subsequent decade. These lengthy memories not belonging to her surged into her mind. Qiao Qiao witnessed the horrifying scenes of her beloved family members perishing at the hands of the Shens. The initial joy of her rebirth was overshadowed by a wave of despair, each pang of anguish igniting a fire within her very core. Half an hour later, Qiao Qiao was cradled out of the ward by Qiao Xiaoyun. Daddy. Upon spotting Qiao Changdong, she reached out her hand towards him. What brings you here? Qiao Changdong, who had been compelled by old Madame Qiao to remain at the delivery room entrance, rushed over as soon as he saw her, casting an unhappy glance at Qiao Xiaoyun as he carefully took Qiao Qiao into his arms. He dared not press against her abdomen or touch her forehead, holding her protectively against his chest. Unsure of how to comfort her, she insisted on coming, otherwise she would cry and squirm. I simply couldn't manage, Qiao Xiaoyun explained helplessly. With a mild concussion and injuries to her abdomen, Qiao Qiao should not have been moved, but her determination to reach Qiao Changdong left Xiaoyun no choice but to comply. Daddy, I'm scared, Qiao Qiao said pitifully as she gazed at Qiao Changdong. She spoke the truth. She was genuinely frightened. After absorbing the flood of information, an overwhelming sense of unreality washed over her. She feared this was all merely a dream, and that upon waking, she would find her family gone and her father dead. The vague sensations of Qiao Changdong's warmth and breath did little to ground her in reality. Don't worry, sweetheart, Daddy is here, always with you, Qiao Changdong replied, his heart aching as he tightened his embrace. Sitting on a nearby bench, he held her close, allowing her to listen to his strong heartbeat, gradually restoring a semblance of safety to her anxious heart. Chen Xiu observed with cold indifference, her eyes stinging at the sight of this tender father-daughter moment. Nevertheless, even with her disdain for Qiao Qiao, she refrained from speaking out before Chen Yulian delivered her son. Choosing instead to avert her gaze in disinterest, Chen Yulian's labor was no easy feat. She claimed that it was caused by an injury inflicted by Qiao Qiao, but in reality, she was simply overdue. Under the careful supervision of old Madame Qiao, she had gained over 40 pounds, and the size of the baby posed challenges during delivery. Qiao Qiao recalled that in her previous life, she endured a night of labor, only giving birth at the break of dawn and nestled in Qiao Changdong's embrace. Though her spirit was not at its best, the events of the day had left her mind unusually alert. Her chubby little hands unconsciously fiddled with Qiao Changdong's collar as she sought to organize the chaotic memories flooding her mind. It was only after her father, Qiao Changdong, passed away that she discovered Qiao Kursan was not her father's biological child, but rather a product of Chen Yulian's deception upon marrying while pregnant. Moreover, she herself was not her father's biological daughter. She had been brought home by him when she was merely 3 months old. Before raising her, he was known as a notorious delinquent, infamous for his vices. She was too young to remember those days, but from the moment her memories began, her father had always been the best dad in the world, doting on her like a precious gem. When she was a little older, Chen Yulian entered their lives, initially appearing gentle and often indulging her, playing with her. Having grown up without a mother, Qiao Qiao cherished her father's affection but envied those who had maternal figures. Thus, when Qiao Changdong asked her if she wanted Chen Yulian to be her mother at the age of 3, she eagerly agreed. Little did she know that once Chen Yulian took on the role of mother, her demeanor would change drastically. She forbade Qiao Qiao from calling her mother, and when no one was watching, she would often mistreat her, pinching, striking, and berating her as a burden and a harbinger of misfortune, even wishing her dead. Having been raised in a climate of affection, Qiao Qiao could not bear such indignities. She immediately reported Chen Yulian to Qiao Changdong, and over time, the relationship soured. As Qiao Qiao's turbulent thoughts swirled, the delivery room door swung open. The familiar figure of old Madame Qiao emerged, and upon seeing her, Qiao Qiao turned, her eyes brimming with tears once more. Old Madame Qiao, whose full name was Wang Shirong, was not originally from Hongfeng Town. She had fled here with her family during wartime, losing them in the chaos. She and old man Qiao had 5 children together, 4 sons and 1 daughter. Except for the eldest, Qiao Changqing, who worked in Kyoto, the rest remained by her side. Among her 4 sons, Qiao Changdong was the youngest and thus received the most pampering. Overindulgence led to him becoming rather wayward. And by the time he matured, it was too late to rein him in, yet old Madame Qiao continued to dote on him. Before turning 18, Qiao Changdong was a carefree spirit, rarely taking life seriously. Often asking his siblings and old Madame Qiao for money to squander on frivolities, she was a stern woman who rarely smiled, but whenever Qiao Changdong played the charming son, she would relent, giving him whatever he desired. In earlier times, when resources were scarce, the family prioritized him, while the older siblings grew up on meager rations. Qiao Changdong was spoiled with the finest food, nurtured on white rice and fine flour. Akin to how he now indulged Qiao Qiao. Initially, old Madame Qiao opposed Qiao Changdong adopting Qiao Qiao, concerned that a young man who could barely manage his own life would not be able to care for an infant who could not even eat solid food. Furthermore, she worried about his future prospects in finding a partner, thus she held a prejudice against Qiao Qiao at first. However, as she witnessed Qiao Changdong's commitment to raising her, he gradually matured, leading her to relent. Ultimately, given that he was a man, he struggled with the responsibilities of caring for a baby, so for much of Qiao Qiao's infancy, old Madame Qiao was the one nurturing her from a young age. Qiao Qiao was exceptionally beautiful. Not only did her grandmother, Qiao Nainai, have never seen such a lovely child in all her years, but she had also raised her herself, a tender little dumpling with a fair complexion. How could one not adore such a child? Gradually, affection for the girl blossomed within her. Particularly noteworthy was the fact that Qiao Changdong, in order to provide for Qiao Qiao, completely gave up all his vices and secured a respectable job driving long-haul trucks. Before his marriage to Chen Yulian, he entrusted all his earnings to her, which only deepened her love for Qiao Qiao, believing the child to be a lucky star for her son. However, tragedy struck when Qiao Changdong perished on his way to Kyoto to bring Qiao Qiao back, just as she was experiencing her first new year after being taken in by the Shen family at the age of 8. Feeling out of place, she secretly called Qiao Changdong in the middle of the night, weeping inconsolably. Having doted on her like his own precious eye since her childhood, he could not bear her sorrow. As a long-haul truck driver, he set off that very night to find her. Unfortunately, on that fateful day, a torrential downpour struck, and the treacherous conditions, combined with fatigue from long hours of driving, led to a collision with an oncoming freight truck. While the occupants of the other vehicle were merely injured, Qiao Changdong tragically lost his life on the spot. Qiao Changdong was gone, and in that moment, she believed her capriciousness had caused his demise. She assumed the Qiao family harbored resentment towards her, which was why they remained distant and reluctant to allow her to return. During her year in Kyoto, no one visited her. It was only after absorbing the memories contained within this narrative that she realized the truth. The Qiao family loved her dearly and held no blame against her. It was the Shen family who conspired to keep her away, preventing her from returning home or allowing the Qiao family to visit her. Only Qiao Nainai managed to see her in the second month following Qiao Changdong's death through some unknown means. Standing by her side during that most challenging month, she reassured her that she was the most cherished treasure of her father, Qiao Changdong, urging her to carry on his legacy and live well. It was then that Qiao Qiao comprehended why Qiao Nainai had favored her father so deeply. While part of the reason was indeed that he was the youngest, the primary reason lay in his striking resemblance to Qiao Nainai's brother. After the turmoil of war, Qiao Nainai lost her family and could never reunite with them, thus seeing his son who bore a likeness to her brother softened her heart. Yet, 3 months after Qiao Changdong's passing, Qiao Nainai returned to Qiaojia village and passed away on the night of the first Qingming festival following his death. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao, having failed to fulfill Qiao Nainai's expectations, did not live on carrying her father's legacy but instead met a tragic end at the hands of the Shen family, dying before reaching her 10th birthday in a most lamentable manner. Reflecting on these memories, Qiao Qiao's heart felt as if it had been twisted by a knife, causing her immense pain and making it difficult for her to breathe. When Qiao Nainai emerged from the delivery room, her gaze fell upon Qiao Qiao, cradled in Qiao Changdong's arms. Qiao Qiao returned her gaze, her brows furrowed into a tiny knot, her lips tightly pressed together, and her large eyes glistening with tears. She looked utterly pitiful. Qiao Nainai sighed, her heart softening at the sight. However, she had other pressing matters to attend to, so she could only glance at her before turning to approach Chen's mother and daughter. Sensing Qiao Nainai's intent to leave, Qiao Qiao's heart sank, and she thought indeed her grandmother was still angry with her and no longer wanted her. With a pitiful sniffle, she clutched Qiao Changdong's collar tightly. Hearing the sound of her little nose being wiped, Qiao Nainai instinctively turned back to look at her. What she beheld left her utterly astonished. A grayish-white bubble had suddenly appeared on her precious granddaughter's forehead. Inside the bubble stood a miniature version of her, exceedingly adorable. The tiny girl, facing away from her, donned tattered grayish clothes riddled with holes and carried a burden larger than her own body, patched with a cross. She turned her head every few steps, her little head drooping as she walked away from her silhouette growing increasingly distant and diminutive. As if to accentuate the scene, dried leaves drifting from an unknown source fell gracefully from above the bubble, enhancing the forlorn and helpless aura of that small figure. Qiao Nai. Qiao Qiao furrowed her brow, her expression a mix of astonishment and steadiness, even finding the time to wonder when they had allowed her to wear such tattered clothing. Conversely, Qiao Qiao was completely beside herself. Oh dear, am I going mad, or have my eyes deceived me? She clutched her forehead with one hand while leaning against the wall for support, looking as if she could faint at any moment. How could she witness such an unbelievable sight? She had seen a bubble sprout on her little niece's forehead, a bubble, and worse still, there was a little niece inside it. Chapter 8, The child in Chen Yulian's womb is not her father's. The shock overwhelmed Qiao Qiao, causing her to stagger over to Qiao Changdong's side. After a moment, she cautiously extended a hand toward the still glimmering bubble, poking it gently. With a pop, the bubble burst and vanished, taking the tiny girl with it. Simultaneously, Qiao Nai approached Qiao Changdong and the little girl. As Qiao Qiao glanced between the inscrutable expression of Qiao Nai and the cradled Qiao Qiao, she discerned a shared understanding between them. Mother, Dongzi, did you see that too? Qiao Qiao desperately sought evidence that she was not losing her mind. You saw it. Chen Mu touched her arm, startled by the trio's intense gaze. What did you see? Chen's mother quivered at the sudden attention and the eerie atmosphere engulfing the dimly lit hospital corridor, which carried an inexplicable sense of dread. Now, under the scrutiny of the three, the Chen family felt a wave of fear wash over them. Glancing around as if expecting to see something unclean. Very well, it seems they did not witness anything. The three exchanged a knowing glance, and a sense of relief washed over them. Qiao Nai collected her thoughts and took a seat on a nearby bench, where Qiao Qiao was placed in her lap by Qiao Changdong. As Qiao Qiao wrapped her arms around her grandmother's neck, burying her face in her shoulder, tears streamed down her cheeks. Grandmother Qiao Qiao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Qiao Changdong was her grandmother's most beloved son, cherished to the point that she could not bear to live after his passing, yet she had endured her sorrow and stayed in Kyoto with Qiao Qiao for a month. Perhaps sensing Qiao Qiao's desire for survival, she returned to Qiaojia village in the second month and passed away the very night she visited Qiao Changdong's grave. Yet, Qiao Qiao had promised her grandmother she would live well, carrying forth her father's legacy, but instead, she fell victim to the Shen family's machinations, dying on the operating table before even reaching her 10th birthday. The weight of her guilt was unbearable, the small body in her arms trembled as tears flowed down her neck. Qiao Nai sighed, thinking it was merely the events of the day that had frightened her. All right, sweetheart, do not be afraid. Your grandmother is here, always by your side. Gently patting Qiao Qiao's back, Qiao Nai comforted her. Grandmother, I miss you so much. I want us to always be together, okay? Qiao Qiao's muffled voice came from her grandmother's shoulder, her small hands clinging tightly to her neck as if fearing they might be separated at any moment. Upon hearing this, Qiao Nai felt even more certain that the day's events had frightened Qiao Qiao, leading her to believe she was unwanted at home, with a bittersweet ache in her heart. She hugged her tightly in response. All right, we will not be apart. Nestled in her embrace, Qiao Qiao finally felt a sense of security. However, Qiao Nai was not Qiao Changdong, concerned that holding Qiao Qiao might tire her. The two of them embraced for a while longer before Qiao Qiao leaned towards Qiao Changdong, who immediately took her into his arms. Meanwhile, Chen's mother and Chen Xiaoyan watched with cold eyes, feeling that after Qiao Nai's earlier words it would be best to remain silent, yet, in their hearts, they anticipated the day when the child in Chen Yulian's womb would be born a boy. They could not believe anyone would be foolish enough to neglect their own flesh and blood in favor of an illegitimate child. As they envisioned the prospect of expelling Qiao Qiao from the Qiao family, their expressions improved significantly. Cuddled in Qiao Changdong's embrace, Qiao Qiao began to ponder how to reveal Chen Yulian's infidelity to the Qiao family in advance, sharing all the events of her previous life and the information she had received. In her past life, after her father's death, Chen Yulian, accompanied by Qiao Qiao, swiftly married after inheriting her father's estate, indicating that it had all been premeditated. In this lifetime, she must pierce the veil of her infidelity early, preventing any harm to her father. Lost in her thoughts, Qiao Qiao suddenly pressed her small belly and let out a soft grunt. All eyes turned towards her. Gurgle, gurgle. A series of sounds emanated from her little stomach. Qiao Qiao's face flushed red, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she covered her belly with her tiny hand. Oh dear, whose little glutton's belly is rumbling, Qiao Changdong remarked, observing the rosy cheeks of his shy daughter. Finding her utterly adorable, deliberately teasing her, Daddy. Qiao Qiao's blush deepened. Despite her physical age of 3, her mental maturity was approaching 10. She was becoming a young girl, and being in front of so many people while her stomach grumbled was quite embarrassing. And yet you're still shy. Qiao Changdong laughed heartily, the vibrations of his laughter providing Qiao Qiao with an unusual sense of comfort, prompting her to snuggle closer into his embrace. Meanwhile, Chen Mu and Chen Shua looked on, their expressions darkening. After all, their daughter, sister, was in the delivery room, teetering on the brink of life and death, while Qiao Changdong was here, laughing heartily, which seemed utterly inappropriate. However, Qiao Changdong paid no mind to their thoughts. He was, after all, a rogue who only cared about his daughter's happiness, indifferent to the plight of others. He had already exercised his utmost patience by staying for this long, now that he saw his daughter was hungry. He naturally prioritized his precious child. He stood up, still holding Qiao Qiao, not sparing a glance at Chen Mu or Chen Shua, and simply addressed Grandma Qiao, "Mom, I'll take the darling out for a bite." "I'll bring back food for you." Grandma Qiao glanced at the two beside her. Although she felt that Qiao Changdong shouldn't leave at this moment, she remembered how busy he had been since returning home last night. Working tirelessly through the morning, feeling a pang of sympathy for her son, she nodded and said, "Go ahead, your mother and sister will keep watch here." She then asked Chen Mu and Chen Shua, "Sister-in-law, how about you join us for a meal?" Before Chen Mu could respond, Chen Shua interjected with a sarcastic tone, "My sister is still in the delivery room, teetering between life and death. We can't be as carefree as you." Dongzi, Chapter 9, a pain in every fiber. Before she could finish her sentence, she was elbowed by Chen Mu, who had become annoyed, leading Chen Shua to stifle her words with a pained exclamation. Chen Mu glared at Chen Shua and softened her tone, saying, "Dongzi has been busy since yesterday without a moment's rest or a proper meal. You all go ahead, we'll keep watch here." Hearing this, most people might respond with a polite exchange, but Qiao Changdong nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world, cradling Qiao Qiao as he headed for the exit. Listening to Chen Mu's words, Qiao Qiao felt a pang of concern for her father. Even if she longed to be his cherished accessory, she couldn't bear to see him exhausted. After all, there were many more days ahead. There was no rush. She spoke softly from his embrace. "Daddy, Qiao Qiao can walk by herself." As she twisted slightly in his arms, signaling him to set her down, Qiao Changdong playfully patted her chubby bottom, saying, "Don't squirm, my little kitten, your father can still carry you." Qiao Qiao blushed again but remained quiet, instead wrapping her small arms around Qiao Changdong's neck, her delicate head resting against his broad shoulder. She leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek, her eyes brimming with adoration, unwilling to look away for even a moment. This was her father, the very father she had yearned for in her previous life. She wished to cling to him every second, to be his cherished pendant for eternity. Thus, the father and daughter left the hospital, their bond palpable. Qiao Qiao was born on the 10th day of the 4th lunar month in 1980. Qiao Kursan was born in the 9th lunar month of 1983. She couldn't recall the exact day, but calculating the time, it was now around November 1983 in the Gregorian calendar. In 1983, Hongfeng town was still quite underdeveloped. Although it was a county seat, high-rise buildings were a rarity. Most structures were single-story houses or mud brick buildings. However, perhaps due to its proximity to the hospital, there were many shops, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, it was these distinctively 1980s mud brick houses that lent Qiao Qiao a tangible sense of her rebirth. Close to the hospital entrance were several eateries. Qiao Changdong bent down to affectionately kiss his daughter's tender little face before asking, "Which restaurant would you like to eat at, my dear?" Qiao Qiao raised her hand and pointed randomly at one. Qiao Changdong took her inside that establishment. The place was modest, an open-air space of less than 20 square meters. Two large coal-fired stoves were positioned on one side of the entrance, with two iron pots resting atop them. A robust middle-aged man stood between the pots, deftly stirring with an iron ladle. Upon noticing the pair's entrance, he cast a few glances at the little girl in Qiao Changdong's arms. Only when Qiao Changdong shot him an unamused look did the man awkwardly chuckle and wipe the sweat from his brow with a towel hanging around his neck. Calling out, "Bro, what do you want to eat? There are dishes in the back. Just take a look." The middle-aged man gestured towards the back as Qiao Qiao noticed a wooden board resting horizontally on two long benches, laden with over 10 woven bamboo baskets, each filled with prepared dishes, both meat and vegetarian. The board leaned against the wall, which bore a sign detailing prices: meat dishes for 50 cents, purely vegetarian dishes for 20 cents. And buns, steamed bread, or rice for 5 cents each. Concerned that Qiao Qiao might not be able to see, Qiao Changdong lifted her slightly, asking, "What does my dear want to eat?" considering that it wasn't just the two of them eating. Qiao Qiao ordered 4 dishes, 1 meat, 2 vegetarian, and a soup. Qiao Changdong relayed her order to the cook, who, clanging the iron ladle against the pot, seemed to misunderstand, asking, "4 dishes, you say?" It was mealtime, and the restaurant was quite busy, filled mostly with the families of patients accompanying them, where ordering a single dish with a few buns was already considered generous. Most patrons settled for buns or steamed bread accompanied by free pickled vegetables. As no one came here for a lavish meal, they merely sought to fill their stomachs. Thus, it was indeed rare to see someone ordering a full meal of 3 dishes and a soup. By now, Qiao Qiao had been placed at a table, and upon hearing the cook's puzzled voice, Qiao Changdong assured him, "Just prepare it, money is no object." He then wiped his clothes on the bench before settling Qiao Qiao comfortably on it. The cook, pleased to have such a substantial customer, happily agreed. Qiao Qiao tugged at Qiao Changdong's sleeve, saying, "Dad, the money." Previously, Qiao Changdong would have jested about not having enough money to leave her there as a kitchen maid. However, now that his precious daughter was in a phase of insecurity, he couldn't bear to tease her. He pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket and slammed it onto the table, exuding confidence. "Don't worry, Dad has plenty of money." This stack included 10s, 5s, 2s, and even some small change. Roughly estimating, it amounted to several dozen yuan, especially considering that the average wage for ordinary workers was only about 30 to 50 yuan. Reassured, Qiao Qiao watched as Qiao Changdong didn't immediately retract the money but instead gazed at her with affection. They locked eyes, neither moving. Why wasn't he taking it? Noticing Qiao Qiao still hadn't reached for the money, Qiao Changdong asked, puzzled. Qiao Qiao blinked in confusion, initially not grasping the situation. A few seconds later, realization dawned on her, and her nose tinged with a slight ache. She and Qiao Changdong had a habit, ever since she discovered that money could be used to buy snacks at the village shop. Qiao Changdong had always given her his coins less than 1 yuan to buy sweets. Eventually, she became accustomed to rummaging through his pockets for small change herself. This habit persisted until she was taken back to the Shen family. Thinking of the Shen family, Qiao Qiao felt a fresh wave of anguish wash over her. To outsiders, the prestigious families in the capital seemed enviable, and her year at the Shen family, where she lacked for nothing, appeared idyllic, yet only she knew the horror of that predatory den that consumed her whole. As memories of the past surged, her heart swelled with resentment. She despised the Shens, and one day she would make them repay every debt they owed to the Qiao family. But for now her focus remained on her own family, cherishing every moment spent with them. Qiao Qiao pushed aside her chaotic thoughts, extending her delicate little hand into the pile of scattered money. Collecting the small bills into her pocket, she then looked up and smiled sweetly at Qiao Changdong. His heart softened at her adorable grin, and he cupped her small face, planting a firm kiss on her rosy cheeks before finally gathering the money. Chapter 10, Drive the Chen mother and daughter out of the Qiao family. In the restaurant, the 2 large pots simmered with vigorous flames, and the vegetarian dishes were ready within minutes. The chef cheerfully brought the food to the table, grinning as he asked, "What staple food would you like? There are buns and steamed bread over there, and rice is priced the same as the buns and steamed bread." Afterward, he couldn't help but glance at Qiao Qiao, who was following his direction to the rice pot, exclaiming, "Boss, your daughter is truly beautiful. In all my years, I've never seen such a lovely little girl." As a man, he rarely praised a child's appearance, but Qiao Qiao's exquisite beauty was simply breathtaking, compelling the restaurant owner to express his admiration. Since the moment the father and daughter entered, curious glances had been cast their way, most of them directed at Qiao Qiao. As the shopkeeper remarked, there are many attractive individuals in this world. Typically one may glance at them a couple of times, and that is the extent of it. However, Qiao Qiao is extraordinarily beautiful, to an excessive degree. They possess little education and lack the vocabulary to articulate such beauty. All they know is that this child captivates the gaze, almost rendering it impossible to look away, surrounded by an indescribable aura. One simply wishes to gaze at her endlessly. Indeed, my daughter has been stunning since childhood. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's praise, Qiao Changdong felt a surge of pride, his chest swelling with satisfaction. Yet, upon noticing the many eyes upon them, his brow furrowed, and he instinctively pulled Qiao Qiao closer, casting a vigilant glance around. Once everyone's gaze had shifted away, he rose to procure the main course. However, recalling something, he scooped Qiao Qiao into his arms, securing her at his waist as they ventured forth. With such a beautiful daughter, he could not allow her to be taken away. Qiao Qiao grew up in Hongfeng town, where the staple food is primarily rice, while in the capital, noodles are more prevalent. When she was first taken back by the Shen family, she struggled to adapt, eating very little and consequently losing weight. Eventually, the Shen family noticed and began preparing rice just for her, which touched her deeply, only to later realize it was merely a concern for her health, as they feared she might not meet their expectations. "A sweetheart, what's the matter?" Qiao Changdong asked, having taken 4 buns and a bowl of rice. Placing a meat bun into Qiao Qiao's small hand, he then spooned rice and vegetables together, bringing it to her lips, and when he saw she remained still, he asked with concern, remembering the peculiar little bubbles that had appeared above her head. Though adorable, he still felt uneasy. "Darling, do you feel unwell anywhere, particularly your head? Is it painful? Or perhaps your stomach is still bothering you? Blame your father. I should have let you rest in bed instead of Daddy. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt much anymore." Qiao Qiao was pulled back to reality by his voice, looking up to offer him a sweet and innocent smile before taking a bite from the spoon he held, her cheeks puffing up adorably. After chewing carefully and swallowing, she responded. To claimed that she felt no pain would be a lie. After all, a significant gash on her head couldn't possibly go unnoticed. Furthermore, her stomach ached faintly as well, yet in her eyes, these pains paled in comparison to the joy of being in Qiao Changdong's presence. For her, even enduring excruciating pain would be worth it if it meant she could stay beside him and the Qiao family. "My dear, you have truly suffered greatly," Qiao Changdong said, leaning in to kiss the top of his little girl's head, his tone filled with earnest concern. "Rest assured, Daddy will not allow you to suffer in vain. No one in this world can bully my precious daughter." Listening to Qiao Changdong's serious promise, Qiao Qiao blinked her large eyes. It resonated with her thoughts, while she felt powerless regarding the Shen family for the time being and could only plot her moves slowly. She was determined to unveil the true nature of Chen Jia's mother and daughter, who would one day attempt to abscond with her father's inheritance. She must expel them from the Qiao family. Reflecting on her rebirth, she felt not only would she exact her revenge in the future, but she could also plan ahead and protect her family. As these thoughts unfolded, Qiao Qiao felt a gentle pure essence flowing into her body, alleviating much of her pain. The restaurant owner brought out the remaining 3 dishes within 20 minutes. Though his culinary skills were not exceptional, Qiao Qiao found this to be the most delightful meal she had enjoyed in nearly a year. Having ordered 4 dishes, her small appetite allowed her to eat only half a bun, a small bowl of soup-soaked rice, and a few vegetables before she could eat no more, contentedly watching Qiao Changdong eat. He, being tall and robust, finished all the dishes meant for 3 people. "Daddy, do you like Aunt Shen?" Qiao Qiao inquired after he finished the last spoonful of soup. Ever since Chen Yulian entered, she had forbidden her from calling her mother. And so she continued to refer to her as Aunt Chen. Coughing unexpectedly at his 3-year-old daughter's question, Qiao Changdong's handsome face turned crimson, causing him to spit out his food. Fortunately, no one occupied the table in front of them, otherwise, he might have inadvertently splattered them. Startled, Qiao Qiao quickly jumped down from the bench. However, as the bench was quite high for her, she stumbled slightly upon landing. But Qiao Changdong's long arms swiftly caught her and seated her back on his lap. "Don't move around, you might fall," he cautioned, still coughing while checking Qiao Qiao's feet, gently squeezing her ankle. "You didn't T-twist it, did you?" Qiao Qiao shook her head, sitting on his thigh as she stretched her little arms, attempting to pat his back. Unfortunately, her short legs and arms made it impossible to reach. So she settled for lightly punching his chest with her tiny fists. Observing her effort and the flush on her face, Qiao Changdong felt a wave of contentment wash over him, realizing that indeed his daughter was a little bundle of warmth, far more considerate than his numerous nephews. All right, Daddy is fine now," he reassured her with a smile. Reflecting on her earlier question, he countered, "Why the sudden inquiry?" "My dear," Qiao Qiao fell silent. Her question stemmed from a desire to understand Qiao Changdong's feelings toward Chen Yulian, though in her past life she knew Qiao Kursan was not her father's daughter. She remained uncertain about his feelings for Chen Yulian. After all, he was willing to marry her. If it weren't for affection given her father's reckless nature, she truly wondered what other reason could possibly exist. "And what about you, sweetheart? Do you still like her?" Noticing her silence, Qiao Changdong asked again, subtly emphasizing the word still. However, Qiao Qiao did not catch the nuance and simply answered honestly, "I don't like her. Not at all. She treats Qiao Qiao poorly and betrayed Daddy. Then let us not have her as a mother." Qiao Changdong replied naturally. His initial agreement to marry Chen Yulian had never been out of love. It was merely because Qiao Qiao desired a mother, and with him often away on long trips, Chen Yulian had skillfully disguised herself, winning Qiao Qiao's affection. Qiao Changdong believed his daughter deserved what she desired. Thus, marrying whoever treated her well seemed reasonable, leading him to wed Chen Yulian. Little did he know, Chen Yulian had drastically changed post-marriage, revealing her true colors only 2 months in when she claimed to be pregnant. "Oh no, the truth is out, Daddy." Qiao Qiao looked at Qiao Changdong, astonished. Did she just hear him imply that he had married Chen Yulian solely because of her? Remembering Qiao Changdong's earlier question about whether she still liked Chen Yulian, her doubts grew. After all, it was entirely plausible. Qiao Changdong had always cherished her as his beloved treasure. If her previous desire for a mother had influenced him to marry Chen Yulian, it was indeed a possibility. "Let us not discuss that. Just remember, in Daddy's heart, you are the most important, surpassing everyone else," Qiao Changdong reassured her. "Even that sister in Aunt Chen's belly?" Qiao Qiao asked. "Of course not. She is insignificant," Qiao Changdong affirmed, lifting her and adjusting her clothing as they approached the door to settle the bill. After paying, he ordered 5 more dishes for the chef to prepare while carrying Qiao Qiao to a neighboring shop to buy 4 aluminum lunchboxes. As Qiao Qiao gazed at his handsome profile, a suspicion arose within her. Did her father know something? While purchasing the aluminum lunchboxes, Qiao Changdong suddenly recalled something and turned to look at the lost-in-thought Qiao Qiao, suspiciously asking, "Sweetheart, did you just say that Aunt Chen is having a sister?" Qiao Changdong was indifferent to whether Chen Yulian's unborn child was a boy or girl. However, since Chen Yulian's pregnancy, the Chen family had been boasting that her baby was a boy. Hearing it repeatedly had led him to subconsciously assimilate that notion. Now, upon hearing Qiao Qiao assert it was a sister, he found it peculiar. "Oh no, the truth is out." Qiao Qiao remained silent, merely grinning and revealing her small, pearl-like teeth, appearing adorably foolish. Meanwhile, another little bubble emerged above her forehead, surrounded by a faint yellow glow. Within the bubble sat a tiny figure with large round eyes, spinning around, seemingly on the verge of writing guilty across her forehead. Qiao Changdong was utterly enchanted by his darling daughter, his heart fluttering. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to become a woodpecker, pecking at her cuteness, his eyes filled with affection as he watched the little bubble dissipate and lovingly reached out to stroke her head. He then turned to settle the bill for the aluminum lunchboxes and carried the packed meals back to the hospital. By this time, Chen Yulian was still in the delivery room. Though her screams had subsided, shortly after the father and daughter arrived outside the delivery room, a nurse emerged. Except for Qiao Qiao and Qiao Changdong, the other 3 rushed forward. "Why is it so quiet? Has she given birth?" Chen's mother inquired, anxiously straining to catch a glimpse of something. The nurse blocked her path, scanning the group and shaking her head. "Not yet. The mother is too exhausted. Someone should get her something to eat to help her regain strength." Perfect timing, Donzi, hurry, and take something in for your wife, Shen urged. She still wished to lure Qiao Changdong into the delivery room to witness how arduous it was for her sister to give birth. Hearing this, Qiao Changdong didn't even spare Chen Xiu a glance. After delivering the food, he lifted Qiao Qiao and headed towards her hospital room, casually calling back to Qiao Grandma, "Mom, enjoy the meal while it's hot. My dear child has been exhausted after a long day, so I shall take her to bed. You two should not overexert yourself. Go lie down in my sister's duty room for a while." "Yes, do so," Grandma Qiao replied, not even glancing at Chen Xiu, but turning to Chen's mother and saying, "I am going to deliver food to Yulian. What does that big man understand? Yulian is in a particularly fragile state. He was coughing just yesterday. We must not allow him to transmit his illness to Yulian. Oh, no need for that. I will go. It is fine if I go," Chen's mother quickly interjected, casting another glare at Chen Xiu. Chen's mother could certainly detect the insinuation in Grandma Qiao's words. The pretense of concern for Yulian was but a facade. The genuine worry lay in the possibility of Qiao Changdong entering the delivery room and encountering the blood, which would bring misfortune. After all, if her daughter-in-law were to give birth, she would not be pleased to have her son attending to the situation. Empathizing, she believed she could comprehend Grandma Qiao's feelings. Hearing this, Grandma Qiao chose not to argue and simply turned to portion out the food, instructing Chen's mother to take it inside. Inside the delivery room, Chen Yulian lay on the delivery bed, her lower half covered with a support frame, leaving her upper half in disarray. The sweat on her forehead had thoroughly dampened her hair. Upon hearing the door open, she looked over and her gaze dimmed when she saw it was Chen's mother. Chen's mother was well aware of the turmoil in her mind. She approached and exchanged a knowing glance with her. Lifting the food container in her hand, she said, "Yulian, this is specially packed for you by Dongzi. Look, it's your favorite dish, spicy stir-fried pork. Eat more to regain your strength and bring forth a healthy baby." Upon learning that the food was brought by Qiao Changdong, a reluctant smile appeared on Chen Yulian's face. She felt that Qiao Changdong was not as indifferent as he seemed, that he indeed cared for her and the child within her. She pondered that if this time she were to bear a son, she would have ample reason to claim his entire salary, rather than merely half as she did now. Perhaps even the 3,000 yuan in child support left by her biological mother could be persuaded from him. She felt her strength returning. Qiao Qiao was carried back to the ward by Qiao Changdong. She sat on his bent thigh, alternating her gaze between her tiny feet being washed in the basin and his serious profile, a smile ever present on her lips. With a loud kiss, Qiao Changdong glanced down at her. Qiao Qiao beamed back at him, and he affectionately returned her kiss. He then took a towel that was draped nearby and dried her little feet, placing her back on the hospital bed and covering her with a blanket from Qiao Xiaoyan's duty room. Be a good girl and lie still. Daddy will fetch some water and be back shortly to keep you company. Okay, the little girl blinked her big watery eyes, being adorably obedient. Unable to resist, Qiao Changdong leaned down and kissed her cheek once more before exiting the ward with the basin and towel. Qiao Qiao's gaze followed him, not retracting her sight even as his figure disappeared at the door. Qiao Qiao had much she wished to share with Qiao Changdong. She trusted him implicitly, wanting to disclose her rebirth or her status as a mere supporting character in a book. She believed he would trust her and not dismiss her as delusional. However, the chaotic daytime had deprived her of the chance. Now, in the quiet of the night, with no one else present in the ward, she could no longer contain herself and yearned to tell him everything. Chapter 12. Who has sealed her lips? Qiao Changdong did not stay away for long, perhaps fearing that his precious daughter would grow anxious waiting. He returned hurriedly within 5 minutes. After setting down his belongings, he shed his outer coat and climbed onto Qiao Qiao's hospital bed. A father and daughter lay together, with Qiao Changdong holding her close. Qiao Qiao's expression was somewhat distracted. In her previous life, before the age of 3, she had predominantly shared a bed with Qiao Changdong, except when he was out delivering goods and had to share a bed with Grandma Qiao. She was always nestled against him. It was only after he married Chen Yulian that she finally slept with Grandma Qiao. For Qiao Qiao, lying in the same bed as her father felt like a distant memory. Daddy, I really miss you. Nestled against Qiao Changdong's broad chest, listening to his robust heartbeat, Qiao Qiao felt tears welling up, almost whispering her sentiments to in her previous life, when she was 8, after being found by the Shen family. She would cry herself to sleep every night, longing for the Qiao family and for Qiao Changdong, her pillow soaked by morning. However, back then, she still had some semblance of hope after Qiao Changdong perished on his way to Kyoto due to her phone call. That hope vanished entirely. The despair she felt then was the most profound kind. Qiao Qiao had never dared to dream of returning to her father's embrace. She did not wish to cry. She considered it a joyous occasion to return, even knowing she existed merely within the pages of a book, yet she could not control her tears, which flowed freely, soaking Qiao Changdong's shirt, sensing the dampness on his chest. Qiao Changdong felt a pang in his heart, though he remained unaware of the complex emotions swirling within Qiao Qiao. He did not know that his precious daughter had returned from a distant past. Having endured the loss of him and all her loved ones, tragically dying on the operating table, her organs extracted. Horrors that ordinary people could scarcely fathom. He assumed her tears were merely a result of the day's events unsettling her. After all, he had only returned from out of town yesterday, having been away for nearly a month, which could explain her sentimentality. Gently patting his little girl's back, he kissed the top of her head, saying, "Daddy misses you too." Qiao Qiao nestled in his embrace, cried silently for several minutes before gradually regaining her composure. She then lifted her head, her eyes red and glistening, and began to speak earnestly. "Daddy, there is something very important I wish to tell you. And you must believe me." All right, you may speak. Daddy believes you. Actually, I have been reborn." Qiao Qiao opened her mouth to declare her rebirth, revealing that she had died in her previous life, along with all her family. But as she uttered the words reborn, she found to her astonishment that the phrase seemed to vanish into silence. What are you?" Xiao Changdong looked at her with confusion. How could this be happening? Qiao Qiao was incredulous. How could her words simply fade away? In desperation, she opened her mouth again, trying to blurt out, "Really, Daddy, I am reborn. I died in my previous life. You all perished. This world is a book." Yet, to Qiao Changdong's ears, all he heard were the words "really." He could not comprehend the rest. In fact, by the end, Qiao Qiao realized she could not even open her mouth. It felt as though someone had forcibly glued it shut. Qiao Qiao's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Qiao Changdong witnessed a bright red bubble suddenly pop up on his daughter's forehead. Inside the bubble, she was bouncing up and down, covering her mouth, her three fiery little flames dancing atop her head. Embodying pure frustration, it was a perfect illustration of what it meant to be anxious. Qiao Changdong found her adorable and couldn't help but laugh. In her exasperation, Qiao Qiao shot a puzzled glance at him. Why was he laughing? She was discussing something serious, and her mouth was sealed by an unknown force, yet her father found it amusing. "Darling, you are simply too cute," watching his little girl's bewildered expression. Xiao Changdong transformed into a woodpecker, showering her cheeks with kisses. Of course, she is the most adorable. Qiao Qiao's demeanor shifted as she unconsciously displayed a proud expression. Simultaneously, the little figure in the bubble placed its hands on its hips. Puffing out its tiny chest, the three flames transformed into little hearts, twinkling brightly. The expression was irresistibly haughty. However, she soon realized the urgency of discussing her rebirth. The little figure in the bubble shook its head vigorously, becoming increasingly frantic, yet, no matter what method she employed, she could not open her mouth to speak about her rebirth. Qiao Qiao, furious, extremely angry. Why bring her back to life if they wouldn't let her speak? The little figure in the bubble, mirroring her frustration, produced a broken bowl from nowhere and hurled it to the ground in anger. Watching this scene, Xiao Changdong truly could not contain his laughter, and his chuckles grew louder, causing his chest to shake with mirth. After laughing for a while, he gradually stifled his amusement under the gaze of Qiao Qiao's intensely aggrieved expression. He reached out to pat her overly animated little head, soothing her. All right, Daddy won't laugh anymore. My precious, quickly go to sleep. Whatever you need to say, we are not in a hurry." Then recalling something, he added, "Daddy promises that no one will dare bully my precious girl again. I will chase away all the bad people. You must trust Daddy, alright?" As for the small bubble on his daughter's forehead, which might appear bizarre or even monstrous to outsiders, to Qiao Changdong, it was nothing of concern. To him, she was simply Qiao Qiao, his daughter, the most treasured gem of his life. Regardless of whether she was human, ghost, or monster, it mattered not. He would continue to cherish her unconditionally, although Qiao Qiao was equally perplexed by the situation. She had no choice but to relinquish her efforts. Moreover, she was genuinely feeling quite tired. From the moment she began to ponder the concept of rebirth, her head throbbed with an intensity that felt as though it might explode. Following her habitual recollections, her delicate fingers instinctively caressed Xiao Changdong's earlobe, unconsciously kneading it. Under his gentle ministrations, she succumbed to slumber. That night, Qiao Qiao experienced a peculiar dream. She found herself in an ethereal realm, shrouded in a dense white mist, where the edges of reality were nearly imperceptible. Yet, amidst this nebulous expanse, there blossomed a patch that radiated a hint of verdancy and a soothing fragrance, which enveloped her in a profound sense of comfort. Unconsciously, she gravitated towards that direction, only to discover an exceedingly diminutive sapling, so small it was scarcely the size of a child's fingernail. The sapling evoked an odd sensation within her, as though her essence was intricately intertwined with its own, and she could even perceive its consciousness communicating with her. She crouched before the fragile seedling. "Are you the source tree?" The young sapling swayed its two emerald leaves gently, seemingly nodding in affirmation. "Source tree? What is that? I have never heard of it." Just as Qiao Qiao was about to inquire further about this source tree, she felt a sudden tug at her being. Lowering her gaze, she discovered a slender green twig had entwined itself around her wrist. Unbeknownst to her, this twig extended from the sapling that claimed to be the source tree. After wrapping around her wrist, it released tendrils of golden energy that spiraled into her body. Qiao Qiao gazed in astonishment, feeling as though the influx of this energy alleviated the mental fog that had clouded her since her rebirth. Her previously swollen head now felt remarkably clear and invigorated. The lingering pain from her wounds seemed to dissipate entirely. Is it truly this miraculous? Qiao Qiao mused, observing the sapling as it gradually retracted the twig, returning to its original state. Witnessing its sudden droopiness, she couldn't help but wonder if she had inadvertently siphoned its vitality. A pang of sympathy welled within her, prompting her to reach out gently, When suddenly a shrill cry pierced the air from a distance, and the next moment, she was abruptly expelled from that realm. At around 6 in the morning, Chen Yulian finally gave birth, the infant's cries resonating loudly. Chen Shua and Chen Mu, who had been resting in the duty room, immediately rushed out, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they gazed at the open delivery room door. Has she given birth? Has she? After sitting on the bench for the better part of the night, Qiao Qiao straightened her sore back, rolling her eyes at Chen Shua's exclamations. She then helped the equally exhausted Grandma Qiao sit up from the bench beside her. As Chen Shua emerged from the rest area, glancing at Grandma Qiao, she exclaimed joyfully, "Oh my, listen to that cry, it must be a robust little boy, my dear nephew, finally, you have arrived," turning towards Qiao Qiao's hospital room. She shouted, "Dongzi, hurry here, Yulian has given birth to a big, healthy boy, you better treat them well in the future, or I, your aunt, will be the first to hold it against you." Just then, a nurse emerged from the delivery room, cradling the infant, and upon hearing this, she quickly corrected her with a smile, "Ma'am, it's not a son, it's a little girl." "What?" Chen Shua's eyes widened as she pointed at the nurse, her voice rising above the baby's cries. "How can it be a girl? Are you joking? I assure you, it's indeed a girl," the nurse replied. Noticing that no one else seemed inclined to hold the baby, she offered the infant towards Chen Shua, who, instead of accepting the child, reached for the small cloth swaddling the baby. Upon uncovering it and confirming the absence of male genitalia, her world seemed to collapse. Staring incredulously at the nurse, her voice sharp and high-pitched, she exclaimed, "We consulted with Niu Banjian, and he assured us it would be a son. How could it possibly be a girl? You can't deceive us. Did you secretly switch our boy for a girl?" "Yes, did your hospital make an error? It was clearly foretold that it would be a boy," Chen Mu chimed in. Chen Xiaoyun approached, interjecting, "Moreover, this is a hospital, not a marketplace. Please lower your voices. Any matters can be discussed in the ward without disturbing others." "It must be a matter of timing." Chen Shua remained unconvinced that Chen Yulian had given birth to a girl. "It's too early. You incompetent fools frightened my sister into an early delivery, turning what should have been a boy into a girl. Yes, that has to be it." Chen Shua continued to rant, attempting to uncover evidence to blame the Qiao family for her sister's predicament. Chen Xiaoyun was left speechless. At that moment, Chen Yulian in the delivery room was awakening from her daze. Upon hearing Chen Shua's words, she was momentarily stunned. Not a son, but it was foretold to be a son. The very reason she had been so audaciously domineering in the Qiao household for the past 6 months was precisely because it had been predicted that she would bear a son. Even her formidable sister-in-law had been cautious in her dealings with her, avoiding direct confrontation despite their mutual disdain. How could it have changed to a daughter? Chen Yulian struggled to accept this new reality. However, being more perceptive than Chen Shua, she quickly began to strategize. She reached out towards the infant cradled by the nurse, her eyes reddening as she spoke in a hushed tone, "Sister, please don't make a fuss. Even if she is a daughter, she is still my treasure. If no one else loves her for being a girl, then her mother will." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. The Qiao family understood well that this sentiment was directed at them. Grandma Qiao was not one to favor sons over daughters. On the contrary, she had 4 sons and 1 daughter, with all her grandchildren aside from Qiao Qiao being boys. Deep down, she believed that having another granddaughter would be delightful. Observing Chen Yulian's display of emotion, her brow furrowed momentarily before she approached, gently taking the infant from the nurse's arms. In a soothing tone, she reassured Chen Yulian, "Child, what are you saying? In our Qiao family, grandsons and granddaughters are equally cherished. Now, stop crying. You have just given birth, and your body is still weak. You mustn't cry during your confinement. It could lead to health issues." As Grandma Qiao spoke, she glanced down at the baby in her arms. Upon seeing the infant, her heart sank. Although she was not one to discriminate based on gender, she had a preference for her little granddaughters, yet she found this one, although typically one could hardly discern beauty in infants, extraordinarily unattractive. The child had sparse hair, a round face, an unusually prominent forehead, slanted eyes, a flat nose, and a large mouth. To Grandma Qiao, who was accustomed to the striking features of her own grandchildren, this little girl appeared shockingly plain. It was a stark contrast to the 5 grandsons born to the second and third branches of the family, all of whom had emerged with wrinkled skin yet distinct facial features, boasting high cheekbones and large eyes, unmistakably inheriting their father's good looks. Yet this child bore no resemblance to the Qiao family whatsoever. It felt like a waste of her son's handsome visage. She was not one to boast, but her son was indeed a rare handsome young man in the village, who, despite his misbehavior in youth, still attracted many young women to come and see him. Were it not for her deceased husband's insistence that Qiao Changdong marry Chen Yulian, she doubted that someone of Chen Yulian's appearance would have had any chance with her son. Grandma Qiao's thoughts swirled. Yet she maintained a composed exterior, merely discreetly adjusting the swaddling cloth to cover the infant's exceedingly round face. Hearing Grandma Qiao's words, a sense of relief washed over Chen Yulian. This was precisely the affirmation she sought. She began to contemplate that perhaps having a daughter was indeed a blessing. Qiao Changdong adored daughters. Even an adopted one was treated with utmost affection. She could hardly believe that he would shower more love upon an adopted child than his own flesh and blood. After all, nothing could compare to the bond of blood. She would first secure a daughter to divide Qiao Qiao's affection, and in a year or two she would bear 2 sons to solidify her position. By then, Qiao Qiao the burden would hold no sway, and she would be free to dictate her terms. Having resolved these thoughts, Chen Yulian felt utterly at ease, a smile gracing her features. Her gaze toward the daughter still cradled in Grandma Qiao's arms brimmed with maternal love. Shen Xiu'er too turned a corner at this moment, no longer insisting on the matter of switching babies at the hospital. It was evident that she had also contemplated Qiao Changdong's affection for Qiao Qiao. With a flicker of her eyes, she took the baby from Grandma Qiao's arms, displaying an exaggeratedly tender demeanor as she gently touched the infant's flat little nose. Oh, my sweet darling, you have finally made your grand entrance. Do you know how much trouble you put your mother through? You must be sure to show her utmost filial piety in the future, do you understand? Upon hearing Chen Xiu'er's words, Chen Yulian's sense of grievance could no longer be contained, and tears streamed down her face as she gazed at Qiao Changdong, who was approaching from a distance. She believed Qiao Changdong was coming toward her, to her daughter, and that his attitude would soften. Just as she began to feel the joy of a cloud parting to reveal the moon, she saw Qiao Changdong suddenly halt, diverting down a side corridor, leaving behind only a brief remark, "Mom, I'm going to buy some breakfast. The little darling is still asleep, so please don't disturb her." The onlookers, the Chen sisters, exchanged bewildered glances. What was going on? This was not at all what they had anticipated. What did that mean? Chen Xiu'er began to express her discontent again. What does he mean by that? My sister endured a whole night of suffering to bring him a child, and he doesn't even spare a glance. Chen Xiu'er intended to hold the Qiao family accountable, seeking an explanation or assurance from them. However, to her surprise, Chen's mother readily echoed her sentiments. What is there to see in a mere girl? Chen's mother exemplified the traditional bias towards males, having consulted a fortune-teller earlier, and learned that Chen Yulian was carrying a son. Thus she had spent the entire night here, awaiting the birth of her grandson. She envisioned that once her daughter bore a son, she would gain status in her in-laws' family, securing control over all financial matters and obtaining the legendary 3,000 yuan. She planned to allocate some of that to find a suitable match for her youngest son. Little did she know, instead of a grandson, a worthless girl had emerged, shattering all her plans. Unconsciously, she began to harbor resentment towards her daughter. As for Qiao Changdong's attitude, she saw no issue with it. After all, the girls were seen as burdens of little value. When Qiao Changdong returned with breakfast, Qiao Qiao had yet to awaken. He divided the meal into 3 portions, delivering one to Qiao Xiaoyan's office, for Grandma Qiao's portion. He asked Qiao Xiaoyan to take it over. Qiao Xiaoyan, who had worked the night shift, could rest during the day and was currently writing her handover diary in the office. Upon seeing Qiao Changdong arrive with breakfast and request her to deliver it to Chen Yulian's office, she set down her pen and adopted a serious expression. "Dongzi, you can't possibly be exhibiting a preference for sons over daughters, can you? That simply won't do. Sons and daughters are equal. You must not become a relic of feudal thinking." Although Qiao Xiaoyan harbored no fondness for her sister-in-law Chen Yulian, she held no grievances against the innocent child. Regardless of Chen Yulian's shortcomings, the child was blameless. She was taken aback that Qiao Changdong was unwilling even to glance at the baby, let alone step into the hospital room. In her view, that was rather excessive. "Dear sister, what nonsense are you speaking? When have I ever favored sons over daughters? You must know how much I cherish my darling." Qiao Changdong retorted, glaring at Qiao Xiaoyan. "Please do not speak such words in front of the little one. She might take them to heart. The poor child is already quite anxious. Hearing such talk would not bode well." Qiao Xiaoyan crossed her arms, adopting a tone of admonishment. "Then tell me, what is going on with Chen Yulian? Why haven't you even taken a moment to check on the baby?" Her voice grew earnest. "No matter what mistake she has made, the child remains innocent, and moreover, childbirth is a perilous journey for a woman. You must not be so cold-hearted, do you understand?" Only then did Qiao Changdong grasp the meaning behind Qiao Xiaoyan's words. He furrowed his brow, and after several seconds of silence, he replied, "I will provide an explanation to you and Mom later regarding this matter. Also, when you return, please take Mom with you. There is no need for her to linger here as Chen Yulian has her sister for support." Having said this, Qiao Changdong picked up the portion meant for Qiao Qiao and prepared to leave the office. Just as he stepped out the door, he paused and turned back. "Oh, and sister, please ask Mom to buy an old hen from the market to make some light soup. My darling loves to drink it." Remembering the suffering his precious daughter endured the previous day, Qiao Changdong felt a pang of heartache and hastily departed. Qiao Xiaoyan stood behind, utterly speechless. She suddenly felt a surge of understanding towards Chen Yulian. With Qiao Changdong's evident favoritism, who could possibly endure it? She certainly could not. Chapter 15. The new sister resembles a mischievous gopher. Chirp, 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 chirp. Qiao Qiao had yet to open her eyes when she felt her cheeks being incessantly pecked. The incessant pecking left her cheeks slightly numb and sore. With a resigned effort, she opened her eyes, only to be met with an extraordinarily radiant, chubby face. The owner of this cherubic visage was a sturdy little boy, whose joy was so overwhelming that his large eyes were squinted into mere slits. "A sister, you're finally awake," exclaimed the little chubby one, whose name was Meng Zihuan, the son of Qiao Xiaoyun, Qiao Qiao's aunt. At 6 years old, he was currently attending preschool. As the only daughter of the previous generation of the Qiao family, Qiao Qiao was cherished, albeit not to the extent of Qiao Changdong, growing up under the affection of everyone. When Grandma Qiao was still a young girl, she had attended a private school and understood the value of education, therefore, she had endeavored to support all her children as much as possible in their studies. However, the first 3 sons, despite being educated, were unfortunate enough to have their university entrance exams cancelled, resulting in none of them attending university. Remarkably, when Qiao Qiao was in her final year of high school, the nationwide college entrance exams were reinstated. With outstanding results, she successfully enrolled in a medical university in the province, becoming a prospective college student and the first in the Qiao family village to achieve such a feat in recent years. That same year, she met Meng Zhengcheng, who was a comrade of Qiao Changdong's during their military service and happened to return home during his leave to celebrate her academic success. Their acquaintance blossomed into love, and they were married within a summer. Though Meng Zhengcheng was 8 years her senior at 26, he was a strikingly handsome man, and his family background was among the best in their town. Both of his parents were government officials with stable jobs. Meng Zhengcheng had served alongside Qiao Changdong in the military, but while one remained in service and transferred to the capital, the other returned to his original hometown. Meng Zhengcheng settled back in Hongfeng town and took a position in a nearby governmental unit. At 34, he had already attained the rank of county-level officer, having married later in life and being the sole heir of 3 generations. Meng Zihuan was naturally cherished by the entire Meng family. In an era where most people struggled to make ends meet, he was raised plump and healthy, a true little chubby one. As Qiao Qiao gazed at her smiling brother, whose grin revealed more teeth than eyes, she couldn't help but reflect on his fate in her past life, causing her emotions to waver. The Qiao family was merely an ordinary household. Aside from Qiao Changdong, who had attained some status through military service, the rest were typical members of the working class. During the 10 years that Qiao Qiao suffered at the hands of the Shen family, Meng Zihuan was the most successful among her brothers aside from her eldest cousin Qiao Jing. In her previous life, after being taken back to Kyoto by the Shen family, she was ostensibly protected but effectively kept under house arrest. After Qiao Changdong's death, she had only seen Grandma Qiao once and had no contact with the rest of the Qiao family. She had long believed that it was because she was responsible for Qiao Changdong's death that the family hated her and refused to see her. However, after receiving all the information yesterday, she realized that was not the case at all. The Qiao family bore her no animosity and did not resent her, rather, they had been tirelessly searching for her. Yet, in the face of the formidable Shen family, a prominent aristocratic clan in Kyoto, all of the Qiao family's efforts seemed trivial and powerless. Ultimately, they were used as pawns in the narrative, serving merely to enhance the Shen family's reputation. As a backdrop in the story, the Qiao family was not afforded much description, and numerous gaps remained unfilled in Qiao Qiao's memory. She had no knowledge of what had become of her aunt and uncle in the end. But she vividly recalled that her little cousin had been entangled in a protracted struggle with the Shen family, only to meet the same tragic fate as the other Qiao family members. At this thought, Qiao Qiao felt a lump in her throat. Just as she was about to speak, her mouth opened, and she heard a sudden bang. It was the sound of her teeth hitting something hard. "Sister, have some candy. Sweet treats will make the pain go away. Here, take all these." The little chubby boy mysteriously pulled out 5 or 6 pieces of candy from his pocket and placed them all beside her pillow. Then unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, which was conveniently open. After placing the candy beside her pillow, he seemed a bit uneasy and stuffed all the candy further beneath the pillow, patting it down before nodding in satisfaction. "Sister, keep it safe. Don't let that naughty San Niu take it." San Niu referred to Chen Xiuer's daughter, who had often been brought to the Qiao family by Chen Yulian under various pretexts to mooch off them, and was 2 years older than Qiao Qiao. She particularly enjoyed seizing Qiao Qiao's treats whenever no one was around, which made the Qiao brothers and Meng Zihuan quite disdainful of her. After Meng Zihuan finished speaking, before Qiao Qiao could respond, he noticed a piece of transparent candy wrapper stuck to his finger. The candy he had given Qiao Qiao was coconut candy, which, after removing the outer layer of wrapper, revealed another edible transparent wrapper inside. Clearly reluctant to discard even that small piece of wrapper, he brought his 2 fingers to his mouth and began to noisily suck on it. Watching him, Qiao Qiao's eyes narrowed into slits like a little chubby dumpling, and the discomfort from her earlier memories vanished in an instant. Moreover, she hadn't brushed her teeth. Could he not give her candy before she had a chance to brush her teeth and get up? Qiao Qiao felt a twinge of despair, yet, unwilling to spit out the candy in her mouth, she could only scrunch her brows and suck until her cheeks were puffed up. Simultaneously, she took out a peeled candy and popped it into the mouth of the little dumpling, who was merely sucking on his fingers. Despite his evident craving, suddenly Meng Zihuan found a piece of candy thrust into his mouth and instinctively tried to refuse. "Sister, I don't." But as soon as his tongue touched the sweet coconut candy, he lost all resistance. His refusal quickly morphed into, "So sweet, so delicious." After a few more enthusiastic smacks, he added, "But sister, I'm a big kid now. I don't like candy. You can keep the rest for yourself." No need to give any to me, however, despite claiming he didn't like it, his thick eyebrows were raised in delight, clearly enjoying it immensely. The coconut candy was sizable, and one piece was enough to make Qiao Qiao's cheeks bulge. She turned over in bed, diligently slurping the candy juice, determined not to drool due to her delayed swallowing. Sensing her struggle, Meng Zihuan took off his shoes and climbed onto her sickbed, pulling back the covers and snuggling up beside her. Continuing to chatter away, the siblings pressed their heads together, smacking their lips as they indulged in the sweet candy and whispered secrets to one another. Sister, let me tell you, I just went to see the little cousin born to auntie. And mom pinched me again. Look, it's all bruised. As he spoke, Meng Zihuan rolled up his left sleeve to show Qiao Qiao the mark left by his mother's pinch following his words. Qiao Qiao raised her eyes with a puzzled expression, not understanding the connection between the two incidents, but soon enough, her little chatterbox brother provided her with the answer. Adults are so strange that Auntie Xiaohua asked me who was prettier. The new cousin or you, and which one I like more. I said I don't like the new cousin because she looks like a gopher, and then mom pinched me. Qiao Qiao didn't like Chen Yulian's daughter either. But she felt that Meng Zihuan's punishment was not entirely undeserved. Who would speak such things in front of others? She was, however, a bit curious. Why did her brother think the new cousin resembled a gopher? Gophers were those rodents in the mountains that specifically fed on grass roots or bamboo shoots. They were round and rather unsightly. Little dumpling, she felt a giggle bubbling inside her, yet the little dumpling believed his grievances were profound enough to last 3 days and nights. They asked me first. The teacher said good kids shouldn't lie, and I answered honestly. Why were they angry? And mom pinched me. Humph, anyway, I like you the most, Qiao Qiao sister. We will always be the best siblings in the world. Right, the little dumpling huffed in indignation. Suddenly, Qiao Qiao was curious about how she appeared in her brother's eyes. So brother, what do you think I resemble? She inquired. Meng Zihuan turned to look at her. Contemplating for a moment, after a few seconds, he replied, sister, you look like a white steamed bun. After a pause, he added, white and chubby. Qiao Qiao smiled. Thus, the bond of the world's best siblings was momentarily shattered. Smiley face. However, soon, the two siblings were too preoccupied with the candy to continue their conversation, each contorting their little chubby faces as they attempted to dislodge the sticky candy lodged in their teeth with their tongues. The coconut candy Meng Zihuan had brought was indeed delicious. It was hard upon entry but softened over time, becoming sticky. Now both siblings were stuck. Qiao Qiao, disliking her dirty hands, refused to use them to dig at her teeth. Meng Zihuan, fearing that using his hands would cause drool to spill and dirty his sister's sickbed, refrained from doing so as well. Thus, the two of them twisted their similar chubby faces, diligently using their tongues to pry at the sugary residue. When Xiao Zhangdong entered with a basin, the sight before him was of the two siblings, their faces contorted in desperation, stuck together by the candy. He was momentarily puzzled, wondering what had happened to the two children. Upon seeing the discarded wrappers beside the sickbed, he quickly understood the situation. Amused, he approached, lifting Meng Zihuan off the bed and playfully patting his bottom. Go wash your hands outside, it's almost 9 o'clock. And you're going to be late for school. Meng Zihuan, upon hearing this, panicked and hurriedly bent to put on his shoes, telling Qiao Qiao, sister, I'll come see you again in the afternoon. Before grabbing his discarded backpack and dashing away, Qiao Qiao was lifted from the bed by Qiao Zhangdong, who held her in his arms. As he settled her onto his lap, he planted a kiss on her rosy cheeks from just waking up. His tone dripping with affection. Eating candy before brushing your teeth, you little glutton. Still grappling with the candy, Qiao Qiao was too preoccupied to respond. Qiao Zhangdong, unfazed, reached to tug at her sleeves, first on the right and then on the left. Just as he grasped the left sleeve, his gaze caught on the bracelet adorning her wrist, his expression shifting to one of surprise. It was a small bracelet of purple gold intricately carved with complex patterns that exuded a vintage charm. Yet appeared exquisite and lavish on the delicate wrist of the young girl. Xiao Zhangdong recognized this bracelet. It was the very one that had been on Qiao Qiao's wrist when he found her. He couldn't discern its material, but based on the items she had with her at the time and the lavish wrapping that enveloped her, he could surmise that this purple gold bracelet was no ordinary object. At that time, she had been too young, and he feared someone might harbor ill intentions and either deceive or forcibly take it from her. So he had removed the bracelet, choosing to keep it safe until she was older and able to protect her belongings. He never anticipated that it would suddenly reappear on her wrist. Qiao Qiao, too, was astonished to find the bracelet she recognized inexplicably adorning her wrist. In her previous life, when she was taken away by the Shen family, Xiao Zhangdong had put it on her. This was the only item she had taken from the Qiao family, and she had cherished it greatly, refusing to take it off despite the Shen family sister's coaxing. Until her death, she had always worn it. Furthermore, she remembered that this bracelet was magical, able to adjust its size according to the thickness of her wrist. In her previous life, at the age of 8 or 9. It fit her perfectly, and now, at just over 3 years old, it fit her just right again. However, in her previous life, she had only received it when she was 8 and about to leave the Qiao family. Why was she wearing it now? Qiao Qiao reached out to touch the bracelet, tracing the intricate patterns, her mind swirling with confusion, confused about this world, her rebirth, and her mere existence as a minor character in a book. Then, she noticed a faint golden aura emanating from the tip of her index finger, entwining with the purple gold bracelet. Master, I am the source tree, and also your true essence. Simultaneously, a childlike voice echoed in her mind. Qiao Qiao blinked and found herself back in the foggy, boundless dreamscape from the previous night. The little sapling swayed in place, its frail branches bobbing towards her. What did it mean? What did it mean to be her true essence? Could it be that she was not only a minor character in a book but also a tree demon that had attained sentience, as if resonating with Qiao Qiao's thoughts? The little sapling shook its tender tips and continued to respond in its innocent voice. No, master, the world you originally inhabited was a virtual realm within a book, but due to your awakened consciousness and some accidental circumstances, it has transformed into a small world. And I am the consciousness you have awakened. I am your original essence. Qiao Qiao regarded the little sapling swaying before her, appearing withered and lacking vitality. Having never encountered such matters in her past life, and given her young age at the time of her death, she struggled to comprehend. It's all right, master, you will gradually understand in the future. The sapling extended its small branches, gently brushing against Qiao Qiao's fingertips. As she watched the delicate motion, she instinctively reached out to grasp it. Does my rebirth have anything to do with you? She asked, voicing her deepest concern. It is the purple gold bracelet on your wrist that has helped you reshape time. It is an object from another realm. Master, it absorbed your heart's blood in your previous life and has already acknowledged you as its master. The source tree seemed eager to explain more, but its voice grew fainter and weaker until it faded entirely. Qiao Qiao soon realized she was back, still nestled in Xiao Zhongdong's embrace. He gazed at her with deep concern. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Why aren't you responding to Daddy? Are you feeling unwell? As Xiao Zhongdong spoke, he prepared to rise and take her to see a doctor. Just moments ago, Qiao Qiao had been sitting in his lap, but suddenly she seemed in a daze, unresponsive to his calls. Although the entire episode lasted only about 10 seconds, it had alarmed Xiao Zhongdong greatly. He believed that he should heed Dr. Luo's advice and immediately take her to the provincial capital for a thorough examination. The hospital in their small county was utterly inadequate. Chapter 17, The Familiar Handsome Boy Dad. I'm fine, I'm just a bit tired, Qiao Qiao hurriedly explained. No sooner had she uttered those words than she heard a flurry of hurried footsteps approaching the doorway. The father and daughter instinctively turned their gazes in unison. A group of individuals rushed into the ward, led by a doctor and 2 nurses, followed closely by a man and a woman who appeared to be in their 40s. The man was tall and slender, with dark skin, yet his arms were lean and strong, muscles subtly bulging, cradling a boy of about 7 or 8 years old. The boy, held in the man's arms, was obscured from view, except for his legs, one of which had a pant leg rolled up, exposing bloodied and bruised flesh. As the man moved briskly, blood continued to drip from the injury. Startled by such a gruesome sight, Qiao Qiao's complexion changed, and a wave of nausea washed over her. In the next moment, her eyes were shielded by Qiao Zhongdong. Frowning, Qiao Zhongdong quickly turned her around, enveloping her in his embrace to shield her from any more bloodshed. Qiao Qiao could only hear the conversation between the doctor and the couple behind her. The couple was likely the boy's parents, and the boy's leg injury had resulted from a fall while he was foraging for wild chestnuts in the mountains, plummeting from a tree some 20 or 30 meters high. By the time Qiao Zhongdong released his hold on Qiao Qiao, the young boy's wound had already received preliminary treatment. The situation was not dissimilar to what Dr. Luo had previously advised Qiao Zhongdong. From my observations, the child appears to have a comminuted fracture. Our facilities here are insufficient for surgery. You must go to the provincial hospital promptly. Do not delay, hurry and find a vehicle. The doctor stated. I said, that's serious, we have to go to the provincial hospital. Upon hearing the doctor's words, the boy's mother was taken aback. The man beside her supported her, his hands rough and calloused from years of labor under the sun, still stained with blood. From Qiao Qiao's vantage point, she could even see several coarse cracks on his palms. The man, momentarily stunned by the doctor's words, gazed blankly. Yes, it is best to go as soon as possible. Do not delay, the doctor affirmed with a serious expression. But the woman, at a loss, looked to the man beside her. The man clenched his fist and turned to the doctor, asking, excuse me, how much will this roughly cost? Considering the surgery and subsequent care, conservatively estimated, it would be around 200. The doctor looked at the couple with a hint of sympathy. In this era, the average monthly salary for a laborer ranged from 30 to 50. Given the underdeveloped nature of their region, the average wage was far below that figure. Most farmers toiling in the fields barely scraped by, and if they managed to earn 100 yuan in pure income over the course of a year, it was due to particularly favorable weather and fortune. For instance, in this small county, the doctor had been practicing for many years, yet his monthly salary, including allowances, barely reached 30 yuan. Clearly, this couple appeared to be ordinary farmers, and 200 would be a significant burden for them. Indeed, upon hearing this astronomical figure, the man faltered in his steps. After a long moment, he finally stammered, we'll need to discuss this first. Yes, please take your time to discuss. I will go ahead and disinfect and bandage him. The doctor nodded understandingly, then exited the ward, leaving the couple to their deliberations. Qiao Qiao nestled in Xiao Changdong's embrace, curiously observing the family of three separated from her by only a hospital bed. The parents appeared to be farmers dressed simply and possessing ordinary features. In contrast, the young boy, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, leaned against the bed with his legs bent. His complexion was notably fair. Quite unlike his parents' darker skin, he had delicate features, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, resembling a handsome scion of a wealthy family. Even with several abrasions marring his cheeks, his beauty remained intact, perhaps even enhanced by a sense of fragility. The boy seemed highly perceptive, catching her scrutinizing gaze, and abruptly lifted his head to glare at her with icy eyes, akin to a young wolf, fierce yet unformed. Qiao Qiao met his gaze without fear. Only feeling a peculiar sense of intimidation. Was he truly so fierce with just a glance? Moreover, she felt a sense of familiarity with his visage, as if she had encountered him before. Xiao Jun. How are you? Does it hurt? The woman approached the boy's bedside, her voice tinged with concern as she reached to stroke his head, only for him to turn away defiantly. The woman's heart visibly ached at this rejection. And after a moment of processing her sorrow, she turned to the man beside her, hesitantly asking, "What should we do, dear? Should we go to the provincial hospital? Go where? Where are we supposed to find the money?" The man's expression hardened as he glared at the boy, who sat pale and withdrawn, avoiding their gaze. A broken leg is nothing. He won't die for my ti. In fact, he won't be able to run away in the future. After coldly stating this, he cast a furtive glance at the woman. "I'll return shortly to fetch some things. You stay here and ensure he doesn't try to wander off." Understood. The woman nodded eagerly. After the man departed with long strides, she lowered her head and moved a stool beside the boy's bed, settling down as if to guard him closely. Qiao Qiao withdrew her gaze and clung to Qiao Changdong, whispering softly in his ear, "Dad, they seem so strange indeed, quite peculiar." Qiao Changdong concurred, sharing her sentiments. Firstly, the stark contrast in complexion between the young boy and his so-called parents was striking. One was dark, the other fair, with no resemblance whatsoever. Unless there had been a genetic anomaly, such beauty could hardly emerge from such ordinary-looking parents. Furthermore, the man claiming to be the father exhibited an unsettling coldness, even in the face of financial constraints. A father should not utter such callous words about a child's injuries. Most importantly, he sensed a deep-seated animosity and ferocity in the boy's eyes. This family of three was undoubtedly complex, having spent years navigating various situations. Qiao Changdong had already formed suspicions about the unfolding drama. He gently ruffled his precious daughter's hair, choosing to remain silent as he tidied her clothing, ensuring that her bracelet was concealed before stepping out to the corridor to fetch her a fresh cup of hot water for washing up. Having been preoccupied with the unfolding scene, he realized the water he had set aside had grown cold. On this chilly early autumn morning, he was unwilling to let his darling daughter wash with lukewarm water. While Qiao Changdong was away, Xiao Qiao sat on her bed, stealing glances at the somber mother and son duo nearby. After half a minute, she finally recalled why the boy seemed so familiar. Chapter 18, The Child of Fortune. Fu Yu. In her previous life, when the Shen family took her back, they had confined her, refusing to send her to school, claiming that she needed a year to acclimate before attending. She had been trapped in a small villa's attic for an entire year, with her daily activities largely limited to watching television. She remembered an episode featuring a 14-year-old genius boy, although she couldn't recall his name. She distinctly remembered his appearance, a strikingly handsome boy who was regrettably a cripple. Indeed, he was a cripple. The genius boy bore a resemblance to the young lad in the adjacent bed. However, Qiao Qiao wasn't entirely certain they were the same person, as the news she had seen was from 6 years later, a span ample enough for a growing child to undergo substantial changes. "Master, it is he." His original name was Fu Yu. He entered university at 14, graduated with a doctorate at 16, and joined the Aerospace Engineering Institute the same year. By the age of 24, he will become a prominent figure in this field. The youthful voice in her mind chimed in once more. Qiao Qiao was taken aback by its sudden emergence. She found this source tree to be quite peculiar, always popping up unexpectedly and then vanishing just as quickly. "Master, your conscious awareness in this world is too weak, which is why I lack sufficient spiritual energy to maintain contact with you." Conscious awareness, yes, although you have awakened in this world, it operates under its own set of rules. If your awareness is insufficient to shake these rules, the world will continue along its original trajectory. You must enhance your awareness by drawing closer to the child of fortune in this world, garnering their attention and affection, be it through familial bonds, friendship, or even love, all of which can bolster your awareness. This awareness can be understood as your sense of existence in this world. The more the world's chosen ones pay attention to you, like you, and recognize you, the stronger your presence becomes. Once it reaches a certain threshold, the laws of the world will have no power over you. A child of fortune. This was yet another novel term for Qiao Qiao. She was bewildered, but the source tree in her mind quickly provided an explanation. The child of fortune is a figure of extraordinary influence on a global scale, capable of altering the fabric of the world. They typically possess exceptional wisdom, extraordinary talents, and remarkable leadership qualities, enabling them to drive progress and transformation in their respective domains at pivotal moments. Is this Fuyu also a child of fortune? Qiao Qiao inquired within her mind. Indeed, my master, you may befriend him and gain his recognition, as well as that of the child of fate. This can aid you in enhancing your presence and awareness in this world. The stronger your awareness, the less this world's laws can constrain your actions. The admiration of ordinary people in this world has a similar effect, yet pales in comparison to that of the child of fate. Qiao Qiao finally understood. No wonder she had struggled to speak to Qiao Changdong about her rebirth. She had been subconsciously silenced, as if the laws of this world were restricting her behavior. Master, your awareness is feeble. Since we are one, I too am relatively weak. Should you become too frail, I may enter a dormant state. The reason I can connect with you now is that you have just captured Fuyu's attention and affection, which has granted me the energy to reach out to you. Ah, now it makes sense, Qiao Qiao suddenly comprehended. No wonder it had often shut down unexpectedly. However, she could grasp the concept of attention. But affection. If she had not misread the situation, that young man had indeed glared at her. Do not underestimate her youth. She could differentiate between fondness and aversion. Qiao Qiao couldn't help but glance at the young boy in the distance, who was now looking down. Avoiding her gaze, she redirected her focus, continuing to seek clarity from the source consciousness tree in her mind. What, then, is this matter of the purple gold bracelet reshaping the timeline? This time, the source consciousness tree hesitated before responding. Master, I am uncertain about this. All I know is that the bracelet is not a product of this small world. When you perished in your previous life, a drop of your heart's blood inadvertently fell upon the bracelet, thereby binding it to you. It aided you in reshaping the timeline based on your final wishes before death. Upon hearing this, Qiao Qiao lowered her head to touch the bracelet that Qiao Changdong had wrapped in his sleeve. It seemed that this bracelet was indeed quite special. May I inquire about its origin from my father? Certainly. As long as it does not involve the trajectory of future events yet to unfold, the world's laws will not be able to detect your unusual behavior, thus allowing you to act freely. Once your awareness reaches a sufficient level, even if the laws of the world do detect it, they will no longer be able to restrain your actions. The source consciousness tree explained meticulously. And Qiao Qiao finally understood. In essence, the Qiao family was merely cannon fodder in the narrative, and she was but a minor pawn. Even possessing knowledge of future events, she could not alter the preordained trajectory of this world until her awareness grew stronger. If she wished to effect change, she must enhance her influence in this realm, attracting the attention in favor of the child of fate. Thus, she could amplify her awareness and reverse her destiny, overturning the fate of her family's status as mere pawns. After deciphering this intricate causality, Qiao Changdong returned, holding a basin of freshly boiled water. He placed it on the nearby table, tilting Qiao Qiao's face upwards to wipe the blood around her forehead bandage. However, as he did so, his expression shifted to one of perplexity. The little one had been restless during the night, and despite his vigilance, she had managed to dislodge some of the bandage from her forehead. The bandage had shifted slightly, revealing edges that had curled up. To his astonishment, he noticed that the faint edge of her wound had already formed a scab. Qiao Changdong set the towel down, cradling Qiao Qiao's small face in his hands, lifting the bandage slightly. Indeed, he observed that the wound had healed completely, leaving only a pale scar. How could this be? Qiao Changdong was taken aback, noticing that he was fixated on her forehead. Qiao Qiao felt a twinge of confusion. Just then, the wound itched, prompting her to scratch it. Her sudden and swift motion caught Qiao Changdong off guard. Consequently, she touched the smooth surface of her forehead. Discovering a bare patch, Qiao Qiao blinked in disbelief. Again, she blinked, her little hand scratched at her head once more, and her expression began to crack. Excuse me, where is her hair? Chapter 19, whose seed is in Shen Yulian's belly. Qiao Qiao felt as though the sky had fallen. She found herself cradled in Qiao Changdong's arms, holding a small round mirror borrowed temporarily from a nurse, gazing into the mirror at her bald forehead. Despair washed over her. With a pop, a deep blue bubble appeared on her forehead. Inside, a tiny figure sat dejectedly, two streams of tears cascading down its face, gradually pooling into a small river before it. Chuckling, Qiao Changdong could not suppress his laughter. Hearing this sound, both Qiao Qiao and the tiny figure in the bubble turned to look. The former was puzzled and questioning her existence, while the latter glowered with tightly clenched fists. Qiao Changdong stifled his urge to burst into laughter and quickly attempted to remedy the situation. Oh, it's nothing to be concerned about. Hair grows back quickly. Besides, my dear, you look like a little fairy. Even without hair, you remain the most beautiful treasure. Qiao Qiao's eyes brimmed with tears. What treasure? A bald little treasure. Wasn't that still just a bald head? How could a fairy be bald? Qiao Qiao withdrew into herself. And with a pop, the little bubble dissipated. She cast aside the mirror and lay back down, turning her back to Qiao Changdong. He sighed, first glancing at the mother and child in the same hospital room. Noting their lack of reaction, seemingly unable to see the anomaly atop his daughter's head, much like the Chen family women, he then turned, embracing his precious daughter, comforting her tenderly. Don't be sad. My dear. If you find it unappealing, I could shave my head too. We could share the experience of being bald together. Qiao Qiao giggled at this. She wrapped her arms around Qiao Changdong's neck. Affectionately nuzzling her head against his shoulder, she whispered something softly, and then her gaze met that of Fu Yu's across the room, remembering what the source consciousness tree had said about befriending the child of fate in this world to enhance her awareness. She winked at him, flashing a sweet, adorable smile. Her charming, delicate face, coupled with that radiant smile, resembled a little angel. Although this little angel was bald, it must be said that her smile possessed a remarkable charm. Fu Yu, receiving that brilliant smile, momentarily froze before hastily averting his gaze. Qiao Qiao paid it no mind. Qiao Changdong continued to hold Qiao Qiao as they exited the hospital room earlier, while she had been sleeping. He had stepped out to buy breakfast, but she had dozed off again, leaving the food cold. Reluctant to let her settle for that, he took her directly outside to eat. After they finished, Qiao Changdong did not rush back to the hospital. Instead, he carried Qiao Qiao to Qiao Xiaoyun's home. In this era, jobs were assigned, and housing was also allocated by the workplace. Qiao Xiaoyun had received a 2-bedroom apartment in the building behind the hospital. Boasting over 100 square meters, when Qiao Changdong arrived at the building, Qiao Xiaoyun was napping inside. Hearing the knock on the door, she came to open it, her hair disheveled. Surveying the room, Qiao Changdong quickly inquired, "Where's Mom? Wasn't it you who specifically requested chicken soup? Your mother is downstairs preparing it for you." Qiao Xiaoyun replied. In this era's apartment buildings, there were no private bathrooms or kitchens. Communal facilities were used for bathing and cooking. Therefore, Qiao's grandmother had to go downstairs to the shared kitchen to prepare the chicken soup. As she spoke, she reached out to gently touch Qiao Qiao's forehead, asking softly, "Does your tummy still hurt today?" Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao nestled against Qiao Changdong's shoulder, obediently shaking her head. "Auntie, I'm no longer in pain." Although the pain had subsided, I still plan to take her to the provincial city this afternoon for a full checkup. Qiao Changdong continued. Qiao Xiaoyun nodded. "That's advisable. Should I take time off to accompany you?" "No need," Qiao Changdong replied, pausing for a moment. "Whereas your brother-in-law, he went to work?" Qiao Xiaoyun replied, casting him a curious glance. "Do you need something from him?" Qiao Changdong nodded, watching as Qiao Xiaoyun peeled an apple, slicing off a piece before handing it to Qiao Qiao in his arms. Without holding back, he stated his purpose for coming. "I have 2 matters that require your brother-in-law's assistance." Qiao Xiaoyun frowned. "What is it? Something troublesome?" Qiao Changdong did not answer directly. Instead, he gazed at Qiao Qiao, who was munching on the apple, her little lips glistening with juice, and his expression darkened. He suspected that the couple from the hospital might be involved in child trafficking. Such incidents had come to his attention during his long-haul truck driving days. The more remote the area, the more likely such things were to happen. Undoubtedly, Hongfeng Town was one such impoverished region, lagging behind in development. Before the recent reforms, there had been numerous cases of bride trafficking. Of course, if it turned out that he was mistaken, that would be for the best. What he feared was the possibility that the young boy had indeed been trafficked and might now be facing the loss of a leg. He even suspected that the injury was not due to falling from a tree while foraging for chestnuts, but rather had been inflicted by that family. Qiao Changdong had already felt a desire to intervene. Later, when Qiao Qiao had been snuggling against his neck, whispering that the young man was too pitiful, he felt even more inclined to lend a helping hand. It was a way of accumulating blessings for his daughter. "By the way, sister, take a look at this." Qiao Changdong recalled another matter and carefully unwrapped the bandage from Qiao Qiao's forehead, revealing a wound that had already formed a scab. Qiao Xiaoyun, upon seeing this, was indeed taken aback. She glanced at the little girl who was delightfully nibbling on an apple and then at the scar on her forehead. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. And after a while, she managed to exclaim, This is truly a medical miracle." Qiao Changdong immediately covered Qiao Qiao's ears and glared at her, saying, "No foul language. What if my precious daughter learns it?" Qiao Xiaoyun, uninterested in his admonition, seemed to recall something and reached out to cup Qiao Qiao's small head. Parting her hair, she began to rummage through it, instantly tangling the 2 little pigtails Qiao Changdong had tied for her before leaving. Qiao Qiao, being fussed over like a little wild child, did not shy away but instead obediently allowed Qiao Xiaoyun to play with her hair, her large innocent eyes brimming with innocence. It was Qiao Changdong who couldn't bear to watch. He swatted her hand away. "Have you washed your hands after peeling the apple? Stop messing with her." Qiao Xiaoyun retorted, "Is that really the point? Isn't the focus that your daughter's forehead is bubbling?" Qiao Changdong gently helped the little girl smooth her disheveled hair, casually adding, "It seems my dear knows that Chen Yulian's child is a girl." "What do you mean?" Qiao Xiaoyun questioned, feeling as though the conversation had shifted too abruptly for her to follow. Chapter 20, Chen Yulian's child is not mine. And then there was this. Qiao Changdong rolled up Qiao Qiao's sleeve, revealing a purple gold bracelet inside. "This bracelet isn't it?" Qiao Xiaoyun instinctively wanted to say that this bracelet had been taken off and carefully stored away when Qiao Qiao was brought back. However, thinking of the bracelet's origins, she feared mentioning it might upset the little girl and abruptly stopped herself. "Yes, I'm certain I kept it all along. It wasn't there last night." Qiao Changdong's tone turned slightly anxious. He turned Qiao Qiao, who was startled and had lost her balance, to face him, his worried gaze fixed on her forehead. He noticed that a familiar bubble had appeared again. The bubble was colorful, and a small figure inside it held something, its expression exaggerated, as if it were in shock, with its chin practically on the ground. The large eyes were clear, emblazoned with an exclamation mark. The siblings both stared at the bubble. Qiao Qiao reached out to touch the bubble, but her hand passed right through it, unable to make contact. In fact, her hand even passed through the body of the small figure inside. Xiao Changdong couldn't stand it any longer. He angrily swatted her hand away. Don't touch it. What if she gets hurt? Xiao Qiao turned her gaze towards him, her eyes conveying a singular message: brother. Are you unwell? Xiao Changdong, unfazed by her reaction, was only concerned about his daughter's well-being, even if it was just an image. After watching the bubble disappear, he sighed. Since last night, so many strange occurrences had transpired with Qiao Qiao, and collectively they left him restless. What troubled him even more was that it was evident the little one was aware of the changes happening to her and seemed to want to communicate something. Yet it felt as though something was preventing her from doing so. All these supernatural events combined were driving him to the brink of desperation. This time, he was determined to go to the provincial city for a full examination. He couldn't continue worrying himself sick without answers. In the silence, footsteps approached the door, accompanied by the enticing aroma of chicken soup. Xiao Xiaoyan quickly got up to greet them and indeed found Grandma Qiao returning with the freshly made soup. Not surprised to see Qiao Changdong and Qiao Qiao, Grandma Qiao merely acknowledged them. Xiao Xiaoyan took the soup bowl from her hands, placed a cloth underneath, lifted the lid to smell the aroma, and her eyes immediately lit up. Oh my goodness, this smells heavenly. Qiao Qiao, let me taste the saltiness for you. Saying this, she fetched a bowl and spoon, ladling out a few spoonfuls and tasting it, giving Grandma Qiao a thumbs up afterward. Mom, your cooking is simply the best. Grandma Qiao shot her a fleeting glance, cradling her little granddaughter, assessing her complexion, and gently stroking her cheek. Only then did she speak to Qiao Changdong. Since you're here, let her drink some while it's hot. I'll attend to Yulian later, Mom. There is no need to send anything to her. Chen Yulian's child is not mine. No need for you to serve her, Qiao Changdong interrupted without allowing them a moment to process, dropping a bombshell. Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. What did you say? Grandma Qiao's expression immediately turned icy. Xiao Xiaoyun halted her soup drinking. Turning to Qiao Changdong, Dongzi, this is no joking matter, Xiao Xiaoyun said sternly. You can't just because she looked at Qiao Qiao in Grandma's arms, recalling their conversation from yesterday, swallowing her words and rephrasing. How can you be so sure the child isn't yours? Xiao Changdong maintained his indifferent demeanor, though his tone grew sarcastic. How could I not know if I've done that, since she stepped through the door? I haven't touched her. On our wedding night, I was merely drunk, not dead. In truth, prior to their marriage, Xiao Changdong had investigated Chen Yulian. His friends were well versed in such matters, so he had learned early on that Chen Yulian had a somewhat ambiguous relationship with a young man from the town. However, that young man had returned to the city, severing ties with her. Subsequently, she inexplicably developed an interest in him, and his elderly father, wishing to repay a favor, insisted he marry her. He had never intended to take it seriously. He never saw himself as a good catch worthy of sacrificing his life for some supposed gratitude, yet Chen Yulian played her part well, pretending to adore Qiao Qiao, coaxing her to frequently call her mama. He was particularly fond of this daughter and would have gladly plucked the stars from the sky for her. Moreover, fulfilling a simple wish for a mother seemed only right, considering that he, as an unremarkable second-rate man, an unmarried bachelor with no stable job and a child, was unlikely to be a suitable match in the eyes of others. He figured he might as well not ruin another family's innocent girl. Chen Yulian was just right for him. However, he hadn't anticipated that 2 months into their marriage, Chen Yulian would announce her pregnancy. At that moment, he knew the child wasn't his. After all, he hadn't touched her on their wedding night. The only possibility for the child in her womb was that it had been conceived with another man prior to their marriage. This explained why, over the past several years, she had shown no interest in him but suddenly felt compelled to charm his elderly father, using past favors to coerce him into marrying her. It dawned on him that she must have been trying to find someone to take responsibility after getting herself into trouble. Realizing this, Qiao Changdong didn't mind much since he had no affection for her. It didn't matter what she did as long as it didn't cross his bottom line, and that bottom line was Qiao Qiao. Chen Yulian took advantage of her pregnancy to bully her way around the Qiao household, but he was not oblivious that he had hoped that as long as she treated Qiao Qiao well and compensated for the absence of a mother's love, he could manage to provide for another child. He intended to act as if he knew nothing, but unexpectedly, her true nature was revealed so quickly. At 6 months pregnant, she sought out a so-called fortune teller in town, who claimed she was carrying a son, and began subtly probing him to send their daughter away. Out of concern for her being pregnant, he refrained from confronting her directly, thinking he would wait until after the child was born to address the situation. Little did he expect that, instead of him confronting her, she would first turn against his daughter, attempting to frame Qiao Qiao and cause her to have a premature birth, since she was so shameless. He wouldn't hesitate to stomp on her pride. Chapter 21, the truth behind Qiao Qiao's injury. Then why did you even marry her? Qiao Qiaoyun was speechless. Can a man really endure something like this? Are you a masochist? She looked at her brother as if he were a fool. Xiao Changdong did not hide his previous intentions, explaining, she treated my darling well before and was willing to indulge her. My darling even said she wanted her as her mother. So I thought she could fill the void of having no mother, but now that my darling says she doesn't like her anymore and doesn't need her, she can go back to where she came from. Grandma Qiao had remained silent but was evidently infuriated, angry with her son for treating his marriage so lightly, but even more furious with Chen Yulian for her lack of decency in committing such disgraceful acts before marriage. Sitting in Grandma's lap, Qiao Qiao sensed her rising agitation and quickly extended her small hand to soothe her chest. She had initially contemplated revealing everything she had witnessed in her past life but now hesitated, fearing that Grandma's anger might lead to dire consequences. While she didn't care about Chen Yulian's fate, she was concerned about Grandma's health. The brother and sister, still engaged in conversation, noticed Qiao Qiao's actions and stood up. Qiao Qiaoyun comforted Mom, don't be upset, it's not worth it to ruin your health over this. Indeed, it's me who has been wronged, why should you be so angry? If you didn't know better, one might think that old man over there has also been unfaithful. Xiao Changdong, feigning nonchalance, made a ludicrous remark, yet, despite his words, he reached over to gently stroke Grandma Qiao's back. At this moment, Qiao Qiao found herself in a quandary, utterly oblivious to the fact that the sudden appearance of a small purple bubble above her head had already made the decision for her. It replayed the scenes from her previous life, beginning with the image of Chen Yulian embracing a man, sharing intimate kisses. Naturally, the bubble did not present the real Chen Yulian, instead, it showcased a puppet dressed in Chen Yulian's attire, its body inscribed with her name, alongside another puppet, unmistakably male. As they rolled about on a makeshift bed, exchanging kisses intermittently, the three members of the Qiao family stood transfixed at this spectacle, their movements to soothe Grandma Qiao momentarily halted. Qiao Changdong's expression darkened considerably. As realization dawned upon him, he swiftly scooped Qiao Qiao from Grandma's embrace and inquired, my dear, did you witness your Aunt Shen not embracing someone? Qiao Qiao blinked in confusion, taken aback by how Qiao Changdong had come to know this. She hesitated for merely a second before eagerly nodding her head, only to discover that her head could not move, nor could she open her mouth. She understood that it was the world rules mentioned by the source tree that were now restricting her actions. In the original timeline, there had been no mention of this incident to the Qiao family, thus the reborn world laws forbade her from altering the established trajectory. Frustration and urgency surged within her. And yet another small bubble appeared above her head, where the puppet fervently nodded, as if its head might detach from its body in its fervor. Moreover, she witnessed them engaging in further intimate acts. Although Qiao Qiao could not comprehend why Chen Yulian would behave in such a manner with someone else, she recognized it as wrongdoing. This was not right. Wasn't this the very reason she was hurt yesterday? Qiao Changdong's gaze turned fierce. He finally grasped that Chen Yulian had been cleverly masking her true nature, only to suddenly reveal her malice. It seemed his daughter had inadvertently stumbled upon her disgraceful secret. What was her original plan? To inflict such harm upon his daughter? Did she intend to eliminate her? Qiao Changdong was on the brink of madness, even contemplating the unthinkable act of harming Chen Yulian. Qiao Qiao, unable to move, could only watch in horror as he fumed. However, the puppet within the bubble was nodding with such intensity that it seemed ready to burst. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the furious Qiao Changdong. Convinced that her father was the most astute man in the world for having deduced this, yet Qiao Changdong was consumed by rage. Chen Yulian's indiscretions had led to his precious daughter witnessing such filth. And to make matters worse, she had inflicted pain upon his daughter. How utterly reckless! In a fit of fury, Qiao Changdong kicked over a nearby trash bin, sending apple peels scattering across the floor. Even this act failed to satiate his anger. Unwilling to harm those around him, he could only lash out at himself. Raising his hand, he struck himself forcefully across the face, leaving a vivid red handprint. Daddy, Xiao Qiao gasped in alarm, leaping into his embrace. Her small bottom jutted out as she reached to cover his hand that had just struck himself, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, my dear. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I've caused you so much suffering. Qiao Changdong held her tightly, his eyes reddened with emotion. He cursed himself for being blind, for believing that such a licentious and malicious woman could fulfill the role of a stepmother to his daughter. He loathed himself for having allowed such a woman into their home, subjecting his daughter to unwarranted torment. Xiao Qiaoyun, witnessing this self-inflicted slap, felt a pang of sympathy but was predominantly struck by incredulity. Are you foolish? Why take it out on yourself? You should be confronting that wretched Chen Yulian. Grandma Qiao remained silent, her expression darkened as she recalled the scene from the previous night, where she had inadvertently overheard the sisters' whispered conversation. Initially, she believed Chen Yulian was merely seeking to secure her own child's position, given Xiao Changdong's evident favoritism towards his daughter, a fact known to all. Moreover, since Chen Yulian had entered their lives, Qiao Changdong had indeed treated her with a notable coldness, which at times even stirred her maternal instincts to intervene. Although angered by Chen Yulian's foolishness, she hesitated to lay excessive blame, yet she never anticipated the depths of the situation. Perhaps fueled by her indignation, Grandma Qiao found herself surprisingly calm, her thoughts drifting to the realization that it was no wonder she had felt Chen Yulian's child bore little resemblance to the Qiao family. Indeed, it was distinctly unattractive. Chapter 22. Qiao Changdong's relentless retribution. Banishing Chen Yulian. What do you intend to do now? Grandma Qiao inquired, her voice steady. After regaining her composure, Qiao Changdong lowered his gaze to the small girl, her little hands reaching up to touch his face. He first offered her a gentle smile before lifting his head with a sardonic grin, directing his gaze towards Grandma Qiao and Qiao Xiaoyun, who observed him intently. Naturally, she must leave, however. Before she departs, she must pay for her transgressions. This was the primary reason for his visit to Qiao Xiaoyun. Qiao Changdong was known for his unforgiving nature. He intended to repay her actions in kind. Mom, I'm not entirely at ease. I plan to take my dear to the provincial hospital for a thorough examination this afternoon. As for Chen Yulian, do not concern yourself, I will see you home first. You spent the entire night at the hospital, and you need to rest properly. Seeing that he had his own plans, Grandma Qiao refrained from further commentary. Before Qiao Changdong's marriage, she would often intervene more. Afterward, once he matured and demonstrated responsibility, she generally refrained from meddling in the affairs of her children and their spouses unless absolutely necessary. Should I accompany you to the provincial city? Dear, no need, Mom, I can manage on my own. Besides, there is something else I wish to address, and having more people around would complicate matters. Grandma Qiao nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, in the hospital, within Chen Yulian's ward, Chen Xiua had just finished changing the diaper of the infant in the wooden cradle beside her. Turning, she noticed Chen Yulian reclining against the headboard, sipping the brown sugar water that Grandma Qiao had prepared for her before departing. The concoction contained not only 2 eggs but also a generous amount of pitted red dates. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes. During her time at her in-laws, she had borne 3 daughters and never received such treatment. Each time she gave birth, she was promptly sent to work in the fields. Not only had she never been offered brown sugar eggs, but she hadn't even been given a mere bowl of boiled water. The notion of confinement was entirely foreign to her, yet now, having given birth to a daughter, why was Chen Yulian afforded the luxury of hospitalization and care, with no obligations to fulfill, enjoying red sugar eggs to nourish her body? Feeling a twinge of bitterness, Chen Xiua steadied herself, suppressing her emotions as she smiled when Chen Yulian looked her way. Approaching the bed, she casually inquired, Yulian, I heard your uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. Is that true? Chen Yulian hesitated before nodding. She had never met this uncle, he had not attended her wedding to Qiao Changdong, and she had only heard about him from the Qiao family. Little did she know that her husband had deliberately failed to inform his brother about the wedding. The Qiao siblings had a significant age difference. Qiao Changdong was only 22, while Qiao Changqing was already 36. Thus, Qiao Changdong had essentially been raised by his older siblings, who treated him as their own son. Had Qiao Changdong informed Qiao Changqing ahead of time, he would have certainly returned, and I heard that he has not had a son or daughter in all these years since his marriage. Is that true? Upon Chen Yulian's nod, Chen Xiua's eyes brightened. It seems he sustained an injury during military exercises, which has made having children difficult, Chen Yulian confirmed. Because of this, her mother-in-law had searched for various remedies, yet none appeared to be effective. Chen Yulian turned to Chen Xiua, her expression suspicious. Sister, why do you suddenly bring this up? Chen Xiua leaned in closer, adopting a sisterly demeanor. Yulian, you see, we originally thought this child was a boy, which would have solidified your position in the Qiao family, and now that it has turned out to be a girl, no matter how sweetly the Qiao family speaks, we all know their preference for sons over daughters. I am only considering your best interests. How about this? You could adopt your niece, Sanyo, to your uncle. Seeing Chen Yulian poised to speak, she quickly reassured her, Yulian, please listen to me, I'm only suggesting this for your sake. Think about it, you've just given birth to a girl, and the Qiao family must be disappointed. They may say they don't mind out of concern for your feelings, but you know that that's not true. It might be a long time before you conceive again, and I fear you may find it difficult to contend with that little wretch Qiao Qiao, who has already captured your husband's favor. If you adopt your niece, then your uncle will have a son and a daughter, and he will surely look upon you with favor. Moreover, Sanyo has spent considerable time with you, she has grown close to you as her aunt. Bringing her into the Qiao family would provide you with some support. Should any conflict arise with Qiao Qiao in the future, she would surely side with you, and if she stands by you, wouldn't your uncle's family also support you? This is a win-win situation. Sanyo is now 5 years old and has begun to form memories. If your uncle's family remains childless, she would undoubtedly be the sole heir. Just consider the legacy of your uncle's household and what the future may hold. Chen Xiui left the latter part of her thoughts unspoken, merely raising an eyebrow at Chen Yulian, confident that she would comprehend. This plan had been brewing in Chen Xiui's mind for quite some time. It is also the reason she frequently sent Sanyo to the Qiao family. Ostensibly to keep Shen Yulian company and provide some amusement. In truth, she aimed for San Nyo to become familiar to Grandma Qiao and the Qiao family in advance. Initially she had intended for Chen Yulian to bear a son, thereby establishing a position within the Qiao family, and then assist in orchestrating her plans. However, now that Chen Yulian had given birth to a daughter, it took her a sleepless night to devise this line of reasoning. Chen Yulian was not foolish, she was quite aware of Chen Xiu's schemes. Her uncle, Qiao Changqing, was a government official in the capital, and his family was certainly well off, yet he had no sons or daughters. Inevitably, that fortune would fall into the hands of others. Previously, she had entertained thoughts of bearing several sons herself, perhaps even adopting one out, but now, without a son of her own, the prospect of adopting one out to someone else seemed impractical. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that despite Chen Xiu's abundant rhetoric about her well-being, her reasoning held merit. With no sons of her own, it was evident that she could not pass her newly born daughter to another family, as that would be too transparent. However, if she were to have several sons in the future, who could say when that might occur? She feared that unforeseen events could arise in the interim, allowing others to seize the opportunity, leaving her with nothing. It might be wiser to send one child over now to secure a position. Sanyo was merely a girl, even if she were adopted. She would eventually marry and could not carry the Qiao family's wealth with her. Conversely, if she were to bear several sons, even if they could not be adopted, they would still possess a closer blood relation to the Qiao family than Sanyo, establishing a clear hierarchy among them. In time, the Qiao family's wealth would likely belong to her sons. Chen Yulian remained silent, while Chen Xiui did not rush her, instead continuing to care for the child with a smile. She knew her sister would ultimately acquiesce, all she had to do was wait patiently. Chapter 23. Xiao Changdong reports the incident. Xiao Changdong, having waited for Meng Zhengcheng at Qiao Qiao's, finally decided to take Grandma Qiao and Xiao Qiao to his workplace, the county police station. He arrived with a bright red handprint on his face, startling Meng Zhengcheng, who initially thought he had been beaten. Upon learning he had inflicted it upon himself, he, like Xiao Xiaoyun, scolded him thoroughly. Meng Zhengcheng, being a generation older than Xiao Changdong, treated his younger brother-in-law and the other Qiao brothers like a son. Despite the difficulty of the second matter he requested, Meng Zhengcheng agreed to help. Half an hour later, Xiao Changdong emerged from the police station, brimming with satisfaction, called for a tricycle, and returned to Qiao family village. The village was over an hour's journey from the county seat via unpaved roads, making it impossible for his large truck to enter. When not in use, the truck was typically parked at his second brother's martial arts school in town. Upon arriving at Qiao family village with an elder and a child, it was mealtime. Although it was autumn and the weather was still mild, Xiao Changdong worried that the wind might chill Qiao Qiao's forehead. Even though her injury was nearly healed, he wrapped her in his oversized coat, much like a kangaroo cradling its young, leaving only her little head exposed to breathe. When Xiao Qiao had previously gone to the hospital, she was unconscious. Now nestled in Xiao Changdong's embrace, she finally had the chance to admire the countryside she had longed for in her past life. Qiao family village was small, comprising only 30 or so households. In this era of widespread poverty, the tricycle traversed a bumpy road, passing predominantly mud brick houses, interspersed with a few red brick homes. There were no buildings at all in the countryside. The Qiao family had once lived in mud brick houses. But 2 years ago, Xiao Changdong, having started driving long-haul trucks and earning a good income, replaced the old structures with red brick ones. He also built a courtyard around it. While it could not compare to the grandeur of townhouses, it was still considered respectable in the countryside. Grandma Qiao had 4 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest, Qiao Changqing, now served in the capital, having enlisted in the army upon reaching adulthood and never retiring. He chose his wife, whom he met during his service, and brought her along to the capital. The second son, Qiao Changkai, had little formal education but possessed great strength. Years ago, he apprenticed at the martial arts school and married the owner's daughter, Mo Wenpei, moving to town afterward. Only the third son, Qiao Changhong, remained in Qiao family village, still living with Grandma Qiao, as they had not yet split their household. Although they lived together, they ate separately. Currently, Grandma Qiao stayed with Xiao Changdong and lived nearby, while the other 3 brothers and Xiao Xiaoyun provided some grain and oil. As the tricycle entered the Qiao family courtyard, Xiao Changhong was sitting in the hall smoking. Hearing the noise, he immediately looked over. Also emerging was Fang Zhengnan, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen. Fang Zhengnan was of modest height and somewhat plump, with a sun-kissed complexion, although she wore simple, coarse clothing. She was quite tidy. At that moment, standing at the kitchen door in her apron, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the two on the tricycle. After a moment, she removed her apron and casually draped it over a nearby pile of firewood. Walking over to inquire, "Mom, Dongzi, why are you back so soon? I just told the third brother that after lunch, I would come to check on you," noticing only the 2 of them in the tricycle. She quickly asked, "How is Qiao Qiao? Is she seriously injured? Is she in the hospital?" Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Qiao Changdong's bulging coat suddenly shift, and a fluffy little head popped out from inside. The little head was adorned with a few tufts of hair peeked out from under the bandage, swaying adorably as she emerged. "Third aunt, I'm here." Xiao Qiao waved her little hand in greeting. Her small face, sheltered by Qiao Qiaodong's coat, was rosy, and her eyes squinted into crescent shapes from joy, making her irresistibly charming. Feng Zhangnan looked at her precious little niece, feeling as if her heart might melt. She quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and scooped up the delighted little girl into her arms, gazing tenderly at the bandage atop her head. My poor little darling, you've suffered so much. Does it hurt? Let third aunt blow on it. It'll feel better if, Feng Zhangnan said, pouting her lips and genuinely blowing on the little girl's forehead, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Afterward, she reproached Qiao Qiaodong in a tone of mild disapproval. Dongzi, why did you come back today? You should have stayed at the hospital a bit longer to observe what if there are any aftereffects. As she spoke, her words trailed off as she noticed the large handprint on his cheek. Her expression shifting to one of shock. Dongzi, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? Qiao Qiaodong furrowed his brow tightly, fearing that his brother had been bullied. No, I accidentally slapped myself, Qiao Qiaodong replied nonchalantly. Rubbing his still stinging cheek, he helped Grandma Qiao down from the vehicle, settled the tricycle fare, and walked towards his house, saying, Brother, sister-in-law, you two go ahead and prepare lunch. I'll tidy up some things first. Are you going out again? Feng Zhangnan asked in surprise, following him a few steps while holding Qiao Qiao. Looking at the little girl in her arms, she added, Dongzi, why don't you let Qiao Qiao stay with me for a while? Feng Zhangnan genuinely adored Qiao Qiao, showering her with affection that came from the heart. She and Mo Wenpei had both given birth to 2 sons, but perhaps due to the Qiao family's peculiar trend of having more boys than girls, Grandma Qiao had given birth to 4 sons and only 1 daughter. In their generation, it had become even more pronounced, with not a single girl born, not to mention that she and Mo Wenpei both had sons. Even her sister-in-law, Qiao Xiaoyun, had only given birth to a boy. With 5 boys and 1 precious little girl, it was only natural that the family cherished her as a rare gem. Only Chen Yulian, lacking discernment, truly believed that the Qiao family valued sons above all else. During this period, everyone had been accommodating towards her, not wanting to quarrel with a pregnant woman. It had nothing to do with the gender of the child she carried. She had once contemplated having another child herself, but the strict family planning policies of recent years had deprived her of that opportunity. Otherwise, she would have fought for a daughter. However, her thoughts had shifted. With no daughter of her own, it seemed that fate had delivered one to Qiao Qiaodong. Not only was she beautiful and adorable, but her personality resembled that of a little angel. All the maternal affection she had, which had nowhere to be directed, was now showered entirely upon her. Moreover, since Qiao Qiao had grown up without a mother and lived with the 5th child, sharing a household, she had spent the most time caring for her when Grandma Qiao was busy and Qiao Qiaodong didn't know how to tend to a child. In truth, the love she bestowed upon Qiao Qiao surpassed that which she had for her own 2 sons. Chapter 24. The family of 3 in the hospital room. After the events of the previous night, she had discussed with Qiao Qianghong, contemplating that if Chen Yulian truly could not accept Qiao Qiao, they would have to raise her themselves. How could anyone disregard such a beautiful, clever, and considerate little girl? If Chen Yulian did not want her, then she certainly would. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she was met with a sharp rebuke from Qiao Qianghong, who warned her that if she dared to utter such things, it would not take anyone else but Qiao Qiaodong to put an end to her. It was only then that she awkwardly abandoned the thought. This trip to the provincial city was solely for her comprehensive medical examination. As explained by Grandma Qiao. I see, Feng Zhangnan replied, somewhat disappointed, before shifting the conversation to Chen Yulian. As for Chen Yulian's situation, it was still not appropriate to disclose, and Grandma Qiao did not elaborate further, merely stating that Chen Yulian had given birth to a daughter, leaving it at that. A daughter, you say? Feng Zhangnan exclaimed, taken aback. Given Chen Yulian's earlier exuberance, she had assumed it would be a boy. Never expecting it to be a girl, she wished to inquire further, but Grandma Qiao had already picked up Qiao Qiao from her arms, saying, you should go prepare a meal. Dongzi and Guibao need to eat before heading to the provincial city. It would be unsafe to travel at night. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhangnan nodded, refraining from pursuing the gossip any further, and hurried to the kitchen. Initially, she had intended to whip up a hasty meal without any special preparations. However, upon seeing Qiao Qiao return, she quickly went to the backyard to gather 2 eggs and prepared a bowl of egg soup just for her. Additionally, she sliced some cured meat and fish hanging from the rafters and stir-fried a couple of meat dishes. Managing to create a full spread of 4 dishes and a soup among the Qiao family, the third household was the most impoverished. Qiao Qianghong lacked any particular skills, unlike Qiao Changqing, who had served in the military and could secure a position there, or Qiao Liar, who had the strength to teach martial arts, or even Qiao Qiaodong, who could earn a substantial income driving long-haul trucks. He was merely an ordinary farmer, toiling with the land year-round and supporting 2 sons. Consequently, aside from daily expenses, the third household had little to spare. Although Qiao Qiao required medical attention in the provincial city, it was customary for her uncles and aunts to give a red envelope as a token of goodwill. However, with the autumn harvest not yet completed and no money from grain sales, Feng Zhangnan truly could not part with any significant amount. Thus, before Qiao Qiao departed, she packed 10 boiled eggs for her. Considering it a small gesture of her affection as an aunt, these may not be worth much, so please don't disdain them. Eat them on the road, she said, handing the eggs wrapped in a cloth bag to Qiao Qiaodong. Her eyes filled with concern for Qiao Qiao nestled in his arms. Without uttering a word, Qiao Qiao leaned in, wrapping her arms around her beloved third aunt's neck, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Qiao Changdong rode the family's bicycle, taking Qiao Qiao back to the hospital. By the time they arrived, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. The on-duty doctor came to check on the patients, a woman in her 30s or 40s. Qiao Changdong was aware that Qiao Qiao's injury had healed in a rather unusual manner. He had already bound her up and did not allow anyone to examine her further, only permitting the doctor to inspect her abdomen. Qiao Qiao's belly still bore bruises, but the pain had subsided. Not dwelling on it much, when the doctor asked if she was in pain, she shook her little head, indicating it was no longer painful. The doctor, familiar with the Qiao family, had previously met Qiao Qiao at Qiao Xiaoyun's home and had a fondness for the exceedingly beautiful little girl. Upon seeing this, she smiled and put away her stethoscope. Affectionately patting Qiao Qiao's head, she then addressed Qiao Changdong. Although Qiao Qiao seems fine now, as Dr. Luo mentioned, the human body is complex. Some symptoms may not be visible to the naked eye and may not present immediate reactions. But one cannot be too cautious. Therefore, we still recommend that you go to the provincial city hospital, where the medical facilities are superior. It would be prudent to have her undergo a thorough examination. As the doctor spoke, another mother and son duo in the ward, who had remained silent until then, glanced over simultaneously. Once the doctor left, the woman sitting beside the young boy appeared to have wrestled with her thoughts and timidly approached Qiao Changdong. Hesitantly asking, "Young man, what is wrong with your daughter? Are you also heading to the provincial hospital?" Qiao Changdong remained composed, first glancing at the young boy, who was also looking at him, before smiling. He then turned to the woman in front of him and replied, "Yes, I plan to take my daughter there later. She has sustained some abdominal injuries, and the medical conditions here are inadequate for proper examination." "Oh, I see," the woman said, unconsciously rubbing her hands together, looking at the little girl he was holding. She couldn't help but genuinely compliment, "Your child is truly beautiful. I have never seen such a lovely girl. You are indeed fortunate." Qiao Changdong smiled again and gently kissed his precious daughter. Then, as if engaging in casual conversation, he remarked, "Your son is also quite handsome, though I must say he doesn't quite resemble you or your older brother. He truly surpasses his predecessors." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression stiffened, and her gaze darted away. She swallowed hard, chuckling awkwardly. "Ah, is that so?" Before retreating to her seat, pretending to be busy straightening the covers, Qiao Changdong caught the fleeting hint of unease in her eyes and, while maintaining a neutral expression, shifted the topic. "I heard the doctor mention earlier that your son's leg injury cannot be delayed either. The conditions here are insufficient for treatment, and he too needs to go to the provincial hospital." "Right, I drive a truck and have my own vehicle. I plan to take my daughter to the large hospital in the provincial city this afternoon for a checkup. Would you like to accompany us? It would be nice to have company and someone to look out for each other. I won't charge you for the ride," seemingly concerned that his words might be misinterpreted, leading to suspicions of ill intent. He added, "Rest assured, I am not a bad person. My elder sister works at this hospital. You also saw that Dr. Chen knows us. It would be a pity for such a beautiful child to be left with any permanent disability." "Thank you. I don't need to discuss it with my husband," the woman replied, clearly swayed but constrained by her lack of authority at home, waiting for her partner to provide guidance. Qiao Changdong understood the importance of knowing when to stop persuading. The young boy's family likely lived some distance away, and it took the man the entire morning to return, drenched in sweat by the time he arrived back around 2 in the afternoon. By this time, Qiao Qiao had finished her lunch and was preparing for a nap. When the hospital nurse came to change the young boy for, she noticed that the mother and son had not left the ward and curiously inquired why they hadn't gone out to buy something to eat. Sensing they might be financially constrained, she kindly informed them that they could purchase some coarse grain buns from the hospital cafeteria, which were inexpensive at only 2 cents each, and the hospital would even provide a free bowl of soup. Yet the woman remained unmoved, not speaking, merely offering an awkward smile to the nurse without budging from the ward. Chapter 25, persuading the family of 3 in the ward to seek medical care in the provincial city once the nurse departed. Qiao Qiao nestled into Qiao Changdong's embrace, suddenly sitting upright and pointing to the table beside them with her little finger, pouting, "Stinky, daddy, throw it away." Qiao Qiao was referring to the breakfast Qiao Changdong had brought that morning, which consisted of a bowl of rice porridge, a serving of soup dumplings, and 2 boiled eggs. Since she had not woken up to eat, they had remained untouched and cold throughout the morning. Hearing her words, Qiao Changdong was momentarily taken aback, then a slow smile spread across his face. "All right, daddy will throw it away. Look at you, so delicate, unable to tolerate even this little smell." As he spoke, he prepared to rise from the hospital bed to dispose of the breakfast. The contents on the table were all too clear to the mother and son beside them, especially for the woman. Their home was far from town, and they had spent over 2 hours trudging through the mountains to arrive. With no chance to eat breakfast at the hospital, they hadn't stepped outside, remaining glued to the bed, and were now famished. With those items sitting in the ward, particularly the fragrant soup dumplings, their enticing aroma had long since made her mouth water. Now, seeing someone about to throw away such delectable food, she couldn't help but reflect on how different the city's pampered young lady was. She mustered up her courage and stood up. Approaching Qiao Changdong with a feigned innocence, "Young man, you're not going to eat such good food? Are you going to throw it away?" Qiao Changdong regarded her, nodding earnestly, "Yes, my daughter has a sensitive stomach and cannot eat these cold dishes." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something and looked at the woman. "By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought this in the morning. Although it has cooled down, it should still be fine." "If you don't mind." "Not at all, we don't mind." The woman quickly waved her hands, her face beaming with excitement. She meant it sincerely. How could they possibly disdain it? Their family was poor, without any proper trade skills. What they grew in the fields, after taxes, barely sufficed for basic sustenance, especially after recently spending a hefty sum. Their savings were nearly depleted. Such steamed buns filled with meat, along with rice porridge, were unlikely to grace their table even during the new year. If she had any doubts before about Qiao Changdong's goodwill, they were now entirely dispelled. After all, who would throw away something as substantial as white buns and eggs simply because they had gone cold? For the mother and son, a bowl of rice porridge, 2 eggs, and 10 soup dumplings might seem insufficient, but it was certainly better than having nothing. After gratefully accepting the food from Qiao Changdong, the woman turned and returned to the bedside of the young boy. "Xiao Jun, would you like to eat an egg or a dumpling? And there is rice porridge too." She asked, somewhat apprehensively addressing the boy in the hospital bed. She had initially assumed that the young boy would refuse her food as he had done in the past, but to her surprise, this time he did not. Instead, he gazed at the buns and eggs in her hands. The woman promptly extended them toward him, watching the boy eat in small bites. Her eyes glistened with emotion. Qiao Qiao, nestled in Qiao Changdong's embrace, observed the scene and found the dynamic between the mother and son rather peculiar, evoking an indescribable sense of strangeness, as if they were mere acquaintances, entirely unfamiliar with one another. Fu Yu's first instinct was indeed to decline, yet when his gaze met the bright eyes nearby, he involuntarily nodded in agreement. After the woman's partner returned to the hospital, he first settled the fees, and the couple then stepped outside to discuss matters. Upon their return, they agreed to Qiao Changdong's earlier suggestion to accompany them to the provincial hospital. The provincial hospital was over 100 kilometers from Hongfeng town, and given the road conditions and travel times of that era, the journey would take approximately 6 to 7 hours along mountainous paths. Qiao Changdong had already prepared the luggage for their trip to the provincial city. Now that the couple had consented, they could set off immediately. Xiao Xiaoyun had already gone to work, and as she watched the couple and several medical staff assist the child onto the truck, she pulled Qiao Changdong aside. "Take this money for now. If it's insufficient, just call your brother-in-law's workplace, and we'll send more." Xiao Xiaoyun retrieved a thick stack of bills from her pocket, estimating it to be several hundred. While she pressed the money into Qiao Changdong's hands, she reminded him, "When you're out, be cautious, keep the money safe and don't flaunt it in front of strangers." As she spoke, her concern lingered. "Perhaps I should take a leave of absence and accompany you." "Sister, you're practically emptying your pockets. Does brother-in-law know about this?" Qiao Changdong teased, eyeing the cash she handed over. "Oh, please," Xiao Xiaoyun retorted with a playful glare, lightly scolding him. Qiao Changdong laughed heartily, cradling Qiao Qiao with one arm while returning the money to her pocket, his tone filled with exasperation. "Sister, I have enough. My earnings from this trip can cover your expenses for half a year. No need for that. Keep it, or save it for later, perhaps for my daughter's dowry when she grows up." Xiao Xiaoyun felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, slightly taken aback, yet she understood that Qiao Changdong spoke the truth. In this era, drivers earned a handsome salary, especially those covering long distances. Indeed, one journey could equate to half a year's wages of an ordinary worker. She was also aware that he was intentionally saying this. As she reflected on how her brother had matured, no longer seeking her financial support as he once did, a tinge of bittersweet nostalgia washed over her. At the same time, she felt a sense of pride that he had finally grown up, becoming more responsible and considerate of her. She withdrew her hand, conceding, all right, let us save it for Qiao Qiao's future dowry." With that, she embraced the little girl in her arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Qiao Qiao wrapped her tiny arms around her neck, returning the affectionate gesture. In truth, she felt she was fine. Although her abdomen still bore some bruising, the pain was nowhere near as severe as the previous day. There was no need to visit the provincial hospital, but she knew her father would not rest easy unless they made the trip. So she said nothing. In Qiao Changdong's truck, aside from the driver's seat, there were 3 additional seats, and behind them lay a 2-meter-long space, roughly half a meter wide. It was covered with blankets, serving as a makeshift resting place for Qiao Changdong during long hauls when he couldn't find a lodging. Now, it was perfect for the injured boy to sit before departure. The hospital doctor had already stabilized the boy's injured leg and administered a painkiller. However, the boy still appeared pale, drenched in sweat. Qiao Qiao sat on the opposite side, frowning as she observed him, genuinely admiring his resilience. She had fainted from a kick delivered by Qin Yulian the previous day, while he, with a broken leg, had not uttered a single sound since entering the hospital. Had she not recalled from her previous life that he had spoken in a televised report, she might have wondered if he were mute. Chapter 26. The formidable presence devoured eggs with unmatched ferocity. It seemed the boy sensed her gaze and turned to look at her, although his expression was not as menacing as the day before. Resembling a famished wolf lurking in the shadows, ready to pounce, it was by no means friendly. Qiao Qiao pursed her lips. Despite her tragic demise in her past life, she had never truly suffered any physical harm until she was thrust onto the operating table. The Shen family required her intact organs and had indulged her with ample food and drink, pretending to care for her. The Qiao family, excluding Chen Yulian, had treated her with utmost caution, doting on her as well. This was her first encounter with such an unfriendly demeanor. Furrowing her brow in distress, she pondered her next move when she suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds from beside her. She looked up in surprise to find that the noise emanated from the boy's stomach. Qiao Qiao's eyes brightened as she scrambled up, turning her back to him to rummage through the large bag beside her. Moments later, she emerged with a cloth bundle still warm to the touch. She opened the bundle to reveal the eggs inside, cheerfully inviting, "Brother, let us eat together." Fang Zhangnan had boiled 10 eggs for her. She had just given 4 to Qiao Xiaoyun, keeping 2 for herself and Meng Zihuan. However, Qiao Xiaoyun had declined her share, only taking 2 for Meng Zihuan. Now 8 eggs remained. Having never experienced hunger, Qiao Qiao had been well fed by her grandmother during infancy. Despite lacking a mother, in this era, acquiring milk was challenging, so daily she would trade an egg for 2 bowls of goat's milk from families with mother goats in the village. Once she turned 1 and grew teeth. She obtained a certificate from Qiao Xiaoyun and received 2 cans of milk powder from the hospital each month. As she grew older and Qiao Changdong secured a stable job, while she Wun Tise she lived in luxury. She certainly did not lack for food. Eggs, while considered precious by others, were easily obtainable for her. Seeing Fuyu looking hungry, she willingly shared her food without hesitation. The woman who had just boarded the truck witnessed this exchange and immediately waved her hands in embarrassment. Saying, "No, Qiao Qiao, keep it for yourself. We've brought our own food." The woman opened her bag, producing a yellow-brown multi-grain bun, offering it to the boy gently. "Xiao Jun, my mom also brought something for you. Eat this." She believed that having previously accepted her food in the hospital room, the boy would no longer refuse her. Yet the boy didn't even glance at her, instead reaching for the egg that Qiao Qiao had offered. The little girl's hands, small and delicate, appeared even more tender against the backdrop of the 2 brown eggs. Fuyu accepted the egg from her, his lips moving as if he were about to speak, yet after several moments of silent motion, no words emerged. Qiao Qiao paid no mind, she merely tilted her head. Observing the 2, she felt that they bore no resemblance to a mother and son, especially considering how the woman had awkwardly referred to herself as mom, as if the word were foreign to her tongue. The woman, oblivious to the scrutiny of a 3-year-old, watched as the boy accepted Qiao Qiao's egg, then sheepishly withdrew her own offering, retreating to her seat. Unbothered by hunger, Qiao Qiao also took an egg. Tapping it against the truck window before diligently peeling it, the shell clung a bit to the egg, requiring her patience as she meticulously worked at it for nearly 3 minutes before finally uncovering the tender egg within. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, she popped a piece into her mouth, savoring the soft, fragrant flavor, only to catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye, causing her to freeze. She blinked, then blinked again, incredulous as she reached out her small hand to lift the cloth bundle that had held the eggs. It was empty, completely clean, no eggs left, not a single one, following the bundle's trajectory. Her gaze fell upon the boy, and indeed there lay a small pile of discarded eggshells in front of him, with 1 egg already half-stuffed into his mouth, leaving only a small portion of the tender egg visible. Qiao Qiao froze. She glanced at the now empty bundle, then at the boy's pile of shells, her lips slowly drooping as mist filled her eyes. Qiao Qiao felt utterly wronged. She never hoarded food, it was fine if she ate less. But her father hadn't eaten a single egg. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" Qiao Changdong, having tidied everything, climbed into the driver's seat and spotted the little girl pouting, on the verge of tears over her egg. His heart ached as he inquired. Qiao Qiao's lips quivered even more, nearly resembling a drooping oilcan, her voice filled with grievance. "The eggs are gone, Daddy, and you haven't eaten yet." She hadn't expected that this seemingly fierce older brother would devour eggs with even greater ferocity. He had consumed all her eggs faster than her second aunt's gluttonous cousin. She had intended to share the eggs with him, but she hadn't meant for him to eat them all. As Qiao Changdong followed her gaze, he spotted the young boy in the back seat, his face flushed up to his neck, momentarily taken aback that he had sent his daughter off to the car, and it had barely been 5 minutes. Could this lad truly have consumed so many eggs? Goodness, Qiao Changdong silently marveled, realizing the old adage held true: a half-grown boy could indeed bankrupt his father. "I'm so sorry, he is just a child who doesn't understand. Once we return, we shall compensate you." The woman, astonished by how the young boy had managed to devour 6 or 7 eggs in the mere span of 2 minutes since she turned her head, quickly offered her apologies. "Oh, it's perfectly fine, eggs are of little value," Qiao Changdong replied with a nonchalant smile. Amused, he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair and gently tapped the remaining half of an egg she was holding. "See, Daddy has eaten already, so don't be upset, sweetheart." Qiao Qiao felt quite aggrieved in her heart. Stretching her little frame, she presented the remaining eggs in her small hands to Qiao Changdong, and only when she saw him genuinely consume them did a smile break upon her face. Meanwhile, Fu Yu's face was reddening to an unbearable degree, a mixture of embarrassment, anger, and frustration. It had been over a week since he had eaten anything substantial, excluding the meal given by the Qiao family at noon. His last meal had been a small sweet potato, roughly the size of his palm, which he had unearthed from the ground the previous night. He was already famished. Initially, he had managed to hold back his hunger. But once he began to eat, he found it impossible to stop. By the time he realized it, he had consumed all 7 eggs. Even though the yolks nearly choked him, the gnawing hunger compelled him to keep shoving food into his mouth. Your mother calls you Xiao Jun, right? Xiao Jun, please don't take offense. My daughter means no harm. She was merely concerned for my lack of food, not disapproving of you eating too much, Xiao Changdong said. Chuckling at the boy's mortified expression, he handed over a large water bottle from the driver's side. Here, drink some water, don't choke. Turning to the visibly awkward couple beside him, he reassured them, don't worry about it. It's all fine. We're traveling on the national highway, and there are plenty of restaurants along the way. If we get hungry, we'll just stop for a meal, with a hint of pride. He added, my daughter is simply worried about me. She means no ill will, so please don't overthink it. In comparison to the lost eggs, Xiao Qiao's concern for him mattered far more to Qiao Changdong. It brought him greater joy than consuming 100 eggs. After comforting his precious daughter, he started the car and set off. The road conditions were poor in this era, bumpy and uneven, causing the vehicle to jolt significantly. Fu Yu had cushioned himself with various items, yet his face remained devoid of color from the impact. Despite the pain, he remained silent, biting his lower lip fiercely, tasting the metallic tang of blood. At this moment, Qiao Qiao had forgiven him for consuming her eggs. Watching him endure the discomfort, she pondered for a moment before turning and retrieving a piece of candy from her pocket. It was coconut candy that Meng Zihuan had brought her that morning, 6 pieces in total. She had shared one with Meng Zihuan earlier, leaving her with 4. However, remembering the earlier incident with the eggs, she hesitated to present them all at once. Instead, she offered just one to him. Brother, here, have some. Fu Yu glanced over but did not take it. The memory of her wide-eyed stare from before lingered in his mind. He feared that if he accepted her candy now, she would truly burst into tears from the slightest grievance. Qiao Qiao, not one to waste time, unwrapped a piece and leaned forward to push it into his mouth. Taken by surprise, Fu Yu could not evade her, and the hard candy clashed against his teeth before slipping into his mouth. After feeding him, she returned to her seat and, with a rustle, unwrapped another piece for herself. However, the square-shaped coconut candy was rather large for her, leaving a portion protruding from her mouth, glistening on her lips. She could only suck and swallow, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel hoarding a treasure, evoking an overwhelming urge to shower her with all the finest delights in the world, wishing for her eternal happiness. Fu Yu watched her for a while, savoring the lingering sweetness on his lips before lowering his gaze. Meanwhile, Qiao Changdong and the couple in front had engaged in conversation, learning about their circumstances. They were from Pingshan Zhuang. The man's surname was Wang, and his name was Wang Junshan, while his wife was named Wu Chunhua. Wang Junshan, the surname Wang. Qiao Qiao paused, her candy-sucking momentarily halted as she glanced at the couple ahead and then at the boy beside her, whose expression remained hidden as he looked down. But Han Ti, the source identification tree, stated that he was named Fu Yu. Shun Ti, he also bear the surname Wang. Just as her father was Qiao, so too was she a Qiao. Perplexed, Qiao Qiao chose not to voice her confusion. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Chen sisters, still at the hospital, began to grow anxious as noon approached without a sign of Grandma Qiao bringing food. What's the matter with your mother-in-law? How could she disappear after just one outing? Chen Xiaoer held the child, sitting beside Chen Yulian's bed, her brow furrowed. Without waiting for a response, she leaned closer, lowering her voice. Could it be that your mother-in-law doesn't like the girl? Perhaps she has just been placating you all along. I mean, in this day and age, how could anyone prefer girls over boys? Perhaps it was all just a ruse. Chen Yulian was already feeling unwell. After giving birth, aside from Grandma Qiao's bustling presence, she had not seen hide nor hair of Qiao Changdong. He hadn't even come to see her after she was moved to the ward, let alone hold their child. Hearing Chen Xiaoer's words made her nose tingle, and tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Chen Xiaoer, oblivious to her emotional turmoil, continued, or perhaps your mother-in-law mentioned something to your husband? What we discussed yesterday, your mother-in-law Wen Tiaf turned around and repeated it to him, which she, as she spoke, Chen Xiaoer recalled the chilling gaze Grandma Qiao had cast upon them from the door of the ward the day before, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Chen Yulian's complexion paled at her words, and she began to feel panicked. If yesterday she could muster some confidence due to her pregnancy, now that she realized she had born a girl, her courage dissipated entirely. The more she contemplated, the more anxious she grew. Turning to Chen Xiaoer's sister, if that is truly the case, then what should we do? Chen Xiaoer felt a wave of anxiety as well. She had always harbored a fear of the Qiao family. The men of the Qiao family were tall and imposing, each one a paragon of strength. If any trouble arose, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Chen family. I'll think of a way. Just as Chen Xiaoer finished speaking, a commotion of footsteps echoed from outside. The sisters' eyes brightened, hoping it was a member of the Qiao family. Chen Xiaoer feigned a stern demeanor and approached to open the door. only to find 3 police officers standing outside. "Hello, comrades, we are from the county police station, here are our credentials." The lead officer scanned the ward before pulling out identification from his pocket, showing it to the already stunned Chen Xiao. "We received a report from Qiao Qiao regarding Comrade Chen Yulian, who is suspected of being involved in a severe child abuse incident. We are here to ascertain the situation. May I ask who was Chen Yulian?" Chen Yulian could hardly believe her ears. Qiao Qiao actually reported her to the police, accusing her of child abuse, faced with the piercing gazes and skillfully probing questions of the 3 officers. She felt utterly defenseless. Within mere minutes, under the relentless scrutiny, her psychological defenses crumbled completely, and she recounted the events of that day. Of course, she omitted certain details, only stating that Qiao Qiao had struck her first, prompting her to inadvertently push her away, causing her to fall and hit her forehead against the bench. As for the injury on the little girl's abdomen, was that also an accident? An older officer asked sharply. I don't know, perhaps during the fall she accidentally bumped her stomach. I didn't mean to. I swear, officers, I truly didn't intend for any of this to happen. That child was quite mischievous, and I merely disciplined her a bit, but I never expected her to collide with my stomach, leading to my premature delivery. As Chen Yulian spoke, tears streamed down her face, her voice trembling with injustice. She felt profoundly wronged, both hurt and indignant. She had never anticipated that Qiao Qiao would go to such lengths. How could he report her? Was he truly intent on driving her to despair? Did he not remember any semblance of compassion? She had just given him a child, in her most vulnerable moment. How could he treat her this way? Premature delivery. You're saying that child's collision with you caused it? Yes, I delivered 2.5 months early. At that moment, Chen Xiao finally seized the opportunity to speak up, her voice filled with indignation. The child was only 7.5 months old when born. What a grievous sin. The female police officer, who was taking notes, approached the crib and peered inside. She looked at Chen Yulian, whose complexion was rosy, with a hint of surprise. This does not resemble a premature infant. What was the weighted birth? The officer, having given birth to 2 children herself, though not an expert, possessed a fundamental understanding of such matters. Firstly, Chen Yulian appeared to be in excellent condition, her rosy complexion indicating she was not in distress or suffering from complications following a difficult delivery. Secondly, the child did not appear to be a mere 7.5 months old. Her physique suggested a weight of approximately 8 to 9 pounds. In today's world, where conditions are generally poor, it is rare for even full-term newborns to weigh so much. The child weighs 9 pounds and 2 ounces. At that moment, Chen Yulian felt the weight of the officer's gaze, causing her to forget her tears. While Chen Xiao, still somewhat irate, interjected to answer, her words carried an undercurrent of resentment towards the Qiao family. "Comrade police, are we to lie? This child is indeed a preterm birth. For her to have arrived safely is a stroke of good fortune for my sister. Otherwise, we cannot predict what might have transpired." She yearned to scold Qiao Qiao, but the words lodged in her throat, fearing that the officers might relay her sentiments back to the Qiao family, which would not bode well for them, given their current lack of leverage against the Qiao clan. After the police departed, Chen Yulian remained in a daze, her unease intensifying. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao, still fuming, was determined to confront Qiao Qiao. However, the hospital informed her that he had already taken Qiao Qiao and checked out, heading to a provincial hospital. Grandma Qiao had also returned to Qiao village, exhibiting a demeanor of indifference, as if she were a hands-off manager, caring for nothing. As for Qiao Qiao, previously, Chen Yulian had felt emboldened to confront her, relying on the fact that she had a son. Now that her son had become a daughter, she felt a loss of confidence and dared not approach Qiao Qiao. After all, not only was Qiao Qiao inherently assertive, but her in-law's status in Hongfeng Town was also beyond Chen Yulian's current reach. Of the journey from Hongfeng Town to the provincial hospital in Baoyi City required over 7 or 8 hours by car, and driving at night presented further challenges. At 7:30, Qiao Qiao found a familiar restaurant and pulled over, intending to dine. However, the couple accompanying him insisted they were not hungry, having already purchased a bundle of mixed grain flatbreads at the hospital cafeteria for lunch. Understanding their limited circumstances, Qiao Qiao did not press the matter. He simply carried Qiao Qiao from the car and said to them, "Well, if you're not eating, you can at least use the restroom or get some hot water inside. I will take my daughter to eat first, and we can continue our journey in about an hour." Initially, Qiao Qiao was lost in her thoughts about Fuyu during the ride, but the swaying motion of the car soon lulled her into slumber. When Qiao Qiao lifted her from the blanket, she was still a bit dazed, nuzzling her small head against his neck and sleepily calling out, "Daddy." Qiao Qiao looked down and affectionately kissed his darling daughter's little face, careful not to wake her. Before carrying her into the restaurant, having traveled frequently over the past 2 years, he was well acquainted with the restaurant owners along the national highway. Upon learning that he was in a hurry to take someone to the provincial hospital for treatment, they graciously prepared his meal in advance. As Qiao Qiao fed Qiao Qiao, she began to awaken. She wriggled out of his embrace, sitting obediently to the side, cradling a small bowl and using a spoon to eat. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the couple from their car had disembarked, one standing guard by the vehicle while the other went to the restroom, as if they were ever vigilant over the little boy in the car. She waved at Qiao Changdong, saying, "Daddy, that uncle and the little boy don't share the same surname." She whispered this with a lowered voice. Qiao Changdong, busy wiping the grains of rice from her mouth with his thumb, frowned upon hearing her words. "Did that little boy tell you his name?" Xiao Qiao blinked, wanting to say that the boy's name was Fuyu, but the words eluded her lips. Frustrated, she puffed out her cheeks and kicked her little legs in midair. The rules of this world were simply too irritating. Unbeknownst to her, while she struggled to articulate, a small bubble formed on her forehead. Inside, a tiny figure clutched a large brush, floating in midair as it scribbled for a while, finally managing to write down the two characters that were considered rare in her previous life, where she had only completed 3 years of school. As Qiao Changdong looked at the bustling little figure within the bubble, he watched as it laboriously corrected itself several times before finally completing the two characters. After writing, it flopped down, panting as if utterly exhausted. Qiao Changdong could not suppress his smile. "Ha, my dear, how can you be so adorable?" He scooped up his bewildered daughter, showering her with kisses, feeling an overwhelming affection for his little girl, as if he could never kiss her enough. Qiao Qiao, along with the little figure in the bubble, tilted her head, casting a puzzled look towards him, unable to comprehend what she had done to evoke such joy from her father. Once Qiao Changdong had his fill of laughter, he leaned in to carefully decipher the two characters. "Fuyu." He read aloud. Xiao Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. She stared at her father, astonished. How could he possibly know? She was certain that her father had never been alone with that little boy. The couple always ensured that one of them stood guard over him. How could her father know his name? Observing the admiration in his little daughter's eyes, Qiao Changdong felt a swell of pride. He ruffled her hair affectionately, encouraging her to eat up and let South hit the road early. After a moment's thought, he added, "Sweetheart, you must stay close to Daddy during this trip. And no matter what happens, you cannot stray from my side." "Understood, especially with those two adults in the car. Do not approach them." Qiao Changdong was uncertain whether this was a case of abduction, but he had already reported it, and Meng Zhengcheng was looking into it. Regardless, something about that couple felt off. If it weren't for the strange occurrences surrounding his daughter lately, he would not have been so adamant about bringing her to the provincial hospital for a thorough examination. With that in mind, Qiao Changdong, feeling a bit guilty, lifted his daughter onto his lap, using a spoon to feed her, occasionally kissing her chubby cheeks filled with rice. He truly did not know how to express his affection for her adequately. After finishing their meal, Qiao Changdong borrowed a large bowl from the restaurant owner to pack some food. When he returned to the car with the packed meal, the couple was gnawing on their grain flatbreads. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the food he was carrying. Wu Chunhua reached out to take it, about to express her gratitude, but Qiao Changdong deftly sidestepped her hand, offering the bowl to the young boy behind them. "You are adults, a bit of hardship is nothing, but your little one has an injured leg and needs to eat something nutritious to heal quickly. Here, enjoy it." As he spoke, he handed the bowl to the young boy behind them, leaving Wu Chunua's outstretched hand frozen in mid-air. In that moment, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing to vanish into the ground. Fuyu did not refuse Qiao Changdong's offer. He accepted the bowl with gratitude. The spicy stir-fried pork and sauteed cucumbers atop the steaming white rice filled the air with an enticing aroma. With no water available, the couple found their dry flatbreads even harder to swallow. Yet, since Qiao Changdong had stated that the meal was meant for their child, and they had previously declined to eat, they felt too embarrassed to ask for it now, resigned to continue munching on their dry flatbreads. Qiao Changdong did not rush to continue their journey, waiting until the young boy finished eating and returned the bowl before starting the car again. This time, there were no stops along the way. They arrived at the provincial hospital before 11 o'clock at night. Unlike the small county hospital, the provincial hospital was brightly lit. Even approaching midnight, Qiao Changdong guided the bewildered couple, pushing Fuyu towards the emergency department to register. Unfortunately, the examinations Qiao Qiao needed could not be conducted until the following morning at 9 when staff would be on duty. By now, Fuyu's leg injury had persisted for over 12 hours. After examining him, the emergency room doctor expressed that there could be no further delays. He required immediate surgery. However, the deposit for the surgery alone would amount to 200 yuan, not to mention the additional costs for post-operative care. In total, they would likely require no less than 500 yuan. The couple stood frozen in place, stunned by the doctor's words. They understood that medical care was costly, but they had not anticipated such a steep expense. The deposit alone was 200. They had brought barely 50 yuan with them, initially planning to assess the situation before deciding on surgery, but now they were caught off guard by the urgency expressed by the doctor. If they opted not to proceed, it would undoubtedly impair Fuyu's ability to walk in the future. This was not an injury that could heal on its own, it required surgical correction. The doctor, concerned they might not grasp the severity of the situation, reiterated his explanation. Without correction, the bones would heal improperly, and their child could end up with a permanent disability. They needed to consider this carefully. The couple stood silently in the corridor, exchanging glances, at a loss for words. It was not that they did not want to proceed with the surgery, it was simply that they could not afford the cost. Meanwhile, the drowsy Qiao Qiao was awakened by the bright lights of the hospital corridor. Lazily leaning against Qiao Changdong, she observed the distressed couple nearby and, recalling a report she had seen in her previous life, realized that they likely would not be able to afford the surgery for Fuyu. Otherwise, in her previous life, Fuyu would not have become a cripple. She pondered for a moment and leaned closer to Qiao Changdong. Whispering, "Father, let us lend him some money." She referred to him rather than them. After a brief contemplation, she added, "The money belonging to Qiao Qiao can be lent to him." Qiao Qiao referred to the bracelet adorning her wrist, which contained savings wrapped within her bag, a sum of 30,000 yuan deposited in the bank. In this era, that amount could be deemed an exorbitant fortune. When she departed from the Qiao family in her previous life, Qiao Changdong had handed her the deposit slip, urging her to take it with her, yet she had not done so. Instead, just before her departure, she had secretly tucked it beneath Qiao Grandma's pillow. Qiao Changdong had intended to bring someone to the provincial city for medical treatment, and he had meant to do so, but he had not anticipated that his little daughter would be the first to speak up. He patted her small head, waiting as the couple deliberated for over half an hour. Upon their return, Wang Junshan pursed his lips, his expression somber, while Wu Chuanhua's face was streaked with tears. Filled with remorse as she gazed at the young boy, she choked out an apology. "Xiaojun, I am so sorry. We do not have that much money. We cannot afford the surgery." Wu Chunhua felt a profound sense of distress, yet they truly could not muster such an amount, even if they sold everything they owned. In fact, just over a week prior, they had already resorted to selling their possessions. The young boy evidently did not place his hopes in them. Seeing their despair, he remained indifferent and disdainful. However, beneath the bright lights of the corridor, within his dark pupils, aside from the coldness and the fearsome hatred, there lay a deep-seated unwillingness and despair. He clutched the pant leg of his injured foot tightly, so much so that Qiao Qiao felt she could hear the friction between his fingers and the fabric. "I can lend you some." Qiao Changdong's voice suddenly resonated in the midnight stillness of the corridor. Wu Chunhua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening as she looked at Qiao Changdong with excitement. Yet, he did not meet her gaze, nor did he glance at her husband. Instead, his focus remained on Fuyu as he continued, "I can lend you this sum, and when you grow up and are able, you can repay me. Until then, we need to draft an IOU. Yes, it must be repaid." Qiao Qiao nestled in Qiao Changdong's embrace, echoing his words in a small, soft, and delicate voice, reminiscent of a tiny kitten hiding beneath a large cat, possessing no combat power yet still relying on the larger feline for protection and authority. Fuyu suddenly lifted his head, his gaze reflecting intense emotion. Chapter 30, Treasures within the bracelet. Fuyu had already succumbed to despair regarding this place. He had fought back, he had attempted to escape, yet those people would always deliver a fatal blow just when he believed hope was within reach, especially that time he had managed to run away, only to encounter an elderly man. The old man had appeared kind and benevolent, and Fuyu had implored him, beseeching assistance. Just when he thought the man might help him, the elder had turned to summon the villagers, dragging him back. That small mountain village, despite its size, had proven inescapable. He could not break free, not even when his leg was broken. Fuyu was engulfed in despair, at least until he met this father and daughter. He had grown wary of trusting anyone, even when the petite figure before him shimmered like a natural source of light, rendering his gaze unable to waver. But fear gripped him, and he dared not to believe. Throughout the journey, he had strived to maintain his resolve, refusing to fall into another trap, terrified that this might be another kindly face concealing a snare. Yet now he gazed at Qiao Changdong and the small figure nestled in his arms. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for everyone to assume he would remain unresponsive, he finally parted his bloodless lips. "Thank you." His voice was hoarse and dry, faintly trembling. "Well then, let us prepare for the surgery. I will go settle the payment." As Qiao Changdong spoke, he carried Qiao Qiao away to find the doctor. Never exchanging a word with the couple, the two exchanged glances, then peered at the young boy on the bench in the corridor, their expressions turning cautious. Wang Junshan lowered his voice and asked his wife, "Have you allowed them to speak privately?" Wu Chunhua shook her head vigorously. No. I have been by Xiaojun's side. I haven't seen them converse. Nor have they been alone together. In truth, this was the first time the couple had heard the boy speak. He had been with them for a week, behaving as though he were mute, refusing to communicate, not even partaking of the meals they provided or drinking a drop of water. If not for the intermediary's repeated assurances that he could speak, they might have suspected he was truly mute. Qiao Changdong went to pay the fees, and the surgery was scheduled for that very night. The young boy was wheeled into the operating room while the couple remained vigilantly at the door. Qiao Changdong sought out a nurse to arrange an additional bed and took his daughter to rest first. By the time Fuyu emerged from the operating room, over 3 hours had passed. Nearing 4 in the morning, his bed was adjacent to Qiao Qiao's. When he was wheeled in, she was already sound asleep, nestled comfortably in her father's embrace. Fuyu had undergone a local anesthesia, and although he was conscious upon being wheeled out, he kept his eyes shut, feigning sleep until the couple settled, one at his bedside, the other on the bench in the corridor. Only then did he open his eyes. Qiao Changdong, too, awakened to the sounds around him. Once the ward fell silent, he retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket, scribbling a note and passing it across the wide expanse of the bed to the young boy. Fuyu received it and saw the words, "Were you trafficked?" His dark pupils constricted sharply. He pressed his lips together tightly, finally nodding in response. After a few seconds, Xiao Chandong retrieved the paper. Perhaps too forcefully, causing the little girl in his arms to stir and tug at his earlobe. He remained still until she unconsciously rubbed his earlobe and fell back into a deeper sleep. He then leaned down to kiss her rosy cheek before writing 2 more words and passing them back. Rest assured, rest assured." Fuyu lowered his eyelids, the wariness and coldness in his eyes gradually dissipated. He gazed at the small figure being tenderly cradled by the man, as if it were a precious treasure. Perhaps he truly had encountered an angel. He slowly closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. He had not had a proper night's sleep in over 10 days. As the ward was enveloped in tranquil, shallow breaths, no one noticed the little girl nestled in the man's embrace, surrounded by a shimmering aura of purple and gold, enveloping her entirely. In her dreams, Qiao Qiao once again entered that boundless space, but this time felt markedly different. Upon entering, she sensed that the fog from before had dissipated somewhat, the visibility significantly improved. She could clearly see strands of purple and gold energy gradually penetrating her being. Entering her internal organs, her body seemed to transform into an abyss, absorbing the unseen yet palpably existent vitality of this space. She felt as if she had truly become a tree. She could even visualize her own organs. Projected as holographic images, the purple and gold energy visibly infused her veins, nerves, and pathways, flourishing with unprecedented vitality, granting her a sensation of unparalleled lightness and rejuvenation. It was akin to breathing in the first fresh air of early spring. Invigorating her spirit, "Master, master." Just as Qiao Qiao reveled in the soothing energy and took deep breaths, a familiar voice echoed nearby, albeit this time filled with vigor, unlike before when it had seemed perpetually weak. As if it might falter any moment, following the voice, she approached and found a small sapling joyfully swaying its branches. Greeting her, the sapling excitedly shook its vibrant green twigs, exclaiming, "Master, master, I have grown taller." Qiao Qiao crouched down, extending her hand to measure it. "But you still look so tiny. How have you grown?" I've grown a whole centimeter," the sapling protested, puffing up its little trunk in defiance. "This is all thanks to you, master." It extended its little branches, wrapping around Qiao Qiao's wrist, resembling a playful pet engaging in a game. Their mental connection made Qiao Qiao's heart swell with joy at the sight of its exuberance. She gently caressed its encircling branches and declared, "Let me give you a name." "Sure." The little branch swayed in excitement, akin to a mischievous kitten shaking its head. "What name will the master give me?" With a moment of contemplation, Qiao Qiao replied, "Let us call you Xiao Yuan. Since my father's surname is Qiao, you should also take his surname and be called Xiao Yuan. How does that sound?" The sapling paused for a second before bursting into jubilant hops. Bump, tap, hop. Chapter 31, A Medical Miracle. Qiao Qiao stared in astonishment at the sapling that had leapt 3 feet high, utterly incredulous. "You can run." She had assumed it was rooted in the soil and unable to move. "Of course, master. I am your essence, an individual. I merely take on the form of a tree to allow you to perceive my growth more intuitively. The more affection points you garner outside, the stronger my consciousness becomes, and the faster I grow. Look, today you have received an abundance of likes and attention from the child of fortune, and I have grown taller by a centimeter." As she spoke, the source of consciousness treestone took on an inexplicable pride, its small branches placed confidently on its hips. "Master, I can remain wherever you are, whether within the otherworldly space of this bracelet or accompanying you outside. Either is perfectly fine." "Are we currently in the bracelet's otherworldly space?" Qiao Qiao glanced around but could discern no boundaries. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, rendering visibility remarkably low. "Indeed, master, did I not mention this before?" Qiao Qiao shook her head. "Allow me to enlighten you now. We are within the space of the bracelet, where spiritual energy abounds, distinct from the world outside. However, your current level of consciousness is insufficient to dispel this miasma, thus obstructing your view of the farther realms. Once your consciousness becomes sufficiently robust, it can transform into spiritual power, and then we shall be able to unearth the treasures hidden within you. Master, there are numerous treasures here, but we are currently too weak to acquire them." Upon reaching this point, the source of consciousness tree's tone turned despondent. "Once we grow stronger, treasure hunting alone will make us immensely wealthy, of course. I, little Yuan, can accompany you outside, but this place is more conducive to our absorption of spiritual energy, fostering our growth." The little sapling babbled on, successfully leaving Qiao Qiao in a state of bewilderment once again. Yet the sapling remained steadfast in its assertion that she would gradually come to understand these matters. This time, the exchange was concluded by Qiao Qiao, rather than the sapling's energy running low, forcibly severing their connection. When Qiao Qiao awakened the following day in Xiao Chandong's embrace, she felt an extraordinary sense of refreshment and vigor in her body. As he washed her face, he removed a bit of the bandage from her forehead. Even though she had mentally prepared herself, she was still astonished upon seeing it. The pink scar from yesterday had completely vanished, leaving only a patch devoid of hair, barely hinting at the injury it once bore. Xiao Chandong then checked her abdomen, discovering that the bruises had also disappeared without a trace. "This truly is a medical miracle," he marveled silently. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it was a medical anomaly or some bizarre occurrence, Qiao Changdong soon dismissed it from his mind. After all, he recognized his daughter, and as long as his precious girl was healthy and happy, he could accept anything else without hesitation. The nurse who came for her morning rounds had specifically reminded him not to let Qiao Qiao eat or drink anything this morning. As some examinations required her to be fasting, unable to eat in front of his daughter, he decided to skip breakfast altogether, planning to indulge in a grand feast after the examinations were completed. Meanwhile, Fuyu, the young boy in the adjacent hospital bed, was still asleep, likely under the influence of the anesthesia. Wu Chunhua kept vigil by his side. Her husband had gone out early that morning and had yet to return. Qiao Changdong was aware that the couple had grown wary of him, so he refrained from inquiring about her husband's whereabouts. After gathering everything, he cradled Qiao Qiao and prepared to leave. Wu Chunhua, observing from the side, suddenly panicked. "Where are you two off to? Aren't you supposed to be getting treatment?" Wu Chunhua was deeply impressed by Qiao Changdong's generosity the previous day. She had hoped to share in their breakfast today. Nibbling on her millet bun, however, she realized that even as he gathered his belongings and carried Qiao Qiao away, he showed no intention of having breakfast. Even upon exiting, he seemed disinclined to bid her farewell. Prompting her to hurriedly chase after him with questions, with one arm embracing his daughter and the other carrying a bag, Qiao Changdong turned toward her at her words. After smiling, he replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm taking my daughter for some examinations. There are quite a few tests, and we won't be returning here afterward. I'll find a guest house near the hospital to stay at." He glanced at the still sleeping boy. "Your son's surgery was very successful. But the doctor said he needs to remain in the hospital for 3 days of antibiotics before he can be discharged. He'll return in 3 months to have the cast removed. Don't worry, I'll wait for you both to go back together, but for these few days, I'll be taking my daughter around the city, so I won't be coming back here. Please take care of yourselves." At this point, Qiao Changdong hesitated, as if pondering something, before reluctantly adding, "If you have any urgent matters, you can find me at the front desk of the Kulai guest house. I'll be staying there for the next couple of days." Qiao Changdong had effortlessly lent them 200 yuan the previous day. 200 yuan, an amount that the average person might struggle to earn in an entire year, was something he had so casually offered. Despite having only known them for a day, this naturally raised suspicions in the couple. Their son had been purchased, and though they had not received formal education, they understood it was an improper means of acquiring a child. Thus, they were constantly wary of the intentions behind the kindness of strangers, knowing too well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Goodwill must come with ulterior motives. What Wu Chunhua did not expect was that after they had only begun to harbor doubts and resolved to distance themselves from Qiao Changdong over the next few days, he would preemptively distance himself from them. His demeanor suggested a reluctance to become entangled in their troublesome affairs. As for his last remark about being available if they had urgent matters, it sounded merely polite, lacking the sincerity and warmth of his previous demeanor. Wu Chunhua felt a pang of discomfort. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to ease the tension, but she had never been adept with words. After several attempts to speak, not a single word emerged. She could only watch helplessly as the father and daughter departed with their bags, seemingly unperturbed. Chapter 32. A father-daughter shopping spree. Qiao Changdong took Qiao Qiao for 2 hours of various examinations, finally finishing around 11 in the morning. Some test results were available the same day, while others would take until the next day. Rather than waiting in the hospital, he took his precious daughter out, first booking a room at a nearby guest house, then treating her to a hearty meal. The next day, once all the results were in, Qiao Changdong collected the examination reports and consulted with the doctor. Upon confirming that there were no issues and that all indicators were remarkably healthy, he finally felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. With his heart at ease, Qiao Changdong took Qiao Qiao out for a day of fun and shopping. Baoyi City, the capital of Huajiang Province, was incomparable to the small town of Hongfeng. It boasted not only cinemas and zoos but also the largest department store in the province. This department store featured 4 floors, offering everything from food and clothing to various construction materials. In stark contrast, Hongfeng town had its limited market days each month, and for most of the time, one could only shop at the town's supply and marketing cooperative, which was dwarfed by the size of a single floor of the department store. Moreover, the department store in Baoyi City was not only expansive but also diverse, including foreign exchange markets where one could purchase many desirable items that were unavailable at the cooperative. Although Qiao Changdong did not possess foreign exchange coupons, his years of travel had acquainted him with numerous friends, several of whom were well connected in Baoyi City. He made a special trip to exchange for a substantial amount of foreign exchange coupons, and with the money in hand, he began a shopping spree with his beloved daughter. Delicious food, beautiful clothes and shoes, imported toys, you say, From the moment they entered, father and daughter began a frenzied shopping spree. The bandage atop Qiao Qiao's head had been removed, and she now sported a sun hat adorned with thick braids resembling a yellow chick, enhancing her already fair and rosy complexion, making her so lovely that one could hardly look away. Her exquisite, doll-like appearance drew the attention of passers-by, ensuring a 100% rate of glances in her direction. Qiao Changdong felt both prideful and vigilant, with Fuyu's incident serving as a cautionary tale. He feared someone might abduct his precious daughter, holding her tightly in his arms and not allowing her to walk a single step on her own. Qiao Qiao, feeling pity for him, attempted to stretch her legs several times. But seeing his unwavering grip, she resigned herself to his wishes. As they strolled through the electronics section, Xiao Changdong was captivated by the square television sets, tempted by the enthusiastic sales pitch of a salesperson. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao, seeing the television, thought of Fuyu in the hospital. Though Xiao Changdong might have refrained from explaining everything clearly to avoid frightening her, she had begun to piece together some understanding. It was likely that Fuyu had been sold to their area by human traffickers. No wonder he had appeared so fierce, even while eating his eggs, wrapping her arms around Xiao Changdong's neck. She whispered, "Daddy, what about the young man? How will he eat?" Qiao Qiao recalled that he seemed to refuse the couple's food. Would it be alright if they didn't visit the hospital for a couple of days? Would he starve, dear treasure? Just as Xiao Changdong was eagerly admiring the television, he suddenly heard Qiao Qiao's question and felt his mood darken. He looked at her with a somewhat sour expression and said, "Am I no longer your number one?" Qiao Qiao was taken aback. She understood he was joking, yet she earnestly replied, "Daddy will always be number one in Qiao Qiao's heart, forever and always. If possible, I would trade my life for yours." Seeing the sudden glimmer of tears in his daughter's eyes and the sincerity etched upon her face, Xiao Changdong's heart ached, stirring a deep and intricate pain within him. He understood that his daughter had experienced a great deal over the past few days. He was unaware of the true nature of these matters. Why could she not express herself and reveal the truth to him? Yet, this did not alleviate the pain in his heart. "Dear, do not fear. Your father will always be by your side, regardless of what transpires. I will protect you and believe in you. Have no fear." "All right," he stated earnestly. He then gently kissed the rim of her reddened eyes, adding, "Not just me, but also your grandmother. We all believe in you." The peculiar occurrences surrounding Qiao Qiao left him baffled. He could not ascertain how others might react. But within their family, such things were inconsequential. Before he departed, Grandma Qiao had pulled him aside for a private conversation, warning him sternly not to disclose these matters to anyone else, nor to harbor any negative opinions regarding Qiao Qiao because of them. His mother even suspected that his decision to bring Qiao Qiao to the provincial city stemmed from a desire to cast her aside due to these issues. Qiao Changdong found this notion simultaneously infuriating and ludicrous. He thought his mother was being overly anxious. Even if his daughter were a demon that tore the heavens apart, he would still support her and hand her the tools to fight back. Abandon her? Absolutely not. He would never forsake her, even if it meant losing himself. With her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Qiao Qiao nodded, suppressing the tide of emotion within her, while this poignant father-daughter scene unfolded. The salesperson introducing the television appeared somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom why the atmosphere had suddenly turned somber. He hesitated, then hesitated again, before finally, in the midst of the silence, cautiously inquired, "So, Comrade Qiao, will you be purchasing this television?" Comrade Qiao, Qiao Changdong felt a sense of helplessness. After all, the Qiao family village had no electricity. With nightfall approaching, they still relied on kerosene lamps. There was no power to watch television, even if he managed to acquire a television ticket. It would be futile without electricity. In the end, Qiao Changdong could only regretfully purchase a battery-operated radio and some tapes, emerging from the department store with a sense of disappointment. Fortunately, he was driving a truck. Otherwise, such a large purchase would have been challenging to accommodate, although he claimed he would not visit the hospital over the next 3 days and had no intention of concerning himself with that couple. He nonetheless arranged for 3 meals a day to be delivered to Fuyu at the hospital. While the couple gnawed on tasteless grain cakes, Fuyu enjoyed a nutritious meal of meat and vegetables thrice daily. His previously pallid face gradually regaining color, a fact that gnawed at Xiao Changdong's heart. On the final day of Fuyu's hospital stay, after confirming his suspicions with a phone call to Meng Jingxing's office, Xiao Changdong's expression turned cold. Perhaps it was due to having a daughter himself, or perhaps because the young man bore a striking resemblance to his daughter. He felt a profound sympathy for Fuyu. He could not bear to imagine what he would do if his daughter ever faced a situation akin to Fuyu's. He would likely go mad. Before losing his sanity, he would want to eliminate everyone who had harmed his daughter. Thus, he resolved to perform as many good deeds as possible, as if to accumulate blessings for his daughter. He could only hope that the world would show her more kindness, after 3 days of nourishment. When Qiao Qiao finally saw Fuyu again, she noticed his condition had improved significantly. As Qiao Changdong entered the hospital room with Qiao Qiao, he not only brought a suitable cane for Fuyu but also the so-called IOU he had previously mentioned. Chapter 33, the couple is arrested. However, it was not an actual IOU. Knowing that the couple was illiterate, Qiao Changdong had written some comforting words for Fuyu, fearing he might be unwilling to cooperate and return with them to Hongfeng Town. He reassured him that the police station in Hongfeng Town had clarified the situation, urging him to feel at ease and accompany him back. He would assist him in separating from the couple, but only if he cooperated and placed his trust in him. "Sign here," Qiao Changdong indicated. Observing Fuyu hesitate with the pen, assuming he still doubted him, he pointed to the section meant to deceive the couple. "Sign your name here." You are Wang Jun, right? Just right, Wang Jun. Yes, the money must be repaid. Standing beside him, Qiao Qiao also tiptoed, poking at the spot Qiao Changdong indicated with her delicate little finger, as if fearful he might refuse to acknowledge the agreement. The morning sunlight filtered through the dust, casting a warm glow upon the young girl's curled eyelashes, resembling a butterfly unfurling its wings, embodying the glimmer of life that one in darkness, ensnared in despair, would strive to attain. Fu Yu tightened his grip on the pen, trembling as he inscribed a name that was not truly his own, as if accepting a light that did not belong to him. On the journey back, the atmosphere in the vehicle remained as quiet as ever. However, Qiao Qiao could distinctly sense that the chill emanating from the young man beside her had lessened somewhat, though his expression remained unchanged. Brother, let me treat you to cake. Remembering the incident with the egg, Qiao Qiao was cautious about offering food to Fu Yu. She no longer dared to present everything at once. Instead, she meticulously rummaged through the corner of the snack bag her father had bought for her, finally extracting a small round cake encased in a red plastic container, roughly the size of an adult's palm. It was adorned with a layer of exquisite cream frosting, complete with a tiny paper umbrella, making for a delightful presentation. This little cake was not inexpensive. It cost 5 jiao each, a considerable sum when 1 pound of meat was only 1. 2 yuan. Qiao Changdong had purchased 20, ensuring each family member received 1, leaving the surplus for Qiao Qiao, yet she still hesitated to reveal them all, fearing the young man beside her might consume them all at once. Fu Yu glanced at her and reached out to accept the offering. Thank you. The boy's voice was no longer the dry horse tone it had been 3 days prior, it was now clear and melodious. Qiao Qiao smiled brightly at him, then turned to retrieve another for herself. However, the edges of the cake box were stapled shut, making it somewhat difficult to open. As she furrowed her brow, battling with the packaging, a hand reached out and took the cake from her grasp. Qiao Qiao's expression shifted from confusion to surprise, ultimately settling into a sense of grievance. Pouting, she looked up at him with her watery eyes. Brother, that's mine. Fu Yu's face flushed crimson, turning as red as a boiled shrimp. His hands trembled slightly, and his voice carried an unidentifiable irritation. I wasn't going to eat yours, I was just opening it for you. So that was it. Qiao Qiao exhaled in relief, having initially feared he would devour all her cakes. Now that she realized her misunderstanding, she felt reassured. Her expression transformed from one of grievance to one of beaming delight without any transition. She leaned closer to him, her voice sweet and soft. Thank you, brother. Humph. Fu Yu snorted through his nose, yet his hands did not slow down. He deftly removed the lid from the cake and presented it to her. You re so kind. Savoring the sweet cream atop the cake, Qiao Qiao felt a surge of sweetness in her mouth and did not hesitate to return the compliment. Fu Yu pressed his lips together, remaining silent as he observed the young girl beside him, her eyes squinting in satisfaction as she enjoyed the cake, and he felt an unexpected warmth in his heart. Near midday, Qiao Changdong stopped at the same restaurant he had visited before. This time, upon inviting the couple to disembark for a meal, they, having endured 4 days of watching others feast, had little hesitation in complying. As soon as Qiao Changdong spoke, they swiftly exited the vehicle. However, no sooner had they stepped out than they were surrounded by several plainclothes policemen dispatched from the police station. The couple appeared momentarily dazed as they were apprehended. Who are you? Why are you arresting us? Wu Chunhua shouted in fear, while Wang Junshan attempted to resist. It was only when the lead officer displayed his credentials that they realized the gravity of the situation. We are officers from the Hongfeng Town Police Station. You are under arrest for suspected child trafficking. Please cooperate, otherwise, we will take coercive measures. Upon hearing this, the couple's faces turned ashen even as they were led away. Qiao Qiao remained momentarily dazed when Qiao Changdong lifted her from the vehicle. All checked. Are you alright? When Qiao Qiao regained her senses, she felt a large hand ruffling her head. The person ruffling her hair was a tall man in a jacket, exuding an air of righteousness. He was smiling broadly at her, his gaze filled with a familiar affection. Uncle. Qiao Qiao tilted her head, hesitantly calling out, her tone laced with uncertainty, for the image of her uncle in her memory did not completely align with the figure before her. It was not that he was unrecognizable, rather, he differed slightly from her subjective recollection. She recalled her grandmother mentioning that her uncle had sustained facial injuries during a mission in the year her cousin Meng Zihuan was born. A desperate criminal had slashed his face, the blade tracing from his forehead to the corner of his eye. Although his eyesight remained intact, a ghastly scar marred his face, rendering him quite fearsome. Thus, in her previous life, despite Meng Jingqing's deep affection for her and his ever-present smile, she had felt a tinge of fear, often hiding behind others and daring not to gaze at him for long. Now, while the scar still marked Meng Jingqing's face, giving it a menacing appearance, Qiao Qiao realized she felt no fear. All she could see was the love reflected in his eyes, unable to resist. Qiao Qiao reached out her hand, seeking an embrace. Meng Jingqing wore an expression of astonishment. Oh my, is the sun rising from the west today? He could hardly believe it as he pulled the person closer. Gazing in shock at Qiao Changdong, why is our dear one not avoiding me anymore, but allowing me to embrace her? This is truly remarkable. Qiao Qiao felt a touch of embarrassment at his words. shyly smiling with her lips pressed together. In the past, she had been too young and naive to discern between genuine family and false affection. Chapter 34. Swiftly bringing the child of fortune home, Qiao Changdong turned to the other side of the truck, opened the door, and lifted Fuyu down. Meng Zhengcheng followed closely behind, observing Fuyu, who leaned on a crutch. Is this the child? Qiao Changdong nodded. Meng Zhengcheng refrained from saying more as the four of them made their way to the restaurant. As they walked, he remarked, regarding the other matter you requested, I estimate the results will not be forthcoming so soon. How long at the earliest? Qiao Changdong paused momentarily. Approximately 7 to 14 working days. Meng Zhengcheng nodded in acknowledgement. After the four enjoyed lunch at the restaurant, Meng Zhengcheng accompanied Qiao Changdong to the police station to assist with the investigation. Everyone had initially assumed that once Fuyu disclosed his identity, even if he was too young to know where his home was, there would still be some information to guide them. They believed they could trace back and send him home, thus concluding the matter. However, to everyone's astonishment, Fuyu claimed that both his parents were deceased and that he had no family left. Both parents gone. Surely there must be relatives, grandparents, uncles, or aunts. The investigating officer found it hard to believe. The young boy appeared to be a pampered child of a wealthy or influential family. How could he be completely alone, without even distant relatives? Yet Fuyu remained resolute. None. His expression showed no signs of change. As if the absence of family in this world was of no consequence to him. Observing the interrogation from the sidelines, Meng Zhengcheng turned to Qiao Changdong beside him and said, having no family or relatives complicates matters significantly. While they knew they couldn't take Fuyu's word at face value, if they were to investigate further and found that he truly had no relatives, it would pose a daunting dilemma regarding his future. The most probable outcome was that after the case was resolved, he would be sent to an orphanage. Qiao Changdong had not anticipated such an outcome. He initially thought he was doing a good deed, hoping to bring some fortune to his precious daughter, yet it seemed to have backfired. Feeling a bit disheartened, he glanced at Fuyu, who sat nearby with his head bowed, his expression obscured. He still wore the blood-stained clothes from a few days prior. Looking dirty and disheveled, invoking a sense of pity, sensing Qiao Changdong's gaze, the young boy looked up, still clutching the small cake his daughter had given him in the car. Their eyes met half a minute later. Qiao Changdong let out a heavy sigh in his heart. He looked down at his little daughter. Sweetheart, shall we bring the young man home? Qiao Qiao's eyes brightened. Can we? And naturally she was eager. After all, this was the child of fortune. If she could bring the child of fortune home, wouldn't she be able to continuously draw on his luck? Daddy, let's take him home, quickly. She was overjoyed. She jumped off Qiao Changdong's lap and rushed to hold Fuyu's hand, wishing she could take him home right away to benefit from his fortune. Yet Qiao Changdong felt a pang of jealousy, gazing at her with a melancholic expression. Sweetheart, you still love your daddy the most, right? He couldn't shake the feeling that his place in her heart was becoming increasingly precarious. In the end, after a series of coaxing and promises of love for her father, Qiao Qiao joyfully brought the child of fortune home. By the time Fuyu followed the father and daughter back to Qiao's village, it was already quite late. Upon learning of Fuyu's circumstances from Qiao Changdong, the Qiao family expressed their sympathy. It is fine to keep him here for a few days, but what are your plans afterward? While sympathy was offered, Grandma Qiao was the first to consider the practicalities. Yes, he's quite a big boy now. Bringing him back may not sit well with your sister-in-law. Fang Zhengnan, having retrieved a set of clothes from her home, handed them to Qiao Changdong, saying, I have 2 sons with Qiao Laoshan, both of whom are boys. The elder, Qiao Su, is 13 and stays in town for school from Monday to Friday, only returning on weekends. The younger, Qiao Hai, is 9 and in the 3rd grade. These clothes I'm giving you were worn by Qiao Hai and are meant for Fuyu to change into after a bath. Moreover, since your sister-in-law has just given birth to a girl, bringing a boy home could lead her to think too much about it, although Fang Zhengnan preferred girls and had hoped for a daughter. She knew Chen Yulian well enough to worry that upon seeing Qiao Changdong return with a boy after giving birth, there would be no telling how she might react. She feared it could lead to chaos in the household. Just thinking about it made her head throb. Upon hearing Fang Zhengnan mention Chen Yulian, Qiao Changdong felt a surge of aversion. Taking the clothes from Fang Zhengnan, he coldly replied, as if she could dictate my actions. Before turning away, feeling repulsed by the mere idea of further discussion, when Qiao Changdong returned home, he found Fuyu waiting for him. The boy's injured leg prevented him from bathing independently, leaving it to Qiao Changdong to assist him. As he placed the clothes on a chair, he inwardly lamented the predicament he had landed himself in. Not only had he taken the boy in, but he was also now responsible for helping him bathe. Until now, he had only bathed his daughter before she turned 2. No one else, not even his own father, had ever received his care, and now he found himself caring for this unknown boy who had suddenly appeared in his life. Once Fuyu had finished bathing, Qiao Changdong bent down to pick up the wooden basin, only to be momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fuyu drying his hair under the dim light. He had to admit, the boy was indeed quite handsome. Though calling a boy beautiful might be somewhat inappropriate, there was an undeniable charm to him. His red lips and white teeth exuded a striking allure. Though still not as beautiful as his own daughter, his daughter was the most stunning in the world. When Qiao Changdong returned after cleaning the basin, he contemplated whether to place the boy in the vacant room of his second brother's sons or let him sleep on his younger nephew Qiao Hai's bed for the night. However, upon raising his head, he discovered that the boy who had been sitting on the chair drying his hair moments ago had vanished. After searching the room, his gaze finally landed on the bed where his daughter lay asleep. Good heavens, Qiao Changdong couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. Chapter 35. The boy who dared to climb into his daughter's bed. He marched over angrily, ready to seize this audacious boy who dared to climb into his daughter's bed. But then he caught sight of the boy's leg, still encased in plaster, and halted. Finally, Qiao Changdong closed his eyes, let out a deep breath, and mentally chanted, "Do not get angry" 3 times, reminding himself that anger was detrimental to his health. Before turning to lie down on the other bed, since marrying Shen Yulian he had lost his own room, having given it to her. Most of the year, he spent his time driving, returning only occasionally to sleep in the rooms of his second brother's sons. Currently, they were all sharing that very room. He nudged his snoring nephew awake, dimmed the oil lamp, and lay down at the edge of the bed. The room fell silent, through the narrow glass window. Stars twinkled in the night sky. Fuyu lay beside Qiao Qiao, and upon hearing Qiao Changdong's distant breathing, he opened his eyes and scanned the humble yet warm and dry room. His gaze finally settled on the delicate pink face of the girl sleeping next to him. She slumbered soundly, her breaths shallow, and a faint scent of milk wafted from her, an aroma from the malted milk drink she had consumed before bed. Fuyu had initially thought he would be unable to sleep, as he had done for the past half-month, but unexpectedly the moment he caught a whiff of the sweet, milky fragrance, sleepiness washed over him, bringing him the deepest slumber he had experienced in a long time. The night passed peacefully. Morning arrived at 7 o'clock. Peck, 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 scrub, scrub, peck, 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 scrub, 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 peck, 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 scrub, 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 scrub. Qiao Qiao was utterly speechless. She found herself sandwiched between 2 boys. One was tirelessly bestowing the ancestral pecking kisses of the Qiao family upon her face, while the other relentlessly scrubbed at the spots where the first had kissed, as if her face were filthy. She felt as though her cheeks were about to burst into flames. "Who are you? You little rascal, you're quite bold." After being provoked repeatedly in front of him, Qiao Hai was no longer pleased. He couldn't comprehend why this strange boy felt entitled to interfere with his affectionate gestures towards his sister. Watching the boy continually scrub at the places he had kissed, as if they were dirty, infuriated him. He clenched his small fists, pointed at the boy's leg in plaster, and threatened, "You dare to keep scrubbing, and I swear I'll break your other leg too." Qiao Qiao was unconvinced. Fuyu remained unfazed. Silently, she picked up the towel in her hand, intending to continue wiping the little girl's face. However, this time, Qiao Qiao deftly dodged, for she knew that if she continued, sparks would surely fly. She took a step back, glancing at her younger cousin, who was beaming with delight due to her evasive maneuver. Then her gaze shifted to the other side, where Fuyu, with his downcast eyes, appeared to be quite disheartened by her actions. A sense of helplessness welled up within her. This morning, upon awakening, Qiao Changdong had already left the house, as her grandmother informed her he had gone to the town to purchase some goods. Meanwhile, in the bed where she had been sleeping, 2 individuals were nestled closely beside her, effectively trapping her in between. One was Fuyu, who had been rather fierce to her a few days prior, and the other was her youngest cousin, Qiao Hai, from her third uncle's family, although the two had never exchanged a word and were complete strangers. They seemed to have an unspoken rivalry from the moment she got out of bed. The tension between them had been palpable even when her grandmother styled her hair into a little bun. The two would bicker over which hair tie to use, not to mention, when her cousin had been tasked with the duty of wringing out the towel for her morning wash, he took advantage of this responsibility to plant kisses on her face, turning it into a battlefield between them. While Fuyu remained silent throughout, the mere act of Qiao Hai kissing her and then wiping her face had resulted in a minor victory for him in this ongoing skirmish. Leaving her young cousin fuming with indignation, Qiao Qiao was well aware of her cousin's quick temper. Thus she found his reaction unsurprising. However, she found Fuyu's behavior rather puzzling. Just a few days ago, he had been indifferent and fierce toward her, yet now he seemed to have undergone a transformation overnight. Feeling somewhat drained, Qiao Qiao, adept at managing the petty squabbles between her brothers, offered a sweet, gentle smile toward Qiao Hai, her voice soft and playful. "Brother, I'm hungry." Indeed, upon hearing that his sister was hungry, Qiao Hai immediately abandoned his rivalry with Fuyu and dashed toward the kitchen, calling out, "Grandma, Grandma, my sister is hungry." Whereas her breakfast, when he returned, he was carrying a small porcelain bowl, which was exclusively hers, filled with the steamed egg custard that Grandma had prepared that very morning. The custard was generously topped with minced meat and a drizzle of sesame oil and soy sauce, releasing an enticing aroma as he presented it. Qiao Hai set the bowl on a high stool, fetched a small bench, and then pulled Qiao Qiao over to sit beside him. "Here, sister, eat up. This meat was freshly cut by Grandma this morning. You must eat well to replenish your strength." He leaned in a bit closer, eager to offer, "Would you like me to feed you?" Qiao Qiao shook her head and picked up a spoon, taking a mouthful of the custard. Watching her eat, Qiao Hai felt a twinge of regret and pursed his lips before heading back to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with 2 bowls, one of which he handed to Fuyu saying, "Here, you little limpert, eat up." "Qiao Hai, if you don't want your mouth, I can gladly remove it for you," came the stern voice of Grandma Qiao, who had just appeared, wielding a chopping board and knife. She had overheard the exchange and fixed Qiao Hai with a serious gaze, her tone harsh. Seeing Grandma's anger, Qiao Hai quickly fell silent. "Brother, this is Fuyu." Qiao Qiao seized the opportunity to introduce Fuyu. Qiao Hai blinked. Isn't that a girl's name? Now in the 3rd grade, the name Fuyu was somewhat challenging for him, and he instinctively simplified it to the more manageable Fuyu. However, no one paid him any mind. Unbothered, he lowered his head and began his breakfast. Today's meal consisted of sweet potato and cabbage soup made from freshly dug sweet potatoes. Ever since the sweet potatoes had come into season, he had been enjoying this dish nearly every day, but today Grandma had added a bit of diced meat, which, though modest, made it a touch more savory. Qiao Hai savored his meal with gusto, slurping loudly like a little piglet. In contrast, Fuyu, on the other side, appeared much more refined, eating slowly and with the composure reminiscent of a well-mannered young gentleman from the old society, wholly devoid of the gluttonous spirit he had exhibited when devouring 7 eggs in one go. While Qiao Qiao enjoyed her special meal, she discreetly observed him. It seemed her senses had sharpened, for as she studied Fuyu, she heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside the courtyard. Following the sound, she spotted someone peering into their yard over the half-height wall. Chapter 36. The fierceness of Grandma Qiao. Perhaps due to her lack of height, the newcomer stood on tiptoes, revealing a swaying shoulder. "Mother-in-law, are you home?" It was Chen Mu. Her eyes scanned the yard until they landed on Grandma Qiao, who was in the corner gathering sweet potatoes, and her face brightened. She hurriedly entered through the front gate. Upon seeing the 4 individuals in the yard, her gaze lingered momentarily on the unfamiliar Fuyu before shifting to Qiao Qiao, who was seated on a small bench enjoying her breakfast. When her eyes fell upon the little porcelain bowl before Qiao Qiao and noticed its contents, her expression shifted from joy to shock. She slapped her thigh and, pointing at Qiao Qiao's bowl, exclaimed with a pained expression, "Mother-in-law, this little girl, how can she eat so well? Isn't this a sheer waste of food?" In Chen Mu's eyes, girls were considered burdens. Merely surviving was sufficient. There was no need for them to indulge now, witnessing Qiao Qiao's breakfast of not only egg custard but also minced meat. She felt an acute pang of sympathy, especially since her own son, Qiao Hai, did not receive such treatment. She found it even more perplexing, although she had heard from Chen Yulian that the Qiao family favored their daughters over their sons. She had never taken it seriously until she witnessed it firsthand. Overwhelmed, she thought it a travesty to let such fine food go to waste on a mere burden. It would be better to take it home for her eldest grandson. The Qiao family truly squandered their resources, leaving her to wonder about their reasoning. "This is my sister. She can eat whatever she likes, and it's none of your concern," Qiao Hai snapped back at Chen Mu. Since Qiao Qiao had arrived at the Qiao family, she had always received special treatment, eating better than anyone else. The 4 boys in the family were at a growth stage, and despite their appetites, they had never envied the little bit of food in their sister's bowl. For one, the adults had instilled in them from a young age that it was natural and expected for their sister to enjoy special meals. More importantly, they genuinely adored her. As long as she was happy eating, they would willingly sacrifice their own portions without a second thought. Besides, she had lost so much blood recently, it was only right for her to be well nourished. So when Qiao Hai heard Chen Mu's words, he immediately bristled and retorted defiantly, "Qiao Hai." Before Chen Mu could respond to Qiao Hai, Grandma Qiao, who had approached with a basket, interjected sharply, her cold gaze fixed on Qiao Hai as she admonished, "When adults are speaking, where do you find the audacity to interrupt? Speak again, and I shall gladly silence you." As she spoke, she lifted a sweet potato that had been partially dug up and brought it down forcefully onto the tree stump, serving as a cutting board. The impact was so forceful that it sliced the sweet potato in half, with part of the blade embedding into the board. It seemed that if Qiao Hai dared to utter another word, she would indeed follow through on her threat. Not only did Qiao Hai fall silent, but he wiped his mouth, grabbed his bowl, and fled into the kitchen, hastily slinging on his army green satchel and exclaiming, "I am heading to school." He dashed off in a flash. Even Chen Mu, overhearing this, felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't shake the feeling that when Grandma Qiao had spoken, her eyes were directed at her mouth, as if it was her own mouth that was under threat. The very thought sent shivers down her spine. Once Qiao Hai had left, Grandma Qiao turned her attention to Chen Mu and remarked, "The boy has grown and is a bit unruly, and his mouth can be rather foul. Please do not take offense." Chen Mu hastily shook her head and waved her hands, offering an awkward smile. "It is quite all right, it's just a boy being a bit mischievous." Shen Mu had always felt a bit intimidated by Grandma Qiao, and for good reason. Her reputation in Qiao village was quite formidable. Years ago, when their husbands were away at war, news had returned one year that they had all perished. The saying that a widow's home is rife with gossip was certainly true. After Grandma Qiao's husband passed, the ruffians and scoundrels of the village took to harassing her, throwing stones at her door and whistling at her house under the cover of darkness. Most women in such situations would tremble in fear, locking their doors and holding their breath, but not Grandma Qiao. She emerged brandishing a sharp machete, chasing the miscreants away for over a mile, even managing to sever one of their legs in the process. leaving him so terrified that he wet himself, a tale that soon spread throughout the village. As if that were not enough, she had brandished her machete in front of all the villagers. Issuing a fierce warning, she warned that if anyone dared to intrude upon her abode without her consent again, they should not be surprised if she wielded her knife directly upon their necks. From that moment forth, no one dared to trouble her again. Now, as Chen's mother beheld the kitchen knife in Grandma Qiao's hand, an inexplicable chill coursed through her neck. She stood awkwardly to the side, hesitating for a considerable time before softly inquiring, "Mother-in-law, I believe Dongzi should be back by now. Where is he at the moment?" She craned her neck to glance into the several open rooms but found no one. Turning back to Grandma Qiao, she added, "When do you think he could go to the hospital to fetch Yulian? It's not reasonable for her to remain in the hospital indefinitely. It's a waste of money." "Wouldn't you agree?" Today marked the 6th day that Chen Yulian had been hospitalized, yet the Qiao family had yet to make an appearance to retrieve her. Both Chen's mother and the Chen sisters were becoming increasingly anxious. Particularly Chen's mother, who naively believed that her daughter was abandoned in the hospital due to the Qiao family's dissatisfaction with the birth of a daughter. She dismissed Yulian's complaints about Grandma Qiao's lack of care during her confinement and the absence of meals. Believing there was nothing inappropriate in Grandma Qiao's actions, after all, giving birth to a girl was hardly a reason for undue concern. If Chen Yulian were her daughter-in-law, she would have sent her to work on the very same day. Nevertheless, keeping Chen Yulian in the hospital indefinitely was untenable. She feared that if too much time passed, the Qiao family might indeed forsake Yulian as a daughter-in-law. Should that occur, her youngest son would no longer be able to reap any benefits from her. She was counting on the bride price from this daughter to support her son's marriage. She could not allow her to be cast aside by the Qiao family. Chapter 37, Treating Grandma Qiao's headache in recent days. Chen's mother had made numerous visits to discuss bringing Chen Yulian home with Grandma Qiao, yet Grandma Qiao had consistently withheld her approval. Today, upon hearing that Qiao Changdong had returned, she hurried over from the neighboring village, hoping to persuade him to bring Chen Yulian back personally. However, Dongzi was out attending to matters. Grandma Qiao carried a basket to the well, pouring the sweet potatoes into a wooden basin while rinsing them. All the while responding to Chen's mother, "Since Yulian has mentioned that her premature birth has affected her health, it is better for her to remain in the hospital than at home. Doctors possess far more knowledge than we do, and the Qiao family is not impoverished by the cost of hospitalization. As for other matters, Grandma Qiao cast a glance at Chen's mother, who appeared ready to speak again, and stated, "That is a matter for the young couple. As a mother-in-law, I cannot interfere." The implication was clear. If the mother-in-law had no authority, how much less would a mother be able to intervene? With Grandma Qiao's words reaching this point, Chen's mother found it difficult to press further. Of course, she was also unwilling to admit that she had been frightened by Grandma Qiao's display of authority today. She stood beside Grandma Qiao, engaging in conversation for a while, but upon noticing Grandma Qiao's disinterest, she left empty-handed. After Chen's mother departed, a flicker of disdain and coldness crossed Grandma Qiao's face. Following Chen's mother out, she closed the gate to the courtyard, then turned to rub her slightly swollen forehead, only to meet the piercing gaze of her granddaughters. Grandma Qiao paused momentarily. She drew water from the well, washed her hands with soap, and after drying them, approached her granddaughter. Gently, she lifted the child onto her lap and reached behind her, checking for dampness. Upon finding none, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She feared her earlier actions might have frightened her little granddaughter. Although the child was robust, she had been coddled since childhood, and Grandma Qiao rarely displayed anger in her presence. She worried that her recent behavior might have startled the girl, for children are particularly sensitive to fear. It is said that once a child is frightened, they may appear well during the day, only to suffer from fever at night, a phenomenon referred to in their village as losing one's spirit, necessitating the intervention of a fortune teller to retrieve it. Seeing that her granddaughter was not frightened, Grandma Qiao felt reassured. She held the little girl close, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on a distant point, her expression somewhat vacant. "Grandma, do you have a headache?" Qiao Qiao tilted her head, observing that Grandma Qiao had been rubbing her forehead upon her return. "It's all right, Grandma, just hold me for a while." Grandma Qiao, looking at the little girl's concerned face, smiled affectionately and reached out to touch her forehead. The injury on her forehead had completely healed, leaving no scar, save for the temporary absence of hair. As Grandma Qiao gently examined the spot where her granddaughter had been hurt, her gaze shifted to the young boy nearby, who had sustained an injury to his leg, her brow furrowed with unspoken worry. Since Qiao Qiao had been injured a few days prior, Grandma Qiao had been unable to sleep well, her heart troubled with Qiao Changdong taking Qiao Qiao to the provincial capital for medical attention in recent days. Her restlessness had only intensified. After several nights of poor sleep, her energy was waning, and her head throbbed faintly. Seeing Grandma Qiao in this state, Qiao Qiao felt a pang of sympathy. She jumped down from Grandma Qiao's lap and went to fetch the small stool she had been sitting on during mealtime. Positioning it behind Grandma Qiao, she stood on it, supporting her back as she declared, "Let me give you a massage, Grandma. Daddy says my hands are quite skilled, and my massages are especially soothing." Upon hearing this, Grandma Qiao couldn't help but smile. A 3-year-old child's touch could hardly possess any strength, let alone offer comfort. She knew that her son was likely just trying to amuse the little girl. Yet here she was, earnestly wanting to provide a massage. However, Grandma Qiao did not refuse her, allowing the little girl to tiptoe, leaning over her back, her small hands gently kneading the sides of her forehead. With no ulterior motive in mind, Qiao Qiao simply wished for Grandma Qiao to feel better. Perhaps attuned to her thoughts, she suddenly noticed fine, golden-purple threads extending from the tips of her fingers, weaving into Grandma Qiao's forehead. As these threads penetrated, the tension in Grandma Qiao's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, her demeanor becoming noticeably more vibrant and clear. How could this be so miraculous? As Grandma Qiao was astonished, not having anticipated that her granddaughter's massage would be genuinely effective. In just moments, her prior fatigue vanished entirely. Not only did the dull ache in her head dissipate, but she also felt a surge of newfound strength. Grandma, how do you feel? Qiao Qiao leaned over her shoulder, peering into her face as she asked. Having witnessed the golden threads entering Grandma Qiao's forehead, she had seen these threads within the confines of her bracelet space before. They had alleviated her own injuries, and even the scar on her forehead had vanished due to their influence. She speculated that they might possess healing properties. However, she had not anticipated that these threads could not only aid her but could also emerge from her body to enter Grandma Qiao's. Master, this energy is a transformation of the consciousness within your body, possessing restorative abilities. However, your consciousness in this world is still insufficiently strong. You must not overextend yourself, lest we become disconnected as before, resulting in your physical weakness and ultimately, death. The small source, connected to Qiao Qiao's mind, sensed her confusion and promptly clarified in her mind. Qiao Qiao chose to ignore it, instead continuing to observe Grandma Qiao's expression closely. Grandma, you seem much better. Your head doesn't hurt at all, does it? Grandma Qiao pulled Qiao Qiao back into her embrace. Your father is right. My dear Qiao Qiao is truly remarkable. Your massage is very soothing. Qiao Qiao beamed back, her smile endearing and soft. She wrapped her arms around Grandma Qiao's neck, rubbing her tender cheek against Grandma Qiao's. With a playful, affectionate hum, she declared, then I will give you massages often, Grandma, so you can live to 100 and always be with me. Not only Grandma Qiao, but Qiao Qiao wished for everyone in the Qiao family, except for Chen Yulian, to enjoy a long and prosperous life. Filled with happiness and health, Grandma Qiao felt her heart melt at the affection of the little one in her arms. Lowering her gaze, she kissed the girl's soft, rosy cheeks and earnestly replied, very well, dear, I will live to 100, always by your side. The little girl in her arms had been nurtured from a frail little kitten, gradually raised with love and care, though Grandma Qiao was reserved and not particularly expressive. Her affection and indulgence for Qiao Qiao had never been less than that for her son. Qiao Changdong, Chapter 38, a good-for-nothing, who, him. With her body feeling revitalized, Grandma Qiao's spirits naturally lifted as well. She took the half-finished egg custard from Qiao Qiao and patiently fed it to her, not putting her down until she had finished eating. Afterward, she rinsed the bowl with well water and dried it with a cloth before returning to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of freshly boiled peanuts for her. It was nearly November, and the peanuts in the fields had mostly been harvested. This was the last batch. Grandma Qiao had not completely dried them but had saved some for the family to cook. No special seasoning was needed. The fresh peanuts, washed clean and boiled in lightly salted water, would be sweet and delicious, rare treats for children nowadays. These are still warm, dear. I'll set them here to cool, and you can enjoy them with that little brother of yours, Grandma Qiao said, referring to Fuyu. After you finish, play with your brother in the courtyard, but don't go outside. Your father will be back soon. After speaking, Grandma Qiao ruffled Qiao Qiao's hair and went about her work. It was currently autumn harvest season, and Qiao Changhong and Fang Zhengnan had already gone to the fields early in the morning to dig sweet potatoes, eager to complete the harvest before winter set in. If they waited too long and the potatoes froze in the ground, it would be difficult to preserve them afterward, and they would spoil easily. Qiao Qiao understood that she was too small to assist the adults significantly. The best help she could provide was to stay out of trouble and be obedient. She gazed at the bowl of boiled peanuts that Grandma Qiao had prepared for her, her beautiful, dark eyes twinkling as they spun around. A sweet smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth. Clutching the delicate porcelain bowl, she scampered over to Fuyu, eager to harvest some wool. Brother, eat, she cheerfully invited him, her mind racing with thoughts that since he could eat even more than her gluttonous cousin, he should indulge himself a bit more, and even more after that. If he filled his belly, perhaps he would bestow upon her a greater measure of affection and attention, allowing her to gather more consciousness from him. Just as Qiao Qiao was lost in her thoughts, a tiny pink bubble suddenly popped up above her head. Inside the bubble was a little figure, grinning wickedly with a mouthful of tiny, jade-like white teeth. Holding a small bowl in one hand, the figure frantically stuffed peanuts into the mouth of a puppet marked with Fuyu's name. Above the little figure's head, large red characters flashed, "Glutton, feed me, Fu-yu.so." Who is the glutton? Him. Fuyu hadn't even had a moment to be astonished by Qiao Qiao's whimsical thoughts before his attention was diverted by the image of himself as a glutton in her eyes. He looked at her and, after a moment of restraint, could no longer hold back. Under her innocent gaze, he finally asked, "Do you not think I am a glutton?" Qiao Qiao's eyes widened in surprise. She thought to herself, how could he, the favored child of fortune, possibly guess what was in her heart? No matter her shock, she maintained a cute facade, blinking innocently and shaking her head. "Brother, eat, it's delicious. I am not a glutton." Fuyu lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with an inexplicable shame as he looked at the small bowl she had brought forth. "I had gone many days without food, so I couldn't help myself. I usually don't eat like that." Qiao Qiao recalled his refined demeanor during breakfast and nodded her small head. "I believe you." Fuyu's brows relaxed at her response. As he watched the tiny bubble on her forehead dissipate, he reached out to touch it, asking her, "Has this always been here?" Qiao Qiao thought he was referring to the peanuts in the bowl, and after a moment's contemplation, replied, "Usually, they only appear in autumn. In other seasons, they are dried and roasted." Fuyu was taken aback, surprised to learn that this bubble had a seasonal aspect. "Brother, eat." Qiao Qiao remained steadfast in her quest to harvest wool. "You." Qiao Qiao looked at him in confusion. "Call me Brother Yu." He wished to be addressed differently from others. "Brother Yu." Qiao Qiao readily complied. What was in a name? Fuyu nodded in satisfaction and took the bowl from her hands. Placing it on the chair between them, Qiao Qiao adored boiled peanuts, yet she was still too small to peel them adequately, typically relying on her family to do so. But if she attempted it herself, it required much gnawing and nibbling. With Grandma Qiao occupied with her chores, she had no choice but to struggle on her own. Just as she buried her head in her work, a hand appeared before her. A fair palm holding 10 or so freshly shelled, plump peanuts. Following the hand, she looked up. "Eat." Aside from declaring that he was not a glutton, Fuyu was not particularly talkative. When he spoke, it was usually just a few brief words. Qiao Qiao looked at him in delight, not bothering with politeness as she reached out to take 2 peanuts and popped them into her mouth, savoring their flavor. Thus, one shelled while the other ate. One sat while the other stood. Their interaction was truly a portrait of innocent camaraderie. At least, to Qiao Changdong, who had just returned with a myriad of packages in hand, that was the impression. He raised an eyebrow, surprised that Fuyu, who appeared aloof and detached, was caring for his daughter in a manner reminiscent of his own son's, albeit with some awkwardness, as if he had little experience in such matters. "Darling, Daddy's home. Quickly call Grandma to let Daddy in." Qiao Changdong called out after observing the scene for a while. "Daddy." Upon seeing Qiao Changdong's head peeking through the gate, Qiao Qiao joyfully exclaimed. As soon as Grandma Qiao arrived to open the door, she dashed forward, leaping into the man's embrace and clinging to his neck, refusing to let go. This marked the first time since her rebirth that Qiao Qiao had been apart from Qiao Changdong. Despite her efforts to conceal it, a pang of unease lingered within her. After all, had it only been a brief separation, Grandma Qiao regarded the affectionate scene between father and daughter as if they had not seen each other in decades, and chided softly, "Mother, you wouldn't understand." Qiao Changdong planted a kiss on his daughter's cheek. "What did that play say again? A day apart feels like 3 autumns." Suddenly, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a string of bright red fruits from behind his back, waving them in front of Qiao Qiao. "Look, sweetheart, Daddy brought you something." Qiao Qiao held her small face in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, it's candied hawthorn." Grandma Qiao, it is said that when one is at a loss for words, laughter often ensues. Grandma Qiao was charmed by the father-daughter duo's antics. Glancing at the bags Qiao Changdong had discarded nearby, following her gaze, Qiao Changdong explained, "I bought 2 outfits and shoes for little you. And I also picked up a few pounds of bone and meat. They say to nourish the body by matching its form. Mother, please make him some soup over the next few days." Chapter 39. I will protect her with my life. Even if she has bubbles in her head, Grandma Qiao nodded. She rummaged through the bags, pulling out the clothes and shoes from one. She held the shoes up in front of Fuyu, ensuring they fit before taking the pair of adult sandals he had worn that morning and placing them under the eaves. In the morning, she had been unable to find any other shoes, which was why he had worn those oversized sandals. However, with autumn upon them, it was rather chilly to be wearing sandals so early in the day. She also checked the clothes, commenting, "These need to be washed before wearing." "Little you, let us wear them tomorrow." Fuyu observed Grandma Qiao as she gestured in front of him, then turned to see the father and daughter laughing and playing together. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. He quickly lowered his head, concealing that fleeting sentiment, and when he raised it again, he had returned to his usual demeanor. "Thank you, Uncle Qiao." Grandma Qiao. He added a shy smile directed at the 3. This was the first time Fuyu had smiled in front of them. He was handsome, and until now, he had often appeared sullen, his face devoid of expression. The aura of intimidation that surrounded him dulled the allure of his striking features. Now, with the gloom lifted from his face, the sharpness that once seemed to prick at those around him faded away. When he smiled, his exquisitely delicate visage was nothing short of breathtaking. Even Grandma Qiao, who was closest to him, found herself momentarily entranced, involuntarily exclaiming, "This child is truly handsome." Softening her expression, she added, "Good child, no need to be so polite." As Grandma Qiao took the clothes and pants to wash, Qiao Changdong approached, cradling Qiao Qiao, who was licking the candied hawthorn. Qiao Qiao, ever mindful of her goal to harvest wool, plucked a piece of candied hawthorn from the skewer and offered it to Fuyu. Brother you heat. Fu Yu. It seemed that his image as a glutton was deeply ingrained in her perception. Qiao Changdong had come to talk to Fu Yu about the couple from whom he had purchased him. Buying and selling humans is a crime, and once they established the couple's guilt, they would soon face imprisonment. Now, only Fu Yu's future remained uncertain. You say you have no family left. Where did you live before this? Qiao Changdong inquired. Despite Fu Yu wearing his nephew's old clothes, he still exuded an exceptional aura. At an orphanage, or perhaps with some distant relatives, Fu Yu held the piece of candied hawthorn that Qiao Qiao had given him. Remaining silent, his lowered eyelashes obscured his emotions from view. Just as Qiao Changdong was about to speak again, he saw the young boy suddenly stand up from the chair, gripping the edge as he laboriously knelt before him. Uncle Qiao, I'm 8 years old, I am healthy and have no illnesses. He bowed his head, clenching his fists, a hint of shame creeping into his voice as he continued. Could I ask you to adopt me? I will be very diligent and help around the house. Every penny you spend on me, I will remember it all, and when I grow up, I will repay you double. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the person in his embrace. I will also take care of my sister. I will protect her with my life, ensuring no one bullies her, even if she has bubbles in her head. Fu Yu was perceptive, even at just 8 years old. He understood his current situation and predicament. The reasons behind Qiao Qiao's hospitalization were not a secret in the county hospital. Although he had only stayed there for half a day, he had overheard the nurses discussing the matter. Piecing together the situation, furthermore, during the 3 days he spent in the provincial hospital, he witnessed Qiao Changdong's affection for Qiao Qiao and understood just how important she was to him. If Qiao Changdong had been indifferent to his earlier remarks, he believed that the latter statement would surely resonate with him. Of course, Fu Yu's words served a dual purpose. One was to secure a chance for survival, while the other was that every word he spoke was heartfelt. Despite his prior aloofness, he could not deny that from the moment he met Qiao Qiao, he felt an inexplicable connection to her, as if some unseen force had guided him to her, compelling him to protect her. Thus, everything he conveyed to Qiao Changdong was sincere. Indeed. At first, Qiao Changdong's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Fu Yu's assurances regarding repaying the debt. However, when Fu Yu vowed to protect Qiao Qiao with his very life, a significant transformation occurred in his gaze. He scrutinized the young boy kneeling before him, whose back remained resolutely straight. After a prolonged silence, Qiao Changdong sighed and said, "You may rise. I shall contemplate your proposal." In the past, he would never have entertained such thoughts. Regardless of whether he would marry or have children, he believed that having Qiao Qiao as his daughter rendered his life complete. Yet, the recent injury sustained by Qiao Qiao prompted him to reflect. His profession required him to be on the road, spending half the year away. Despite his deep affection for his daughter, he could not protect her at every moment, while there were others at home. Each was preoccupied with their own affairs, leading to inevitable lapses in vigilance. This incident was a stark and bloody reminder. If only there were someone who could be by his daughter's side at all times, taking his place in safeguarding her, it would be nothing short of ideal for him. Fu Yu, recognizing the stirrings of Qiao Changdong's heart, felt a surge of joy and could not help but smile. Observing the little one nestled in Qiao Changdong's arms, Qiao Changdong felt a pang of jealousy. He refrained from hastily informing the Qiao family about Fu Yu's situation, as the matter concerning Chen Yulian was still unresolved. If he were to announce now that he intended to adopt another son, it would undoubtedly appear as though he favored sons over daughters, especially given the dissatisfaction surrounding Chen Yulian's daughters. He was disinclined to explain each detail, opting to wait for the outcome from Meng Jingcheng before addressing all matters at once. Chirp, 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 Qiao Qiao. Early in the morning, Qiao Qiao found herself surrounded by 5 brothers of varying sizes, all gathered at her bedside, extending their necks and transforming into little woodpeckers as they chirped at her face. Qiao Qiao felt both her body and face go numb. "Qiao Qiao, have you missed your brothers?" This was her second uncle's third cousin, Qiao Kuan, aged 13, attending junior high in town. "What about me? Have you missed me?" Qiao Qiao, this was her third uncle's second cousin, Qiao Su, also 13, a month older than Qiao Kuan, and likewise studying junior high in town. "Surely, your sister misses me the most, right? This was her little cousin. Meng Zihuan, who had come back with several older cousins. Step aside, Grandma said it's time to wake sister up. Could you all move a little?" This was her fourth cousin, Qiao Hai, wielding a feather duster as if it were a scepter. "Kid, are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to give you a taste of my strength?" Qiao Kuan, standing at the head of the bed, was just about to pinch his sister's chubby little cheeks when he was unexpectedly shoved by Qiao Hai, causing him to nearly topple onto the bed. Enraged, he clenched his fists and turned to retaliate. Qiao Hai, slightly intimidated by his third cousin, knew that Qiao Kuan had trained in martial arts under his second aunt since childhood. Though not particularly stout, his physique was remarkably resilient, and his punches were exceedingly painful, especially when they landed on Qiao Hai. Noticing the clenched fists of his opponent, Qiao Hai instinctively recoiled, only to find himself face to face with his own brother, Qiao Su, who wore a smile. This sight made him shiver, for compared to the brawny Qiao Kuan, his perpetually cheerful brother Qiao Su was also rather intimidating. Despite his seemingly good-natured demeanor, Qiao Su had a knack for ensuring that the The younger brothers faced the consequences in front of their elders with no chance for recourse, thus, in comparing the two, he would rather offend Qiao Qiao than his own brother Qiao Hai, brimming with bravado. Quickly succumbed to fear, under the scrutinizing gazes of his brothers, he timidly retreated from the battlefield. However, when Xiao Su and Qiao Qiao turned back, hoping to embrace their sister, they discovered that their sweet little sister had already been cradled by their eldest brother. Xiao Jing, when Qiao Qiao was lifted from her warm cocoon of blankets by her eldest cousin Qiao Jing, her mind was still hazy. She glanced at Qiao Jing, then at her little cousin Meng Zihuan, who was unsuccessfully attempting to burrow back into her bed. Her long lashes fluttered as she opened her mouth to softly call out, "Big brother, grandma has made your favorite meat pie. Would you like me to carry you out of bed?" Qiao Jing gently inquired, his smile as warm as spring sunshine. "Really?" Qiao Qiao's eyes brightened, her drowsiness instantly dissipating. She adored meat pie, however, with white flour being a precious commodity and the need for ample meat. Though she often enjoyed special meals, meat pie was not as easily prepared as dishes like egg custard. Grandma Qiao typically prepared enough for the entire family in one go, with a large household. Ensuring everyone had their fill of meat pie would require a significant expenditure, which Grandma Qiao deemed too extravagant for ordinary days. Qiao Qiao could scarcely recall the last time she had indulged in one. Imagining the crispy exterior and tender interior of a freshly cooked meat pie made her mouth water. Snuggled in Qiao Jing's embrace, she allowed him to dress her, following his every movement. Once Qiao Jing finally managed to put her shoes on and she was about to leap down, she was intercepted midair with a firm grip on her tiny waist. Qiao Qiao hoisted her onto his shoulder, grinning triumphantly. "Ha, I've snatched her. She's mine now." As Qiao Qiao proclaimed this, he dashed outside with his sister perched upon his shoulder. Qiao Qiao, who had just begun to wake up from her meat pie reverie, felt as if the world was spinning around her. Outside, Xiao Changdong, seated under the eaves, heard the commotion and turned to see his unfortunate nephew awkwardly carrying his precious little darling in a most ungraceful manner. Anger surged through him, veins bulging on his forehead. MWNPI emerging from the kitchen was quicker than Xiao Changdong and swiftly rescued Qiao Qiao from Qiao Qiao's grasp, turning and delivering a sharp slap to her son's head. "Are you lacking sense?" Qiao Qiao stumbled forward from the slap, colliding into Xiao Changdong, who chose not to assist him but instead delivered a kick to his backside, scolding, "If you ever carry your sister like that again, I'll hang you from a tree and give you a good thrashing. It's about time. A day without discipline only leads to mischief." MWNPI shot him a glare. Turning her attention back to the little girl in her arms, she adopted a gentle demeanor, tenderly stroking Qiao Qiao's face. "Oh dear, you weren't frightened, were you?" Qiao Qiao observed Qiao Qiao cowering like a quail, shrinking his neck in fear, while she rubbed her slightly sore belly from the earlier squeeze. Seemingly genuinely concerned that their older brothers might hang their sibling and beat her, she squirmed in MWNPI's embrace, urgently calling out, no beating, it will hurt my brother." Alright, we won't beat him. We'll just scare him a little." MWNPI quickly reassured her, only then did Qiao Qiao cease her struggles. Wrapping her little arms around MWNPI's neck, obediently greeting those in the yard. "Oh my, I feel like my little darling has become even more beautiful, she seems to radiate light," MWNPI exclaimed, planting 2 affectionate kisses on the little girl before turning to the others in the courtyard with exaggerated enthusiasm. Though MWNPI spoke dramatically, her sentiment was genuine. She truly believed that her little girl appeared even more enchanting than before, glowing so radiantly that it was difficult to look away. Qiao Qiao shyly covered her mouth and smiled. She understood that her second aunt's words were sincere. Little Yuan had previously told her that as her consciousness in this world expanded, so too would the spiritual energy she could manifest. This energy had restorative properties, capable of transforming her body by gradually expelling the impurities accumulated over the years. It would also enhance her physical condition, making her healthier. Thus, she would only become increasingly healthy and beautiful. When she possessed sufficient spiritual energy, she could even use it to improve her family's circumstances. Upon hearing MWNPI's words, Xiao Changhong and Xiao Changkai, seated in the yard, turned to look. However, the 2 men were not inclined to dispense compliments, merely nodding in agreement. MWNPI, relishing the moment, held Qiao Qiao a little longer before, under the eager gazes of the boys, passing the little girl back to them. The brothers, usually busy with their studies and returning home only once a week, seized this rare opportunity to bond with their sister, unwilling to relinquish her. In the time it took Qiao Qiao to wash up, they commenced a flurry of activity, fetching water, wringing out towels, and passing her toothbrush, creating a delightful commotion. Qiao Qiao was accustomed to this lively atmosphere. She patiently allowed her brothers to fuss over her, tilting her head in anticipation of their care, her demeanor utterly charming. Once she had washed her face, her dark, glistening eyes swept across the yard, landing on Fuyu, who sat not far away on a long bench, also observing her. Fuyu was clad in the new clothes Qiao Changdong had purchased the previous day, and the soft morning sunlight bathed him in a delicate golden hue, bestowing upon him an almost ethereal glow. From a distance, he exuded a sense of purity. "Who is that boy?" Qiao Qiao asked, Tilting his head to follow Qiao Qiao's gaze and inquiring if Qiao Hai shrugged, he asked the one uncle brought back, then, turning to his brothers as if to lodge a complaint. He added, "Brothers, this kid is quite arrogant. On his first day back, he tried to snatch our sister. It's infuriating that he didn't succeed. I ended up getting scolded by Grandma." His frustration was palpable. Chapter 41, The brothers competing for attention. I previously overheard my father and uncle mention that it seems he was trafficked here, and he will likely leave in a few days. Xiao Su, indifferent to the sudden appearance of the young boy, seized the moment while his brothers were still assessing him and swiftly scooped up his already washed sister. He settled her upon his arm and playfully jostled her, exclaiming, "Come brother, we'll take you out for a meal." In the kitchen, Grandma Qiao was busy frying pancakes, while Feng Zhengnan was preparing soup. Today's broth was made from the bones that Qiao Changdong had brought back the previous day, enriched with a touch of seaweed, and simmered under pressure before dawn. As the lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, filling the entire kitchen. The younger boys who followed in could not help but swallow hard. Especially those who studied in town. They spent 5 days at school feasting on bland meals, eagerly anticipating the improvement of their diet during the weekends at home. However, such lavish treatment was rare, especially for a hearty breakfast of meat pancakes and bone soup. Feng Zhengnan ladled 2 spoonfuls of succulent meat that had fallen from the bones into a small porcelain bowl for Qiao Qiao, added a scoop of seaweed, and finally poured in the broth. Upon noticing the gathering boys, he chuckled, "Have you all grown dog noses? How can you smell the food from so far?" Meng Zihuan grinned and turned to fetch a bowl for himself, raising it before Feng Zhengnan. "Aunt San, I want plenty of meat like my sister." "All right, you shall have your fill of meat. How about bones?" Feng Zhengnan inquired with a smile. Yes, I want it all." Meng Zihuan nodded vigorously. The culinary skills of both Grandma Qiao and Feng Zhengnan were beyond reproach. The meat, having been tenderized in the pressure cooker, easily detached from the bones, and combined with the seaweed, rendered the soup light and refreshing rather than greasy. The meat pancakes were made from dough that Feng Zhengnan had kneaded before dawn, filled generously with minced meat and chopped chives. Each pancake was fried to a golden crisp on the outside while remaining tender on the inside, making every bite a delightful experience. The boys were thoroughly satisfied. Qiao Qiao, ever mindful of her plan to seize the opportunity, took advantage of her brothers being preoccupied with their meal and approached Fuyu with her meat pancake in hand. "Brother Yu, would you like to eat?" she offered, presenting a plate with 2 pancakes. Qiao Changdong, carrying a bowl of bone and seaweed soup, approached and noticed his daughter attending to others before herself, which stirred a pang of bitterness in his heart. "Thank you." Fuyu accepted the plate from Qiao Qiao, observing her fingers slightly reddened from the heat of the pancakes. He frowned and said, "Next time, don't do this, I will come to you." His intention was to integrate into this family by caring for her, not the other way around, yet, he realized something felt amiss. He could not bear to see any marks of distress upon her, even if they were merely the faintest of traces from the hot dish. Qiao Qiao simply smiled and nodded her head, then skipped back to the main room with Qiao Changdong. The commotion from their side did not go unnoticed by the other members of the Qiao family seated in the main room. Mo Pei curiously asked Feng Zhengnan, "What are his plans? I heard from Yun this morning that he hasn't been to the hospital even once." Feng Zhengnan recalled the disdainful expression on Qiao Changdong's face when she previously inquired about this matter and shook his head in response to Mo Pei. Lowering his voice, he replied, "I don't know, he is not one to discuss such things. Last time I asked, he seemed quite displeased, so I refrained from pressing further. It was common knowledge among the Qiao family that Qiao Changdong harbored a strong dislike for Chen Yulian. His marriage to her had stemmed largely from the pressure exerted by old Master Qiao, thus his aversion to Chen Yulian, coupled with her mistreatment of Qiao Qiao, rendered his behavior towards her unsurprising to the family. However, Mo Pei found it curious that Grandma Qiao's attitude towards Chen Yulian had shifted. Aside from the first day she visited to check on Chen Yulian, she had not set foot in the hospital again. Nor had she even mentioned her since. It was noteworthy that when they had given birth, they adhered to a full month of confinement. Mo Pei could hardly believe that Grandma Qiao was the type to favor sons over daughters, neglecting Chen Yulian simply because she bore a granddaughter. Yet Grandma Qiao had even sent Shen's mother away when she came to inquire about matters, which puzzled Feng Zhengnan. It did not align with her usual demeanor. To the villagers, Grandma Qiao was known for her fierce personality and her protective bias towards her youngest son, leading many to view her as difficult to please. However, only the daughters-in-law knew that her level of care and concern was quite exceptional. While it was true that she favored her youngest son, she was not neglectful of her other sons. Among the 4 branches of the Qiao family, the eldest son, Qiao Changqing, was the most prosperous. Although Feng Zhengnan was unaware of his monthly allowance, she knew that he sent over 300 yuan annually to support Grandma Qiao, a portion of which she saved while the rest was distributed to the various branches. Although her family was the least affluent, both of her sons were able to receive an education, thanks to Grandma Qiao's support. In contrast to the typical behavior of a domineering mother-in-law, Grandma Qiao had never meddled in the affairs of their family. The very fact that she refrained from interfering in their household matters had left Feng Zhengnan immensely grateful. After Chen Yulian's arrival, it became evident that Qiao Changdong hardly paid any attention to her. Leaving most responsibilities to Grandma Qiao, she had assumed that once Chen Yulian gave birth, even if Qiao Changdong remained indifferent, Grandma Qiao would surely step in. To her astonishment, however, Grandma Qiao had completely withdrawn her support. This was indeed perplexing, leading her to question how Chen Yulian had managed to create such turmoil in her life. Mo Wenpei recalled the various troubles that had surfaced since Chen Yulian's marriage and shook her head in disdain. Regarding Chen Yulian, she found herself utterly confounded. Although Qiao Changdong had been a bit unruly in his youth, preferring a carefree lifestyle, he had completely settled down after taking on the responsibility of raising Qiao Qiao. Not only was he remarkably handsome, but the income he brought home each month was something many men could only dream of. A single trip could yield earnings equivalent to 6 months or even a year's worth of labor for others. While the fact that he had fathered a child out of wedlock might raise some eyebrows, the existence of his beloved daughter was a widely known truth in the surrounding villages. The Qiao family had never hidden this fact. Chen Yulian, fully aware of this reality, still resorted to underhanded tactics to marry into the family, yet, after her marriage, she did not embrace her new life. Frequently causing a ruckus over their daughter, such behavior struck Mo Wenpei as utterly irrational. Chapter 42. Wow. Sister's mind is blown. Putting all that aside, one need only look at how Chen Yulian had transformed over the past 6 months since joining the Qiao family. Once a frail figure resembling a scrawny monkey, she had been well fed to the point of plumpness, her chin layered with folds, clearly indicating the comfort she had enjoyed in the Qiao household. It was unfathomable to her that amidst such good fortune, Chen Yulian would still stir up discord. As the two sisters-in-law spoke in hushed tones, the younger Qiao brothers were engaged in their own mischief. Under the table, they playfully kicked one another, inadvertently striking Mo Wenpei, who frowned in annoyance. She directed her gaze at the most restless one. Qiao Kuan, what are you doing? Do you need to be disciplined today to feel at ease? Qiao Kuan shook his head vigorously and shot a glare at Xiao Su before explaining under Mo Wenpei's icy stare, Mom, we want to go play on the back mountain after breakfast. To catch a rabbit or shoot a sparrow for our sister's health. The brothers had only just learned that their sister had recently endured a severe ordeal, losing a significant amount of blood and requiring treatment that extended all the way to the provincial capital. Concerned, they had been discussing this matter even before breakfast. Living in the countryside, aside from helping with household chores, their entertainment was limited to collecting bird eggs or catching fish, catching rabbits and shooting sparrows? You all look like foolish birds, Mo Wenpei retorted dismissively. She pointed to a pile of sweet potatoes beneath the eaves outside. After breakfast, no one is permitted to run off. You will accompany us to the field to gather sweet potatoes? Understood. At your age, you should be helping out at home. What use are you if you don't have? Upon hearing Mo Wenpei's words, the boys groaned in unison. Oh, stop your whining. All day long, you run wild outside. One would think that the wild monkeys in the mountains are your mother, but Mom, we made plans with Zhangzi last week. Qiao Kuan attempted to protest, then cancel it. Mo Wenpei declared firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. Instantly, the boys' expressions fell. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao, nibbling on the remaining half of her pancake, piped up, Qiao Qiao wants to go too. Can my brothers take me along? Qiao Su assumed she wished to join them in their chores and promptly replied. Where do you want to go? To the fields? It's better if you don't. It's tiring and you'll get your hands dirty. Qiao Qiao shook her head. No, I want to play in the mountains. In recent days, Qiao Qiao had felt her senses sharpening significantly. So keenly perceptive was she that, centered upon herself, she could discern the very breath of others within a 10-meter radius, sensing their positions and movements. Little Yuan informed her that this was a benefit derived from her mental energy transforming into spiritual power. Not only that, as her spiritual energy increased, this ability would grow increasingly potent. In the future, should she so desire, even with her eyes closed, she would be able to perceive and feel all living beings' movements and locations within a 10-mile radius. It bore a resemblance to the legendary clairvoyance and acute hearing. Yet, her current mental energy was insufficient, thus limiting her to sensations within 10 meters. Nevertheless, she yearned to venture into the mountains to test her capabilities. If her abilities were indeed as formidable as they seemed, perhaps she could catch a few wild rabbits or hunt some mountain chickens, thereby enhancing her family's meals. She was acutely aware of her brother's fondness for hunting game in the mountains. However, their skills were lacking, often resulting in missed catches, leaving them to resort to homemade slingshots to shoot a few sparrows instead. This thought, a sudden pop resonated from her forehead. The entire Qiao family turned in unison towards the sound, only to witness a small pink bubble emerging from Qiao Qiao's forehead. Inside the bubble, a miniature version of herself gleefully wielded a rabbit in one hand and a mountain chicken in the other. Dancing joyfully, those who had never witnessed such a scene were left in a state of shock, while several younger ones stared wide-eyed. Meng Zihuan was the first to exclaim, pointing at Qiao Qiao's head and shouting, Sister. Sister, you've got a bubble in your head. Qiao Qiao replied, What bubble? Who has a bubble? Confused and slightly displeased, she pondered why her desire to explore the mountains had led to such remarks. Xiao Su sensed an ambiguity in Meng Zihuan's words, which did not sound particularly flattering. Observing Qiao Qiao's furrowed brow, he attempted to rephrase, Ahem, little Huan, you misspoke. It's that sister's head is bubbling. However, he halted mid-sentence, realizing that this too did not sound particularly favorable. It was only after a considerable time that Qiao Qiao began to comprehend the implications of her family's words. The realization struck her. Bubbles could indeed emerge from her head. Within those bubbles, a miniature version of herself expressed some of her internal thoughts. Qiao Qiao was astounded. At that moment she finally understood why at times, without uttering a word, her family seemed to grasp her thoughts, especially her father, whom she admired greatly, believing him to be the smartest dad in the world. And then there was Fu Yu. She had thought that the son of fortune was merely more capable than others. Yet he even knew when she considered him a good-for-nothing. This thought complicated Qiao Qiao's emotions. Would she in the future need to control her very thoughts? However, a sudden wave of joy washed over her as she recalled something. If this bubble could convey her emotions and thoughts, did that mean it could assist her in expressing those things that were unspeakable, constrained by the world's laws? If so, she could finally reveal to her father that she was reborn. The mere prospect of this filled Qiao Qiao with elation. Although she had indeed been reborn and resolved to protect her family and herself in this lifetime, she also sought to make the Shen family pay a price. Yet, regardless of her rebirth, she had been merely a child of less than 10 when she had perished in her previous life. A plethora of insecurities lingered in her heart. Subconsciously, she yearned for her family's support and to rely on them. After all, nothing was more reliable than facing hardships together as a family. As Qiao Qiao's spirit soared, the tiny figure within the bubble began to bounce wildly. The bubble not only swayed about but also erupted into fireworks. Whoosh 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 crackle, pop of the sight of the fireworks exploding above Qiao Qiao's head elicited astonished expressions from the Qiao family. Wow! Sister's head exploded, Qiao Hai exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 43, the conditions to see the bubble. No sooner had Qiao Hai uttered these words than he was met with a symphony of affectionate slaps from his three brothers. Smack, 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 each slap landed precisely on his forehead, back of the head, and left temple. I know, this is sister wanting to set off fireworks, Meng Zihuan declared, reaching out to pat Qiao Qiao's forehead, but found only air. It seems our little darling is genuinely happy, Mo1 Pei remarked, her gaze warm and affectionate. No1 expressed fear or trepidation. The astonishing scene unfolded as casually as eating and sleeping. Xiao Changdong said nothing, but the gentleness with which he touched his daughter's forehead revealed his own happiness. The sole reason was the sight of his daughter's delight, even though he remained oblivious to the reason behind it. Regrettably for Qiao Qiao, as she stood before the mirror, eyes wide with curiosity, she could not see the bubble they spoke of. It appeared that only her family could perceive it. Even Fu Yu, who was not family, could see it. How peculiar! Qiao Qiao inquired of the source tree in her mind. Little Yuan, do you know what is happening? Master, I am unaware as well. Within the bracelet space, Little Yuan strained its tiny branches, attempting to glimpse the bubbles described by the Qiao family, yet despite its efforts, it remained blind to them. Well, if I can't see them, I can't see them, Qiao Qiao thought. Not particularly concerned, after all, she could be reborn and live within a book. A bubble emerging from her head hardly seemed a grave matter. What occupied her thoughts now was how to utilize this bubble to convey her situation to her father and family. As for the other members of the Qiao family, although astonished, they did not dwell on it excessively. The adults repeatedly cautioned the younger boys, emphasizing that while they had seen it, such matters were not to be disclosed to outsiders. If they dared to reveal even a hint, the consequences would not be trivial. Initially, the boys did not comprehend, thinking this was something cool, worthy of boasting about. However, upon hearing the adults say that if outsiders learned of it, they would treat their sister as a monster and burn her alive, the boys were rendered pale with fright, covering their mouths tightly as if wishing to sew them shut. The youngest, Meng Zihuan, was so frightened that tears brimmed in his eyes as he clung to Qiao Qiao, wailing, I promise, I will protect sister, and not let her be burned alive. The back mountain was a perfect place for the boys to unleash their youthful exuberance. Yet for Qiao Qiao, it posed certain dangers, not to mention the insects and rodents. Even the half-human tall weeds could pose a threat to her delicate skin. Xiao Changdong was unwilling to agree. Qiao Qiao sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and showering him with affectionate kisses, as if they were free of charge, to the point where his lips nearly reached his ears. Still, he stood firm in his decision. Darling, the back mountain is overrun with weeds, and there could be insects. Aren't you afraid of these? What if you get hurt? I promise I won't get hurt. Really? Qiao Qiao asserted, patting her chest earnestly. Then what if you do get hurt? Xiao Changdong queried. Qiao Qiao's dark eyes darted around, landing on her brothers, before finally turning her head toward them, her voice soft yet resolute, declaring, then it means my brothers are useless and fail to protect me. When they return, I'll hang them upside down from trees and whip them with belts. The brothers, initially engrossed and eagerly anticipating their sister's persuasion of the adults, were left dumbfounded. They gazed at Qiao Qiao in disbelief. Was this truly their most adorable sister? Where had the deep sibling affection gone? What had happened to her professed love for her brothers? How had she turned to threats of hanging them upside down and whipping them? Qiao Qiao, oblivious to her brother's accusatory glances, chuckled, you little clever clogs. The adults nearby burst into laughter. In the end, the boys were granted permission to take their sister to the back mountain for a while. But with stipulations. Once you enter the mountain, you must constantly keep an eye on your sister, ensuring she does not leave your sight. Understood? If I see even the slightest scratch on her when she returns, you will face the consequences. The belts will be prepared in advance. Mo1 warned, delivering a light slap to her son Qiao Qiao's head for emphasis. Do not venture too deep, just stay near the entrance and play with your sister. Fang Zhengnan advised, casting a glance at Qiao Su as she handed him a military canteen once belonging to Qiao Changqing filled with well water. Your sister is still young. As her brothers, you should carry her when possible and avoid letting her walk or tire herself. Inside are all the treats your sister loves. If she gets hungry, take them out for her. You can have some too, Qiao Changdong added, slinging a bulging olive green backpack onto the sturdy back of Qiao Qiao. Finally, Qiao grandmother placed a bamboo-woven basket on Qiao Hai's back, instructing him to gather any wild mushrooms he might find. Having completed these preparations, she turned and returned to the kitchen, emerging with a small water bottle adorned with a big-headed doll sticker. A few days ago, Qiao Changdong made a purchase at the department store, an imported item reputed to possess the same thermal insulation qualities as the family's thermos. However, the price was steep, several times that of the larger thermos at home. Yet, undeterred by the expense, Qiao Changdong promptly acquired it, thinking of his beloved daughter. This morning, Grandma Qiao filled Qiao Qiao's bottle with milk powder, as she had no room left after drinking bone broth. Handing it to Qiao Jing, who wore a wristwatch, she advised, "This is your sister's milk powder that she didn't finish. Keep an eye on the time, around 9 o'clock, ensure she consumes it." The Qiao brothers exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they were indeed venturing into the mountains to hunt rabbits and birds rather than merely going for a picnic. As if to further coddle his daughter, Qiao Changdong fetched a small stool for the brothers to carry, saying, "Take this too, so your sister can sit when she tires. Don't let her sit on the ground like you." The Qiao brothers gazed at their uncle in disbelief, wondering why he didn't simply hoist a bed onto their backs for their sister to lie down and sleep when fatigued. Chapter 44, Entering the Back Mountain. A most peculiar affair. Upon gathering at the entrance of the back mountain, the children from the village witnessed a curious sight. Leading the procession was Qiao Su, who sported a military green satchel, bulging with unknown contents. Following closely was Qiao Qiao, burdened not only with a military canteen but also carrying a small stool. Next was Qiao Jing, who wore an unusual cylindrical object but carried no other oddities, save for the doll nestled in his arms. This doll was utterly adorable, garbed in a lovely dress and donning tiny red shoes, topped with a whimsical yellow chick sun hat, her luminous skin nearly glowing. The village children were familiar with Qiao Qiao, for their village, aptly named Qiao Family Village, comprised solely of individuals bearing the surname Qiao, relatives tracing back several generations. They all recognized Qiao Qiao, knowing she was adopted by Qiao Changdong from outside the village. And they were aware of her beauty. However, while they had previously regarded her as pretty, they now found her so strikingly beautiful that it seemed as though she radiated light, rendering it impossible to divert their gaze. Bringing up the rear were Qiao Hai and Meng Zihuan. Qiao Hai carried a bamboo basket on his back and held Meng Zihuan's hand. As they walked, he called out to Qiao Qiao, who was cradled in Qiao Jing's arms, "Sister, how about I carry you later? I'm incredibly strong." The other children, pulled from their reverie by his words, shifted their attention from Qiao Qiao to the Qiao brothers, pondering what exactly is happening here. Are they going for a mountain excursion? They acknowledged that Qiao Qiao was indeed charming, captivating enough to hold one's gaze, and they enjoyed playing with her. However, they were currently embarking on a hunting trip. How could they possibly bring along a little girl? That would be a hindrance. Unfazed by the puzzled looks from the other boys, the Qiao brothers maintained their composure. Qiao Qiao, with a grand gesture, asserted confidently, "This is our sister, you needn't concern yourselves with her. We will take care of her, so you can attend to your own affairs." The other boys, all around the same age as the Qiao brothers, between 12 and 15, considered Qiao Qiao's statement, swallowing their hesitation. After all, if they insisted on intervening, it might seem like meddling. Thus, the group set forth into the mountains, with Qiao Qiao nestled in Qiao Jing's embrace, her little head poking out as she curiously surveyed her surroundings. This was Qiao Qiao's inaugural venture into the back mountain of their village. Previously, the adults had prohibited her entry, and she had lacked interest. She had heard tales that before the reforms, this mountain had sustained many hunters, concealing numerous treasures within, making it possible to feast on meat daily if one possessed the skill. However, by the time of their father's generation, most had turned to farming, and the art of hunting had gradually faded. Nowadays, the village's young men merely engaged in light-hearted escapades at the forest's edge, which could hardly be deemed true hunting. This was Qiao Qiao's first experience in the mountains, and everything fascinated her. She quickly realized that Qiao Changdong's earlier words held truth. The underbrush was so thick that some grasses towered over her. Initially, she had hoped not to tire her brothers too much, thinking she could walk on her own and only request to be carried when utterly exhausted. Yet now she understood that if she attempted to walk even a few steps, the thorns and branches could scratch her, leaving her brothers with no choice but to carry her back. "Here, sister," came a voice. Qiao Qiao turned to see Qiao Su, who had plucked a branch of osmanthus flowers, cleaned off the leaves, and presented her with a cluster of golden blooms. "Thank you, brother," she replied, inhaling the rich floral scent. which momentarily enchanted her. If you like them, let us pick more when we leave, Xiao Su remarked with a smile. Their yard had 2 osmanthus trees, but by mid-October, the blossoms had nearly all fallen. It was surprising to find them still blooming in November in the mountains. Qiao Qiao beamed sweetly. All right. Seeing his brother amuse their sister, Xiao Hai sought something to cheer her up too, but found nothing suitable after a thorough search. Eventually, he cast his gaze upon a bare tree, devoid of leaves. After half a minute, he returned with his gift. He raised his hand high to display it to his sister, exclaiming, "Sister, look, a big caterpillar." Qiao Qiao recoiled. "Thank you, but I don't want to see it." She buried her face in Xiao Jing's neck. "Little Hai, are you silly?" Xiao Kuan scoffed, teasing his younger cousin. "Sister is terrified of these things. Why would you show her?" Xiao Kuan distinctly recalled how in the past, when Xiao Qiao encountered a cabbage worm, she would perform a dramatic dance of fright. One could only imagine her reaction to a caterpillar, confident in his understanding of her. Xiao Kuan proudly declared to sister, "Just wait. I'll catch you a fluffy little rabbit today, adorable and soft. Once you play with it to your heart's content, we can ask Grandma to make spicy rabbit stew." Sounds great. Xiao Qiao loved spicy rabbit. The locals in Hongfeng town relished spicy food, and she had been enjoying it since childhood. Generally, she could handle any spice level, though her meals had been milder since her recent head injury. However, now that they had entered the mountains, the group wandered for nearly half an hour without catching even a glimpse of a rabbit, let alone a bird. The boys, feeling disheartened, plopped down on the ground. Staring up at the branches where birds they had frightened off with their makeshift slingshots had taken flight. "Why haven't we seen a single bird today?" one lamented. "Normally by this time, we'd have bagged several." Another chimed in, "And not even a single field mouse in sight." The boys had honed their slingshot skills since childhood. While they couldn't claim to hit every target, they typically managed to catch a few birds on their outings. But today, they had not managed to hit even a feather. Even the usually skittish field mice were nowhere to be found. It was truly a most peculiar situation. Chapter 45. Using a small basket to carry a warren of rabbits. I refused to believe this. "I must search again." One boy, determined to defy fate, sprang to his feet and strode off in a direction. After a few paces, he turned to Qiao Kuan, who was still with Qiao Qiao, and called out, "Kunzi, let us go look again." Qiao Kuan waved his hand dismissively. "You go ahead. I'll stay here with my sister for a while." The boy, puzzled as to why one would want to linger with a sister, did not press the matter and turned to invite another. Soon, the remaining boys, having followed the earlier one, departed, leaving only the Qiao family behind to rest for a moment. Qiao Qiao, cradled in Xiao Su's arms, sat on the small stool brought by Qiao Kuan. Qiao Jing held the thermos for her, allowing her to sip the milk powder Grandma Qiao had prepared. Meanwhile, Qiao Kuan eagerly opened the satchel that Xiao Su had been carrying, spilling its contents onto the ground. Although Qiao Qiao was not hungry, she declined her brother's offers to share the snacks, assuring them to eat without concern for her. Her attention wandered to the trees surrounding them. Her senses were indeed heightened. She could hear many sounds within a 10-meter radius. However, she struggled to focus, as the cacophony of noises was overwhelming, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. "What's the matter? Is the milk powder getting cold?" Xiao Su asked, noticing her discomfort. Qiao Qiao shook her head, pushing the unfinished milk powder toward Xiao Su's mouth. "I'm full. You drink, brother." "I'm not full yet, sister," Xiao Hai exclaimed, eagerly interjecting. Xiao Su, exasperated, shook the bottle to estimate its contents before handing it over. "You can only have a sip." Xiao Hai nodded with delight. Thus, the brothers shared the milk powder that Qiao Qiao had left untouched. While she closed her eyes, following the methods imparted to her by the little source in her mind, she held her breath and focused intently on the sounds surrounding her. Gradually, the cacophony that had been overwhelming faded away, leaving behind an eerie stillness. She felt as though her consciousness had transformed into an immense spider web, ensnaring the information of all living beings within a 10-meter radius. She then traced the threads back to herself. The brothers of the Qiao family sat around Qiao Qiao on the ground, munching on snacks while observing her, occasionally whispering to one another, leisurely as if they were truly on a picnic. Once Qiao Kuan finished his share of snacks, he clapped his hands, preparing to rise, only to notice a faint pink bubble emerging from Qiao Qiao's forehead. Within the bubble, a tiny figure held up a drawing that was monochromatic, resembling a simple sketch. "What is this?" The Qiao brothers leaned in closer, studying the bubble on their sister's forehead with curiosity and confusion. Suddenly, Qiao Hai clapped his hands, pointing excitedly at the drawing, exclaiming to his brothers beside him, "Look, isn't this the place we just passed? There's a big crooked tree." Xiao Hai's vivid memory stemmed from the fact that the location indeed featured a crooked tree, just like the one depicted in the drawing. Remarkably large, requiring 3 of him with outstretched arms to encircle it. "But what's inside that tree? It looks like a huge bundle of something wriggling." Qiao Kuan tilted his head, gazing at the squirming figure in the drawing. Due to its simplistic nature, he could not discern what it was. Qiao Qiao opened her eyes, beaming with joy. "It's a rabbit, a whole nest of rabbits. Brothers, hurry and catch them." Just moments ago, she had employed the method taught by the little source, holding her breath to search for any movements within her range of capability. Indeed, she had discovered a nest of rabbits located less than 10 meters away, precisely where they had just passed. The crooked tree had been excavated by the mother rabbit. Revealing a burrow filled with robust, plump rabbits, perfect for crafting numerous spicy rabbit dishes. The Qiao brothers were somewhat skeptical, but, given the proximity, Xiao Su lifted Qiao Qiao and placed her on a small stool. With Meng Zihuan accompanying her, while the four brothers approached the crooked tree, they surrounded the tree in a protective formation, inching closer, sure enough, beneath a cluster of low shrubs surrounding the crooked tree. They uncovered the entrance to the burrow. Xiao Jing used a stick to clear away the debris blocking the entrance, revealing a nest of fluffy rabbits. The rabbits, white, gray, and black, huddled closely together, startled at the sight of the open entrance. Squeaking as they attempted to burrow deeper, however, the confined space of the burrow left them exposed to the Qiao brothers. Overjoyed, the brothers swiftly cleared the entrance of any obstructing weeds, then gathered some dry branches to construct a barrier. They ignited it with matches and blew the smoke inside with their clothing. Unable to withstand the smoke, one by one, the rabbits emerged from their hiding place. The Qiao brothers stood vigil at the entrance, waiting for their catch. Ultimately, they managed to capture every single rabbit, counting a staggering 17 in total. Their companions, hearing the commotion, rushed over to find the Qiao brothers triumphantly presenting a nest of rabbits. Binding their legs with temporary vines, the other companions, eyes glistening with envy, gazed at the immobilized rabbits, which could only squirm helplessly on the ground. Once Qiao Qiao and Xiao Su had bound all the rabbits, Xiao Jing carried Qiao Qiao while leading Meng Zihuan, who still bore the bamboo basket on his back. That basket doesn't seem large enough to hold everything, someone remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You re so lucky, why didn't we find them? Another expressed their envy. When did you discover them? Did you find them earlier and wait for us to leave before catching them? Someone began to theorize conspiratorially. Hearing the initial comments, Xiao Qiao remained unfazed, but the latter remark ignited his temper. He rolled his eyes dramatically, retorting, "What's the matter? Even if I found them and didn't tell you, what's wrong with that? They re-mine since I found them. When I caught them is none of your business. If you're unsatisfied, come and fight me." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. The individual who made the comment dared not confront Xiao Qiao. After all, both of his parents were martial artists, and their family owned a martial arts school in town. They had never been his match since childhood. Fighting him wouldn't be a challenge, it would be a one-sided beating. Chapter 46, The Blessing of the Chicken God. Xiao Su, not wishing to escalate the conflict, especially with their sister present, called out to Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao huffed, letting his sleeves drop. Xiao Su then turned to the others, explaining, "We didn't secretly catch them. We were merely sitting there resting when we suddenly spotted a rabbit running out." He paused, then added with a smile, "We're all good brothers. We share our good fortune. You all came with us, so when we leave, we'll share one with each of you." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled with joy, and they eagerly offered to help the Qiao brothers carry the rabbits and the bamboo basket. Noticing her brothers were preparing to head back, Qiao Qiao quickly leaned in to whisper to Xiao Jing, "Brother, there are also eggs." As she spoke, another bubble emerged from her forehead. The Qiao brothers noticed and turned to look in unison. The others, startled by their synchronized action, followed their gaze but saw nothing at first. However, perhaps it wasn't entirely empty. The exceptionally adorable little sister wore a sun hat adorned with a tiny yellow chick, one sporting golden hair, no less. "What are you all looking at?" The others were puzzled by the Qiao brothers' focus. Finally, seeing them fixated on the little chick with utmost seriousness, the others instinctively followed suit, staring for a while. After about half a minute, the Qiao brothers ceased their gaze, aside from Xiao Jing, who continued to hold Qiao Qiao. The other three exchanged knowing glances before scattering in unison, each brother heading in a different direction. "What are they doing?" The others were baffled. Soon enough, the Qiao brothers clarified their actions, each returning from some hidden corner with a nest of wild eggs. The brown wild eggs were small, roughly the size of 3 jujubes, but when gathered together in clusters of 20 or so, they were quite a sight to behold. The others exclaimed in shock, their astonishment palpable. Among them, Xiao Zhang, who had the closest relationship with the Qiao brothers, frantically paced around them like an ant on a hot pan. "Kunzi, tell me, have you opened some kind of heavenly eye?" He, along with Xiao Su and Xiao Qiao, was 13 years old, attending the same junior high school in town, and they spent nearly all their time together, forming a solid bond. His inquiry stemmed not from jealousy but genuine admiration and astonishment. He had been to this back mountain at least 20 times and had never witnessed anyone achieve such a bountiful haul in one go. Gathering wild eggs felt akin to raiding one's own henhouse. The Qiao brothers fell silent, realizing their previous actions were perhaps not easily explained. They exchanged glances until Xiao Su, the most persuasive among them, stepped forward, adopting an expression of resigned inevitability. He pointed to the sun hat adorned by Qiao Qiao, with the little yellow chick perched atop. In a hushed tone, he mysteriously remarked, "Do you see that? The hat on my sister's head, with the little chick on top, do you know what that is?" "It's the chicken god." The others looked at him as if he were foolish, their disbelief evident. Xiao Su continued to elaborate, "The reason we were staring at it earlier was that we were silently praying for its blessing. And lo and behold, it led us to discover all these wild eggs." Some of the others began to waver, for it was undeniable that the Qiao brothers had been fixated on the little chick. only to return with a bounty of wild eggs. An irrefutable fact. How did you pray? A younger boy, around Qiao Hai's age, asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, clearly entranced by Qiao Su's fanciful tale and eager to try it himself. Qiao Su remained silent, temporarily placing the eggs he had gathered into Qiao Qiao's possession. He then retrieved the bamboo basket, extracting the rabbits within. Removing his outer coat, he placed it beneath the basket and directed Qiao Qiao and Qiao Hai to place all the wild eggs inside. Each brother contributed a nest, totaling approximately 50 or 60 eggs, a sight that was indeed striking. The nearby onlookers gazed at the wild eggs, envy etched across their faces, some even swallowing hard in anticipation. Under the intense scrutiny of their eager peers, Qiao Su smiled, exuding an air of grace and composure. I could share this with you, but well, this basket is rather heavy, and my younger brother, I shall assist Qiao Hai in carrying it. Immediately someone leapt forth to express their willingness. Such camaraderie you display, then I shall divulge the secret. Qiao Su chuckled, clasping his hands together. We all silently chanted, Mali Mali Hong, O chicken deity, grant me an egg. Grant me an egg. The essence of it all lies in sincerity. You may all give it a try. Qiao Qiao, having witnessed her brother's entire charade, was utterly astonished. Soon her shoulders began to shake, the tremors intensifying. Before succumbing to internal distress, she buried her face in Xiao Jing's neck, leaving only a quivering silhouette for others to observe. Are you speaking the truth or jesting? Xiao Zhang scratched the back of his head. Somewhat incredulous, he pointed at Qiao Qiao, who trembled in Xiao Jing's embrace, and inquired of Qiao Su, what ails your sister? Why does she appear to be stifling laughter? She is still quite young and lacks understanding of the precious bond we share as brothers. She fears that revealing this matter might incite you to seize our wild chicken eggs, and thus she is presently sorrowful, Qiao Su explained, extending a hand to pat Qiao Qiao's back in a display of brotherly affection. Fear not, dear sister, we shall not weep. The Qiao family prides itself on honesty and integrity, and such good fortune ought to be shared among us all with the other Qiao brothers, including the eldest, Qiao Jing. Regarded Qiao Su with profound admiration and a hint of apprehension, their thoughts echoing, indeed, our second brother is rather cunning. As for the others, who had nearly been outwitted by Qiao Su, they were utterly convinced. Two among them even clasped their hands together, bowing towards the tiny chick perched atop Qiao Qiao's head, reciting the so-called prayer incantations that Qiao Su had just mentioned. Qiao Qiao, having momentarily stifled her laughter, erupted once more, burying her head in Xiao Jing's neck for a considerable time before calming down. Xiao Jing, fearing she might laugh too heartily, gently stroked her back to soothe her. On their return journey, the gazes of the Qiao brothers and the others were almost entirely fixed upon Qiao Qiao's forehead. She pursed her lips, striving to maintain a serious demeanor. The path stretched for about a mile. And every 100 meters or so, Qiao Qiao felt compelled to gauge the surrounding activity. Aside from rabbits, several other small creatures were present. However, Qiao Qiao refrained from alerting her brothers to the multitude of individuals trailing behind. Capturing additional rabbits or wild chickens would be both difficult and draw too much attention. Yet, while she withheld information regarding the live prey, she did not spare the wild chicken nests, approximately every 100 meters. She directed her brothers to where they could find the nests. Over a span of 500 meters, they managed to uncover 10 nests. It wasn't until Qiao Qiao spotted the individual whom Qiao Su had persuaded to carry the heavily laden basket that she ceased her guidance. As for the others, even with their eyes fixated on the chick atop Qiao Qiao's head, they could not uncover a single wild chicken egg. They could only watch in dismay as the Qiao brothers extracted nest after nest of eggs. Their frustration grew, prompting them to question Qiao Su about the disparity. Why is this so? Qiao Su swiftly silenced them with a single remark. Your hearts lack sincerity, filled with distractions. Thus, the chicken deity shall not bestow blessings upon you. The others, feeling quite vexed, emerged from the mountains where Qiao Su fulfilled his promise. Aside from the 6 siblings, 5 others from the village were included. Qiao Su not only distributed a rabbit to each individual but also generously provided 5 wild chicken eggs per person. The 5 instantly forgot their earlier grievances regarding the chicken deity's lack of favor, happily returning home with rabbits and eggs in hand. Upon their return, only Qiao grandmother and Mo1 Pei were at home. Qiao Zhanghong, Qiao Zhangkai, and Fang Zhengnan had gone to the fields to continue harvesting sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhangdong rode his bicycle to the town with Fuyu, needing to identify the middleman who had apprehended him. He complained of a tingling and itching sensation in his leg, which pained him greatly, and since no one at home understood the issue, Qiao Zhangdong took him to the county hospital for evaluation. As the brothers entered the courtyard, they found Qiao grandmother and Mo1 Pei standing outside, engaged in conversation while drying sweet potato slices and dried sweet potatoes on bamboo mats. Each year, the Qiao family planted a significant quantity of sweet potatoes, utilizing them not only as a staple food but also for feeding pigs and chickens. The remainder was reserved for making sweet potato chips and dried sweet potatoes. Sweet potato chips and dried sweet potatoes were among the few affordable treats available to children in the countryside. The process for making dried sweet potatoes is straightforward. Simply cut boiled sweet potatoes into finger-sized strips and dry them. Conversely, sweet potato chips require more effort. Fresh sweet potatoes must first be peeled and boiled. then mashed into a paste, compacted in a container overnight, and sliced thinly for drying. This process typically takes 4 to 5 days of sunlight to complete. In accordance with local customs, to enhance the flavor of sweet potato chips, sesame seeds or finely diced orange peels are often added during the mashing process. The finished sweet potato chips can be eaten directly, boasting a chewy texture and sweetness, though they require considerable effort to consume. Qiao Qiao particularly enjoyed an alternate method of preparation wherein, during festive occasions, she would fry the sweet potato chips in oil extracted from their own crops, resulting in a fragrant and crispy delight far superior to the plain version. With numerous boys in the Qiao family, they often needed to prepare several batches to satisfy their appetites. Of this year, Qiao grandmother and Mo Pei were making sweet potato chips for the first time since autumn. They had dried an entire 4 bamboo mats when they turned to see the 6 siblings returning laden with a basket full of wild chicken eggs and a dozen wild rabbits, leaving them utterly astonished. My goodness, where did you acquire all of this? Did you rob someone? Mo Pei exclaimed, rinsing her hands in a basin before approaching to examine the sibling spoils, her mouth agape in disbelief. This time, Qiao Su refrained from deceiving them and instead recounted the entire tale. Indeed, our little darling is rather extraordinary. Mo Pei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She took Qiao Qiao from her son's arms, showering her cheek with kisses. Mommy, it seems we shall enjoy great fortune in the future. Of course, with our precious one possessing such abilities, we shall have whatever we desire, she added. However, Qiao grandmother remained silent, furrowing her brow as she gazed at her granddaughter in concern. She embraced her tightly, gently stroking her head while anxiously inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell at all, having lived for so many years?" Qiao grandmother had seen her fair share of the world, but nothing had prepared her for the astonishment she felt over the past week regarding her granddaughter. She was unconcerned about any external accolades or the fortune her granddaughter's abilities might bring. Like Qiao Zhangdong, her only concern was whether these talents would bring harm to Qiao Qiao. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten, my little darling, you aren't feeling any discomfort, are you? Mo Pei, realizing the oversight after her initial excitement, quickly joined in with worry in her eyes. No, grandmother, aunt, I am perfectly fine, with no discomfort at all, Qiao Qiao reassured them, resting her head affectionately on Qiao grandmother's shoulder and nuzzling against her. She pointed to the wild rabbits and chicken eggs on the ground, her small chest puffed up with pride as she spoke in a sweet, clear voice. In the future, Qiao Qiao will bring back even more for grandmother and daddy, as well as uncle and auntie and my brothers to enjoy. Oh my, look at our little treasure, you are making Auntie's heart swell, Mo Pei exclaimed, genuinely moved. She pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, casting a glance at the nearby boys. I never imagined I would enjoy my darling's fortune before my sons. Truly wonderful. Indeed, the old adage holds true, sons are merely debt collectors. It seems we shall have to rely on our darling for blessings in the future. Mom, we contributed too, protested Qiao Kuan, feeling slighted. He acknowledged that most of the credit belonged to his sister, but they had gone to catch and carry. Well, alright, they had mostly convinced others to carry. However, it had still required some effort on their part. Indeed, although your wits may not be sharp, you do possess a bit of brute strength, so you won't starve in the future, Mo Pei remarked dryly. As the clock approached 10:30 in the morning, Qiao Zhanghong and the others returned. Qiao Zhangkai led the way, pulling a cart, while Qiao Zhanghong followed behind, pushing it. Fong Zhengnan walked ahead, clutching something in his hand, and upon entering, he cheerfully called out to Qiao Qiao, who was sitting in the courtyard, awaiting their return. Darl, Qiao Qiao, come see what your third aunt has brought for you. Before he could finish, he halted abruptly, eyes widening as he beheld the bamboo enclosure in the corner of the yard, sheltering a litter of plump rabbits. Why are there so many rabbits? Are these little ones truly this remarkable? The two men following closely behind were equally astonished, seeing Fong Zhengnan's exuberance. Qiao Qiao, patiently seated on a small stool, awaited the other's return, and as she trotted over, it became evident that she too was holding 2 rabbits, albeit small ones, no larger than an adult's palm, their fluffy fur making them irresistibly adorable. Mother, did you all go to the back mountain to catch rabbits as well? Xiao Hai, munching on a small cake purchased by Qiao Zhangdong, approached with a puzzled expression. Fong Zhengnan finally regained his senses and placed the small rabbit on the ground, offering a helpless explanation. This was dug up from the field. In the land where sweet potatoes are cultivated, rabbits love to burrow. Today, we happened upon a relatively shallow rabbit hole, and when I thrust the pitchfork into the ground, the mother rabbit scurried away with the others. With quick reflexes, I managed to catch 2 of them. Previously, she would not have exerted such effort. However, upon noticing her little niece's sudden desire to venture to the back mountain today, she assumed the child was genuinely yearning for a rabbit. Although the 2 rabbits were too small to eat, they were undeniably adorable, and she wished to bring them back for her niece to play with. Little did she know that they would successfully capture so many rabbits today, each weighing approximately 4 to 5 pounds. When they learned not only had they caught a whole nest of rabbits but also collected over 200 wild chicken eggs, thanks to the little bubbles on Qiao Qiao's forehead, the adults were once again astonished. Confirming that these discoveries posed no harm to her niece, they all sighed in relief and began discussing how to prepare the rabbits. Around 11:30, Qiao Changdong returned from town. Similarly, he called out from outside the courtyard, Sweetheart, sweetheart, Daddy's back. Come see what wonderful things Daddy has brought you. Qiao Qiao eagerly ran out to take a look, spotting Qiao Changdong with Fuyu perched on the back of a bicycle. The latter carrying 2 iron cages, which contained 2 grayish-white rabbits. To it was evident that the adults of the Qiao family unanimously believed that the young ones would be unable to catch any rabbits. Not wanting their precious darling to feel disappointed, they had all inadvertently brought back a delightful surprise for her. Wow, Uncle, you brought back rabbits too, exclaimed the other boys as they noticed the rabbits in Fuyu's hands. Their expressions filled with astonishment. What, did anyone else bring some? After Qiao Changdong helped Fuyu dismount from the bicycle and once he stood steady, he turned to scoop up Qiao Qiao, casually asking. Without waiting for the boys to respond, he beamed down at his darling daughter. Do you like them, sweetheart? Qiao Qiao nodded, her mouth stretching into a cheerful smile. I like them. How could I not? These are all tokens of love from my family. As Qiao Changdong carried Qiao Qiao into the courtyard, he beheld Qiao Grandma and her 2 daughters-in-law crouched by the well, processing the rabbits. He halted in his tracks, following him, Fuyu, who hobbled along with the aid of a cane while insisting on carrying an iron cage. Also came to a stop. The boys of the Qiao family found themselves explaining the situation once more. Qiao Changdong's first reaction mirrored that of Qiao Grandma. He meticulously inspected Qiao Qiao from head to toe, asking repeatedly if she felt unwell, fearful she might be hurt. The midday meal at the Qiao household was exceptionally abundant. Aside from the 5 rabbits distributed to others, the family had 12 left. Each weighed around 5 pounds, and after skinning and cleaning, they yielded about 3 pounds each. Qiao Grandma prepared 2 of them, making the spicy rabbit hot pot that Qiao Qiao had longed for. She also gathered over 10 wild chicken eggs to whip up a spicy stir-fried egg dish. These were all shared among the family during lunch. The main dish for the midday meal was sweet potato steamed with white rice. Before serving, Fang Zhengnan scraped off nearly all the layer of white rice covering the sweet potatoes and filled Qiao Qiao's little porcelain bowl with it. I can eat sweet potatoes too, exclaimed Qiao Qiao, who was being held by Mo Wenpei, pointing at the large pot on the stove that was nearly empty except for sweet potatoes. In the countryside, kitchens typically had 2 pots of different sizes, with a kettle in the middle for boiling water. The larger pot was mainly used for stir-frying, while the smaller one was for steaming rice. However, since there were many people for lunch today, fearing the smaller pot wouldn't suffice, Qiao Grandma had opted to use the larger pot for steaming rice. In her previous life, Qiao Qiao had been too young to understand the significance of special meals. She simply ate whatever was provided, but now, having been reborn, she recognized the weight of this special affection. She didn't wish for such treatment to be so singular. In her heart, as long as she could live together with the Qiao family forever, even if it meant eating simple fare, she would be content. Yet the Qiao family would never permit her to eat poorly. Upon hearing this, Mo Wenpei immediately interjected, Sweetheart, let's be obedient, your throat is delicate. Stick to white rice, and let the older brothers have the sweet potatoes. The coarse fibers of sweet potatoes often left the adults feeling choked, requiring them to pound their chests, let alone a mere 3-year-old child. Regardless, the Qiao family would never allow Qiao Qiao to eat such things. Alright, seeing that the adults were insistent, Qiao Qiao did not press the matter further. She thought to herself that she would strive harder in the future to utilize her abilities so that when the family became affluent, they could all enjoy white rice together. She carried her little porcelain bowl into the main room. At the high table in the main room, several men had already seated themselves. Qiao Changdong had taken a separate bowl and was preparing to serve Qiao Qiao. Deboning the rabbit meat, Qiao Qiao sat patiently on a small stool, scanning the room with her eyes, yet she did not see Fuyu. Daddy, where's brother Yu? She inquired. He was just here. Qiao Changdong lifted his head and glanced around the main room. Not spotting him, but he's outside looking at the rabbits. Qiao Hai, sitting on the threshold of the main room, gnawed on a piece of rabbit meat, its delicious aroma wafting through the air. Upon hearing this, he pointed toward the courtyard with his greasy fingers. Qiao Grandma had prepared 2 rabbits for lunch, while the rest were still covered with a fence, including the 4 that Qiao Changdong and Fang Zhengnan had brought back together. Fuyu was standing there, leaning on his cane, watching for quite some time. Chapter 49. Chen Yulian discharged from the hospital and returns to the Qiao family. No one knew what he was observing. Qiao Qiao pondered for a moment before rising and walking over. She was not very tall, and when she stepped over the threshold of the main room, she had to hold onto the door for support. After some effort, she reached Fuyu's side. She first tugged at his clothing corner, and once he looked over, she said, Brother Yu, it's time to eat. Grandma made spicy dry pot rabbit, and it's absolutely delicious. Fuyu did not move. He merely looked down at her small hand tugging at his clothing. Suddenly, Qiao Qiao remembered something, released her grip, and rummaged in her pocket. After a moment, she produced the osmanthus flowers she had casually picked earlier. She held them up with a beaming smile, speaking earnestly, Brother Yu, look. This is the osmanthus I specially brought back for you from the back mountain. It smells amazing. She lowered her voice at this point, as if trying to keep her words from others' ears. Only Brother Yu gets this. No one else does. Thus, dear Brother Yu, please shower her with a little more affection, so she can grow her awareness. The osmanthus in her palm had already wilted, even showing signs of darkening, yet Fu Yu's expression softened at her words. He reached out and accepted the osmanthus she offered. All right, let us go eat, if we delay. The meat will be devoured by the brothers. She playfully patted his small hand, which had even picked up a small osmanthus flower. Okay. Fu Yu nodded, placing the osmanthus in his palm, and with one hand on his cane and the other holding Qiao Qiao's small hand. They made their way to the main room. In the countryside, children often weren't allowed at the table during meals. They either ran around the village with their bowls or used a tall bench as a table. Sitting in a line outside to eat, today, the Qiao family's lavish meal was somewhat excessive. The boys opted not to carry their bowls outside but instead gathered in the courtyard. As they passed by the doorway of the main room, they instinctively stopped beside Qiao Qiao, placing the better pieces of meat or the unspiced stir-fried eggs from their bowls into her little porcelain bowl, receiving a sweet thank you from her sister. Each boy felt as if his mouth could stretch to the heavens in delight. At this midday meal, it was not just the boys who were satisfied. Even Qiao Qiao, who had never known hardship, felt immensely content. This was a reward she had earned through her own abilities, bringing benefits to her family, which filled her with joy and fulfillment. Moreover, Qiao Grandma and her two aunts were indeed exceptional cooks. Not to mention the spicy rabbit, even the simple stir-fried wild chicken eggs were incredibly delicious. In stark contrast to the harmonious scene of the Qiao family enjoying their meal, the Chen sisters in the hospital were not faring as well. Over an hour ago, Alien, can you believe it? I just saw someone in the hospital. Chen Xiao rushed into the ward, shouting excitedly. Oblivious to the other new mothers in the room, she dashed to Chen Yulian's bedside. Her anger palpable. I just saw your husband at the cafeteria entrance. He was with a boy. Your eldest sister personally brought him out. What do you think this means? You just gave birth to a daughter. And he doesn't come to pick you up, yet he brings home a boy from outside. In the days leading up to this, the Qiao family had not come to take Chen Yulian home. And Chen's mother had only visited the Qiao household a few times to persuade Grandma Qiao. Without ever coming to the hospital, Chen Yulian had been entirely reliant on Chen Xiao's care. Chen Xiao had hoped that the Qiao family would take Chen Yulian back, and in return, Chen Yulian would convince them to adopt her third daughter into the Qiao family. And now, with Qiao Changdong suddenly bringing home an unfamiliar boy, Chen Xiao's suspicions were aroused, fearing that someone might snatch her third daughter's position away. A boy. Chen Yulian's expression darkened. You must be mistaken. How could I be mistaken? I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. I saw him walking away with a half-grown boy. I saw it clearly. He is not one of the Qiao family's boys. He is someone I've never seen before. She has indeed grown quite beautiful. However, Chen Xiao did not voice this thought. She merely cast a subconscious glance at her niece, nestled in Chen Yulian's arms, suckling at her breast. The little girl had grown a bit over the past few days. But unfortunately she had also become less attractive. At times, Chen Xiao couldn't help but ponder how even within their esteemed Chen family, renowned for their good looks, there had never been a child so unappealing. How could it be that a child born of the illustrious Qiao family could turn out this way? She worried that as the girl grew older, she might struggle to find a suitable husband. Chen Yulian remained silent, her expression darkening, unable to quell the rising tide of anxiety within her. For the past few days, she had been feigning calmness while staying in the hospital. On one hand, she was aware that Qiao Changdong was undoubtedly still angry with her, given that he had even reported her to the authorities, a testament to his fury. She thought it best to wait until he had cooled off and came to fetch her before returning home. After all, she did not believe the Qiao family would cast her aside over this. Such an act would earn them the scorn of the villagers. It was merely a matter of time before they would bring her back. On the other hand, she feared that if she returned home, she would have to bear the hospital expenses herself, although she had some savings, having married Qiao Changdong only half a year prior. He had not given her all his earnings. He allotted her 20 yuan a month for household expenses. However, with Qiao Grandma living with them, she had borne most of the family's costs, rendering the 20 yuan useless. In this brief time, she had managed to save over 100 yuan, and after deducting what she had given to her family, she still had around 80 or 90 left. Yet now, she felt increasingly restless. She was afraid that Qiao Changdong might bring home another child to care for. A son was entirely different from a daughter. If a boy were to arrive, even if she were to have another son, it would be impossible to compare. She pulled down her clothes, turned, and placed her daughter on the bed, retrieving her luggage from under the bed, preparing to pack her things to return home. Alien, what are you doing? Chen Xiao, standing nearby, feigned ignorance as she watched Chen Yulian pack. Returning home, Chen Yulian replied without looking back. She could no longer afford to wait. She feared that if she delayed any longer, the Qiao family would no longer have a place for her and her daughter. Let me help you. You're still in confinement. You should rest, Chen Xiao exclaimed, her heart leaping with joy. For days, she had urged Chen Yulian to return to the Qiao family, but she had refused. Now that she finally seemed willing, Chen Xiao felt more enthusiastic than anyone. Yet, as she packed, a thought crossed her mind, causing her movements to halt. Noticing Chen Yulian's sudden stillness, she gently nudged her. Chen Xiao turned to Chen Yulian and whispered a few words in her ear. Chen Yulian's expression shifted slightly, and after a long moment she nodded, abandoning her plan to return today. Chapter 50. Qiao Qiao in a coma after lunch. Mo Wenpei and Qiao Changhong were eager to return to town. Their primary purpose for coming was to check on Qiao Qiao, and seeing that she was fine, they hurried back. On their way home, they brought along 2 rabbits and 10 wild chicken eggs. Also taking 50 wild chicken eggs for Qiao Xiaoyuan. As for the rabbits, she did not mention them, knowing that Qiao Xiaoyuan was not adept at cooking or handling rabbits. She would wait until she returned to decide what to do with them. In any case, there were still 10 rabbits left, which Qiao grandma had already divided among 5 families, 2 each, while the eggs were distributed at 50 per family. Whether to take them or leave them in the countryside was entirely up to them. The eldest son, Qiao Changqing, received his share directly from Qiao grandma. Mo Wenpei thought to bring the rabbits back for her parents to try, and since they did not lack for eggs, she left a portion behind. The 2 boys returned home weekly, and along with Qiao Qiao, that was sufficient for their needs. Qiao Qiao saw them off in the yard, even being playfully teased by Mo Wenpei, who, as usual, wanted to coax her into staying with her for a few days in town. She often did this, though it rarely succeeded. It had become a customary ritual whenever they departed. Qiao Qiao, why not stay with your second aunt for a couple of days? Without you, I feel so lonely at night. I can't even keep warm when I sleep. Qiao Qiao kissed her neck and, instead of shaking her head like before, softly replied, next time I just returned and want to spend more time with daddy and grandma. Alright, Mo Wenpei said with a hint of regret, bending down to set her down. She patted Qiao Qiao's seemingly exhausted little head and turned to remind her 2 sons, you too, listen to your grandma at home. Take good care of your sister, and don't just run wild outside all day, help out with chores. Xiao Jing nodded, while Qiao Kuan pouted. Only when Mo Wenpei's hand approached did he begrudgingly nod. Seeing Qiao Kuan's expression, Mo Wenpei couldn't help but chuckle. Don't think I'm unaware just because I'm in town. I'll ask your grandma when I return. With that, she raised her hand to call him over but stopped abruptly when Qiao Kuan scooped up the now-placed Qiao Qiao. Fearing she might accidentally harm her niece, Mo Wenpei had to relent. She shot her youngest son a glare and then smiled gently at Qiao Qiao before leaving with Qiao Changkai, 3rd brother. Could you put me down, please? Qiao Qiao murmured, her head resting on Qiao Kuan's shoulder. She felt extremely drowsy and a bit dizzy, her consciousness fading. Qiao Kuan kissed her forehead before setting her down. Qiao Qiao did not glance at her brothers. After seeing off Qiao Changkai and Mo Wenpei, she returned to Grandma Qiao's room to sleep. She no longer had her own room since Qiao Changdong got married. And when he was home, she shared a room with him and her brothers. In his absence, she could not sleep with Chen Yulian, so she took refuge in Grandma Qiao's room. It was quite simple there. Aside from a bed, there were only 2 large chests and an old table in the center, which held a small basket filled with needles and threads. Grandma Qiao's bed was the one made by the carpenter when she married Grandpa Qiao. With a solid wood frame and a spring base, the bed was quite high, reaching up to Grandma Qiao's thighs. This height was decidedly unfriendly for Qiao Qiao. She perched her little bottom on the edge of the bed, struggling for a while, but could not manage to climb up, ultimately giving in and resting her arms on the edge to sleep. She was utterly exhausted, as if her body were powered by a battery nearly drained. On the verge of depletion, when Fuyu followed her to Grandma Qiao's doorstep, he witnessed this scene. The small girl sprawled at the edge of the bed, her entire body threatening to tumble to the floor. Instinctively wanting to rush over to catch her, he suddenly realized that his leg was still bound in a cast, the one injured leg still in pain. The sudden movement caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Yet he paid no heed to the sharp pain in his leg and called out, Uncle Qiao, Uncle Qiao. Qiao Changdong was squatting by the well, processing the rabbit skins that Grandma Qiao and Mo Wenpei had just skinned. Years ago, when he had been aimless, he encountered a hunter and, out of curiosity and for fun, followed him for a while. He learned from that experience how to separate animal hides from flesh and how to preserve the pelts. Now that there were so many rabbits at home, he thought he could make a little rabbit fur coat for his daughter. Hearing Fuyu's voice, he looked up and saw him sprawled at Grandma Qiao's doorway. What happened? If you need something, just call me, or you can shout for those boys over there. Qiao Changdong frowned, quickly washing his hands in the nearby bucket, and approached him, just as he was about to help him up. He followed Fuyu's gaze and saw Qiao Qiao sprawled on the floor, his face instantly paling in shock. Forgetting about Fuyu, he dashed into the room. Oh no, he thought Qiao Qiao had merely fallen. But upon scooping her up, he found her completely limp, unresponsive. My dear. Qiao Changdong shook his daughter, who felt like a boneless doll in his arms, her face pale as he trembled. Don't scare daddy. But the only response was Qiao Qiao's slightly flushed cheeks. Qiao Changdong's world crumbled. Qiao Qiao lay unconscious for an entire day and night. Why did this happen? They had checked her thoroughly, everything was fine. I took her, everything was examined. Why is this happening? The doctor had declared her health indicators were excellent, truly excellent. Why was this happening? Sister, believe me, the doctor said so, squatting at the door of the hospital room. Qiao Changdong clutched Xiao Xiaoyan's sleeve, his voice choked with emotion, his tone faltering. He was a man struggling to suppress his confusion and fear, yet unable to control his despair, akin to a beast on the verge of losing its young. Filled with sorrow and hopelessness, Qiao Qiaoyun's eyes were red, tears streaming down her cheeks. Nearby, Mo Wenpei also turned away, silently weeping. Chapter 51. Take your bastard child and get out now immediately. Is she still not awake? Chen Yulian inquired upon seeing Chen Xiaoer enter the room. Chen Xiaoer nodded, her eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. She glanced outside to ensure no one was following, then closed the hospital door and approached Chen Yulian. Quietly sharing the information she had gathered, I have heard that the director of the county hospital has come and examined her, yet no apparent ailment can be discerned. She simply remains unresponsive. It is to be feared, Chen Xiaoer did not continue her sentence, but the excitement and joy in her eyes were already bursting forth. They had not hurried back to the Qiao family yesterday, intending instead to visit the Chen family early today, bringing along Chen Taipeng, the eldest son, and Chen Shiping, the youngest son. This way, should a disturbance arise at the Qiao residence, they might stand a chance. At the very least, it would let the Qiao family know that the Chen family was not without its members. However, the two sisters had not anticipated that yesterday afternoon, the Qiao family would suddenly bring the comatose Qiao Qiao to the hospital. Qiao Qiao remained in a state of unconsciousness, and the doctors could not ascertain the cause. It is indeed strange how a seemingly healthy person could suddenly fall into such a condition. Chen Xiaoer glanced at Chen Yulian, who let out a cold laugh but remained silent. For her, Qiao Qiao's unresponsiveness brought only benefits, not drawbacks. This illegitimate child, a burden, had long deserved her fate. Not only had she usurped her daughter's place, stealing the love that rightfully belonged to her daughter, but she had also caused her daughter to remain without a proper name to this day. Now that this burden lay comatose, what did it signify? It suggested that even heaven could not tolerate such an illegitimate child taking her daughter's rightful position. The Qiao family might be grieving now, but eventually they would come to realize who truly deserved their affection. Just the thought of a future without Qiao Qiao filled Chen Yulian with a sense of relief, as if she had expelled a long-held bitterness from her heart. Chen Xiaoer clearly shared her sentiments. She squeezed Chen Yulian's shoulder and whispered, I noticed your husband seems quite distressed. Later, take Nir over to see him, and remember to act genuinely concerned. Nir was the temporary name they had given to the child whom the Qiao family had yet to name. Your husband is particularly vulnerable right now, and our Nir is perfectly poised to slip and just thinking about it brings me joy. Our Nir's good days are on the horizon indeed. A hint of joy also flickered across Chen Yulian's face. Clearly envisioning her daughter basking in the Qiao family's affection, she now felt that the Qiao family's lack of preference for sons over daughters was quite advantageous. At least, they would not look down upon her for having given birth to a daughter as her first child. During dinner, Chen Yulian intentionally asked Chen Xiaoer to prepare some dishes, which she personally carried to Qiao Qiao's hospital room, balancing the food container, with Chen Xiaoer following closely behind holding the baby. They walked in tandem. Within Qiao Qiao's hospital room many people were present. Grandma Qiao, several of the Qiao sons, and Chen Yulian's two sisters-in-law. Qiao Changdong sat on a stool by the bedside, cradling Qiao Qiao's small hand in his head resting upon it. As soon as Chen Yulian pushed the door open, all eyes turned toward her. Qiao Changdong lifted his head, and upon seeing Chen Yulian, his already bloodshot eyes seemed as though they could bleed. What are you doing here? He asked, his expression devoid of emotion, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth. Meeting Qiao Changdong's furious gaze made Chen Yulian's heart race. She forced a smile, raising the small basket she held. With a feigned understanding demeanor, she said, I thought you and mother must not have eaten yet, so I brought some food from the cafeteria. I didn't anticipate. She hadn't anticipated that aside from Qiao Changkai and Qiao Changhong, all the others would be present in the room. Chen Yulian's heart began to feel unbalanced again. She had been hospitalized for a week, following the birth of her child. Aside from Grandma Qiao, who had cared for her on the first day by preparing a bowl of egg and brown sugar water, no one had even bothered to check on her. Yet now, this burdened Qiao Qiao, nearly in a state of unconsciousness, had everyone, those who should be attending school and those who should be working, gathered here. Chen Yulian bit her lip tightly, suppressing the rising jealousy within. As she entered with the food container, she observed the others in the room, glanced at Qiao Changdong, and ultimately approached Grandma Qiao. Speaking softly, she said, Mother, why don't you eat something first? People are made of iron, and food is steel. If you skip a meal, you'll feel weak. How can your body withstand this? Indeed, nearest grandmother, if you were to suffer from hunger, how heartbroken Nir would be. Chen Xiaoer chimed in, extending the infant she held toward the others. Mo Wenpei and Fang Zhengnan stood behind Grandma Qiao, both having never seen the child before. As they instinctively leaned forward to take a look, they beheld a face as small as a pancake. With eyes the size of beans, the nose was flat, the mouth wide, and the skin was as dark as that of a laborer toiling in the fields for years, not only dark but also coarse. After a cursory glance, they simultaneously turned their attention to Qiao Qiao, who lay in bed unconscious, yet her skin remained luminous and fair, her features exquisitely delicate, as if sculpted by the hands of the goddess Enhua herself. In their hearts, they shared a singular thought: how could this child be so ugly? She bore no resemblance to the fine looks of the Qiao family, although they often scolded and chastised the boys. Anyone who saw them would invariably exclaim how handsome and spirited those boys were. Qiao Changdong, too, was the most handsome among the brothers. He may not have worked the fields, but his skin was clean and fresh. How could this child born to Chen Yulian appear as if a soy sauce bottle had spilled over, the color deepening several shades? Get out, now, before Grandma Qiao could react. Qiao Changdong's roar echoed through the room. He glared at Chen Yulian with a fierce gaze. Take your illegitimate child and leave immediately. At once, filled with both anger and regret, Qiao Changdong lamented that he should never have welcomed this woman into his home. If it were not for her, his precious daughter would not have suffered a head injury resulting in such a loss of blood. Had she not lost so much blood, many bizarre occurrences would not have followed. And she certainly would not be lying here unresponsive. Qiao Changdong could barely restrain the urge to end this woman's life. However, if his daughter truly did not awaken, he would ensure that this woman paid dearly. Illegitimate child. Chen Yulian's face turned pale. She cast an uncertain glance at the fiercely glaring Qiao Changdong. Her heart raced. Did he not know something? Chen Yulian bit her lip tightly, feeling the weight of the gazes upon her. Her eyes flickering as she feigned calm indignation, she shouted at Qiao Changdong, you are inhuman. How can you speak of our daughter in such a manner? Chapter 52, If my daughter does not awaken. Neither will you, Chen Yulian. Qiao Changdong scoffed. My daughter. The only one I acknowledge as my daughter is the one lying on this hospital bed. Chen Yulian, do not think that just because you wear a human skin, you are entitled to dignity. There are matters I do not have the time to discuss with you now, but remember this, my daughter, Qiao Qiao, if she does not awaken, you, Chen Yulian, will not survive either. Chen Yulian was struck speechless by his harsh words, her face devoid of color as she stumbled back to her own hospital room, her body still trembling with cold. Chen Shou hurriedly followed her. She was no fool. Upon hearing Qiao Changdong's words and seeing Chen Yulian's reaction, she understood everything. Lowering her gaze at the infant in her arms, she felt a dawning realization. No wonder she had always thought this child was exceptionally ugly. Unlike the Qiao family, it turned out she truly was not of the Qiao lineage. She recalled what the policewoman had said a few days ago while handling a case. The policewoman had remarked that her sister's pregnancy did not appear to be a preterm birth. Indeed, having given birth to 3 daughters herself, all full term, she knew that even the heaviest of her babies had only weighed slightly over 7 pounds, thanks to her in-laws ensuring she received ample nourishment during her pregnancy. Generally, a full-term baby would weigh around 6 pounds, yet Chen Yulian's child had been born weighing a full 9 pounds. Even if born full-term, that would classify as a giant infant, and she had never seen such a large preterm baby. Remembering Qiao Changdong's ghastly expression, Chen Shou felt the infant in her arms grow unbearably hot, prompting her to hastily return the child to the bed. At that moment, no other mothers were present in the ward. In this era, most women left the hospital after just one night. It was rare for someone like Chen Yulian to stay for so long. Grabbing Chen Yulian, she asked his sister, tell me, is this child truly of the Qiao family? Chen Shou could barely contain her anxiety. If this child was indeed not of the Qiao lineage, not only would they lose Qiao Qiao's position, but even if her third daughter were to be adopted by the main branch, it would likely spell the end of their entry into the Qiao family. Moreover, Chen Yulian had severely injured Qiao Qiao. She could hardly bear to think of what would become of them if her niece were not Qiao Changdong's daughter. It is his, of course, it is his, it can only be his, Chen Yulian hissed under her breath, but the pallor of her face and the trembling of her hands and feet rendered her shouts devoid of any power. Chen Yulian believed that Qiao Changdong might be bluffing. After all, when she had been involved with those 2 educated youths, she had never displayed her relationship publicly, nor had she ever encountered Qiao Changdong. How could he possibly know? And even if it were not his, so what? Qiao Changdong had no evidence. Yes, Qiao Changdong had no evidence. As long as she steadfastly claimed the child was his, that she had given birth to the Qiao family's child, no one could touch her. Having come to this conclusion, Chen Yulian managed to quell some of her inner fear. After she departed, in Qiao Qiao's hospital room, the crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, it was Mo Wenpei who spoke up, looking at Fang Zhengnan. Dongzi, Chen Yulian's child is not mine. I have only Qiao Qiao, my sole daughter. Qiao Changdong seemed to anticipate her question and replied directly. He shut his eyes briefly, then opened them to kiss the small hand he had been holding. After wiping his face, he turned to the others. Mom, sister-in-law, you all should head back. I'll stay here. Third sister-in-law, please take care of little you at home. He continued, addressing the others. Those of you who need to return to school should do so, and those who need to go home should leave as well. Don't linger here. If my precious girl doesn't wake up by tomorrow morning, I will take her to the provincial hospital. At that time, his gaze shifted to Grandma Qiao. Mom, why don't you go rest for a while? Tomorrow, I may need you to accompany me to the provincial hospital. Alright, we'll head back then. Don't worry about home. I will take good care of it, she replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Zhengnan grasped Mo Wenpei's arm, who seemed about to say something, and nodded towards Qiao Changdong. Qiao Changdong returned the nod, then looked at Grandma Qiao. She remained fixated on the unconscious Qiao Qiao on the hospital bed. After a long pause, she finally turned to Qiao Changdong, saying nothing, and followed Mo Wenpei and Fang Zhengnan out. Several young men trailed behind, their eyes red, with the youngest, Meng Ziwan, sobbing as they left. Once the ward fell silent again, Qiao Changdong removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, cradling his daughter just as he had done at the provincial hospital. He buried his head in her neck, tears streaming down his face as he whispered, "Precious girl, Daddy is waiting for you to wake up. You will surely hear me speaking one to you. If you can hear me, please come back. Daddy cannot be without you. I beg you, for Daddy's sake, wake up." "Alright," as if responding to Qiao Changdong's heartfelt plea, Qiao Qiao, enveloped in the bracelet space, suddenly clutched her chest. "My dear daughter, what's wrong?" a gentle voice inquired. Noticing her distress, blinking, Qiao Qiao turned to the woman beside her and quietly said, "I think I heard Daddy calling me." However, based on her previous experiences, she knew that sounds from the outside world could not penetrate this space. She turned to the lively and cheerful source tree bouncing nearby. "Little source, what time is it now, master?" "It is already evening," came the reply. "Has it been that long?" Qiao Qiao exclaimed in astonishment, quickly standing up. "Why didn't you remind me?" It dawned on her that she had slept through the afternoon in reality, which explained why her father had been calling for her. She gazed at the ethereal woman hovering in the air, who was beautiful beyond belief, and spoke with urgency, "Mom, I need to return. If I don't, Daddy will surely worry." Indeed, the woman before her was her mother, her biological mother. Rewinding time to the previous afternoon, as soon as Qiao Qiao fell asleep, she entered the space of the bracelet. Little Source was anxiously darting around her, its voice filled with panic. "Master, I've told you before, don't overexert your spiritual energy. Your current consciousness is insufficient, and doing so could be fatal. We would all perish." Lying weakly on the ground of the space, Qiao Qiao gazed at the source tree, which was frantically circling her, even its tiny roots quivering in agitation. She lacked the strength to respond. She had indeed been careless. She hadn't anticipated that merely helping her family find some rabbits and gathering wild eggs would deplete all her spiritual energy. She wanted to tell Little Source to stop bouncing around, as it was making her dizzy, but before she could voice her thoughts, the bracelet on her wrist emitted wisps of golden purple threads, drifting toward a direction within the space. Simultaneously, an ethereal voice reached her ears. "My dear daughter, follow it." Chapter 53, Longijuan Mother. Upon hearing that voice, Qiao Qiao was momentarily taken aback but instinctively got up. Following the trail of golden purple threads, she was unaware of how long she walked. The air around her was thick with miasma, obscuring her vision, yet, guided by the threads, she felt no strain. After about 10 minutes, her surroundings suddenly opened up. She beheld a quaint dwelling with a small courtyard, a babbling brook, and an array of flowers and plants, alongside bamboo huts resembling seedlings she did not recognize. The bamboo hut was shrouded in a faint mist, exuding an otherworldly aura. The golden purple thread had returned to her bracelet, gently wrapping around her finger like a playful little creature, affectionately brushing against her before retreating. "My dear daughter, here." Simultaneously, the same gentle voice echoed from within the bamboo hut. After the thread brushed against her, Qiao Qiao felt a surge of vitality coursing through her, empowering her to walk independently. Without hesitation, she, along with the bouncy Little Source, crossed the small bridge over the gently flowing stream and entered the bamboo hut. Once inside, she immediately sensed a distinct change in the AI. It was an extraordinary sensation, as if her frail body had been recharged. Following the voice, she entered a room in the hut and saw a woman seated on a bamboo mat in the center, adorned in garments not of their era, similar to what actors wore in ancient dramas from her past life. However, the quality of this woman's attire was exquisite, radiating an air of elegance. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, ethereal in her appearance, suspended in mid-air without a physical form, her expression gentle as she gazed at Qiao Qiao. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft and soothing. "My dear daughter, come to your mother." She chuckled lightly, seemingly aware that the girl might not understand, and added, "Or you may call me mother. As per your customs." Mother, the term felt so foreign to her. In her previous life, Qiao Qiao had never met her mother. Not even at the end. That Lady Shen was not her mother at all. Shen Xingrong, who claimed to be her biological father, was never affectionate towards her. He would occasionally visit the small Western-style house, inquiring about her health and whether she felt unwell. Then, he would send her to the operating table to have her heart and kidneys removed. To prolong the lives of the ailing sisters of the Shen family. Recalling her past life, Qiao Qiao felt a dull ache in her heart as she looked at the woman before her, who seemed more like a celestial being than a human. She wanted to say something, to express her feelings, but her lips moved without sound. It wasn't until the woman began to recount her identity, her origins, the existence of this place, and the reason for the time being reshaped, that Qiao Qiao's lingering resentment began to dissipate. The woman introduced herself as Longijuan, not of this small world but from a realm known as the Cultivation Continent, where everyone could cultivate immortality. During her trials in that world, Longijuan encountered a time-space tunnel and arrived in this unfamiliar realm. Upon her arrival, her spiritual energy was sealed, and she lost her memories, becoming a person with no identity. She met and fell in love with a man, but due to various melodramatic circumstances, they parted ways. Alone, she gave birth to a daughter, Qiao Qiao. After giving birth, Longijuan's trials were deemed complete. Her spiritual energy was restored. Her memories returned, signifying her impending departure from this world. Longijuan was merely a wisp of divine consciousness sent to undergo trials in this realm. With her trials concluded, her consciousness had to return to its rightful place. However, while she could abandon the man who had chosen to forsake her, she could not bear to part with the daughter who was a true piece of her being. Long Ijuan was reluctant to leave her child behind. Yet she also could not take her alone. After her consciousness returned, the differing flow of time between the two realms left her uncertain about when she would reunite with her daughter. Before leaving, she had foreseen that her daughter would face a calamity before reaching adulthood. To ensure her daughter's safety, she left behind her treasured artifact, the soul-devouring spiritual glass. This artifact was her life-bound treasure. Containing a spatial dimension with defensive capabilities and, most remarkably, the ability to transport the souls of any living being through timespace tunnels to it, was this very artifact that had brought Long Ijuan to this small world. Unable to foresee the exact day or nature of Qiao Qiao's death calamity, she determined that as long as the soul-devouring spiritual glass remained, it would protect her. However, Long Ijuan was uncertain if she was the sole outsider from the cultivation realm in this world. She feared that if there were others, they might forcibly seize the artifact she had left for her daughter, breach the space, and steal the treasure she had laid out for her. Thus she had shrouded the space in miasma and placed a prohibition on the artifact. The awakening of this artifact was triggered by Qiao Qiao's blood in her past life. The consequences of leaving the artifact dormant versus activating it were starkly different. If Qiao Qiao did not die, the artifact would remain dormant, merely a regular bracelet. Qiao Qiao might have led an ordinary life until after her death, when Long Ijuan would follow the artifact's energy to retrieve it and find a way to nurture her daughter's spirit anew. Once this bracelet is activated within this small world, it signifies that the daughter has fulfilled the prophecy foretold to her. Having endured a deadly trial, her life shall never be ordinary again. She is destined to enter an entirely new realm of existence. After all, the blood coursing through her veins is that of Long Ijuan. The Long family are born cultivators, even in this world where spiritual energy is exceedingly scarce. Thus, from the very moment Qiao Qiao first entered this bracelet, she had begun to draw in spiritual energy, taking the first step towards becoming a cultivator. The figure of Long Ijuan that she now beheld was merely a remnant of his consciousness, left behind before his departure from this world, to guide Qiao Qiao into the path of cultivation and impart the methods of practice. My dear daughter, as long as you diligently cultivate according to your mother's teachings, you may not ascend to immortality, but at the very least, you will extend your life and remain free from ailments, awaiting the day when I shall come to find you. As Long Ijuan spoke, he cast a glance at the exuberant little sapling nearby, his eyes brimming with warmth and affection. My precious daughter, your spiritual entity, the Hawan tree, is rather frail. In this space, I have gathered spiritual energy for you from various parts of the world. Cultivating here will yield remarkable results. Qiao Qiao looked in astonishment at the lively little sapling beside her. Isn't it called the source awareness tree? I thought it was born from my consciousness. How has it become a Hawan tree? It is your spiritual entity and can also be referred to as your primordial form. The two are indistinguishable, merely differing in nomenclature. This tree feeds on the love inherent in all things, familial affection, friendship, romantic love. Any form of love can nourish it, hence the name Hahuan. Chapter 54. Qin Yulian must accompany her daughter in death. I see, perhaps due to their natural bond as mother and daughter. Even facing a mere specter, Qiao Qiao adapted swiftly. Long Ijuan was gentle with her, patiently imparting knowledge such as how to better utilize the spiritual energy within her body and how to meditate in this space to absorb spiritual energy and transform it into power. She studied earnestly and joyfully, so engrossed that she lost track of time. Fearing that the Qiao family outside might grow anxious, she hurriedly bid farewell to Long Ijuan and exited the bracelet's realm. As she departed, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had overlooked something important. When Qiao Qiao awoke, the sky outside was already dark. She felt enveloped in a familiar warmth and, somewhat sheepishly, looked up to find herself startled by the scene before her. This place, it seemed somewhat familiar. Wasn't it the hospital where she had stayed for 2 days? At that moment, she also sensed a dampness at her neck, accompanied by muffled sounds of suppressed sobs. Qiao Qiao pushed against the tightly wrapped arms around her. With uncertainty, she called out, "Daddy." The arms holding her stiffened, and the next moment, she met the gaze of her father, whose eyes were bloodshot. My dear. Xiao Changdong's voice was hoarse. "Daddy, what's wrong? Are you unwell?" Qiao Qiao stared in shock at her father's reddened eyes, his cheeks still glistening with remnants of tears. Her heart raced with worry, believing he was in distress. She lifted her small hand to press against his forehead, intending to channel spiritual energy into him. However, as her hand ascended, Xiao Changdong grasped it and brought it to his lips, showering it with kisses. "My dear, you can't. You scared your father to death. I thought you." Xiao Changdong could hardly comprehend how he had endured the past day and night. The hospital director had clearly informed him that Qiao Qiao's condition was likely due to a prior injury to her forehead. The head is the most complex organ in the body, filled with countless nerves. Even if just one were to malfunction, the consequences could be catastrophic. When Qiao Qiao had visited the large hospital for examinations, they were unable to detect such issues. They could only identify more apparent brain injuries, such as hemorrhages. As for brain nerves, they were undetectable. Thus, the director speculated that Qiao Qiao may have injured her brain nerves and might never awaken. Potentially becoming a vegetable, Qiao Changdong felt as though the sky had fallen upon him. Throughout that day and night, he contemplated countless escape routes, the most definitive being that if his daughter did not awaken, then Shen Yulian must die. After all, his mother still had his siblings to care for her, but his daughter had only him as a father. She was so small. What if she ended up in the underworld? Frightened and bullied, thus he resolved to accompany her, and before doing so, Shen Yulian must not live. She had to accompany her daughter in death. My dear, you nearly scared your father to death. I had prepared. Qiao Changdong brought the tiny figure before his face, crying and laughing, leaving Qiao Qiao utterly bewildered. It was only when Qiao Xiaoyun arrived, upon seeing that she had awakened, that she called for her mentor, Dar Luo, to conduct an examination. Only then did Qiao Qiao comprehend the gravity of the situation. She had slept for an entire day and night. This little source, she called out in her mind. Master, I truly forgot. I will never do this again. Please do not be angry. Being angry will only make you age faster. The little sapling in the bracelet space, like a quail, curled its branches shyly, cautiously apologizing and assuring her. In reality, during Qiao Qiao's time in the space with Long Yijuan, she had absorbed a significant amount of the abundant spiritual energy, invigorating her body. She had felt so comfortable that she lost track of time. Thank you, Qiao Qiao. I'm only 3.5 years old now. Even if I age quickly, it won't be too much. Daddy, Auntie, I'm sorry for sleeping too long. Observing the concerned faces surrounding her, who were discussing taking her to a larger hospital, such as one in Kyoto, she interjected. With Dr. Luo and other nurses present in the ward, she could not speak too plainly. Instead, she patted her tiny chest to reassure them. I really am fine. I just slept for too long, dear. That's not something to boast about. If you damage it, won't your father be heartbroken? Can't you see he has been crying? What an embarrassment. Qiao Xiaoyun quickly pulled the little girl's hand away from her chest, playfully chiding her while gesturing for Qiao Qiao to look at her father's still red eyes and nose. Qiao Changdong huffed in annoyance. As if you haven't cried, he remembered quite clearly that she had been crying alongside him earlier. Qiao Qiao watched them bicker, her heart swelling with warmth. She then linked arms with each of them, planting a loving kiss on both. Qiao Qiao knew that her father and aunt loved her, and she vowed to remain well always. Upon hearing her words, Qiao Changdong felt his heart ache anew. He embraced her tightly, burying his face in her small shoulder. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After the nurses and doctors departed, Qiao Qiao climbed down from the bed, her little bottom wiggling as she approached the door. Peering through the crack, she confirmed the coast was clear before tiptoeing to close the ward door. Under the puzzled gazes of the two adults, she rolled up her left sleeve, revealing the golden bracelet. Daddy, Auntie, look, this was left to me by Mommy, Qiao Qiao declared. How do you know? Both adults gazed at her in astonishment. The origins of the bracelet and even its existence were known only to Qiao's grandmother, Qiao Changdong, and Qiao Xiaoyun. This included the 30,000 yuan deposit slip that accompanied Qiao Qiao. The rest of the Qiao family were unaware. 30,000 yuan. This was not merely 3,000. 3,000 could be scraped together through various means, but 30,000 was an unfathomable sum in this day and age. Even though Qiao Changdong always believed his brother and sister-in-law to be good people, he could not gamble on human nature. Thus, he had only disclosed this fact to Qiao's grandmother, who felt similarly. As for Qiao Xiaoyun, she had stumbled upon it entirely by chance. When Qiao Changdong rescued Qiao Qiao, his immediate reaction was to take her to the hospital for examination. And it was then that Qiao Xiaoyun discovered these items. Other nurses and doctors present during the examination also caught sight of the deposit slip, but they could not discern the amount. Only noting the numerous zeros. To maintain the faade, the Qiao family concocted a tale of 3,000 yuan. Chapter 55. It's over. It seems I've really misconnected the nerves. The bracelet had initially been placed on Qiao Qiao's wrist, but Qiao Changdong, fearing for its safety, had removed it. For the money, he had previously checked with the bank while on a delivery trip. It was indeed real, the last time Qiao Qiao had suddenly worn the bracelet. He had been quite surprised, yet with everything happening afterward, he had forgotten about it. Now, seeing Qiao Qiao articulate that the bracelet was left to her by her mother, his confusion returned. My dear, how do you know all this? He directed his question at Qiao Xiaoyun. Qiao Xiaoyun rolled her eyes in exasperation. I'm your sister, not a gossip. Mom told me, Qiao Qiao replied, poking the bracelet on her wrist with her tiny fair finger. Inside, there's Mommy. Yesterday, it was Mommy who called me, and I went in to keep her company. These revelations did not align with the original narrative of this world, and Qiao Qiao spoke freely, unencumbered by any restrictions. Daddy, if I fall asleep again and don't wake up, please don't worry. I'll just be inside here, but I'll try to come out sooner so that I won't make you anxious. Silence. A prolonged silence of several seconds ensued. Qiao Xiaoyun, it's over. It seems that something is truly amiss. Qiao Qiao. Qiao Changdong, visibly displeased, tightened his embrace around his daughter and glared angrily at Qiao Xiaoyun. What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who's lost it. Your entire family has, Qiao Xiaoyun retorted, exasperated. You're not my whole family. No, not now, not ever. This remark infuriated Qiao Xiaoyun, who reached out to pinch someone's arm, but just then, The door to the hospital room was abruptly knocked upon, the door handle was twisted open, and a head poked in upon seeing the three individuals seated side by side on the hospital bed. The person's eyes lit up just as they were about to speak. Qiao Qiao, sitting at the far end, addressed him. "You arrived just in time. Give this little brat a good beating. He has no respect for his elders." Meng Zhengcheng wouldn't dare. Despite the sibling squabble resembling a fierce clash of chickens, Qiao Qiao held her younger brother in the highest regard. To what extent, you ask? Just the other day, before Qiao Changdong went to the provincial hospital. She had thoroughly searched him for any cash, fearing her brother would suffer from a lack of funds while out in the world. So he simply smiled at Qiao Qiao and refrained from engaging. "Oh dear. The moment I arrive, Qiao Qiao wakes up. It seems I am her lucky star." "Pooh, you could be a bit more shameless," Qiao Qiao scoffed, swiftly redirecting the focus onto him. Meng Zhengcheng remained unfazed, still sporting a cheerful demeanor. While secretly relishing his own cleverness, see, he was right, his wife was notoriously headstrong and domineering. She could criticize any member of her family at will and often dragged him into the fray. However, the moment he expressed even the slightest discontent regarding her family, she would promptly don a stern countenance. Meng Zhengcheng was quite pleased to have escaped yet again. He walked over and gently ruffled the hair of the little girl who was tilting her head back. Unafraid of him. "When did you wake up? Should we go to a major hospital for a checkup?" He paused before continuing. "Xiaoge left me a contact number for his workplace. I could call him to find out which hospital is good." No need, Qiao Qiao replied proactively, shaking her little head. "I don't feel unwell at all. I just overslept." "Is that true? You can sleep for an entire day and night? You'll turn into a little pig." "No, I'm not a little pig. I'm my daddy's little treasure," Qiao Qiao huffed, turning and climbing onto Qiao Changdong's lap, settling down obediently. "Fine, it appears there's no immediate concern," Qiao Qiao remarked. "I think it's getting late. We should rest early and discharge in the morning. Since Mama's worried and hasn't gone home, I'm sleeping at my place. Changgu, when you return later, please reassure her." Qiao Qiao had originally not been on night duty. She swapped shifts with a colleague to care for Qiao Qiao. As she spoke, a deep sigh escaped her. "Lately, I don't know what has been going on. I've been coming to the hospital frequently, which is rather ominous. When I get my next day off, let us visit the Nan Temple for a prayer." The Nan Temple is a shrine located in a nearby city, with a history spanning several thousand years. Over these millennia, it has endured 6 major fires, yet it has remained mostly intact. When disasters befall a household, many people visit to pray, hoping to avert misfortune and ensure peace and safety. It's quite effective. This time, Qiao Changdong did not oppose Qiao Qiao. Evidently, he shared the same thought, especially since he had a car, making it convenient to drive there. Qiao Qiao, the conversation shifted inexplicably. She fiddled with her little bracelet, feeling a twinge of confusion, unsure whether her family believed her. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a small bubble appeared on her forehead. Inside the purple bubble, a tiny figure sat with arms crossed, a sulky expression, with several question marks hovering above its head. What is this?" Meng Zhengcheng gaped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes as he beheld the little bubble atop the girl's forehead. The unsophisticated bumpkin, Qiao Qiao, having witnessed this several times before, felt an inexplicable sense of pride. She had learned from her 2 sisters-in-law that Qiao Qiao could use this little bubble to bring treats to her family. "Good girl, does this have anything to do with your long slumber?" Qiao Changdong pondered deeply, gently stroking the little bracelet on her wrist. "This is also related to what you just mentioned, isn't it?" Qiao Qiao nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Daddy, you're so clever." Qiao Changdong chuckled, caressing the soft strands of her hair. The patch where her hair had been shaved was now sprouting fuzzy new growth. Reflecting on everything that had transpired since she bumped her head, a heaviness settled in his heart. Her body could heal rapidly, and she could use the bubble on her head to provide hints to her family. Perhaps to others, the occurrences surrounding Qiao Qiao could be seen as fortunate encounters, yet Qiao Changdong felt an unsettling simplicity to it all. A persistent sense of anxiety gnawed at him, as if unbeknownst to him, his precious child was shouldering burdens he could not help bear. This left him feeling restless, uneasy, and heartbroken. "Darling, I may not know what you have encountered, but no matter what you say, I believe you. And I await the day you reveal all to me." Chapter 56. Ding! Qiao Qiao's listening ear is activated. Those words were previously spoken by Qiao Changdong, and naturally, Qiao Qiao believed them. She yearned to share her greatest secret with them. However, the laws of the world constantly dictated her actions and behavior. She wished to convey her thoughts through the small bubble atop her head, but was at a loss as to how to utilize it to narrate the entire story from beginning to end. "Sigh, this world's laws are so bothersome. Oh, next time I see Mom in the bracelet, I must ask her if she knows about these world laws and whether, once I master my abilities, I can eliminate them." As Qiao Qiao pouted, feeling overwhelmed, the bubble on her forehead shifted to a deep blue hue. Inside, the tiny figure squatted on the ground, resting its chin on one hand while scratching its rear with the other. With 2 hand-drawn yarn balls spinning above its head, this vividly and humorously captured the little girl's current mood, encapsulated in one word: vexed. The irritable little girl was ultimately carried out of the hospital by Qiao Changdong. With nothing pressing at the hospital and with Chen Yulian still there, Xiao Changdong had no desire to linger. Just as Meng Zhengchang led Xiao Changdong out of the corridor, Chen Xiao received the news and hurried back to Chen Yulian's hospital room. That troublemaker has awakened, she furrowed her brow, momentarily unsure whether this was good news or bad news. If Qiao Qiao had remained unconscious, she feared Xiao Changdong would indeed carry out his threats and seek retribution against Chen Yulian, further severing ties with the Chen family. All her schemes would then fall apart. However, if she had awakened, it meant this troublemaker would once again reign supreme in the Qiao household, and now, with Chen Yulian in such a predicament. Shen Xiao gazed at her sister, who sat dazedly on the hospital bed, and couldn't help but voice her grievances. What on earth is wrong with you? How could you let such a situation arise? If word gets out, you'd be dragged to the bottom of the fish pond. Shen Xiao had always harbored jealousy towards her younger sister. This sentiment had been present in the past and was even more pronounced now. Unlike her, who had toiled like a beast of burden since her early memories, Chen Yulian, being the youngest in the family, had never done much farm work. When the time came, in a hurry to help her elder brother Chen Taipeng find a bride and secure a dowry, she hastily married someone. After giving birth to 3 daughters in succession, her in-laws treated her poorly. As for Chen Yulian, she was the youngest in the family, had never labored in the fields, and her family even sent her to town for a year of high school to secure her a good marriage. Although her family later deemed it too costly and made her drop out, in their locality, merely having stepped through the gates of a high school was a mark of distinction. Before long, she had married into the prosperous Qiao family. Oh, what a wonderful life the Qiao family leads. All the sons have achieved success. The eldest, Xiao Changqing, had been reported to receive a monthly allowance of 40 to 50 yuan. And he was dutiful, sending a portion back to his mother each month. Accumulated over time, it must amount to a considerable sum. Xiao Changkai is even more noteworthy, although the martial arts school in town belongs to the Mo family. Both of the Mo sons have pursued business ventures elsewhere, leaving the martial arts school in the hands of Mo Wenpei and Xiao Changkai. Xiao Changhong, while not as accomplished as his 2 elder brothers, manages the land belonging to Qiao Changqing and Xiao Changdong and is industrious enough to ensure the family leads a prosperous life, providing for his 2 sons' education without worry. As for Qiao Xiaoyun, it is needless to say how influential her in-laws are in the area. Just her husband, Meng Zhengchang, is the deputy head of the county police station, and she herself is a doctor at the hospital, an ironclad job. Moreover, Qiao Xiaoyun dotes on her younger brother, often providing assistance whenever Qiao Changdong is on the road. Now that Qiao Changdong has also become successful, being able to drive a truck is a significant achievement. After all, who could afford a large freight truck without a hefty fortune? In this entire family, not a single one is lacking in means. If only she were a few years younger and childless, she would have wanted to take her sister's place in marrying into the family, yet, her sister, despite marrying in, has managed to live such a splendid life. Certainly, what Chen Xiao is reluctant to admit is that, witnessing Chen Yulian living her life in such a manner, she harbors a certain secret delight within her heart. Since Chen Yulian married into the Qiao family, particularly after becoming pregnant, she has truly been in a position of power at her natal home. Her brothers dote on her, and even her parents indulge her whims. In stark contrast, Chen Xiao has given birth to 3 daughters, and the last one was even born in secret. She is neither cherished by her in-laws nor by her own family. Whenever Chen Yulian gives birth, Xiao must scurry around like a maid, tirelessly attending to her every need day and night. Now, it seems that instead of a promising heir, she carries a burden of misfortune. A child of uncertain paternity. As Chen Xiao contemplates this, she approaches Chen Yulian with a hint of malice, whispering, "Ilian, do share with me, whose child is this? Rest assured, I shall keep it a secret." At this moment, Chen Xiao is absolutely convinced that this child cannot possibly belong to the Qiao family, yet she is puzzled about the true identity of the child's father. In her recollection, her sister has never had any romantic entanglements. She has always presented herself as pure and virtuous. How could she have conceived a child with someone else? Could it have been during her high school years in town? Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? This is indeed a child of the Qiao family, Qiao Changdong's daughter. Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, Chen Yulian erupts, her face darkening as she hisses in a low voice. Chen Xiao is not pleased with this response. She glances at the sleeping infant wrapped in a blanket nearby, her resentment causing her tone to take on a sarcastic edge. Oh, indeed, I too have given birth thrice, yet I have never encountered a family that delivers a child 2 months premature and still manages to produce a baby weighing over 9 pounds. Isn't that treating people like fools? She regards Chen Yulian, feeling she has found a weakness to exploit, her demeanor shifting from flattery to a more confrontational stance. Alien, I only wish to assist you. If you confide in me early, I can help you in the future. You saw how terrifying Qiao Changdong appeared today. Are you certain you can handle him? If you tell me, I will help you ensure that the 3rd daughter is adopted by the eldest of the Qiao family. We would then be in the same boat, and I would never betray you. Not to mention, during these days of childbirth, who has been caring for you inside and out, who has been gathering information for you? I am your sister by blood. If you do not trust me, who else can you rely on? These words seem to have persuaded Chen Yulian, who falls silent for several seconds. In the end, She leans closer to Chen Xiao's ear. The two sisters lower their voices, sharing intimate secrets in the hospital room. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the inpatient department, a pair of pointed little ears trembles with excitement. Utterly thrilled. In Chapter 57, a little bubble hints at the name of Chen Yulian's lover. Then, Qiao Changdong and Meng Zhengcheng catch sight of their little treasure, and the little bubble on her forehead becomes animated once more. The tiny figure stands behind a door on tiptoe, pressing its ear against the door as if eavesdropping. On the other side of the door, two extremely abstract and ugly puppet dolls are depicted, with names affixed to them, appearing to share a whispered conversation. What is this? Qiao Changdong and Meng Zhengcheng exchange glances before turning their attention back to the little creature with the quivering ears. Qiao Qiao herself did not expect that after emerging from the bracelet space, her range of perception would double. The cacophony of various sounds bombarding her ears becomes overwhelming just as she prepares to block them out using the method little source suggested. She overhears the conversation between Chen Yulian and Chen Xiao. That wicked woman, Chen Xiao, actually wants to adopt the third daughter into her uncle's family. What a dreamer! Qiao Qiao is incensed. The little figure in the black bubble stomps its feet in anger, then suddenly pushes open the door, brandishing a whip that seemingly appeared from nowhere, cracking it with a resounding snap. With a fierce grin revealing its tiny white teeth, the little figure boldly approaches the two puppet dolls, along with another puppet named San Nyo that has mysteriously appeared. It swings the whip at all three, displaying an impressive display of ferocity. The puppets tumble to the ground, howling as they roll about. Yet the little figure shows no mercy, relentlessly pursuing them with the whip. Qiao Changdong, Meng Zhengcheng, my dear, you are impressive. Meng Zhengcheng cannot help but laugh out loud at the scene unfolding. With a pop, the little bubble engaged in the ruthless whipping dissipates. Qiao Qiao looks at him with wide innocent eyes, bewildered, as if questioning why he suddenly laughed. Does my darling despise Sanyo so much? Qiao Changdong inquires, having always thought she only loathed Chen Yulian and Chen Xiao. Qiao Qiao blinks, quickly realizing that her forehead bubble must have revealed something. She does not hide it and recounts the conversation she just overheard between the two sisters. After listening, Meng Zhengcheng chuckles. He cannot help but comment, these two sisters truly possess a cunning scheme. They are quite resourceful. Qiao Changdong enlisted in the army at 18 and is now 36 years old. Having served a full 18 years, during the 70s he participated in 2 battles, earning first-class honors on both occasions, and now, at the age of 36, he has already attained a regiment-level position, an impressive status that is not something just anyone would dare aspire to. It is indeed audacious of the Chen family to consider adopting a daughter into their ranks. Qiao Changdong's face twists in distaste, clearly taken aback that even at this juncture, the two sisters are still concocting such schemes. He doesn't even inquire how Qiao Qiao overheard all this or when she did. Instead, he furrows his brow at Meng Zhengcheng. Has the examination report not come out yet? It's almost the new year. Things must be busy. Have a little patience. I estimate it will be ready in a day or two. I'll call to check on it shortly, Meng Zhengcheng replies. Now, he is more interested in another matter, his eyes shining with excitement as he looks at Qiao Qiao. Just as he is about to speak, Qiao Changdong pulls his daughter close into his arms, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Not a chance, Meng Zhengcheng, are you my belly's worm? You know what I'm about to say before I even say it? Qiao Changdong indeed knows, it is part of his role to manage affairs. What he remembers most vividly is the day he paid the bride price for his sister. He spent 3 days hiding in a pigsty to catch a notorious thief. By the time he emerged, it was already the day for him and his sister to get engaged. Arriving at the Qiao family reeking of pig dung, he hurriedly presented the bride price. Had they not known his character, the Qiao family might have misunderstood his intentions. Yet, in reality, Meng Zhengcheng is dedicated to his work, and he has nothing but respect for his sister, who manages all matters in the household from the last time he visited the provincial hospital. It was evident when she casually handed him several hundred yuan that if she were not in charge of the household, and if Meng Zhengcheng did not hold her in high regard, she would not have been able to so easily produce such a sum. The hospital is not far from where Qiao Xiaoyun resides. It takes roughly 10 minutes to walk there. Unlike Qiao Village, the town's tenement buildings have long been electrified, with soft yellow lights twinkling throughout, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Qiao Xiaoyun lives on the 3rd floor. As the three ascend the stairs, Qiao Qiao is unaware that while she was asleep, her father publicly addressed the issue of her being cuckolded in the hospital room. She is still conflicted about whether to reveal the name she just overheard in front of her uncle or to tell her father privately. Although she is young, she understands that such matters are not particularly honorable. In fact, she still remembers the man with whom Chen Yulian had an affair. She would recognize him upon sight. However, she is uncertain if he is the same person as the one in question. Of course, unbeknownst to her, during these moments of doubt, the little bubble on her forehead will often make the decision for her. Currently, the little figure inside the bubble holds up 2 whiteboards. One reads, "In Zhigong," and the other bears a question mark. The little figure alternates its gaze between the two, its brows furrowed in deep contemplation, clearly distressed. In Zhigong, Meng Zhengcheng finds the name somewhat familiar. Names that catch his attention generally have some connection to criminal suspects. His memory serves him well, and soon he recalls Huing Zhigong is earlier this year, he was a sent-down youth who was returned to the city. Before leaving, he had gotten into a physical altercation with another youth and was taken to the police station. Allegedly over a woman, leading to a fight. Meng Jingcheng learned about Qiao Qiaodong's situation from his son's casual remarks earlier that day. It turns out that the child Chen Yulian bore is not Qiao Qiaodong's. This was something that the female colleague he had sent to investigate Chen Yulian's hospital records had also mentioned, albeit vaguely. She indicated that a premature infant, particularly one born 2 months early, would not typically weigh over 9 pounds. However, at the time, he did not suspect anything amiss. He merely assumed that Qiao Qiaodong and Chen Yulian had been involved prior to marriage. Nowadays, with the advocacy of free love, such occurrences are not uncommon and hardly surprising. What he did not anticipate was the myriad complexities surrounding the situation. Those skilled in investigation often excel at lateral thinking, and as Meng Jingcheng pieces together the events, he begins to surmise the general circumstances. He casts a sympathetic glance at Qiao Qiaodong, filled with understanding. It appears that he, once a rebellious and obstinate young man, has now been relegated to the role of a docile caretaker. How pitiful, Meng Zhengcheng remarked. I shall look into this name tomorrow. Yet, within his heart, he already possessed an inkling. He simply refrained from voicing it in front of Qiao Qiao, as such matters felt somewhat unclean, and he wished to shield the child's ears from them. Brother-in-law, do you want me to ask my sister to clean the fishing bag by the entrance for you? Qiao Qiaodong, however, smiled and shifted the conversation to another topic. How dare he gaze at him with such contempt? Chapter 58. Oh my, I see a deity. Meng Jingcheng's expression momentarily stiffened. He quickly regained his enthusiasm, exclaiming, look at you, why are you in such a hurry? Come inside, let us have our dear one prepare some food. It has been a whole day and night since you last ate. As he spoke, he hastily unlocked the door, warmly inviting the father and daughter inside. Upon entering, Qiao Qiao was greeted by the sound of Meng Zihuan's tearful wails emanating from the living room. This is for my sister. This too is for my sister. Everything I have will be given to my sister. The cries continued, resembling a speeding train, swelling in intensity. Meng Zhengcheng, both amused and pained, called out, son, what is the matter? I cannot bear to part with my sister. I want to give all my toys to her. She will surely wake up. Meng Zihuan sobbed, clutching a small toy car, and upon seeing Qiao Qiao cradled in Qiao Qiaodong's arms, his lamentations abruptly ceased. Sister, you've awakened. Elated, he dashed over, circling around Qiao Qiaodong, and even tiptoed to embrace his leg. Attempting to climb up, yet, the moment he brushed against his uncle's thigh, he was swiftly lifted away. You little rascal, if you dare wipe your snot on me, I swear you'll be treated to a delightful dish of bamboo shoots and meat. Qiao Qiaodong's disdain was palpable. Uncle, Meng Zihuan's cheeks flushed crimson as he hastily wiped his nose with his hand, only for it to smear more messily. Qiao Qiaodong, exasperated, discarded him. He surveyed the scattered toys in the living room, glanced into the other 2 rooms, saw no one, and turned to inquire, where is your grandmother? Grandma is downstairs cooking. She said you hadn't eaten yet and is preparing a meal to bring to the hospital shortly. Meng Zihuan, with his father pressing down on his forehead and using tissue to clean his nose, turned his round face as red as a ripe apple. He didn't mind, however, as he joyfully gazed at Qiao Qiao, who was held by Qiao Qiaodong. Sister, you've awakened, he gleefully exclaimed. It seems the Bodhisattva has heard my prayers, she has returned. But once again, he was brushed aside by Qiao Qiaodong. This time, Meng Zihuan was displeased. Uncle, I have no snot left. I am all clean. Why can't I be close to my sister? Uncle is so mean. Next time I will secretly put 4 toads in his shoes. Qiao Qiaodong, with a bemused expression, merely pointed towards a nearby cup of water. Bring it here for your sister to drink. Upon hearing it was for his sister, Meng Zihuan promptly forgot his grievances with his uncle and scampered off to fetch the cup. Qiao Qiao was indeed thirsty. She smiled sweetly at the cup of water Meng Zihuan brought. Thanking her brother, Qiao Qiaodong helped Qiao Qiao drink, then swept his leg across the toys scattered on the floor before setting her down on the wooden sofa cushion with a mat. Play here with your brother for a while. Daddy will go downstairs to check on your grandmother. As he spoke, Qiao Qiaodong cast a sidelong glance at his nephew, who was eagerly inching closer to his daughter. I just heard your elder brother say that all these toys will be yours once you wake up. Feel free to play with them. Any you cannot, I will pack up for you to take home tomorrow. Meng Zihuan's chubby face, lit with a silly grin from being near his sister, froze in place. However, he found himself at a loss for words, as he had indeed just said that. He thought to himself, as long as his sister could awaken, all these toys would belong to her. While some were gifts from Qiao Qiaodong during his trips, most were souvenirs from Meng Zihuan's grandparents when they traveled for work. Often imported treasures that could not be purchased with mere money. Though Meng Zihuan was willing for his sister to play with the toys, the idea of gifting them entirely was an entirely different matter. He pouted, on the verge of tears again. Brother, I want to take them back. I'll play with you. Seeing her little cousin about to cry, Qiao Qiao quickly reassured him. After all, she was already 9 years old in her previous life, certainly old enough not to covet his toys. Hearing this, Meng Zihuan's face brightened, and he joyfully played with the toy train. Qiao Qiaodong had reached the doorway when he turned back. Remarking, "I was wondering why you were crying so pitifully. Turns out you learned it from this train." Meng Zihuan's chubby cheeks turned as red as a ripe fruit. He silently vowed to place 4 toads in his uncle's shoes next time. By the time Qiao Changdong returned upstairs with the meal prepared by Grandma Qiao, Qiao Qiao found herself once more in the confines of Grandma Qiao's embrace. Grandma Qiao had likely overheard Qiao Changdong's words downstairs. And upon her arrival, she had been scrutinizing the little bracelet on Qiao Qiao's wrist. Did my dear really come from this? Grandma Qiao still found it hard to believe. After all, this was far stranger than the bubbles atop Qiao Qiao's head or her self-healing abilities. How could such a tiny bracelet hold a person? Meng Zhengcheng also approached to examine it, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Could this be what they call soul collection?" At this statement, both Qiao Changdong and Grandma Qiao's expressions turned grave. In their local understanding, soul collection was no trivial matter. A person without a soul, a loss of one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, would be akin to a fool. Qiao Qiao, however, was not overly concerned. She found Meng Zhengcheng's words rather fitting, yet, sensing Grandma Qiao's tightening grip around her, she felt compelled to alleviate their unease. "Daddy, Grandma, this is a treasure left to me by Mother. Look at this." As she spoke, she silently recited a mantra, extending a thread of purple golden silk from her fingertips. "What are you showing us, sister?" Meng Zihuan, holding Qiao Qiao's hand, tilted his head to survey the scene, murmuring, "Am I blind? Why can't I see anything?" Well, it seemed that this was visible only to her. After contemplating, Qiao Qiao pointed her fingertip at the bruise on Meng Zihuan's jaw near his temple. Meng Zihuan, who was in the upper class of the kindergarten, often bore such marks from roughhousing with classmates. He had been nursing that bruise for 2 days. Now, with the bruise gone, he poked at it, discovering it no longer hurt. He gazed at Qiao Qiao in astonishment. "Sister, you're amazing." Well, Grandma Qiao hesitated. It won't harm the body. In the future, Qiao Qiao will become even more formidable. She pointed to the gruesome scar on Meng Zhengcheng's face. "When Qiao Qiao becomes even more powerful, she can treat this for uncle." "Really? Is that possible?" Meng Zhengcheng, though indifferent to the scar on his face, recognized that removing it could only bring benefits. After all, he had a wife and child now, and there was no need to be overly concerned about appearances. Yet, if the scar could vanish, it would surely ease his parents' and wife's worries about his safety while apprehending suspects. Qiao Qiao nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will be very, very powerful in the future." The 3 adults couldn't help but chuckle at her proud little demeanor. Nevertheless, they needed to impart some caution. Both children required guidance. "This is something for our family to know. Do not showcase it outside, nor treat anyone else's injuries." "Understood." After advising Qiao Qiao, they turned to Meng Zihuan. "You too, do not speak of this outside. If you do, it could put your sister in danger. And she may be taken away." I know she'll be taken away and burned to death. I won't say a word." Meng Zihuan chimed in. "All right then." She was once again thrust into the flames of torment. A foreboding feeling lingered within her, suggesting that she might frequently find herself in such dire straits in the future. Initially, Grandma Qiao was unaware that Qiao Qiao had awakened. She merely prepared a bowl of noodles for Qiao Changdong. Upon being informed of her awakening, she proceeded to fry 4 more eggs from wild chickens. Qiao Qiao, holding a small bowl, requested Qiao Changdong to serve her some noodles, which she complimented with 2 fried eggs. Savoring each bite nearby, Meng Zihuan watched eagerly, swallowing his saliva, and inquired to sister, "What does the fried egg taste like?" Qiao Qiao recognized her brother's craving and was about to extend her small spoon when Qiao Changdong brought over another small bowl. Placing a fried egg before him, "Your sister hasn't eaten all day. Do not tempt her," he admonished. Meng Zihuan blushed slightly, attempting to defend himself. I'm not craving it. I just wanted to help my sister taste it." This statement was evidently met with disbelief. He pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of grievance. However, upon seeing the golden fried egg in the bowl, he set aside his hesitation and devoured it, his brows lifting in delight. Observing this, Qiao Changdong offered him the last fried egg from the bowl. After finishing the egg, Meng Zihuan followed Qiao Qiao to indulge in a bowl of malted milk, even though he had already consumed one earlier in the evening. Qiao Xiaoyun provided Qiao Qiao with 2 cans each month, while Meng Zihuan also received one. His chubby form was undeniably attributed to the nightly bowl of malted milk, though he had already drunk some. He could not resist the temptation of watching Qiao Qiao drink. Once satiated, freshened up, and ready for bed, Meng Zihuan observed Grandma Qiao carrying Qiao Qiao back to the room, his eyes filled with longing as he followed closely behind. "Grandma's sister, may I sleep with you tonight?" This time, Qiao Qiao firmly declined. "No, brother, I wish to sleep with Grandma." "You snore." In truth, she had some matters she wished to discuss privately with Grandma Qiao. The Meng family home contained only 2 rooms, one for the couple and one for Meng Zihuan. Both rooms were of equal size, without a distinction between master and guest quarters. The sleeping arrangement for the night was that Qiao Qiao would share a room with Grandma Qiao, while Qiao Changdong and Meng Zihuan would occupy the other. With Meng Zhengcheng sleeping in the living room on the bamboo bed used for summer cooling. At 55 years of age, Grandma Qiao had given birth to her eldest son, Qiao Changcheng, at 19. Perhaps due to years of hard work, half of her hair had turned gray, and fine wrinkles adorned her forehead and the corners of her eyes. Yet, despite her age, Grandma Qiao was a woman of great cleanliness. Even in her senior years she bore no unpleasant odor, save for the occasional hint of laundry soap. Qiao Qiao, that faint scent of soap was reminiscent of the fragrance she had once longed for. She pondered that if her father had not passed away in her previous life, her grandmother would surely have lived much longer. It was her own immaturity that had led to her father's demise, causing her grandmother to depart early as well. This thought pierced Qiao Qiao's heart with a dull ache. Grandma. Qiao Qiao buried her head in Grandma Qiao's embrace, inhaling deeply to suppress the flood of emotions. "What's wrong? Did you sleep too much during the day and now cannot rest?" Grandma Qiao inquired, gently stroking her back. Qiao Qiao shook her head and whispered, "Grandma, could you tell Dad not to go out driving the truck anymore?" Grandma Qiao looked at her in surprise. Even in the darkness, where their faces were obscured, Qiao Qiao dared not meet her gaze, lowering her long eyelashes. "I know, my mother left a substantial sum of money for me, which Dad could use so he wouldn't have to work so hard." "Dear, you aren't being truthful with Grandma," she interrupted. Upon hearing this, Qiao Qiao's body stiffened, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Grandma Qiao continued to caress her rigid back, softly saying, "Dear, neither your father nor I truly comprehend what has transpired, yet, regardless of what it was, you can always share it with us. If you find it inconvenient to speak, you can give us a hint with that little bubble atop your head. Though Grandma may not be clever, she believes that she can certainly guess your meaning." Grandma Qiao's voice was gentle and soothing, imbued with a love that reassured Qiao Qiao in the enveloping darkness. Chapter 60. The little bubble reveals the three deaths. This time, Qiao Qiao could no longer contain herself. Tears streamed down her face. She despised crying, having done so once before, pleading in front of the Shen family before being bound to an operating table. But what good did it do? In the end, she had still lost her organs and met a tragic end. Thus, she understood better than anyone that tears were futile. Yet, when it came to her family, she found herself inexplicably vulnerable, often wishing to weep uncontrollably in front of them, venting the grievances of those years. Yet, some unseen law of the universe restrained her, forcing her to bottle everything within. As tears cascaded down her cheeks, a bubble suddenly popped up on her forehead. Grandma Qiao watched intently, then, her lips twitched, and she realized the gray bubble contained a miniature version of her granddaughter, kneeling before a covered object, clutching a small handkerchief, mimicking the rural women who mourned loudly. Surrounding her were wooden puppets, some playing suona, others wielding gongs or holding money, various instruments of mourning creating a cacophony. Most bewildering to her was the white cloth draped over the object, inscribed with the words, "He is dead." Grandma Qiao felt as if she were watching a silent film. However, she soon sensed something was amiss. Connecting her granddaughter's previous words, her expression shifted dramatically as she sat up rigidly, turning on the bedside lamp. She asked Qiao Qiao, "Are you saying your father will die?" Qiao Qiao found herself once again stifled by the world's constraints, unable to express herself, yet the tiny figure within the bubble nodded frantically in affirmation. Suddenly, the scene transformed. The little figure had somehow acquired two miniature trucks, one in each hand, racing toward each other while chanting "bang bang crash." Colliding the two toy trucks together, Grandma Qiao's face turned ashen, devoid of color. She rubbed her forehead, feeling a dull ache return, and took a deep breath before continuing to inquire, "Does my dear know the date?" Qiao Qiao lowered her gaze. Of course, she remembered. Qiao Changdong had died on January 24, 1989. She had been taken back to the Shen family in October 1988. On January 24, 1989, after receiving her homesick phone call, he drove overnight to see her but tragically perished in a car accident en route. Grandma Qiao passed away on April 5, 1989, while she herself died on October 9, 1989. Grandma Qiao observed the three dates appearing above Qiao Qiao's head, each accompanied by a tiny figure. She strained to discern them. Perhaps it was the clarity of the figures that made identification easy. She quickly recognized them: a man's head, an elderly head, and a little girl's head. How could there be three heads, three dates? Did this signify? Did it signify a Grandma Qiao dared not contemplate further, feeling the world spin around her, nearly fainting. Grandma, unbeknownst to Qiao Qiao, the bubble atop her head had revealed not only the date of Qiao Changdong's death but also those of herself and Grandma Qiao. She assumed that Grandma Qiao was merely affected by Qiao Changdong's death. Without considering anything else, she grasped Grandma Qiao's hand, channeling her own spiritual energy into her. As the energy flowed into her, Grandma Qiao's throbbing head cleared almost instantly. She began to question, following the dates indicated by the bubble. But Qiao Qiao could offer no response, only gazing helplessly at her. Grandma Qiao furrowed her brow, recalling a possibility previously mentioned by Qiao Changdong. Having lived through the old society, she was far more superstitious than contemporary individuals. In their era, the strange phenomena surrounding Qiao Qiao, especially that bubble above her head, could be interpreted as a form of foresight, and foresight came at a cost. For instance, those who acted as mediums often ended up either deaf or mute, or blind, as they were the representatives of heaven, privy to knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary people. However, to prevent them from divulging too much divine insight, heaven would strip them of some abilities, rendering them either deaf, mute, or blind. She believed Qiao Qiao might be experiencing something similar, and the catalyst for this occurrence was likely the head injury she sustained previously. Grandma Qiao chose not to press her silent granddaughter further. Instead, she lifted Qiao Qiao from the bed and stepped out of the room, intending to visit Qiao Changdong's sleeping quarters. Upon exiting, they encountered Qiao Changdong and Meng Jingcheng engaged in conversation in the living room. Both turned to look when they saw Grandma Qiao carrying someone. Qiao Changdong rose with concern, asking, "Mom, what is wrong? Is dear not feeling well again?" He gently brushed away the remnants of tears on his daughter's face. Cradling her in his arms and tenderly kissing her cheek, "Why are you crying? Are you unwell?" Qiao Qiao shook her head, resting her head on his shoulder, her eyes beginning to sting once more. Over there, Grandma Qiao has already gone to fetch Meng Zihuan's homework book. The cover of the brownish-yellow book features a large drawing of a pig's head, atop which is inscribed a title, Mama. Grandma Qiao died in an instant. Qiao Qiao felt that the sadness she had just experienced had dissipated significantly. Grandma Qiao's hands, which had been slightly trembling, were now steadied. She opened the homework book, but after flipping through it, she found no satisfactory pages. The book contained very few words, mostly filled with Meng Zihuan's whimsical drawings that were indecipherable. "Mama, use this." Meng Jingcheng suppressed a laugh as he brought over a calendar. Turning it to its clean side to indicate that she should write there, Grandma Qiao noted down 3 dates. "Dear child, when I point to someone, you should look at the person I indicate. If I am correct, you shall keep your eyes open. If I am wrong, you shall close them." "All right." Upon hearing this, Qiao Qiao widened her eyes to an exaggerated extent, resembling 2 large light bulbs. Qiao Changdong and Meng Jingcheng looked at them in confusion. January 24, 1989, "Is that Qiao Changdong?" She pointed at Qiao Changdong. "What?" Qiao Changdong responded. Qiao Qiao fixed her gaze on her father, glaring for a good 10 seconds, to the point where Qiao Changdong felt a pang of distress. Finally, Grandma Qiao reached over, gently placing her hand on Qiao Qiao's eyelids, urging her to rest them for a moment. About 5 seconds later, she released her, allowing her to open her eyes. The second date. April 5, 1989, "Is it me?" Qiao Qiao's eyes again locked onto her. Even when they began to ache, she dared not blink. "The last one, is it you?" As she uttered the final words, Grandma Qiao's voice quivered. Tears streamed down Qiao Qiao's cheeks, and Grandma Qiao's eyes reddened as well. The 2 adults beside them were left somewhat bewildered, as they could never have guessed that these would be the dates of the 3 individuals' deaths. Chapter 61. The dead have arrived. The feast is set, 8 at a table. As they gazed into Qiao Qiao's unblinking eyes, Grandma Qiao shut her own momentarily. She harbored no doubt whatsoever about this. She couldn't articulate why. Perhaps it was due to the numerous unusual occurrences surrounding her little granddaughter lately that had elevated her trust to its zenith. The sight of the 2 of them, looking as if the sky had collapsed, left the 2 adults utterly perplexed. Meng Jingcheng examined the 3 dates but found nothing unusual. After all, these were 5 years in the future. Surely these couldn't be the dates of anyone's demise. Qiao Changdong that he made a jest, believing that the somber expressions of the grandmother and granddaughter were a bit too heavy. Intending to lighten the mood, however, he never anticipated that as soon as he spoke, 3 pairs of eyes turned to him in unison. Besides Grandma Qiao and Qiao Qiao, there was yet another pair belonging to the little figure within Qiao Qiao's bubble. This time, it was even more absurd. Within the gray bubble, the little figure, clad in mourning attire, lay prostrate upon the ground, weeping inconsolably at a puppet covered by a white cloth, inscribed with "He is dead." Surrounding the little figure was a throng of people. Amidst the cacophony of drums and gongs, not only setting off firecrackers but also gathered around a small table for a feast. All in all, the scene was quite lively, profoundly illustrating the phrase, "The dead have arrived." The feast is set, 8 at a table. Qiao Changdong could no longer muster a smile. Instinctively, he nervously swallowed, especially with the realization that this banquet might very well be for himself. He felt utterly unwell. Hesitantly, he pointed at the first date in the sequence, asking Grandma Qiao, "Is this truly my date of death? Is this for real?" Meng Jingcheng, too, found it hard to believe. The thought was simply too frightening. He even felt a twinge of curiosity to ask, "Then when do I die?" Yet, upon seeing those freshly minted dates, he hesitated, as if a butcher's knife hung over his head, ready to drop at any moment. Even without facing death, one might very well die of fright. "Mama, you died at 60, didn't you? Perhaps it was due to my absence that you were heartbroken." "Dear child." How Qiao Changdong found himself at a loss for words. If one were to calculate based on that date, his own early demise could be accepted. His mother passing at 60 was plausible. He could even surmise that her death was likely due to excessive sorrow from losing him. This was not a matter of filial piety, nor a desire for his mother to live a few more years. He naturally wished her to live a full century, even if it meant sacrificing his own lifespan. However, in this era, 60 was considered quite venerable. Just look at his own father, who had passed away at 58 last year. He felt that living to 60 was not an injustice. But what of his dear child? How could she leave this world so soon? At 9, she was barely a decade old. This was something Qiao Changdong simply could not accept. He cared little about the manner of his own passing and only asked Qiao Qiao, "Sweetheart, tell Daddy, how did you not leave us?" Qiao Changdong couldn't even bring himself to utter the word die. Qiao Qiao closed her eyes, recalling the scene from her past life, where she was forcibly bound to an operating table. The fear and dread made her tremble uncontrollably. The little figure in her bubble was now covered in blood, shivering in a corner, and before Qiao Changdong could see more clearly, the bubble burst with a pop. never to reappear. Clearly this represented the deepest fear within the young girl's heart, so profound that even the bubble above her head was too frightened to manifest again. Yet Qiao Qiao, with her small hands tightly encircling Qiao Qingdong's neck, glanced at him and then at Grandma Qiao, no longer mentioning her own death. Instead, she declared, "Daddy, Grandma, Qiao Qiao will protect you, protect everyone in the Qiao family." The little child, barely over 3 years old, spoke with a newfound clarity. Her words still tinged with the lilt of childhood, yet her gaze was resolute as she assured them of her promise to safeguard them all. The hearts of the adults were filled with an indescribable sensation, akin to being stuffed with something, a bittersweet ache swelling within them. The following morning, Qiao Xiaoyun returned from her shift having brought breakfast to ease Grandma Qiao's burden. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of her husband sporting panda eyes and her son looking utterly bewildered. "What happened to you?" she inquired, placing the breakfast on the table. Suddenly realizing something, she turned and glared at Meng Jingcheng. "Don't tell me you went fishing again last night and fished all night long." No, how could I dare? Besides, there are so many matters at home. I wouldn't be that inconsiderate," Meng Jingcheng replied, eager to survive, shaking his hands in denial. Qiao Xiaoyun fetched bowls and chopsticks, arranging them on the table, saying, "Then why do you look even more exhausted than I do after a night shift?" As she spoke, she tilted her head toward the two closed bedroom doors. "What about Mom and Dongzi? Have they already returned?" Meng Zhengcheng with a weary look glanced at her and stuffed a bun into his mouth, saying, "They're still asleep. They'll probably sleep until around 10, so don't disturb them." What? Qiao Xiaoyun could hardly believe her ears. She understood that her niece and brother had a tendency to sleep in a little longer, but her mother, who was typically so diligent, usually rose at around 5 in the morning in the countryside. Especially during their childhood, by the time they awoke, most household chores were already completed, and breakfast would be ready. They merely needed to eat and head off to school. Even when occasionally ill, she wouldn't sleep in this late. 6 or 7 o'clock was the absolute limit. "Last night. Never mind, let them tell you themselves when they wake up. I have to go to work," Meng Zhengcheng said, gulping down a mouthful of soy milk, then grabbing a bun and heading for the door. Remembering something, he turned back to instruct Qiao Xiaoyun, "When Dongzi wakes up, have him come by the police station. I suspect the test results he requested will be out today, and I'll accompany him to the city bureau to collect them." Qiao Xiaoyun knew what the test results pertained to. When Xiao Changdong had asked Meng Zhengcheng for help, she had been informed. Thinking of the two sisters still at the hospital, she felt a surge of excitement. And in an instant, the fatigue from her night shift vanished. She smiled brightly, nodding. "All right, I will. You take care at work too. Your face looks like you've been dead for several days. Don't go out on patrol, or you might scare the public and get complaints." In truth, given Meng Jingcheng's current position at the station, he hardly needed to be out on patrol every day, yet he was stubborn, knowing his wife was concerned for him. Meng Zhengcheng smiled and said nothing, yawning as he waved goodbye. Last night, apart from his son sleeping like a log, snoring thunderously, the three adults who had unexpectedly learned of the dates of the 3 deaths, although appearing unfazed, had each returned to their rooms to sleep. In reality, they had all endured a sleepless night. Meng Zhengcheng had barely managed to fall asleep in the early hours. In contrast, Qiao Qiao had slept the most soundly. Aside from Meng Ziwan, it was as if she had laid down a heavy burden, and thus she slept quite peacefully. When she awoke, it was already 7 in the morning. She glanced at Grandma Qiao, who appeared well rested despite having lost some spiritual energy last night, then quietly climbed out of bed and left the room. Chapter 62. The child's examination report for Chen Yulian has arrived. As Qiao Qiao stepped out, she found Qiao Xiaoyun and Meng Zihuan enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing her, Qiao Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, quickly rushing over to place Qiao Qiao beside Meng Zihuan. "What would my little darling like to eat?" Today's breakfast was quite abundant, featuring steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and sweet tofu pudding. "Auntie, I want to brush my teeth and wash my face first," Qiao Qiao replied. "Look at you, so small yet with so many things to do." With a seemingly disdainful click of her tongue, Qiao Xiaoyun swiftly fetched a spare children's toothbrush from home. Meanwhile, Meng Zihuan seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself, hurriedly pouring the hot water he had prepared that morning into a small basin for Qiao Qiao. The mother and son, one feigning annoyance while the other acted with alacrity, attended to the young girl as every need. Once Qiao Qiao finished her morning routine and sat down for breakfast, Qiao Xiaoyun couldn't help but recall Meng Zhengcheng's ghostly demeanor from the previous night, prompting her to ask, "My dear, do tell your aunt what transpired last night." Qiao Qiao, sipping sweet tofu pudding with a small spoon, blinked her long eyelashes and lifted her gaze to meet Qiao Xiaoyun's. After a moment's contemplation, she decided against reiterating the weighty subject from the prior evening. She understood that if her father and grandmother wished for the rest of the Qiao family to be informed, they would certainly convey it themselves. Thus she opted to spare herself the effort. Having wept excessively the night before, she feared that without her innate spiritual vitality to aid her recovery, her eyes would be swollen like walnuts today. Moreover, she knew that discussing those matters would likely unravel her composure. Instead, she brought up another topic. "We were discussing Aunt Chen's intention to adopt San Niu to uncle." Qiao Qiao was well aware that Chen Yulian's proposal would hardly gain the approval of the Qiao family. However, she felt that Qiao Qiaoyun was the most capable of confronting Chen Yulia and as expected. Upon hearing Qiao Qiao's words, Qiao Qiaoyun was visibly incensed. What, has she no sense of propriety, dreaming such dreams of motherhood? Mother, you said not to use foul language, Meng Zihuan interjected, hastily covering Qiao Qiao's ears with his small hands. It will lead my sister astray. He then turned to Qiao Qiao and advised the sister, let us not listen to inappropriate words. It is not good for us. Qiao Qiaoyun, struggling to restrain her irritation, refrained from rolling her eyes at the two children. Alright, enough, you should eat your breakfast. You're the most talkative. Once you finish, hurry off to school. Qiao Qiaoyun asserted, attempting to salvage her dignity. Meng Zihuan stuck out his tongue at her, making a face, before asking Qiao Qiao's sister, are you going home today? Or perhaps you should stay and wait for brother to return from school. I'll buy you some treats, for brother is quite wealthy now. Meng Zihuan currently received 10 cents as pocket money each day, a modest sum, yet it was considerable for a child of his age. With this amount, he could purchase 10 pieces of candy from the shop. I have no time. I have something to do this afternoon. Stop dawdling, finish your meal and go to school. What is the matter? Meng Zihuan pressed, unwilling to relent. When the holidays arrived and they returned to the countryside, he would have 4 cousins vying for his sister's attention, making such exclusive moments with her a rarity. Indeed, what is the matter? Qiao Qiao, cradled in Xiao Changdong's arms, arrived at the county police station. I'm looking for Deputy Director Meng. This is his lunch. It was likely around lunchtime, as the station's office was bustling with 10 or so officers, each enjoying their meals from the cafeteria. Upon seeing a man carrying a little girl, they all turned to look. When Xiao Changdong mentioned he was seeking Deputy Director Meng, several officers recognized him. Smiling as they pointed him in the right direction, you must be the family of the deputy director. His office is down the hall, the first door on the left. Xiao Changdong nodded in acknowledgement. And as he walked past, the officers couldn't help but admire the enchanting Qiao Qiao in his arms. The little girl had changed into a charming children's knitted cardigan dress that morning. Gifted by Feng Zheng, underneath she wore a light-colored grid-patterned red dress, topped with a vibrant red cardigan. Her legs were adorned with white knee-high socks, complemented by matching little leather shoes. Her hair, though not long, was slightly curled, and usually Qiao Changdong would tie it into 2 little bunches. However, after having her hair washed at Qiao Qiaoyun's, it was still damp and even more voluminous, resembling expertly styled curls cascading around her face. This accentuated her already fair and lovely features, rendering her visage doll-like in its delicacy. The moment the officers laid eyes on her, they were momentarily spellbound. Among them was a bold new intern, a female officer, who approached Xiao Changdong with a warm smile. Are you here to see the deputy director? You may leave the child with us. We can look after her. Such a stunning child was a rare sight, evoking a maternal instinct even in those without children, longing to hold and cherish her. Xiao Changdong indeed had pressing matters to address, and given the sordid nature of the discussions, he preferred to shield Qiao Qiao from hearing them. Still, he did not hastily set her down. Instead, he inquired of her, my dear, would you like to play here, or accompany daddy to see your uncle? Yes, play here. You're called my dear, no wonder you're so well behaved. Sister has lollipops. Look, another female officer, hearing Qiao Changdong's words, eagerly retrieved a lollipop from her desk drawer, coaxing Qiao Qiao with it, understanding her father's intention, which was to keep her from following him. Qiao Qiao flashed a bright, obedient smile at the 2 officers, then wiggled in her father's embrace. Qiao Changdong bent down and gently set her on the floor, turning to the officers to clarify. She isn't called my dear. Her full name is Qiao Qiao, with the character for grass added to the last name of Xiao. Once Qiao Changdong entered the office at the end of the hallway with the lunchbox, the officer who had offered the lollipop could no longer restrain herself and scooped Qiao Qiao into her arms. Oh, I see, Qiao Qiao is also a lovely name. This little girl is truly beautiful. Any name would suit her. Upon hearing this, Qiao Qiao shyly smiled back at the 2 women, sweetly saying, you 2 sisters are also beautiful. Her endearing demeanor elicited excitement from the 2 young officers. The older male officers in the office, while also finding the little girl exceedingly charming, hesitated to approach and engage with her. Hearing the intern's words, a female officer who had previously been on duty in Chen Yulian's hospital room playfully remarked, Xiao Qin and Xiao Shi are so fond of children, you 2 should quickly find partners and have your own, so you won't be so envious of others. Chapter 63, How Blind is Heaven? How utterly unfair. Xiao Qin, who was somewhat shy, felt her cheeks flush at the comment. Xiao Shi, the bolder of the 2, retorted with a laugh, that's not necessarily true. Such a beautiful child isn't something just anyone can bring into the world. She jested, displaying self-awareness. I reckon it's unlikely for me in this lifetime, but perhaps in the next I might be reborn as someone more lovely and find an equally attractive partner. Her jest elicited laughter from the others. Just as the atmosphere was harmonious, a woman's voice suddenly pierced through the corridor. Pei Antiang, do you have no conscience as a father? Look at your son. How can you act as if nothing has happened? The woman's shout was loud and unexpected, laden with fury and accusation, startling Qiao Qiao. The intern holding her sensed her tremor and quickly patted her back to soothe her. Don't be afraid. It is all right. It's not about you. I said Xiang Jia. When did she arrive? Someone in the office queried. Another lowered their voice to explain. She has been here for a while. You must have missed her while fetching your meal. I saw her. She came with Pei Yuanfan. Our young master Pei has been battered. There isn't a decent spot on his face, all bruised and swollen. He must have been in a fight again. And this time, he didn't fare well. Qiao Qiao perked up her little ears, captivated by the gossip regarding the director's family, when suddenly the door to Pei Anting's office swung open, slamming against the wall with a loud bang. The sound of high heels clicking against the concrete floor echoed through the office. Everyone, including Qiao Qiao, instinctively turned to look. A slender woman approximately 30 years old emerged, her striking features accentuated by voluminous stylish waves. She wore a polka-dotted chiffon blouse tucked into a pair of jeans, accentuating her slim waist, and walked gracefully in her high heels. As she approached, her steps faltered momentarily, her eyes electrifyingly brightened. Then, whose child is this? Oh my goodness, such a waist. How could such a beautiful child emerge from someone else's womb? Heaven is truly blind. How is this fair? This must be my future daughter. The woman instantly lost her previous charm, resembling a madwoman as she rushed toward Qiao Qiao with hurried steps, arms outstretched in an attempt to snatch her away. Xiao Qin and Xiao Shi, who were surrounding Qiao Qiao, quickly shielded her in the middle, urging the woman, Sister Xiang, please calm down, you might frighten the young girl. Qiao Qiao remarked, she is indeed a bit scared, she has never encountered a woman like this before. At home, my third aunt, Fang Zhangnan, embodies the quintessential virtuous wife and mother, with a gentle demeanor and a perpetual smile, treating me with utmost kindness. Mo Wen Pei has a cheerful disposition, standing taller than most women. And while she is strict with my third cousin, she is exceedingly gentle with me. As for Qiao Xiaoyun, she is astute and capable, occasionally sharp-tongued with others, yet she dotes on me dearly. This is the first time I have met such a fiery and somewhat eccentric woman. Whose child is this? Xiang Dongyan asked with a sharp tone, noticing the two girls protecting Qiao Qiao. Both quickly shook their heads in denial. No, then what are you doing, blocking my way? Xiang Dongyan huffed. Initially intending to sulk, however, upon turning to see Qiao Qiao in the midst of them, her eyes lit up, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. She waved at Qiao Qiao, adopting the tone of a seductress enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Little darling, what is your name? By the way, Auntie has chocolate at home. Would you like to have some? Auntie will take you home to eat chocolate, okay? As she spoke, Xiang Dongyan clapped her hands, preparing to embrace the girl. Yet, before she could, a pair of large hands, swifter than hers, scooped Qiao Qiao up. Xiang Dongyan watched helplessly as the little girl she was about to claim flew away. Fuming, she turned her gaze back, only to hear the heart-wrenching titles, Daddy, Uncle. At that moment, Xiang Dongyan's eyes truly turned sour. Her precious darling belonged to someone else. Oh, why couldn't she be hers? She glanced at the commotion behind her, where Pei Anting and Meng Zhengcheng emerged. The former was met with a resentful glare from her. What a useless man, he couldn't even provide her with a daughter. What sort of man was he? Truly useless. Pei Anting, however, assumed she was still lamenting over their son, helplessly saying, alright, stop your nonsense, I'll take you out after work tonight. Stop the nonsense is fine, but I want this one. Xiang Dongyan pointed at Qiao Qiao. Can you give me one? Pei Anting stammered for a long moment, finally managing to utter, albeit with a flushed face in front of his subordinates, we should actively respond to the national call. It is currently a time when family planning is strictly enforced. Each family can only have 2 children. Of course, there are those who sneakily have more, but as public officials, we absolutely cannot do that. Xiang Dongyan initially looked puzzled, but upon realizing the implications, she shot him a disdainful glance. When she turned back to Qiao Qiao, her expression changed, and she smiled warmly. Hello, little darling. You see, I am from the family of this old man. No, I mean, your uncle, just like him, a good person, a really good person. She rubbed her hands together, coaxing, how about coming to Auntie's house to play for a bit, just for a little while? At this, a boy who had followed Xiang Dongyan out of Pei Anting's office voiced his discontent. However, due to his swollen mouth, his words were somewhat garbled. Chapter 64. A fight breaks out. Qiao Qiao tilted her head in curiosity. She spotted a boy leaning against the wall in the corridor. Appearing around 13 years of age, with a face bruised and swollen, nearly obscuring his true features. He had come out with Xiang Dongyan, likely feeling embarrassed, as he kept his head down, until this moment. Hearing that his mother had forgotten to take him to find the venue, he had to remind her, yet even then, he did not dare to lift his gaze to meet anyone's eyes. That you're still here, I almost forgot. Yes, we need to find someone. Not be. By the way, what was that boy's name you mentioned? Xiang Dongyan asked, her eyes still fixated on Qiao Chandong, who was holding Qiao Qiao. Unwilling to divert her gaze for even a moment, as if she would vanish if she did. Xiao Kuan, his name is Qiao Kuan. Pei Yuanfan shouted in irritation. Qiao Kuan. Little darling, what is your name? The name Qiao Kuan rolled off Xiang Dongyan's tongue, and her attention promptly returned to the smiling Qiao Qiao, asking cheerfully, what is your name? Qiao Qiao glanced at the boy, whose face was bruised, then at the beaming woman before her. She pursed her lips and replied, my name is Qiao Qiao. Xiang Dongyan's eyebrows danced with delight, exclaiming, you also share the surname Qiao. Oh my, how fateful this is, everyone we encounter today has the surname Qiao. Indeed, Qiao Qiao couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable fondness for the woman before her. With her eyes crescent-shaped, she said, "My name is Qiao Qiao, and my brother's name is also Qiao Kuan." "Oh, so your brother is also named Qiao Kuan?" Xiang Dongyan's expression froze, finally realizing something was amiss. Her head, once clouded by infatuation with Qiao Qiao, finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. She widened her eyes, looking at Qiao Qiao, then back at her son, whose expression was equally strange. Pei Yuanfan, who had lifted his head upon hearing Qiao Qiao say, "My brother's name is also Qiao Kuan," had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he had found an enemy seeking vengeance. However, upon lifting his gaze, he was met with Qiao Qiao's stunningly beautiful face, which seemed almost unreal. The little girl, small and delicate, fair and tender, was nestled in her father's arms, her large eyes crescent-shaped as she gazed at him. Pei Yuanfan's fierce expression faltered. He suddenly understood his mother's words about how boys are all rough and tough, while only daughters are soft and fragrant. Indeed, looking at Qiao Qiao for the first time, his immediate reaction was one of awe. This little girl was just as his mother described, soft, fragrant, and incredibly beautiful, her skin an unearthly white, even whiter than his brother, who rarely left the house. He felt as if merely looking at her would tarnish her purity. The contrast with his brother Qiao Kuan's darker complexion was stark. Remembering Qiao Kuan, Pei Yuanfan recalled his current predicament and quickly lowered his head again. Though doubt still lingered in his mind, how could someone as dark-hearted as Qiao Kuan have such a fair and stunning sister? His mother was right, it was a terrible waste. Such a beautiful little sister should have emerged from his mother's womb. At this moment, the mother and son shared an astonishingly similar perspective. Could it really be such a coincidence? Xiang Dongyan attempted to rationalize. If you're referring to Qiao Kuan from Class 2 of Hongfeng Middle School, then that is undoubtedly correct, Meng Zhengcheng interjected. He observed the injury on Pei Yuanfan's face and noted the understanding in his gaze. After all, his little nephew certainly had a knack for leaving others unrecognizable in a fight. Then this is truly fortuitous. Recalling her resolute intent to seek revenge, but now finding herself coveting her own daughter's companion, Xiang Dongyan felt a bit embarrassed. Without hesitation, she turned to Pei Yuanfan and scolded, "Just look at you, every single day all you do is cause trouble. Causing trouble is one thing, but losing the fight is another, and then coming to complain to me. What a disgrace." Pei Yuanfan stared incredulously at his mother. "Mom, you didn't say that just now. You said you wouldn't let the other side off the hook." He felt utterly wronged. "What was the reason for your fight?" Meng Zhengcheng inquired. But he understood that his little nephew, having trained in martial arts since childhood, was under strict discipline. Trivial matters wouldn't provoke such an all-out brawl. If Mo1 Pei found out, he would surely face dire consequences. Upon hearing this question, Pei Yuanfan's gaze wandered. Xiang Dongyan seemed to recollect something as well, following up with, "Yes, why did you fight? I completely forgot to ask, were you just standing there and the other person came over to beat you up?" Pei Yuanfan, feeling guilty, remained silent. "How about visiting my second sister-in-law's house? Let's go to the school and inquire where Qiao Kuan is now." "Did you fight on school grounds?" Xiao Changdong suggested. I don't know. "He shouldn't be at school. We fought outside the wall." Faced with the inquiring gazes of the adults, Pei Yuanfan answered ambiguously. Unfortunately, his vague responses were of no use, as he was confronted by a group of police officers skilled in interrogation. Pei Antiing immediately seized the opportunity, eyes sharp. "Today is Monday, right? Why were you outside the wall during lunch? Did you sneak out?" It must be said that Pei Antiing's words were particularly incisive. Pei Yuanfan had indeed sought to leave school privately, leading to the conflict with Qiao Kuan. Under the united interrogation of the adults, Pei Yuanfan couldn't withstand even 3 minutes before confessing the events that transpired. It turned out that during the 4th period in the morning, both Class 2 and Class 3 of Hongfeng Middle School had physical education. The physical education instructor merely convenes the students in a perfunctory manner before promptly dismissing them for free activities. Coupled with the lunch break that extends until 2:30 in the afternoon, there lies a substantial 3-hour interlude. Pei Yuanfan, harboring a penchant for gaming, finds his options limited in this impoverished town, the only gaming venue of interest being a singular arcade. On a recent visit to his favorite arcade, he discovered the arrival of a new gaming machine. However, he refrained from indulging on Sunday due to a lack of funds. By Monday, having received his weekly allowance, he sought to seize the opportunity to play during the midday respite, yearning to satisfy his gaming cravings. Yet, the school's imposing walls, embedded with shards of glass to deter climbing, stand at an alarming height of 2 meters. Presenting a significant hazard, concerned that his gaming time might be curtailed, Pei Yuanfan opted against the cautious approach of scaling the wall and instead chose an alternative route through a dog hole. To his dismay, upon reaching the entrance of the dog hole, he found it already occupied by 2 individuals, Qiao Kuan and Qiao Su. Qiao Su was at the forefront, clearing the weeds from the dog hole, but was urged by Qiao Kuan to abandon the task and exit first. Just as Pei Yuanfan approached, observing their dilly-dallying, Pei Yuanfan impatiently insisted that they allow him to go first, citing an urgent matter. Qiao Kuan and Qiao Su were eager to ascertain whether their sister, Qiao Qiao, had regained consciousness, a matter of utmost importance in the eyes of the 2 youths. Naturally, they were reluctant to yield. At this youthful age, tempers flare easily, and a brief exchange escalated into a heated quarrel. Qiao Su, wishing to avoid conflict, deemed the current situation less critical than the well-being of his sister and urged the irate Qiao Qiao to let Pei Yuanfan pass. However, Pei Yuanfan, relishing his newfound advantage, couldn't resist taunting them as he climbed out, muttering, "What's the rush? Are you hurrying to a funeral or something?" This remark utterly provoked Qiao Qiao, who, after all, had rushed back to school in a state of distress. With Qiao Qiao still unconscious, being derided for his urgency only served to stoke his anger. Without a second thought, he crawled out of the dog hole, fists raised, and unleashed a barrage of punches upon Pei Yuanfan, particularly targeting his infuriatingly smug mouth, landing several blows that knocked out two of Pei Yuanfan's teeth. It was only when Qiao Su emerged behind him that he was reluctantly compelled to cease his assault. Qiao Su was not apprehensive of trouble, he simply recognized that nothing was as pressing as the welfare of his sister. The two brothers, having dealt their blows, hurried off, paying no heed to the prostrate Pei Yuanfan, who lay momentarily incapacitated on the ground. In Pei Yuanfan's account, he remained oblivious to the brothers' whereabouts, merely stating that they had fled after the altercation. However, the Qiao family, including Qiao Qiao, surmised the underlying reasons behind it. Upon hearing Pei Yuanfan's narration, Xiao Changdong's expression grew exceedingly stern. It must be acknowledged that Pei Yuanfan's remark had indeed struck a chord, finding the Achilles heel of the entire Qiao family, Xiao Changdong. His face darkened, let out a cold chuckle as he regarded the bruised and battered Pei Yuanfan, who dared not meet his gaze, uttering a terse "Serves you right." Qiao Qiao then timidly inquired, "Is my brother hurt?" Pei Yuanfan, after a moment of vexation, managed to respond with a begrudging no. He hadn't even brushed against his attacker's clothing, he had been utterly disoriented after the beating, and by the time he regained his bearings, the two brothers had vanished without a trace. Returning to school, he inquired about the identities of his assailants and soon learned who they were. Once Qiao Qiao finished her questions, Xiao Changdong scooped her up and departed. Watching them go, Xiang Dongyan instinctively took a few steps to follow, only to be halted by Meng Zhengcheng behind her, holding a lunchbox in hand. His expression was grave as he remarked, "Sister-in-law, you cannot fault Xiao Qiao and the others. Your child's words were truly heartless." Weinis lay in a coma at the hospital for an entire day and night, and we were all beside ourselves with worry. The boys refused to return to school until they were forcibly sent back. They likely rushed out today to check on my niece, to see if she had woken up. "Just look at what your child said." Meng Zhengcheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to give Pei Anting a nod before making his exit. In the afternoon, they were to retrieve the test results from the city bureau, after more than a week of turmoil. The results were finally in. Once Xiao Changdong and Meng Zhengcheng left, a palpable silence enveloped the office. Pei Anting's countenance darkened, his gaze towards Pei Yuanfan icy. Xiang Dongyan's expression was equally grim. She had not anticipated the cause of the fight to be this, especially since they too had a child in poor health. She had always refrained from uttering any ill-fated words, fearful of inviting misfortune. Xiao Changdong's words rang true, based solely on her son's thoughtless remark. He deserved the beating he received. Xiang Dongyan was incensed. Although she was protective of her child, she was not unreasonable. Initially, she believed that her son had been wronged in this matter, thus considering speaking to the other party to reason things out. After all, no matter the disagreement, one should not resort to such violence. But now, you must educate your son properly. I do not wish to be bringing meals to him in prison when he grows up. With that, Xiang Dongyan departed. She was determined to procure some fine gifts to present to the Qiao family that evening, ensuring that the charming little darling would not slip away from under her nose. As for this incident, the Pei family was at fault and ought to adopt a gracious attitude. Xiao Changdong had already parked the truck outside the police station, and when Meng Zhengcheng arrived, he found the father and daughter seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation. Xiao Changdong smiled, bending down to plant a kiss on the little girl's rosy cheek. His tender, doting demeanor evoked a pang of envy in Meng Zhengcheng, who, despite his fondness for his own son, would never dare to display such affection towards his niece. It was a moment that stirred profound reflections within him. Who could have imagined that the once reckless ne'er-do-well would one day embody the role of a loving father? It was a thought too surreal to entertain. Once Meng Zhengcheng took his seat in the passenger side, he broached the earlier matter, saying, "The Pei family is not unreasonable. I suspect they will come to apologize this afternoon." Xiao Changdong remained non-committal, merely reaching out to affectionately ruffle Qiao Qiao's fluffy little head before starting the vehicle. The journey from the county police station to the city bureau took approximately 2 to 3 hours. Upon arrival, Xiao Changdong did not exit the vehicle. Instead, it was Meng Zhengcheng who entered alone to retrieve the test results. He returned about half an hour later, holding a leather bag. Xiao Changdong tore open the seal and examined the contents. Meng Zhengcheng cradled Qiao Qiao, both of their inquisitive heads leaning in to get a closer look. The preceding academic jargon was indecipherable to anyone, but the final sentence, based on the existing data and DNA analysis results, "Qiao Changdong is excluded as the biological father of Chen XX," was clear to all. Qiao Changdong understood that the child was not his, and thus, he refused to even bestow the surname Qiao upon the child. Opting instead for the placeholder Chen XX.as, Qiao Qiao perused the report. A myriad of emotions surged within her. In her previous life, Qiao Changdong had never brought this issue to light, and she wondered if her own existence had played a role in that silence. After all, in her last life, she had been merely 3.5 years old, completely oblivious to the truth. Unlike this life, where she had returned to expose Chen Yulian's facade, her father had passed away. And her grandmother had also died. She remained unaware that Qiao Qiao was not her father's child. Consequently, after her father's demise, Chen Yulian had absconded with all the inheritance, and no one had raised a word of protest. Ultimately, it was her mother's lover who had revealed the truth. What was even more difficult for Qiao Qiao to accept was that Qiao Qiao's biological father and the lover she had discovered were not the same individual. Chen Yulian had pushed her mother's lover away after being caught in an indiscretion at home, and now that she thought back, that man appeared rather familiar. She believed that if she were to see him again, she would undoubtedly recognize him. By the time Qiao Changdong returned with the test report, it was around 4 in the afternoon. Reflecting on Meng Jingqing's words, he did not head directly back to Qiao family village but instead took Qiao Qiao to Hongfeng Middle School. Although his nephews had caused trouble, Qiao Changdong believed they had done the right thing. He rarely had the opportunity to indulge in such thoughts and decided to stop by the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 4 packs of peach crisps to bring along. At the entrance, he informed the elderly gatekeeper of the situation and provided the name of his nephew's class, gaining entry without issue. With bags in hand, Qiao Qiao insisted on holding his hand rather than letting him carry the items. Her small legs striding determinedly alongside him. As she curiously surveyed the school, her gaze drifted from the cinder track beneath her feet to the thinly layered cement playground, and finally to the towering 2-meter-high walls. Pausing momentarily. In her previous life, her education had only reached the 3rd grade, and she hadn't even completed that. After being taken back by the Shen family, they had kept her confined in a small villa, ostensibly to help her adjust, preventing her from attending school. The villa was modest, yet its courtyard exceeded the size of this school. The walls were even taller than those surrounding this institution, even from the villa's top floor. She could see nothing of the outside world, only the adjacent villa 50 meters away. In retrospect, her residence in that villa felt less like a home and more akin to a prison. Did the darling desire to live in an apartment? Qiao Changdong gazed at the small building emerging from the bubble on his daughter's forehead, his expression filled with perplexity. It struck him as rather peculiar. For it was the first time he had not seen a miniature version of his daughter within that bubble, but instead a small house enclosed by tall walls. Moreover, it appeared that there was a skull on the roof. Qiao Changdong thought he might be mistaken and wished to see more clearly, but in the next moment, the bubble dissipated. Qiao Qiao shook her head, her face reflecting profound resistance. She did not wish to live in such a small Western-style house ever again. She had spent an entire year in that little house, venturing outside only once, a single outing that had exacted the most harrowing price. It could be said that on that day, she lost 2 individuals who were immensely significant to her. When she was retrieved by the Shen family, she was met with a slap from Madame Shen, whom she had always believed to be her mother. The woman's face had been contorted with rage, as if she intended to devour her, a memory that remained vividly etched in her mind. It was then that she learned she was not the offspring of Madame Shen and Shen Qingrong. That day, overwhelmed with an insatiable desire to return to the Qiao family, to long for all its members, to yearn for her father, she secretly ascended to the 2nd floor where the telephone was, calling her father to express her longing to return home. And then, her father died, her grandmother died. Qiao Qiao inhaled deeply, resolutely choosing to cast aside those painful reminiscences. Hongfeng town was not affluent, its economy was rather underdeveloped, and the school mirrored this reality from the 1st to the 3rd year of junior high. There were a total of 5 classes in the first year. There were 3 classes, but as students progressed, the number dwindled, and by the 3rd year, there was only 1 class left. Many students dropped out for various reasons, leading to the consolidation of classes by the time they reached the 3rd year. When Qiao Qiao and Qiao Changdong arrived at the 2nd class of the 1st year, the 7th period was still in session, a political science class. Qiao Changdong knocked on the door, greeted the political teacher, and beckoned 2 boys who, upon seeing them, were already on the verge of tears with excitement. Qiao Qiao dashed out in a few strides, scooping up his younger sister, Qiao Qiao, who was lying on the ground, gazing up at him with a beaming smile. Sister Qiao Qiao attempted to speak, but his voice caught in his throat, tears streaming down his face. Xiao Su, usually more reserved, could not contain himself either and embraced her as well. It's all right, brother, don't cry. Qiao Qiao is fine, please don't cry. Sandwiched between the 2 boys, Qiao Qiao's small face flushed crimson as she reached out her tiny hands to wipe their tears. Woo-woo, I'm sorry, it's all my brother's fault. I won't let you lead me astray anymore. The circumstances surrounding Qiao Qiao's fainting were perplexing, leaving no one able to ascertain the cause. The doctors could only speculate that the severe blow to her head had led to it. After all, she had sustained a grievous injury and ought to have rested in the hospital for several days. Yet, inexplicably, instead of accompanying Qiao Changdong to the provincial city, she had embarked on an arduous journey to play in the back mountains with a few boys. Naturally, the adults did not attribute this incident to the boys. But the boys themselves did not dwell on it. It could be said that until they received concrete news of Qiao Qiao's well-being, no member of the Qiao family slept soundly. They had to run. If they did not venture to the back mountains, how could they provide better nourishment for their family? However, observing the two brothers' current emotional state, Qiao Qiao chose to remain silent. Once the boys had calmed down, they noticed the peach crisps that Qiao Changdong was carrying, and their childish excitement resurfaced. "Did you bring this for us?" they exclaimed, filled with delight. In this era, schools were equipped with rudimentary facilities. The students primarily brought their own meals. Each Sunday, upon returning to school, they would carry enough staple food for the week, such as grains, white rice, or steamed buns. During the second interval of each day's second class, they would take their aluminum lunchboxes, inscribed with their names, to the cafeteria and place them in a large steamer for the kitchen staff to cook. Those in poorer conditions might have to eat dry rations or pair their meals with pickled vegetables or preserved dishes. Those with slightly better conditions could purchase hot dishes prepared that day. The cafeteria staff would prepare several dishes daily, categorized by price: 5 cents for vegetarian options, 10 cents for a bit of meat, and 20 cents for a more generous serving, complete with large chunks of meat. Qiao grandmother Fong Zhengnan and Mo Wenpei were all quite skilled in the kitchen. They would often prepare well-preserved dishes for the boys to take to school. But more often than not, they would allocate 50 cents weekly for them to manage on their own. The Qiao family certainly ensured the boys were not left hungry. However, there was a distinction between being full and being well-fed. Often, when the boys returned home on Sundays, they appeared as if they had just emerged from a famine. Chapter 67, visiting school to see the three brothers. If they could not enjoy a proper meal, the prospect of snacks was even more improbable. Therefore, when Qiao Changdong unexpectedly brought them 4 bags of peach crisps, Xiao Su and Xiao Kuan were overjoyed. Yet, despite their happiness, their priority remained with their sister. Both squatted down simultaneously to inquire. "Sister, have you eaten?" Xiao Su added, "Brother actually can't eat this much. How about it, uncle? Let us save a bag for our sister." "It's fine, eat yours, mine is in the car," Xiao Changdong replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he looked at the two with appreciation. "Did you crawl through a dog hole to find your sister today?" Cough, 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 just as Xiao Kuan opened a bag and attempted to put a peach crisp in his mouth. He choked. He looked at Xiao Changdong, then at Xiao Qiao, who was on her tiptoes, stretching her little arms to pat her back. Stammering, he asked, "Uncle, how did you know we crawled through a dog hole?" Xiao Changdong was not surprised that they had left school. They had gone to the hospital looking for Qiao Qiao, and after failing to find her, they had eagerly visited their aunt, Xiao Xiaoyun's house for information, and only returned to school after receiving reassurance from their little aunt. However, what puzzled them was how he knew they had exited through the dog hole. Xiao Su, unlike Xiao Kuan, who was somewhat oblivious, quickly pieced together the situation. "Did Pei Yuanfan go home to complain?" "What? He complained?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Kuan exploded in indignation. After a brief outburst, he nervously asked, "Does that mean does my mom know now?" Xiao Su pursed his lips, fearing Xiao Changdong had come to settle a score. He explained, "Uncle, this matter isn't Xiao Kuan's fault. It's that kid's loose tongue. He ought to be taught a lesson." Xiao Su did not wish to dwell on Pei Yuanfan's words, considering them a source of bad luck. "Our sister will live a long life, always healthy and happy." Just then, they happened to run into Qiao Changdong. "Alright, it's not a big deal, you two can continue to attend your classes," he said. However, Xiao Changdong did not elaborate further. Instead, he bent down to scoop up Qiao Qiao, departing under the reluctant gaze of the two boys. With Qiao Changdong indicating that it was not a significant issue, the two boys felt reassured. They understood that their uncle would likely bear the brunt of it, and with 2 bags of peach crisps each, they entered the classroom amidst the envious looks of their classmates. Xiao Changdong took Qiao Qiao out of the school and, carrying the same items, made a trip to the county's first high school. After calming down Xiao Jing, who was planning to ask the teacher for leave during evening study, he then took Qiao Qiao to Mo Wenpei's place. The Mo family's martial arts school had a history of over 60 years. Established by Mo Wenpei's grandfather, Mo Yan, while Mo Yan was still alive, the school thrived, boasting over 100 exceptional disciples at its peak. Later, during the war, Mo Yan took his many disciples and 5 sons to the front lines, leaving behind only a younger son to tend to the farm. Tragically, Mo Yan and his companions never returned. After the war ended, the younger son, Mo Wenpei's father, Mo Xing, reopened the martial arts school, though it could not compare to its former glory. Over the years, the school had seen the arrival and departure of around 50 or 60 disciples. When Xiao Qiao, hand in hand with Xiao Changdong, entered the courtyard, Mo Xing was inspecting several wooden stakes. Upon seeing the father and daughter, he broke into a broad smile. "Well, look who it is that not little Jiao Jiao?" Mo Xing approached, having set down his work, younger by a few years than Xiao's grandfather. Mo Xing was just over 50 and, due to his martial arts practice, appeared exceptionally youthful, seeming no older than 45. He was known for his strict demeanor towards the boys in his martial arts school. Exuding an intimidating aura simply by standing there. However, despite his imposing figure, he secretly yearned for a delicate daughter to dote upon, to enjoy the warmth of a little girl clinging to his leg. Unfortunately, he had 2 sons and a daughter, but his sons were more like frail chicks, while his daughter was as strong as an ox, never having indulged in any girlish behavior. Not only that, but she could effortlessly thrash her twin brothers, who were 2 years her senior, sending them scurrying about the yard in distress. Initially, Mo Xing had thought that since he could not find satisfaction among the younger generation, he would wait for his grandchildren. However, to his dismay, both sons remained unmarried, and one had even fathered a set of twin boys. As for Mo Wenpei, her son, Qiao Jing, bore an uncanny resemblance to his unmarried eldest son, both appearing bookish and delicate. In stark contrast, Xiao Kun was a perfect blend of Qiao Changkai and Mo Wenpei, already at 13, possessing a physique that surpassed that of most adults, easily overpowering them. At this moment, Qiao Ji's Qiao Qiao made her grand entrance. The young girl was not only beautiful but also charming, with a gentle and sweet disposition that made her the epitome of the daughter he envisioned in his heart. His affection for her knew no bounds. To demonstrate his unique bond with the little girl, while others affectionately called her Qiao Qiao, Guai Bao, or Xiao Guai, he chose to create a special name for her, Jiao Jiao. Indeed, it was little Jiao Jiao. His adoration for Qiao Qiao led him to frequently urge Mo Wenpei to let him take the girl home to raise her himself. He even expressed that if they were short on funds and worried about her upbringing, he, as an affluent elder, could provide for her. During the tumultuous times caused by Qin Yulian, it could be said that both the second and third branches of the Qiao family, even Xiao Xiaoyun, had entertained such thoughts. However, all were rejected by Qiao Changdong. Furthermore, this matter was not to be frequently discussed, as doing so would evoke his displeasure. Now, witnessing Qiao Qiao being led into the martial arts hall by Qiao Changdong, Old Master Mo found himself devoid of any inclination to work. He hastily abandoned his task and rushed over, wiping his hands before bending down to scoop her up. He playfully lifted her as he had done in the past. His strong arms effortlessly supported her, and Xiao Qiao, unafraid of being dropped, giggled joyfully in midair. Her laughter was sweet, thoroughly endearing. Old Master Mo, whose smile stretched from ear to ear, Dad, Mo Wenpei, hearing the commotion from inside, stepped out only to witness her father tossing her little niece in playful delight, and she called out helplessly, "Be careful, she just bumped her head a few days ago. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten?" Old Master Mo suddenly recalled that the little girl had been in the hospital just the night before, and he quickly adjusted his hold on her. Xiao Qiao continued to giggle, her happiness apparent. Chapter 68. Only regretting that she cannot offer her heart and soul. Grandfather Qiao passed away early, and her memories from before the age of 3 were rather vague. She had heard members of the Qiao family mention that old Master Qiao had doted on her as well. Unfortunately, she had no recollections of him, and it was an even greater pity that she had been reborn too late. Had it been a year earlier, perhaps she could have used her spiritual power to extend his life for a few more years. In her memories, old Master Mo evoked a sense of being cherished by a grandfather. His recent playful actions, tossing her in the air, were a deeply etched memory from her past life and her previous existence. Old Master Mo had tossed her until she turned 6. When she began school, each time he saw her, he wore a smile as warm as that of Buddha, a stark contrast to his stern demeanor with her 2 cousins. Whenever she visited the Mo family, he would send her off with ample pocket money and treats. Now, seeing this elderly man again filled her heart with profound emotion. She wrapped one small arm around his neck and touched her chest with the other. With her big, watery eyes, she gazed earnestly into Old Master Mo's eyes and said, "Grandfather Mo, I miss you so much. Really, it hurts here just thinking about it. Listen to that. Just listen to how sweet this little one is." How could Old Master Mo possibly resist being captivated? He lamented that he could not offer his heart to nourish the little darling in his arms, unable to resist the urge to toss her again. He thought better of it, considering she had just recovered from illness, and instead proclaimed grandly, "Come, Grandfather will take you to buy some delicious treats." The supply and marketing cooperative in town was merely a few meters from Old Master Mo's martial arts hall. He dashed inside to grab some money, then turned to take Qiao Qiao's hand, leading her toward the cooperative, even shouldering a bamboo basket that had been left to dry on the kitchen roof. It seemed he intended to carry back a full load. Mo Wenpei watched her father, who had become quite animated, and as they exited the martial arts hall, she turned to Qiao Changdong. "Have you received the test results?" she inquired. She had gone to the hospital that morning with Fang Zhengnan, only to discover that Qiao Qiao had already awakened and been discharged. Still uneasy, they had decided to visit Xiao Xiaoyun instead. Knowing that Chen Yulian's child had undergone a paternity test with Qiao Changdong, and the results were due today, Qiao Changdong nodded, noticing his lack of elaboration and his indifferent expression. Mo Wenpei understood the outcome. She was about to ask how they planned to handle the situation, knowing it would be tricky, and concerned that Qiao Changdong might be at a disadvantage. She had intended to offer her support. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she heard Qiao Changdong say someone might come to the second brother's house to apologize today. Apologize? Mo Wenpei was taken aback. Qiao Changdong then briefly recounted the events that had transpired at the county police station. Mo Wenpei frowned as she listened. When she heard that Qiao Qiao had beaten the other party to a pulp, rendering them unrecognizable, she felt a sense of vindication and did not think it excessive at all. That evening, Qiao Changdong and Qiao Qiao dined at the Mo household. After the meal, Qiao Changdong disregarded Mo Wenpei and old Master Mo's attempts to keep him, heading straight home not be by the time the father and daughter arrived at Qiao village. Qiao Qiao, who had been following Qiao Changdong all day, had already fallen asleep, her head resting on his shoulder. Under the moonlight, amidst the chorus of croaking frogs, the little girl nestled against Qiao Changdong. Her body gently swaying, lost in a deep, sweet slumber. Once asleep, she entered the space within her bracelet and discovered that the previous miasma had vanished entirely. She stood before the bamboo house, observing Long Yijuan. Her mother gracefully watering a patch of land in the courtyard. In front of the bamboo house were 10 plots of land, each equally sized, yet each cultivated with different crops. Qiao Qiao approached curiously and asked, "Mama, are these vegetables? Can you cook with them too?" Long Yijuan set down the ladle she had been using to water the plants, gently stroking her daughter's soft hair, and smiled as she explained. "Mama has entered a state of fasting, which means I no longer require food or drink. These are all for you, some spiritual herbs, vegetables, and fruits that will aid in your cultivation." Cultivating oneself relies not only on one's own efforts and conditions but also on the assistance provided by these. Long Yijuan had compiled a guide on how to care for these spiritual herbs, vegetables, and fruits, which was placed in the cabinet inside the house. In the future, when Mama is no longer here, you will need to learn to tend to them yourself. Hearing this, Qiao Qiao felt a twinge of sadness. Although they had only spent a single night together, the innate bond of blood made her value their connection deeply. Alas, Long Yijuan was but a fleeting shadow, and she could not even leap into her embrace. She could only suppress her reluctance, raise her head, and ask then, "Mama, can I bring Daddy and the others along to cultivate too? I don't want to leave them behind. I want to be with them forever." In Qiao Qiao's eyes, being with her family forever was far more important than becoming immortal through cultivation. "My dear daughter, they are not like you. They do not possess the bloodline of the Long family from the cultivation realm." As Qiao Qiao's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, Long Yijuan could only helplessly say, "Very well, since they brought you home, it signifies that there is some connection." She beckoned Qiao Qiao to squat down, pointing at a small grass plant in the field beside her feet, saying, "This is the unique long sway grass. In 3 months, once it matures, you can take it out and brew a soup for them at a ratio of 1 to 10. Although Long Yijuan referred to it as a grass, to Qiao Qiao, it resembled a jade-green vegetable, its leaves vibrant and its stalks crystal clear. The lush greenery was particularly beautiful, almost like a work of art. "If they eat this, can they cultivate alongside me?" Qiao Qiao asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed the vast fields, eager to harvest everything for her family. "No, their bloodlines cannot be changed. This can only help cleanse the impurities that have accumulated in their bodies since birth. After that, once a year, they can drink it at a ratio of 1 to 20 to enhance their health and longevity. However, this must be approached with caution. They need to be checked for any internal changes beforehand. Otherwise, consuming it will only accelerate any existing ailments. Conversely, it can strengthen their bodies, ensuring a healthy longevity. Without a doubt, living to 100 while remaining healthy is entirely feasible. Moreover, my dear daughter, remember this, if consumed in the correct proportions, only you can partake." Chapter 69. The Chen siblings cause a stir for anyone else in this world wishing to consume it. They must dilute it according to their age, weight, height, and build, to a ratio of 10 to 50 times. Or else it could cost them their lives. Later, Mama will document this in detail for you. Qiao Qiao was taken aback by the alarming consequences of consuming a mere herb. A careless mistake could lead to death. Her little face turned pale with fright, and she hesitated to make any rash movements. Noticing her fear, Long Yijuan smiled reassuringly. "My dear daughter, there is no need to be afraid. Your body can tolerate this. If consumed in excess, your body will simply expel the excess energy. You possess Mama's bloodline, so these will naturally be expelled through your breath. However, for outsiders, they must use traditional methods to eliminate impurities from their bodies, which in your world is referred to as diarrhea. The more severe the diarrhea, the greater the amount of impurities present within." Qiao Qiao felt an inexplicable awkwardness envelop the atmosphere. As she looked at her ethereal mother, she found it difficult to reconcile the terms diarrhea and expel with her very being. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Ever since she entered, Qiao Qiao felt as though something was amiss. Now, reflecting on it, she glanced around and inquisitively asked, "Mother, where is Xiao Yuan? I haven't seen him at all." A master. A faint, melancholic voice drifted from behind her. Qiao Qiao turned to see Xiao Yuan, most of his body submerged in the water, with only the tips of his delicate branches visible above the surface. He resembled a tea leaf, precariously floating, and had shrunk to the size of a fingernail, almost imperceptible. "What are you doing in there? Aren't you afraid of drowning? This is spiritual spring water. It aids in growth. Typically, these spiritual herbs and fruits are nourished with this water," explained Long Yijuan. In the following moments, Qiao Qiao learned a great deal from Long Yijuan. Time passed swiftly until Xiao Yuan reminded her it was time to depart. Upon awakening, the first thing Qiao Qiao heard was a sharp cacophony of scolding voices. "Qiao Changdong, you heartless wretch, just because my sister didn't bear you a son, You resort to such despicable acts of abandoning your wife and daughter. How can you live with yourself? Everyone, come quickly, witness how the Qiao family bullies others. My sister barely returned from the brink of death a week ago. And after enduring so much to bring a child into this world, the Qiao family hasn't even spared a glance, not even a bowl of water. Is that Chen Shua? The morning haze of confusion instantly evaporated for Qiao Qiao. She abruptly opened her eyes, ready to tumble out of bed, only to meet a pair of piercing eyes fixed intently upon her, nearly startling her into falling off the bed. Yes, she conceded that Fu Yu was handsome. With striking eyes, yet, no matter how captivating one might be, it was unbearable to be scrutinized so intently. Initially taken aback, she steadied herself with the other's help and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Yu, what do you see here?" As soon as she uttered her question, the shouts from the Chen family echoed again, indicating that it was not just the Chen sisters who had arrived, paying no heed to Fu Yu's intentions. Qiao Qiao swiftly slid down the edge of the bed, slipped into the cloth shoes made by Grandma Qiao, and dashed outside. Fu Yu, without hesitation, grabbed a nearby cane and followed suit. Upon exiting the rooms of Qiao Hai and Qiao Su, Qiao Qiao reached the threshold of the main hall, where she beheld a multitude of familiar yet unfamiliar faces in her yard, presumably villagers. Indeed, a considerable number of Chen family members had arrived. In addition to Chen Yulian and Chen Shua, there were their two brothers Chen Taipeng and Chen Shiping. The three stood in the Qiao family courtyard, encircling Chen Yulian, who had her head bowed low, cradling her child in her arms, silent and weeping incessantly. Particularly when Chen Shua lambasted Qiao Chandong, Chen Yulian's sobs grew most heart-wrenching, as if she bore an immense grievance. Surrounding them were villagers who had rushed over. Drawn by the commotion, upon hearing Chen Shua's words, they immediately began to murmur among themselves, "Is this true? Chen's eldest sister, do not speak recklessly. Dongzi is not that kind of person," protested those who maintained a good relationship with the Qiao family. Upon hearing this, Chen Shua pounded her thigh, exclaiming, "Heavens, do you think I would deceive you?" She pointed at the silently weeping Chen Yulian, her face a mixture of compassion and indignation. "Since the day my sister gave birth, the Qiao family has not even offered her a bowl of water, let alone stepped foot in the hospital. My poor niece, born into a world devoid of love, it's been days, and she doesn't even have a proper name. We can only call her Near for now." As Chen Shua spoke, she covered her face, seemingly overwhelmed by sorrow. Two farmers of similar age attempted to console her, but Chen Shua paid them no heed. Instead, she wiped her face and turned her gaze towards Qiao Chandong, who stood by, observing her with a cold demeanor. Sniffling, she spoke in a choked voice, "Dongzi, your aunt understands that you desire a son. It is only natural. Everyone wants a son. Initially, the fortune teller assured us it would be a boy, but midway, it turned out to be a girl. Indeed, it is a disappointment for your family, but you are both still young. This first child being a girl is no great matter. You and Yulian are young and can have more children. Surely, you will have your sons in due time. You mustn't treat Yulian this way. She has just given birth and is still in her confinement. She is weak and cannot endure your coldness." Undoubtedly, Chen Shua understood how to stir emotions. As soon as her words fell, an elderly villager, appearing to be in his 50s and wearing a repurposed military jacket, spoke up, urging Qiao Chandong earnestly. According to the familial ties of the Qiao lineage, he could be considered a distant uncle to Qiao Chandong. However, due to past grievances, their relationship had always been strained, even hostile. Witnessing the Chen family's uproar brought him a sense of satisfaction, though he feigned a sympathetic demeanor while advising Qiao Chandong, "Dongzi, you are in the wrong here. A girl is just a girl. Once a son is born, the girl will grow up and can help you and your wife care for the children. How wonderful is that? The Qiao family would never abandon a wife simply because the firstborn is a girl. Such behavior would be scandalous." Clearly, this elder held some influence in the village. After he spoke, many others echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, Dongzi, let me speak some sense. I know you desire a son, but you cannot cast Yulian aside just because she bore a daughter. That is simply unacceptable. If word of this spreads, the Qiao family will be ridiculed. Yes, you are still young, with plenty of opportunities ahead. Just try again. The next child may very well be a son." In the span of a few moments, the tide of opinions overwhelmingly turned against Qiao Chandong, who stood amidst the villagers, his expression darkening. Chen Shua felt a flicker of triumph within her. The previous night, she and Chen Yulian had conspired, predicting that the Qiao family would refuse to come to the hospital for her return or provide care, likely harboring intentions of never allowing her back. If Chen Yulian could not return to this household, it would mean her daughter Sanyou's adoption by the eldest branch of the Qiao family would be impossible. Chen Shua was determined not to let such a situation unfold. Thus, she had brought her entire family to the Qiao home to create a ruckus, not necessarily seeking a specific outcome but rather aiming to corner Qiao Chandong. Men, after all, are concerned with their pride. He would never admit publicly to being cuckolded. Moreover, Chen Yulian had assured her that Qiao Chandong was scheming against her. If he truly had evidence, he would not have waited until now to confront them. What she needed to do was compel Qiao Chandong to relent and allow her sister back into the Qiao family. Once she stepped through that door, Chen Shua was confident she could find a way to ensure her sister's permanent residence. The matter of Sanyo's adoption would then be a mere formality. As for Qiao Qiaodong's prior remarks in the hospital, she and Chen Yulian had reconciled. After all, they would deny everything, regardless of the circumstances. Qiao Qiaodong and his family had no witnesses, and without evidence, their claims held no weight. Chen Shua felt she had the upper hand, believing confidently that her plan would succeed. Moreover, she fancied that fate was on her side. Upon their arrival, Grandma Qiao and the third branch of the Qiao family were conspicuously absent, leaving only Qiao Qiaodong at home. Was this not providence aiding her? However, in her myriad of calculations, Chen Shua overlooked the most crucial detail: Qiao Qiaodong was far from an ordinary man. He had never been one to value appearances. As long as he and his daughter were happy, he was selfishly indifferent to others' opinions. Otherwise, before turning 17, he would not have been a drifter without a care in the world. After turning 18, he disregarded familial opposition and resolutely adopted Qiao Qiao. Pride, what value does it hold? In Qiao Qiaodong's eyes, it paled in comparison to the mere smile of his beloved daughter, without a glance at the self-satisfied Chen Shua. He pushed through the throng of chattering relatives, advancing a few steps until he stood before Chen Yulian. Squatting down, their eyes met. Chen Yulian, caught off guard by Qiao Qiaodong's handsome visage, felt her heart race uncontrollably. She harbored feelings for him, as the Qiao and Shen families had maintained a good rapport due to the late Mr. Qiao. 2 years her senior, she had first encountered Qiao Qiaodong when she was 17. While he was merely 15, not yet, even at that tender age, he stood tall and striking, captivating her gaze from the very first moment. However, Qiao Qiaodong harbored no affection for her, despite her attempts to draw near him on several occasions. He consistently evaded her with an air of indifference. As time passed and she reached adulthood, enrolling in high school and meeting a wider circle of acquaintances, she gradually forgot about the boy who had captivated her at first glance. It wasn't until last year, when old Master Qiao fell gravely ill, that the past resurfaced. Perhaps old Master Qiao was aware that, after his passing, the Qiao family would no longer extend any favors to the Chen family. Yet he felt a deep-seated obligation to repay a life debt owed to them. Striving to make amends in his final moments. In his dying state, he contemplated one last opportunity to express his gratitude. At that time, Chen Yulian had learned that when the Qiao family adopted Qiao Qiao, they also received a savings bond worth 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan. Nowadays, how many people earn less than 300 in a year? Yet, the Qiao family, by taking in Qiao Qiao, had acquired this sum. It was an income that many could only dream of after years of toil. Moreover, she was already pregnant and realized that time was of the essence. Thus she used the 3,000 yuan to persuade Chen's mother to approach old Master Qiao with a request for Qiao Qiaodong to marry her. She promised Chen's mother that once the 3,000 yuan was secured, she would arrange her brother's marriage and provide the necessary bride price and banquet expenses. Initially, everything progressed smoothly. All she needed to do was eliminate Qiao Qiao, the financial burden, and secure her position in the Qiao family by giving birth to a son. After which she could finally claim that savings bond. Just when her plan seemed poised for success, she found herself bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Qiao Qiao, the supposed burden, not only remained but also revealed her own secrets. While the child in her womb turned out to be a worthless girl. To this day, she remains perplexed about how Qiao Qiaodong discovered that the child she carried was not his. Chen Yulian, are you truly prepared to reveal your sordid affairs in front of the entire village? Qiao Qiaodong asked, stepping back slightly in distaste as he regarded the blushing Chen Yulian gazing at him adoringly. He had never intended for matters to escalate publicly. Had he not been preoccupied with Qiao Qiao the day before, wanting to shield her from such sordid affairs, he would have gone to the hospital with the test results in hand. Seeking an immediate divorce from Chen Yulian at the Civil Affairs Bureau, but he had waited all night, intending to confront her alone that morning, yet he was caught off guard when her family arrived at his doorstep first. He could hardly fathom their audacity. As Chen Yulian observed the coldness on Qiao Qiaodong's face, the flicker of hope that had begun to stir within her vanished in an instant. She recalled the harsh words he had spoken 2 days prior. Sending a chill through her heart, for reasons unknown, an eerie intuition gripped her, as if today was not a day she should have come. It seemed Qiao Qiaodong had truly uncovered something beyond mere deception. Yet, she also felt it was impossible. Aside from herself and her sister Chen Xiuer, who had been informed of everything, no one else in her family knew. Chapter 71, The Hunt for the Chen Family and the Affair, 1, beside her. Chen Xiuer noticed Chen Yulian's sudden pallor, as Qiao Qiaodong's voice had dropped to a low murmur amidst the surrounding noise, causing her to miss it momentarily, concerned that Chen Yulian's psychological defenses might be breached by Qiao Qiaodong. She exchanged a glance with her brothers Chen Taiping and Chen Shiping, who had been waiting for her signal. The two brothers immediately stepped forward, intending to confront Qiao Qiaodong. However, before they could lay a finger on him, they were suddenly swept back by a strong gust of wind, or perhaps it was not merely wind, but 3 distinct forces, each seemingly directed at Chen Xiuer and her brothers. They were knocked off balance, stumbling several steps backward until they all found themselves sitting on the ground. Qiao Qiaodong gazed in astonishment at the 3 who had suddenly collapsed, turning to see his precious daughter darting towards him. Her little bottom bobbing like a firecracker. Upon reaching him, she spread her tiny arms wide, resembling a protective chick, fiercely declaring her intentions to everyone present. Do not bully my daddy. Do not bully my daddy. Do not bully my daddy, she shouted repeatedly, her little eyes fierce and her tiny white teeth bared, as if anyone daring to step forward to harm her father would be met with a fierce bite. Despite her small stature, Qiao Changdong felt his heart swell with a mix of pain, sweetness, and a myriad of emotions, realizing that this was his treasure, the most precious gem of his life. Is that Qiao Qiao? Someone exclaimed in recognition, astonished. I knew this child was beautiful, but never to this extent. The speaker, lacking the vocabulary to articulate their thoughts, was nonetheless struck by Qiao Qiao's extraordinary beauty. Oh my, she is simply stunning. What are you all doing? Just as the villagers marveled at the Qiao family's little girl and her newfound beauty, a voice rang out from outside, almost shrieking in alarm. Qiao Xiaoyan rushed in. Her face a picture of distress, brandishing a long wooden stick that had been propped up at the gate, she stood protectively in front of Qiao Qiao and Qiao Changdong, pointing the stick at Chen Taiping and Shen sheeping on the ground. What is going on? Why are you all here? Are you planning to cause trouble? I warn you, I've learned a few moves from my sister-in-law. Don't think you can bully us just because my brothers are not home. She threatened, if you dare to lay a finger on my brother or my niece, I'll have my husband lock you all up in jail. I mean it, having learned from a colleague that Chen Yulian had discharged herself from the hospital before dawn. Qiao Xiaoyun sensed impending trouble and rushed back, only to find the Chen family had invaded her home, surrounded by a throng of villagers attacking her brother and niece, furious and with eyes reddened. She had never before used her brother's status to intimidate others, but now she was genuinely alarmed. Yes, lock them all up, Qiao Qiao chimed in, mimicking her sister and furrowing her little brows in an attempt to appear fierce. However, as a 3.5-year-old still babbling in a childish voice, she could only muster so much intimidation. Qiao Changdong, unable to consider the gravity of the situation, scooped up his daughter, cradling her chubby waist as he attempted to ward off the supposed villains. Showering her with kisses. My goodness, how can you be so adorable? He laughed heartily. Qiao Qiao blinked, yet her little brows remained furrowed. Leaning closer to Qiao Changdong's ear, she whispered, urging him to adopt a more serious demeanor for the sake of their shared cause. Daddy, let's save the kisses for later. Right now, it's more important to chase away the bad guys. Yes, my darling is absolutely right. First, we must drive away the bad guys, and then Daddy will wait for you to protect me. Qiao Changdong responded, still unable to contain his laughter. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Qiao Qiao and Qiao Xiaoyun's playful banter contrasted sharply with the bewilderment of the Chen siblings sprawled on the ground. They were left utterly confused, unable to comprehend how they had ended up on the ground, or where that sudden gust of energy had come from. Was it really a gust of wind? Chen Taiping blurted out, having always been the quiet type, obedient to the women in his family, and now, faced with incredulity, he explained, we were just knocked down by a gust of wind. Didn't you feel it? A gust of wind? What wind? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Having felt nothing of the sort, they looked at the Chen siblings with a mix of skepticism and concern. Surely they can't be of sound mind? Or perhaps there's something wrong with them. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, wary of the Chen family's bizarre claims. Just then, Qiao Grandma returned, her arrival unnoticed as she bore a basket of fresh sweet potato vines. With one hand gripping a gnarled stick and the other wielding a modified scythe, she stood at the gate, casting a cold gaze upon the throng that had nearly filled her courtyard. The sight of her scythe sent shivers down the spines of many. They instinctively gulped, especially the elder who had previously sought to incite discord against Qiao Changdong. His expression shifted through several stages of fear, his eyes betraying a newfound animosity. Clearly the threat posed by Qiao Grandma's scythe was far more credible than Qiao Xiaoyan's earlier, less convincing warnings. Those who stood in the Qiao family's yard had witnessed Qiao Grandma's formidable nature in the past. Though generally quiet and unassuming, she commanded attention the moment she entered a crowd. Chapter 72, The Hunt for the Chen Family and the Affair. 2. Qiao Grandma paid little heed to the gathering crowd. Approaching the well, she set her scythe aside, filled a bucket with water, and tossed her sweet potato vines into it. Several uncles of Qiao Qiao, while their affection for her may not be as overt as that of their spouses, harbor a particular fondness for their niece in their hearts. It is quite common for them to take her into the mountains to gather wild fruits or to catch small grasshoppers, which they would tie with blades of grass for her amusement. This particular wild jujube was specially picked by her third uncle, Qiao Changhong, while Qiao grandmother was busy cutting pig fodder. He made a point to gather it from the mountains for Qiao Qiao to enjoy. Wild jujubes are a unique seasonal fruit, renowned for their sweetness and high medicinal value. Whether used in soups or consumed directly, they are exceptionally delicious. After placing the jujubes in a bucket, Qiao grandmother turned to unload the basket on her back, filled with sweet potato vines, and took a scoop of water to wash her hands meticulously. Once she completed these tasks, she approached the crowd, drawing near to the bewildered Chen family siblings. Fixing her gaze on Chen Xiu, she proclaimed, since your Chen family has no shame and insists on bringing this disgraceful matter to light, very well, let us discuss it thoroughly now. Unlike Qiao Changdong, who harbored disdain for Chen Yulian, Qiao grandmother never contemplated ruining her. She understood how challenging it is for a woman to survive in this world. When Qiao grandfather went off to war, she was left to care for several children alone. Even when she took up arms to defend her honor, she could not escape being vilified and slandered. Chen Yulian had plotted against Qiao Changdong, marrying into the Qiao family while pregnant, and had even harmed Qiao Qiao. Qiao grandmother felt a deep-seated aversion towards her. However, throughout it all, her only concern was to heed her son's wishes and expel her from the Qiao family. She never intended to publicly disgrace a woman in such a vile manner, cutting off all her avenues for retreat, for she understood how harshly society judges women even if that woman is inherently despicable. Yet, in her mercy, the Chen family mistook the Qiao family's kindness for fear. And now they believed they could walk all over them. Upon hearing Qiao grandmother's words, both Chen Yulian and Chen Xiu'er felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, simultaneously gripped by a foreboding sense of dread. Indeed, moments later, Qiao grandmother addressed Chen Yulian in front of everyone. Chen Yulian, you entered my family's door at the beginning of this year, and it has yet to be 8 months. Correct? After posing the question, she did not wait for Chen Yulian's response but glanced at the others in the courtyard. Many of you were also present at my family's wedding banquet. Am I mistaken about the date? Upon hearing this, several voices chimed in, affirming her words. Yes, that's right, Auntie, your family's banquet was quite generous. As the crowd reminisced about the joyous occasion from earlier this year, Qiao grandmother turned her attention back to Chen Yulian, continuing her inquiry. From your marriage until now, it has been less than 8 months, correct? Even if we assumed that you conceived on your wedding night, this child would still be classified as a preterm infant, born prematurely at less than 8 months. After questioning Chen Yulian, Qiao grandmother again did not allow her a chance to speak, instead addressing the onlookers. Most of you here have given birth at least a few times. Let us not forget that even full-term newborns rarely exceed 8 pounds. 8 pounds is considered heavy. What kind of nourishment would be required to produce such a weight? Chen Yulian, do you think I am naive? Can you enlighten me as to how your child, born at 7.5 months, weighs 9 pounds and 2 ounces? The crowd erupted in murmurs upon hearing Qiao grandmother's assertion regarding the child's weight. Most of the women present were uneducated, yet they possessed common sense, particularly when it came to childbirth. In these times of scarcity, many families struggle to produce healthy full-term newborns, often appearing frail and undernourished. Yet, a child born prematurely at 7.5 months weighing over 9 pounds? What a farce! Qiao grandmother wasted no time. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, she retreated to her home and returned with 2 leather bags. She handed one to Qiao Changdong, containing the test results he had brought back the previous night. The other she opened, revealing it to the crowd. It was the hospital's record of Chen Yulian's delivery, clearly stating the weight and length of her child. What does this mean? Some in the crowd were momentarily confused by Qiao grandmother's actions. However, before they could ponder further, someone beside them slapped their forehead, whispering, "Are you foolish? It's obvious it indicates that the Chen girl was already involved with someone else before marrying Donzi and ended up pregnant." Though whispered, the entire courtyard was privy to the exchange. This unexpected turn of events left the Chen family completely unprepared. Chen Yulian's face turned ashen as she shook her head repeatedly. "No, that is not true. This child is Donzi's." Tears streamed down her face as she implored Qiao grandmother. "Mother, why would you say such a thing? This child is indeed Donzi's. I don't understand why the child is so heavy." As she spoke, Chen Yulian broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably as if she had been deeply wronged. Yes, the child was indeed larger than average, but it could easily be attributed to her family's good fortune and ample nourishment. Look at how well-fed the Chen family has been since marrying into the Qiao family. It is not surprising, a previously silent elder interjected, attempting to muddy the waters. He glanced at Qiao Changdong and Qiao grandmother, shaking his head disapprovingly. You cannot tarnish a girl's reputation simply because the child is a girl. This is truly pushing someone to their limits. As soon as he finished his sentence, Chen Yulian seized the opportunity, clutching her child and rushing toward the courtyard wall as if to harm herself. "Oh, my poor sister, Qiao Changdong, how can you treat my sister this way? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? This is truly pushing a person to their death." Chen Xiu'er, from behind, wrapped her arms around Chen Yulian, and together they collapsed onto the ground, wailing mournfully. Chapter 73, The Hunt for the Chen Family and Their Paramour, Part 3. As Chen Xiu'er wept, her eyes caught sight of Fuyu, standing at the doorframe of the hall. Instantly recognizing him as the one whom Qiao Changdong had taken to the hospital for a checkup, she felt a surge of excitement, believing she had found a crucial piece of evidence against them. She got to her feet, maneuvered through the crowd, and pointed at Fuyu, exclaiming, "Look, the Qiao family disparages my sister's daughter, thus they are casting dirt upon her. This boy, I've seen him before. Just the other day, I witnessed him being taken to the hospital by Qiao Changdong. This now he has brought him home, clearly indicating he has taken a son from outside and discarded my sister." In truth, if given the chance, Chen Xiu'er would have preferred to accuse this boy of being Qiao Changdong's illegitimate child with another woman, claiming he was attempting to make room for his outside offspring. However, Fuyu's age did not align with this narrative. He appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, while Qiao Changdong was only 22, making it impossible for him to have a child of such an age. Nevertheless, even this flimsy reasoning garnered some credence among the onlookers. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Chen Yulian's eyes brightened, but before she could speak, Qiao Changdong opened the other leather bag that Qiao grandmother had brought out. Since you refuse to believe this, let us turn to science, Qiao Changdong scoffed, glaring at Chen Yulian. You've completed high school and are more educated than I, surely you understand what this means? He presented a blood test report indicating that he had taken his own blood and that of her daughter for analysis, revealing that the child had no relation to him. Furthermore, if you question the validity of this report, I can easily drive to the city and pay for another test. We can do it right here, or even go to the provincial capital. Is this credible? Someone inquired, intrigued yet uncertain, recognizing the words but unable to comprehend the technical details. Of course it's credible, it's from the city bureau, it can't be fake. Look, it bears the bureau's official seal. I heard that nowadays, to catch criminals, they use fingerprints and blood, you ignorant fool. That is called a fingerprint. Amidst the uproar, Chen Yulian felt a chill run down her spine as she stared at the test report presented by Qiao Changdong, her face drained of color. Devoid of any trace of blood, having completed a year and a half of high school, she was well aware of the significance of such a report. Trembling, she realized the gravity of the situation. She never anticipated that Qiao Changdong would go to such lengths to obtain blood and seek verification. Her mind buzzed, overwhelmed by the reality of it all. A complete void enveloped her mind. Dominated solely by a singular thought, it is over, utterly finished. Yet, what loomed ahead was even more terrifying. Qiao Changdong gazed at her, inching closer, his voice lowered to an almost imperceptible whisper. Perhaps, Chen Yulian, if you find this insufficiently convincing, we might invite Yin Zhigang from Yong City to assist us in conducting an inspection. The mere mention of Yin Zhigang's name caused Chen Yulian's pupils to constrict sharply. He knows even his name? No. Chen Yulian shook her head. She yearned to plead, to implore Qiao Changdong to refrain from continuing in front of everyone, but before she could utter a word, the meddlesome elder beside her raised a question. Qiao Changdong, who doesn't know, your brother-in-law is from the county police station. Fabricating such a report would be a trivial task, the elderly gentleman interjected. Now hold on, that is not something to be said lightly. You are slandering a public servant. Such accusations could lead to legal consequences. Outside the courtyard, Xiang Dongyan, burdened with numerous packages, spoke up. Behind her stood Pei Antiying, equally laden, along with Mo1 Pei and Xiao Changkai. The latter exuding an air of an old hero taking a leisurely stroll. Who are you? Stop frightening people with your nonsense. I wasn't raised to be easily intimidated. The elder, upon noticing that the speaker was a woman, felt no fear, his gaze laced with a hint of disdain. Xiang Dongyan smiled but remained silent, merely glancing at Pei Antiying behind her. Pei Antiying, with a resigned expression, approached her side and addressed the elder with a gentle introduction. Greetings, comrade. I am Pei Antiying, the chief of the county police station. Should you have any concerns, feel free to report them to me, and I shall ensure a fair resolution. The moment Pei Antiying spoke, the elder's disdainful expression froze on his face. A young man and a peasant woman beside him instinctively tugged at him, attempting to conceal him behind them. This maneuver captured everyone's attention, including Qiao Qiao's. Frowning, she scrutinized the young man pulling the elder, and soon recognized him. Wasn't he the man who, on the day she returned to life, had been up to no good with Chen Yulian at home? Excitedly, Qiao Qiao tugged at Qiao Changdong's sleeve, pointing fervently at the man. Daddy, it's him. He and Aunt Chen were up to no good, and I caught them. Aunt Chen kicked me in the stomach, bumped my head. However, to Qiao Changdong and the others, all that registered was, Daddy. The remainder of her words faded into silence, along with Qiao Qiao's delicate hand trembling in the air. Qiao Changdong, puzzled, then noticed a small bubble emerging on his daughter's forehead. This time in black, the tiny figure within the bubble energetically pointed in a direction, occasionally glancing back at him as if trying to convey something, yet, with so many people in that direction, he couldn't discern whom she meant. The rest of the Qiao family also noticed, trying to decipher her gestures. After much deliberation, they found themselves as perplexed as if watching a silent film, perhaps sensing the family's predicament. The figure in the bubble became frantic, suddenly producing a clump of black substance and hurling it at the young man's forehead. To everyone's astonishment, the black clump actually flew out of the bubble. The figure's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it threw a few more clumps, all landing precisely on the young man's head. 1 clump, 2 clumps, 3 clumps. The droppings piled atop the young man's head, forming a peculiar tower. Chapter 74, The Hunt for the Chun Family and the Adulterer. 4. The young man suddenly felt a weight on his neck as if several large bowls were stacked upon his head. He shook his head, but the sensation only intensified, pressing his neck forward. Tinio, why are you stretching your neck like a duck? Someone nearby inquired, puzzled. The young man, named Xiao Tinio, was the elder's son, and the woman beside him was his wife, Wang Chulan. While his father was called Qiao Yuliang, it was worth noting that Qiao Yuliang had a history with Qiao Grandma. Years ago, she had chased a local thug, who happened to be his younger brother. With a knife for 2 miles, the fright had driven the brother to madness, and he passed away shortly thereafter. Qiao Yuliang had sought trouble with the Qiao family but had no grounds to do so. Especially after Qiao Grandpa, a retired soldier who had seen battle, returned home, instilling a sense of fear in Qiao Yuliang. Over time, this incident faded from memory, yet resentment lingered in Qiao Yuliang's heart, as he sought an opportunity to retaliate against the Qiao family. With 4 sons and a daughter, each excelling in the village, even Qiao Changdong had found success in wealth. Today, witnessing the Chen family causing a ruckus, Qiao Yuliang thought he could belittle the Qiao family and seize this rare opportunity for revenge. Little did he know, the Qiao family had connections that extended even to the police station as chief. Throughout history, common folk have feared those in positions of power far more than the wealthy. A sense of unease settled over Qiao Yuliang that he stretched his neck but to no avail, eventually rubbing his sore neck and saying to his father, "Dad, we should head to the fields, let us go." Could Qiao Qiao allow him to leave? Absolutely not. She hastened her barrage of droppings, aiming directly at the man's head. In no time, a towering pile had formed atop Qiao Tinio's head, resembling the pinnacle atop the Buddha's head. However, while the Buddha bore a meat bun, Qiao Tinio bore droppings, the entire Qiao family bore witness, and the figure in the bubble, satisfied, ceased its assault, turning its tiny hand to point at Chen Yulian. A puppet materialized in the void, and before the eyes of the Qiao family, the tiny figure lay the puppet down, rolling it about, occasionally pecking at it. After this series of antics, the little figure nimbly rose, brushed off non-existent dust from its tiny paws, and lifted its chin, seemingly asking, "Do you understand?" The Qiao family, they comprehended, they understood all too well. The expressions of the Qiao family were vivid, cold, disdainful, or contemptuous gazes fixated on Chen Yulian and Qiao Tinio. Their scrutiny was unabashedly blatant, causing both Chen Yulian and Qiao Tinio to feel a shiver run down their spines, especially Chen Yulian. Panic surged within her, her gaze instinctively darting away as she retreated slightly behind Chen Xiao. Chen Yulian had never confided in Chen Xiao regarding Qiao Tinio, leaving her unaware of the Qiao family's scrutiny directed at them. It wasn't until Qiao Changdong approached Qiao Tinio and directly asked, "It was you who injured my daughter that day, wasn't it?" Qiao Tinio was momentarily stunned by the abrupt question, still grasping its meaning when a dull pain surged through his abdomen. Qiao Changdong had delivered a swift kick to his belly. Compared to the other Qiao brothers, Qiao Changdong was slightly less imposing, yet he stood at over 6 feet tall, strong, and robust. Having engaged in brawls outside, he had acquired some fighting skills from Old Man Imo. Knowing precisely how to inflict pain, in truth, all the Qiao men possessed some fighting prowess, but Qiao Changkai was the most formidable, and now Qiao Changdong's kick sent Qiao Tinio stumbling backward, groaning in agony as he clutched his abdomen. "Ah, the head of the family," Wang Chunlan shrieked, rushing forward. "What are you doing? On what grounds do you strike my son? Have you no respect for the law?" Qiao Yuliang echoed her panic, shouting loudly. Both rushed to protect Qiao Tinio. Yet Qiao Changdong seized Qiao Tinio's arm, lifting his foot to deliver 2 more kicks to the man who was just rising. Yug. The crowd could almost hear the sound of bone breaking. As Qiao Tinio crumpled to the ground, unable to rise, Qiao Changdong had long wished to do this. Despite his disdain for Chen Yulian, he would never have kicked her in the stomach right after childbirth. Now, faced with the very culprit responsible for his precious daughter being kicked and nearly losing her life, he could no longer contain himself. After delivering 3 kicks, Qiao Changdong wasn't done. He turned to the stunned Qiao Xiaoyun and instructed, "Cover your precious eyes and ears." Qiao Xiaoyun, bewildered, complied. Then everyone witnessed Qiao Changdong gripping Qiao Tinio by the scruff of his neck, leading him to the stone steps at the eaves, grasping his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the steps 3 times. Bang, 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 the sharp sounds echoed. "Ah, murder, murder, what are you doing? Are you insane? Let go of my son." Qiao Yuliang and Wang Chunlan trailed behind, attempting to intervene and rescue Qiao Tinio. However, as they moved, 2 figures stood in their path, Xiao Changkai and Imo Wenpei. The 2 acted as impenetrable walls, blocking their advance completely. Qiao Tinio, at this moment, had been struck by Qiao Changdong's sudden assault, leaving him gasping for breath like a lifeless dog sprawled on the ground. Unable to move, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes stared blankly at Qiao Changdong, as if genuinely perplexed as to why he was being attacked. Qiao Changdong let go of his collar and turned his gaze towards Chen Yulian, who was trembling with fear, her face as pale as a ghost from this unexpected upheaval. With a cold sneer, he scoffed, "You truly don't believe I possess any evidence, do you?" What evidence?" The villagers gathered in the courtyard were utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. "The room where you engaged in your debauchery has been locked since that day, never to be opened again. Now, in this age of advanced technology, should I pull a few strands of your hair and compare them with the remnants left on that bed to verify?" He chuckled lightly, then turned to Pei Anting, who was being restrained by Old Master Mo, one hand gripping his arm while the other covered his eyes. "Director Pei, is it possible to test this hair?" Pei Anting instinctively wanted to respond that it was not a certainty, as it had to be freshly pulled from the root, but before he could speak, Xiang Dongyan, quicker on the uptake, interjected, "Of course. Of course, with modern technology, it's all for the service of the people. Now, Director Pei, will you accompany me to the testing, or will you confess and allow me to charge you with adultery?" Qiao Changdong directed his gaze at Qiao Tinio and Chen Yulian. Upon hearing this, the entire courtyard fell into disbelief. Chen Yulian trembled uncontrollably, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in, never having imagined that Qiao Changdong would know about this. Soon, she surmised that this might have been disclosed by that worthless Qiao Qiao. With a fierce glare, she turned her attention to Qiao Qiao, but before she could spot her, she was abruptly struck on both sides of her face. The crowd gasped collectively, the sound echoing in the air. The one delivering the slaps was Wang Chunlan, who had never anticipated that the spectacle would escalate to involve her own family in confronting the woman who had seduced her husband and engaged in sordid acts. She first delivered 2 resounding slaps, then unleashed a torrent of vulgar insults. "You shameless harlot, did you think you could seduce my man? Have you never seen a man before? Can't go a day without flaunting your wretchedness. Can you? I will teach you a lesson." Wang Chunlan, a robust village woman accustomed to hard labor, overpowered the frail Chen Yulian, who had just given birth and was unaccustomed to physical toil. Chen Yulian was left with no means of resistance. Pinned to the ground by Wang Chunlan, who relentlessly slapped her, leaving multiple bloodied marks on her face and neck. Meanwhile, the child in her arms had long since fallen to the side, wailing inconsolably. Chen Xiao, equally astonished, had not anticipated that her sister had an affair aside from what was mentioned in the hospital. Once she regained her composure, she hurried to pick up the child and urged the Chen brothers to assist in pulling Wang Chunlan away. The 2 Chen brothers, initially dazed by the chaos before them, quickly responded to Chen Xiao's directive, but in the next moment, they were confronted by 2 individuals, Qiao Changhong, who had rushed back from the fields upon receiving word from a neighbor, and Qiao Changkai, who, having seen that Qiao Changdong had vented his frustration, no longer needed to restrain Qiao Yulian. As the chaotic scene unfolded, Chen Yulian was left in a near-death state from Wang Chunlan's assault, and the Qiao family finally gathered together. The remaining villagers instinctively retreated, creating a safety circle of 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Once the uproar subsided, the onlookers were left in a stupor. On one hand, they were shocked by the revelation of Chen Yulian's affair with Qiao Tinio, possibly resulting in an illegitimate child. On the other, they were utterly intimidated by the formidable unity displayed by the Qiao family. Just look at how they operate as a cohesive unit. This was a first-hand experience of the family's formidable power. It was undeniable that the events of the day had thoroughly instilled fear in the hearts of the villagers, who had previously dared not provoke this family and were now even more hesitant to do so. After dispersing the crowd, Qiao Changdong turned his attention to the remaining trio of Qiao Tinio's family and the 5 members of the Chen family. With an air of arrogance, he declared, "If you are dissatisfied with today's events, feel free to report it to the police. However, consider whether you can withstand the repercussions of my revenge." Coughing lightly, Pei Anting, who had been shielded from the scene by Old Master Mo, was caught between laughter and anger. Qiao Changdong, noticing the sound, glanced over with an innocent expression and said, "Director Pei, you see, this is merely an ordinary family dispute. I am a model citizen and would never harm a good person," implying that he only targeted those who were not virtuous. Qiao Changdong was not one to shy away from his identity. He was, after all, a reckless scoundrel. Having been in and out of detention for fighting, he figured he could endure a few more days if necessary. He would not let anyone harm his beloved. Hearing Qiao Changdong's brazen remarks, Qiao Tinio was understandably intimidated. Aside from fearing the Pei and Meng families, he was haunted by guilt. He dared not challenge Qiao Changdong, fearing the threat of a charge of adultery. A mere beating from Qiao Changdong could be dismissed as a neighborhood squabble, but adultery was a serious crime in this era, punishable by imprisonment. Qiao Tinio fell silent, even nodding to Pei Anting under Qiao Changdong's silent urging, signaling that he would not pursue the matter further. Supported by Wang Chunlan and Xiao Yuliang, he limped away, coughing and shivering. After their departure, Qiao Changdong shrugged at Pei Anting, gesturing that his earlier claims had proven accurate. Pei Anting was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether to be angry or amused. Finally, only the Chen family remained. Qiao Changdong surveyed the Chen brothers, who appeared fearful of being cornered and beaten, and Chen Xiao. He pointed at the battered and tattered Chen Yulian, who lay incapacitated on the ground, and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall file for divorce. You will carry her to the Civil Affairs Bureau, whether you like it or not. Otherwise, I suspect you would not wish to discover the consequences, would you? All right, since we have reached an understanding, let this matter rest. Chen family, remember to bring her to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. We have guests to attend to, so we shan't detain you further." With a clap of his hands, Mo1 Pei began the customary send-off. The Chen family had now fully grasped the formidable nature of the Qiao family, leaving the 2 brothers utterly stunned by the day's events. Chen Xiao was also vexed with her sister for concealing such a significant matter from her. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, with a heavy heart, she cradled the child and departed. The Chen brothers hurriedly followed, carrying the incapacitated Chen Yulian. Once all the troubling individuals and affairs had dissipated, the Qiao family could finally welcome Old Master Mo and Pei Anting into the main room. Qiao Changdong went to fetch water from the well to wash his hands, while Qiao Xiaoyun followed closely behind, holding Qiao Qiao in her arms. With a curious whisper, she inquired of Qiao Changdong, "How did the Pei family come to be involved? What, didn't my brother-in-law mention it to you?" Qiao Changdong turned back, feigning surprised. I thought you knew it all last night. Qiao Xiaoyun playfully pinched his arm. Speak to me properly. Alright, I'll speak properly. Qiao Changdong chuckled, reaching for the towel hanging on a bamboo pole to dry his hands. He then took Qiao Qiao from her arms, planting a kiss on her cheek and asking, Is my little darling hungry? Come, daddy will take you for breakfast. Qiao Changdong. Qiao Xiaoyun stamped her foot, exasperatedly calling after him. What is it? My daughter is hungry, and I must take her to eat. Qiao Changdong turned to her, wearing an expression that conveyed the magnitude of his daughter's hunger, successfully inciting further frustration in Qiao Xiaoyun. You ungrateful wretch, I hurried back, fearing you would suffer at the hands of the Chen family. Alright, my dear sister, I know you haven't eaten either. I didn't want you to go hungry, Qiao Changdong replied with a grin. Reaching out to pull her closer, observing that Qiao Xiaoyun's mood had lightened due to his words, he continued, But I must say, you frequently swap shifts with your colleagues. Do they not mind? Seeing Qiao Xiaoyun preparing to pinch him again, he added, Forget it, I bought quite a few things in the provincial city, take some back and share with your colleagues. It's good to win them over. Qiao Xiaoyun shot him a sidelong glance. You certainly meddle a lot, but you need not worry, everyone has urgent matters at times. When they need a shift change, I will accommodate them as well. Though her words indicated otherwise, Qiao Xiaoyun felt a sense of comfort. As they spoke, she recalled the remarkable sight she had previously witnessed and exclaimed in astonishment, I never imagined that the bubble on my little darling's head could actually release something. It's truly magical. Qiao Qiao, still reeling from the formidable combat prowess of her own family, Qiao Qiao cast a puzzled glance at the speaker. Qiao Xiaoyun, has something been discarded from the little bubble? Qiao Changdong did not engage in this line of conversation. There were still guests in the house, and despite the considerable distance between them and the hall and the kitchen, he dared not be careless. Qiao Xiaoyun merely expressed her sentiments without delving further. Grandma Qiao had already eaten breakfast, but there were still some sweet potatoes simmering in the pot. Qiao Xiaoyun took 2 sweet potatoes, and as Qiao Changdong fried eggs for Qiao Qiao, he also prepared 3 for her. When the 3 emerged, several individuals in the hall had already engaged in initial exchanges. Grandma Qiao, aware that the visitors had come to apologize, maintained her composure and fetched a fruit platter from the house, which she had only used during the new year. It contained some peanuts freshly fried at home, along with the peach crisps Qiao Changdong had purchased the previous day. And, you are being far too courteous. We have come solely to apologize, and there is no need for such formality, Xiang Dongyan remarked. Her personality bore some resemblance to Mo1 Pei's, but while Mo1 Pei was carefree and forthright, Xiang Dongyan exhibited more warmth and exuberance. To put it bluntly, regarding the altercation between Xiao Kuan and Pei Yuanfan, while Pei Yuanfan had been provocative, Xiao Kuan had already dealt with him, and it was time to put the matter to rest without the need for such a grand display of apologies. However, Xiang Dongyan not only came to apologize but also brought along numerous gifts, which left Grandma Qiao feeling quite bewildered, especially since she had just witnessed a chaotic scene within her own household. Logically, any sensible person would keep their distance from their family, yet Xiang Dongyan, far from being intimidated, appeared as though nothing had transpired, which genuinely perplexed Grandma Qiao. It was not until Qiao Qiao, freshly brushed and washed, followed closely behind Qiao Changdong, who was balancing a bowl of milk powder in one hand and fried eggs in the other, that Grandma Qiao began to understand the situation. In Grandma Qiao's eyes, her granddaughter was simply delightful, deserving of affection and admiration. Qiao Qiao, do you remember Aunt Xiang? We met yesterday, do you recall? Xiang Dongyan exclaimed as she rose and hurried towards her. As she spoke, she rummaged through her bag and produced a square item, about the size of an adult's palm and roughly 2 centimeters thick. This is the chocolate I promised to treat you to yesterday. Look, this is chocolate, and it's absolutely delicious. While Qiao Qiao cradled her small porcelain bowl and sipped the milk powder, she took a moment to acknowledge the woman before her and the others in the hall. Only then did she glance at the chocolate offered by Xiang Dongyan. Upon seeing the all-too-familiar chocolate packaging, her eyes widened. This is a brand from abroad. It's incredibly tasty. My son loves this the most, Xiang Dongyan eagerly introduced. Is it Yuanfan? Qiao Xiaoyun inquired as she approached, also holding a bowl filled with sweet potatoes and fried eggs. Due to the relationship between Meng Zhengcheng and Pei Anting, she was acquainted with Xiang Dongyan, albeit only as a nodding acquaintance without any deep connection. Qiao Xiaoyun had also gleaned some information about the Pei family from Meng Zhengcheng. Pei Anting and Xiang Dongyan had 2 sons. However, aside from Pei Yuanfan, who had just transferred back from Kyoto and was now a first-year student at Hongfeng Middle School, she had yet to meet Xiang Dongyan's other son. No, it's my eldest son, Pei Yuyang, nicknamed Sui Sui. He is 15 this year. Speaking of which, he is the same age as your eldest, Qiao Jingya Asnt. Xiang Dongyan replied, glancing towards Mo1 Pei. You have an elder son as well? I wouldn't have guessed. Is he in high school? Where does he study? At County No. 1 High School, Mo1 Pei asked in surprise. She looked at Xiang Dongyan, who appeared so youthful and vibrant, seemingly in her early 30s, and was astonished to learn that she had a son the same age as her eldest. Upon hearing the name Sui Sui, Qiao Qiao's expression shifted. She gazed incredulously at the smiling Xiang Dongyan. who, despite her bright demeanor, exuded a sense of heartache. Is Pei Yuyang, the mother of Pei Gij, she pondered silently. Pei Yuyang Pei Suisui was once a kind-hearted older brother who had accompanied her for 2 months. He was her first significant friend when she had just returned to the Shen family and moved into that small villa. Chapter 77. They had not yet had the chance to meet the ones they missed the most. Today, Xiang Dongyan was dressed in a vibrant red dress exuding warmth and vitality, her entire being radiating energy, yet, as she spoke of her elder son, her eyes seemed to glisten with unshed tears. Qiao Qiao's heart ached anew. Recalling the gentle older brother who had been like a warm sun during those 2 months, Qiao Qiao reached out, grasping the hand that was still offering her chocolate. She longed to say something, but the tumult of emotions within her rendered her throat dry and her words unutterable. Sensing the soft warmth against her hand, Xiang Dongyan looked down at the small hand and smiled brightly. Are you curious why the boyish nickname is Suisui? I know, Qiao Qiao responded, meeting her gaze, because it means peace year after year. Upon being brought back to the Shen family, Qiao Qiao was promptly arranged to live in the small villa. Initially, the Shen family did not overtly prohibit her from leaving, but at that young age and in an unfamiliar environment, she rarely ventured beyond the villa's courtyard. She first met her older brother, Pei Yuyang, also known as Suisui, about half a month after moving in. Feeling homesick for her father, her grandmother, and her entire family, with no one to confide in, she often sat on the balcony of the small villa. Lost in thought. One day, while crying quietly, she suddenly heard a buzzing sound. Following the noise, she saw a small airplane flying towards her balcony from an unknown source. The airplane's wings bore a tiny basket, which contained a flower pot no larger than her palm, featuring a strikingly beautiful orange flower. At that time, she did not recognize the flower but found it lovely, and a pink note attached to the flower read, "For you." In the following days, Qiao Qiao received several pots of flowers delivered by the little airplane, all of the same variety as the first, albeit in different colors: red, yellow, and purple. Regardless of the hue, each was exceptionally beautiful. Later, she learned that the flower was called a sunflower, for it bloomed in the daytime and closed at night, hence its name. Moreover, it possessed an extraordinary vitality, thriving even when cut. However, when Qiao Qiao arrived at the Shen family, it was already October, and the blooming period for sunflowers had long passed. These flowers were cultivated by her older brother in the greenhouse and gifted to her when she received the third pot of flowers from her older brother. It came with a stack of photographs showcasing various stunning flowers and plants. Each image, even through the lens, radiated a vibrant life force. By November, the weather in Kyoto had turned quite chilly, nearing freezing at night. The greenery in the small villa had mostly withered, and the sudden sight of such a plethora of beautiful flowers alleviated her homesickness considerably. Thus, through this little airplane, Qiao Qiao made her first significant friend in Kyoto. They exchanged names, and she learned his name was Pei Suisui. Upon first hearing the name, she mistakenly thought he was an older sister and referred to him as such in her letters. Only later did she realize he was, in fact, an older brother. He explained that his family wished for him to be safe year after year, akin to living a long life like an elder. At that time, Qiao Qiao did not fully grasp the meaning of living a long life. She was simply delighted to have a friend, even if he was over a decade older than her. And she chattered endlessly with him, filling her notes to the brim. Her older brother was incredibly gentle, patiently addressing her myriad of peculiar questions, and his replies were always thorough and filled with kindness. He would send her small gifts via the little airplane, sometimes a piece of chocolate, other times a newly cultivated flower, or even a small toy. He confided that those toys were pilfered from the package meant for his younger brother. It was during this time that Qiao Qiao realized that her older brother, like her, was separated from his family. As their friendship deepened, her older brother would visit her to keep her company when the Shen family was absent. Once, when she felt particularly homesick and was on the verge of tears, he gently stroked her head and comforted her, saying, "Qiao Qiao, it's all right, there will be opportunities, you will grow up safely, and when you do, you can return to find the ones you missed." This day, Qiao Qiao remembers the warmth in his voice when he said those words, a profound tenderness that resonated deep within her. She felt as if he was not only comforting her but also himself. She asked him, "Does the older brother also miss someone?" At first, he did not respond. After a long silence, he sighed softly and uttered a single word, "Yes." This only deepened Qiao Qiao's confusion, for she thought he was unlike her. He was already so grown up, unlike her, still so small and powerless, that if he missed someone, why didn't he go to find them? Yet, he told her, "Because they wish for me to stay here. Here I can live well." At that time, Qiao Qiao found it difficult to fully comprehend the words he spoke until, on January 24, 1989, she saw from a distance that the neighboring villa was filled with numerous people, all clad in black attire, with white cloths tied around their arms. Before long, they carried something out. From that moment on, the little plane never again flew over her side, and the lights of that villa never illuminated the night again. She inquired with the caretaker aunt, only to learn that her elder brother had passed away. It was the first time she mustered the courage to step beyond the confines of the villa's courtyard. She heard the caretaker aunt mention that her elder brother was having his final farewell ceremony at the largest funeral home in Kyoto, and the Shen family was also attending. She wished to see him one last time. However, the caretaker aunt was reluctant to assist her in contacting the Shen family, and she did not know their phone number. Thus, seizing the opportunity while the caretaker aunt was busy, she stealthily slipped away. Yet, she was unfamiliar with the way and soon found herself lost. Ultimately, she did not get to see her elder brother Sui Sui, nor could she bid him farewell that very night when the Shen family found her. She was met with a furious slap from Madame Shen. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice and confusion, she picked up the phone for the first time and called her father. What followed was the news of her father's death. In the end, her elder brother was gone, her father was gone, her grandmother was gone, and she too was gone. Ultimately, none of them managed to meet the ones they missed the most. Chapter 78. Just let him keep a little life. Yes, may Sui Sui be safe. With a glimmer in her eyes, Xiang Dongyan pinched the little girl's chubby cheeks. Little darling, you are not only beautiful but also quite clever. Sui Sui is a good name. Mo Wenpei chimed in laughing, but can a boy be pleased with such a name? She thought if it were her mischievous Qiao Qiao, he would probably overturn the roof in protest. He may not be pleased. But he cannot defy me. Xiang Dongyan seemed to recall something, and genuine amusement filled her eyes this time. Compared to her current troublesome younger son, her elder son truly seemed like an angel. From a young age, he was exceptionally sensible, yet, it was precisely this sensibility that often pained her. Were he to possess even half the audacity of Pei Yuanfan, perhaps her heart would not be so troubled. But where is he now? Feng Zhengnan asked as he retrieved a pig barrel from the backyard, collecting the sweet potatoes that had been ruined by the rake. In Kyoto. I sent him to my parents when he was 10. Xiang Dongyan sighed. His health was poor from a young age, suffering from congenital heart disease. Doctors once declared he would not live past 18. Our medical conditions here are too inadequate, so I sent him to be with my parents. She turned to Qiao Changdong, her tone imbued with sincere apology. Thus, I understand better than anyone how a parent cannot bear certain words. This was also why, upon witnessing Pei Yuanfan being beaten so severely yesterday and learning of the hurtful words he had uttered, her attitude shifted so rapidly, compelling her to insist on visiting to apologize today. The members of the Qiao family were left in shock, evidently unprepared for such a revelation. As the Qiao family fell into silence, Xiang Dongyan unexpectedly burst into laughter. Oh dear, you need not be like this. I truly do not take it to heart. She waved her hand dismissively, appearing quite unbothered. The doctor said he wouldn't live to 18. Could it be that he truly cannot? He is not a deity, and I refuse to believe that. Alright, enough of that, Xiang Dongyan said as she placed a chocolate into Qiao Qiao's tiny hand. Here, little darling, this is for you. Remember to give it a try. It's your Sui Sui brother's favorite brand. If you like it, I'll make sure he sends back more in the future. Thank you. Qiao Qiao said, clutching the chocolate tightly, a smile spreading across her face. My little darling, you look even more beautiful when you smile. I truly wish I could steal you away, Xiang Dongyan said, gazing at her flower-like visage with a blend of sincerity and jest. Subsequently, Qiao Qiao lost her right to eat independently. Xiang Dongyan scooped her up onto her lap, feeding her bit by bit. The 2 fried eggs that Qiao Qiao would typically finish in 10 bites were divided into 20 pieces. Fed to her slowly until they had grown cold, Qiao Qiao, realizing that this was her elder brother's mother, attempted to lift her hand in refusal but silently let it drop. Xiang Dongyan was quite adept at ingratiating herself. Whether with Qiao Nai Mo Wenpei Feng Zhengnan, or Qiao Xiaoyun, as long as she genuinely wished to engage, she could seamlessly bond with them. In no time, she was chatting and laughing heartily with the 3 women of the Qiao family. Pei Anting, originally from Baoyi City, was not from Hongfeng Town. He had been temporarily dispatched here 6 months ago after the previous head of the police station was promoted. His personality was rather reserved. Far less uninhibited than Xiang Dongyan, however. After becoming acquainted with the 3 brothers of the Qiao family and Old Man Mo, he began to speak more freely upon realizing that Old Man Mo was the owner of the largest martial arts school in town. His eyes lit up, just as he was about to inquire about the handsome boy, Fuyu, seated beside Qiao Qiao. Thinking he might be the child who had been abducted recently, he was instantly diverted by Old Man Mo's words. Old man, you are the one in charge of Yan's martial arts school. Do you still take in students? Could I send my little rascal to you? She asked, referring to the boy who had been thoroughly beaten by her grandson. Left with a bruised face and no ability to fight back. He is simply too mischievous. Neither his father nor I can manage him anymore. Xiang Dongyan spoke without a hint of deceit. She was well aware that Pei Yuanfan's temperament had become somewhat skewed, otherwise, he would not have uttered such words. Yet, if there was anyone to blame, it was her fault. In previous years, as Pei Yang's health deteriorated, she had been unable to attend to her younger son and allowed him to grow up freely at his grandparents' side, who spoiled him excessively. Pei Yuanfan attended elementary school in Kyoto and frequently caused trouble, engaging in fights regularly. By the time she noticed and wanted to intervene, it was already too late to discipline him. Moreover, with her parents indulging him, it became impossible for her to control him. Thus, when he entered junior high school, she insisted on transferring him from Kyoto to the place where Pei Anting now worked, hoping that this modest town could temper her son's restless spirit. Yet, little did she know, upon arriving in this small town, he continued to act as he pleased, even climbing over the school walls to escape. Additionally, in this town and at this school, many knew of his identity and dared not provoke him. Unlike in Kyoto, where he had rivals of equal standing or even better, here in Hongfeng town no one dared to confront him, further emboldening his unruly behavior. Pei Antiang was a strict father and had not been remiss in his teachings. Employing both reprimands and discipline, however, each time, the effects were fleeting. Just a few days later, he would forget the pain of his injuries. Last night was an unprecedented occurrence. Previously, when they had him kneel as punishment, he would often seize the opportunity to escape unnoticed, yet yesterday he did not run away. Instead, he knelt outside for a full 4 hours. This was truly a remarkable first. This morning, he even returned to school obediently. This surprised both parents greatly, and nevertheless, they dared not be complacent. They sought a place where he could be managed, and now old man Mo's martial arts school seemed the best option. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that within the martial arts school, there was someone unafraid of her son's status, capable of delivering a sound beating, someone who had left her son so bruised she could barely recognize him. Qiao Qiao, as she thought of this, Xiang Dongyan grew increasingly animated. Old man, if you would just take him in however you choose to educate him, even if you were to break his legs, we would absolutely not trouble you, nor would we ask for compensation for medical expenses. Just let him keep a little life. Old man Mo's lips twitched the way she spoke. He almost thought he was running a martial arts school, not a child abuse center. Chapter 79, Oh my! Who is this pig-faced fellow? Old man Mo turned back to Pei Antiang, noticing him gazing at him with eyes aglow. Clearly, the couple had reached a mutual understanding and shared the same goal. As long as he didn't end up beating their son to death. No, as long as he didn't discipline him to death, he could train him as he pleased. Alright, but before old man Mo could finish his sentence, Xiang Dongyan leaped up in joy. Wonderful, my son is finally saved. I won't have to worry about bringing him meals in prison when I grow old. Saying this, she planted a fervent kiss on Qiao Qiao, who was startled by her sudden leap and quickly wrapped her arms around her neck. Oh my little darling, encountering you is the best arrangement from heaven. You truly are my little lucky star. After saying this, she showered Qiao Qiao's tender face with kisses, so forceful that Qiao Qiao's cheeks caved in. Meanwhile, at Hongfeng Middle School, several kilometers away, Pei Yuanfan, whose future no longer involved his parents bringing him meals in prison, stood before the first-year class with a face so swollen it was nearly unrecognizable. Sneezing continuously, he rubbed his nose, pondering whether he had caught a chill from kneeling outside for too long last night. He reached out and knocked on the classroom door of the first-year class. Asking a female classmate sitting by the entrance, "Could you please call for Qiao Qiao?" The girl, who had been chatting and laughing with her deskmate, was startled when she suddenly encountered such a bruised visage. Taking a moment to recognize who it was, but it was clear that he was not someone to be trifled with. Daring not to inquire further, he turned and shouted loudly into the classroom. "Qiao Qiao, someone is looking for you." Inside the classroom, Qiao Qiao was holding his own fountain pen in one hand while simultaneously squeezing the ink from Qiao Su's pen into his own. Startled by the shout, he flinched, causing the ink to spill all over the back of his hand. Infuriated, he lifted his head to bellow at whoever it was, but upon seeing Pei Yuanfan standing at the doorway, bruised and battered, his expression shifted. Qiao Qiao squinted, recognizing the boy. He seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment, he finally identified him. He capped his pen, grabbed a discarded piece of homework to wipe the ink from his hand, and strode towards the door. Positioned at the threshold of the classroom, he scrutinized Pei Yuanfan from head to toe. "What do you want? Are you looking for a fight? Your face is already a mess. Are you sure you want to take me on again? Don't say I didn't warn you. You might end up with not a single unbruised spot on your body." Hearing this, Pei Yuanfan was instantly reminded of how he had been helplessly beaten the previous day. His already battered face resembled a palette rich in color. What happened? Oh my, who was this pig-headed face? After finishing in the restroom, Xiao Su and Xiao Zhang approached from the opposite end of the corridor. Xiao Zhang, walking slightly behind, gasped dramatically upon seeing Pei Yuanfan's face. "Is something the matter?" Xiao Su, more composed, recognized Pei Yuanfan as the boy whom Qiao Qiao had pummeled the day before. Pei Yuanfan had actually come to find someone with the intention of apologizing. After encountering Qiao Qiao yesterday and learning the full story, he felt remorseful. However, in front of Qiao Qiao and Xiao Changdong, he found himself unable to express his regret last night, while being punished by his parents. He had overheard the muffled sobs of Xiang Dongyan from inside the house. He understood. She was once again sorrowful for her frail brother. Once, Pei Yuanfan had harbored jealousy towards this brother. Their mother always favored the elder. Dropping everything to rush to his side at the slightest hint of trouble. As a child, he couldn't comprehend this favoritism. Feeling unloved and overlooked, without parental affection, he grew wild and unruly, constantly seeking attention through mischief. Yet he never succeeded. This summer, when Xiang Dongyan suggested taking him alone to his father's workplace, leaving his brother in Kyoto, he felt a surge of joy. He thought he had finally won their parents' favor. However, on the evening of that decision, his brother came to his room in the early hours. Perhaps sensing he was still awake, his brother's cool hand touched his forehead to bid farewell, urging him to listen to their parents and not to be troublesome. stating that in the future, after he was gone, the family would depend on him. Pei Yuanfan, confused, grasped his brother's perpetually cool hand and asked, "What do you mean you're leaving? Where are you going?" But his brother did not answer. Instead, chaos erupted in the middle of the night as his brother was rushed to the hospital. That he rarely spent time with his ailing brother, and their interactions were even fewer. Since he could remember, his father had worked away from home, while his mother was always at his brother's side. He lived with his grandparents, despite their attempts to explain that his brother's poor health warranted more attention from their mother. Which did not mean she loved him any less, yet, due to the lack of interaction, he only held a vague understanding of his brother's frailty. It was not until that fateful night that the truth hit him: his brother was truly unwell, he could die at any moment. At 13, he had already witnessed the cycle of life and death, fully grasping its implications. That night, he lay awake, and by the end of August, he was taken back to the small town by his mother. He knew she was worried about his brother, and he sought to rebel, hoping to incite complete disappointment in his mother so he could return to Kyoto and be with his brother. Thus, upon arriving here, he continued his disruptive behavior. Throughout his life, he had bullied many and engaged in countless mischiefs that adults deemed troublesome, yet he had never felt regret. Only twice had he experienced guilt, once towards his brother, and once regarding his disrespectful remarks the previous day. He did not come to confront Qiao Qiao but rather to apologize. However, facing Qiao Qiao's disdainful gaze and sarcasm, his pride choked back the words of apology that hung in his throat. When the bell rang, Pei Yuanfan had yet to voice his regret. So, what had he truly come for? As Pei Yuanfan hurried away, Qiao Zhang turned to the Qiao brothers, silently questioning them. One brother smiled while the other shrugged, indicating they had no idea. Meanwhile, at the Qiao residence, Xiang Dongyan and Pei Anting remained until after lunch before departing. Just before they left, Xiang Dongyan embraced Qiao Qiao tenderly, reflecting on her elder brother's words from her previous life. Qiao Qiao contemplated her wish to die alongside her family in this life, even if it meant death. She quietly asked Xiang Dongyan, "Aunt Xiang, now that you've returned, will my elder brother miss you? Doesn't he want to come back with you? Will he feel lonely living there all alone?" Xiang Dongyan was rendered speechless by Qiao Qiao's three inquiries. Chapter 80. Your biological father was a greenhorn when he was with me. Xiang Dongyan, her expression conflicted, asked Pei Anting, "Old Pei, have I made yet another mistake?" She had initially sent her younger son to live with his grandparents, an impulsive decision that led to her son growing up without parental care. Now, witnessing the consequences of her actions, she sought a simpler, more nurturing environment to mend her son's restless spirit and wayward behavior, while entrusting her elder son to their parents. Yet, she had acted unilaterally, never considering her elder son's feelings. Was she always in the wrong? Would her elder son miss them? Did he wish to stay in Kyoto, even though she knew her parents would provide him with the best living and medical conditions? Was that truly what he desired? If his life was destined to conclude at 18, shouldn't he live more freely and according to his own wishes? Trembling, Xiang Dongyan covered her reddened eyes with her hands. Within the confines of the bracelet, Qiao Qiao gazed in astonishment at the source tree, which now floated and sank within the Lingquan water. "A little source, you've grown so much." The first time she had seen the source tree, it was merely the size of a human fingernail. The last time it had happily proclaimed it had grown an inch. At that moment, she had been unable to discern any difference, yet now, observing the small seedling before her that had grown to the length of a tiny sprout, she was taken aback. "Indeed, dear master, recently you have garnered a significant amount of love and attention, which has transformed into consciousness for me to absorb." The little seedling bounded joyfully beside her, explaining its growth. What exactly is attention? Attention refers to the gaze any human casts upon you in this world. Any positive attention can be collectively described as such. During this period since your rebirth, you have encountered many individuals who have admired you positively, which has converted into consciousness for little source's use. Qiao Qiao understood. Over the past half-month, she had indeed encountered numerous strangers. Just yesterday in her courtyard, the villagers had praised her, not to mention the countless people she had met at the police station, provincial hospital, and major supermarket. It turned out that all of this could be transformed into consciousness for Little Source. With Little Source's growth in consciousness, she naturally experienced an increase in spiritual power. Qiao Qiao mused that she would need to venture out more often and meet new people. Following Little Source, Qiao Qiao entered the bamboo house. Observing the woman meditating on the cushion, she approached and inquired, "Mother, do you possess anything that can bring someone back to life?" Long Yijuan opened her eyes and looked at her. My dear daughter, do you wish to resurrect someone? Qiao Qiao nodded, speaking of her elder brother Pei Yang from her previous life. "Mother, my elder brother is truly wonderful. I want to save him." However, Long Yijuan's attention drifted elsewhere as she frowned at Qiao Qiao. My dear daughter, did your father imprison you? Qiao Qiao pressed her lips together. "My dear daughter, I have yet to inquire, what was your calamity in your past life?" This was the third time Qiao Qiao had encountered Long Yijuan within the bracelet, the first time after hearing Long Yijuan's background. She had followed her to cultivate and hadn't had the chance to discuss her past life. The second time, she had been preoccupied with whether her family could live long together, forgetting to address the matter. In fact, when she first exited the space, she had felt the pressing need to ask an important question, which she had never gotten around to until now. Remembering her past life, she posed the question she had long wanted to ask: Mother, do you know about my father's family situation? He has a wife in Kyoto and 2 daughters who are 5 years older than me. In her previous life, Qiao Qiao had overheard the gossip from the nannies who cared for her in the small house. They said she was the daughter of a mistress, a private child of no status, which was why she had been placed to live outside. Qiao Qiao did not fully understand what mistress meant, but she knew what it meant to be an illegitimate child, sharing the same status as Qiao Qiao. It is impossible. Your biological father was merely a fledgling when he was with mine. Ahem, what my mother means to convey is that your father could not possibly have had a family, let alone a daughter, at least not prior to your existence. In regard to this, Long Yijuan speaks with unwavering conviction. Unlike the women of this world, Long Yijuan possesses the uncanny ability to discern whether a man's essence remains intact upon first laying eyes on him. If that man is not even physically pure, he would not capture her interest in the slightest, let alone the ensuing entanglements of fate. However, Qiao Qiao lowered her gaze, her eyelashes quivering. Even in her rebirth, the recollection of her past life sent tremors through her. The individual who claimed to be my father not only imprisoned me but also extracted my heart and kidneys to prolong the lives of his twin daughters. What did you say? Long Yijuan's expression transformed, horror etched across her features. She could not foresee Qiao Qiao's calamity. She assumed it was merely an illness or an accident. Never did she anticipate such a dire fate. Long Yijuan's complexion darkened significantly, the once clear skies of the space around them morphed in tandem with her tumultuous emotions. In an instant, dust swirled violently, and a thick darkness descended, reminiscent of an impending storm. It even swept a small sapling, whose roots had yet to embed themselves in the soil, into the air. Alas, the sapling could only emit a brief cry of surprise before its diminutive form vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiao's crown was gently covered by a delicate, jade-like hand. Qiao Qiao initially thought her mother wished to prevent her from being swept away by the wind, yet she witnessed her mother's eyes close. As time trickled by, Long Yijuan, who was peering into all of Qiao Qiao's memories, wore an expression that was beyond mere distress. She even smiled, repeatedly uttering 3 words of affirmation: good, 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 with a chilling smile. Long Yijuan flicked her sleeve, and the blown-away sapling returned to Qiao Qiao's embrace, its fragile roots clinging tightly to her fingers, trembling incessantly, yet she herself faded from Qiao Qiao's view. Whoa, master, you scared me to death. I thought I was going to heaven early. Sob. The source tree, forced to drift in the celestial realm for a time, clung to Qiao Qiao like an octopus upon returning, crying out in distress. Qiao Qiao, for reasons unknown, found herself inexplicably reluctant to acknowledge that this entity was now part of her. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away, amidst the treacherous depths of a dense rainforest, a tall man clad in military green camouflage leaned against a tree trunk. His austere brows furrowed in the shadows, seemingly trapped in a nightmarish reverie. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze cold and bloodthirsty as it fell upon the individual standing before him. The tip of a knife pressed against the other's neck. See, Commander, the other party flinched slightly. Chapter 81, a useless daughter who cannot even protect herself, upon recognizing the person before him as an ally. The man retracted the knife from the other's throat. What is it? He inquired, sheathing the dagger at his waist. Commander, you seem to be having another nightmare, so I thought to wake you. The man remained silent, instinctively reaching up to touch his face, as if still feeling the sting of a woman's slap. Just moments ago, he had merely closed his eyes for a brief respite, only to find the woman, elusive in life and death, suddenly materialized before him. Before he could react, she raised her hand and struck him, accompanying that was her exasperated voice: useless fool, you cannot even protect your own daughter. What use are you? Another slap followed. Daughter, another calamity. The man furrowed his brow, touching the persistent pain in his chest. It was strange. For about half a month now he had been plagued by a recurring dream. Within it lay an empty operating table, atop which a figure shrouded in blood and gore lay, as though eviscerated. On the tiny wrist of that suspended figure rested a bracelet he recognized all too well. It was the same bracelet he had seen on his beloved's wrist, his beloved, a woman with no past or identity, whom he had rescued from the edge of an untamed forest during a mission. A beautiful yet fierce woman, as pristine as a blank canvas. Her appearance had been enigmatic, and her disappearance equally so. For the past 4 to 5 years, he had never ceased his search, yet she remained elusive. Dreaming of her was not a new occurrence, yet this was the first time she had struck him without hesitation. Previously there had always been a portent. He pressed his tongue against the seemingly bruised flesh of his cheek, his brow knitted in contemplation. What were these dreams trying to convey? A daughter. She claimed to have borne him a daughter, yet if she truly had, the ages did not align. The figure in his dream, though indistinct, appeared to be around 10 years old. Xiao Jun had been missing for less than 5 years. How could there be a 10-year-old daughter, and what did she mean by another calamity? Commander, your face. It bears 2 marks of a slap. The individual who had just been threatened by the knife, catching sight of the marks on the man's visage in the moonlight, exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing this. The man's typically fierce gaze faltered momentarily. Shen Qingyan. So her biological father was not Shen Qingrong, but rather Shen Qingyan. Sitting in the small courtyard of the Qiao family, Qiao Qiao took small bites of her breakfast. Her thoughts lingering on the last words her mother had spoken before departing this world. She had said that her father was Shen Qingyan, the only son of the prestigious Shen family in Kyoto. Not Shen Qingrong. As for why she had been brought back by Shen Qingrong, her mother suggested it might relate to a letter she had left in her biological father's office when she had quarreled with Shen Qingyan and left the Shen family. She had been unaware of her pregnancy. It was only after giving birth that her memories returned. She realized her consciousness was soon to return, and her time in this world was limited. She could not afford to send her back to the Shen family, let alone to Shen Qingyan. Thus, in her final moments, she hurriedly made two preparations. One was to convert all her possessions into a savings bond of 30,000 yuan and leave her life-saving artifact to her, imposing a ban on the bracelet with most of her remaining spiritual power. The other was to send a letter to Shen Qingyan, located 1,000 miles away, leaving clues for him to find her with the last vestige of her spiritual energy. In her previous life, Shen Qingyan had not found her. It was Shen Qingrong who had died. It seemed this letter had fallen into Shen Qingrong's hands. Upon learning this information from Long Yijuan, Qiao Qiao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet there was a semblance of relief. Fortunately, that Shen Qingrong was not her biological father. The thought of having her heart and kidneys extracted by her true father was something that weighed heavily on Qiao Qiao's mind. As for why her mother had departed so swiftly, when she could have accompanied her for a while longer, her mother explained that it was due to her anger from the previous night. She had expended the last remnants of her consciousness in the space to strike her useless biological father twice, after which, her remaining consciousness could no longer sustain itself and had to dissipate prematurely. However, before leaving, her mother had informed her that the means to bring her back to life did exist. She had recorded them, and Qiao Qiao could refer to them in the future. Besides this, Qiao Qiao also wished to know how her mother had managed to travel so far to slap someone. Was it documented in the book she left behind for her? She too had individuals she wished to slap. She fantasized about delivering a few slaps to that family of 4 daily, using her father's leather shoe. As Qiao Qiao pondered these chaotic thoughts, small bubbles continued to emerge from her forehead. At one moment, a tiny figure stood on tiptoe outside a door, seemingly observing a domestic violence scene, clutching its little face in empathetic distress. The next moment, the tiny figure wielded a leather shoe, furiously slapping 4 wooden puppets, laughing heartily each time, embodying the essence of the term proud. Shortly thereafter, the tiny figure held up 2 placards, one inscribed with a name, flipping it back and forth, Shen Qingrong. Shen Qingyan. Early in the morning, Xiao Changdong had already left. Grandma Qiao was busy in the backyard, and the couple from the 3rd room had gone to the fields. Xiao Hai had set off for school. Thus, in the enclosed courtyard of the Qiao family, only the crippled Fuyu remained. Sitting beside Qiao Qiao, Fuyu observed the exuberant bubbles above her head, his gaze contemplative. He was unfamiliar with Shen Qingrong. However, he had heard of Shen Qingyan. His grandfather had mentioned that he was the most outstanding figure of the Shen family, a living legend, and had become a major at the age of 25. He was born for the military. Fuyu gazed at the little girl before him, filled with confusion. She was only a little over 3 years old and had lived her entire life in this small mountain village. How could she possibly know of Shen Qingyan? According to reliable reports, Mr. Wu from Shangchuan City recently sold a gentleman's orchid for a staggering 80,000, marking the highest price ever fetched for such a plant. Experts predict that the price of gentleman's orchids will continue to rise in the second half of the year. 80,000, 80,000. What could be worth that much? Qiao Qiao, still ensnared in the sorrow of her mother's departure from this world, found herself captivated by the news broadcast emanating from the nearby radio. Chapter 82, Divorce. She turned to Fuyu and inquired, Brother Yu, what is a gentleman's orchid? How can it sell for 80,000? It must be incredibly valuable. The gentleman's orchid is a perennial herb characterized by its elegant and refined appearance, reminiscent of the noble demeanor of ancient gentlemen, hence its name. Is that merely grass? Qiao Qiao. Fuyu. A single blade of grass selling for such a steep price is indeed astonishing, Qiao Qiao mused. She was aware that her father typically earned between 50 to 300 yuan for a single trip. Depending on the duration and distance traveled. A longer journey over greater distances could yield a profit equivalent to an ordinary person's annual salary in just one trip, while shorter trips closer to home would require about 3 journeys to achieve the same. Her father was neither particularly industrious nor lazy. He spent half the year on the road, earning an annual income of approximately 1,500 to 2,000 yuan, which was considered quite substantial in this day and age. During her last visit to her aunt's home, she had intended to persuade her father to use the funds left by her mother and cease his driving. However, her father had insisted that the money for the truck was a collective investment by the family, and the principal had yet to be recouped, hence, he could not stop. Moreover, there were still 5 years until the deadline she had indicated, so he simply needed to be cautious until then. Qiao Qiao reflected on this. Understanding that one must not be overly alarmed as the family's livelihood depended on continuing their efforts, yet, in her heart, she felt an even stronger resolve to strive for a means of supporting her family. She inquired of Fuyu, "Brother Yu, do you know what a clivia looks like? Perhaps she could venture into the mountains to search for some, transplant them into her space, and sell them once they matured. Even if she could sell them for 800 yuan, she would be delighted." Fuyu nodded, having seen one at his grandfather's home a while. "Brother Yu, you are truly remarkable," Qiao Qiao exclaimed, playfully flattering him. "Tomorrow, let us ask Dad to take us to the bookstore. And you can help me find some pictures to look at." Fuyu, sensing her intentions, understood that finding a clivia of good quality was no easy task and even more challenging to care for. However, seeing the spirited enthusiasm in the young girl's demeanor, he could not bring himself to dampen her spirits and merely nodded in agreement. "Brother Yu, have you begun your studies yet?" Qiao Qiao recalled that Xiao Yuan had mentioned that this fortunate child had entered university at the age of 14. By her calculations, he was now 8 years old and had 6 years left before university. Her 9-year-old cousin, Qiao Hai, was still in the 3rd grade. Given his age, he should be in the 2nd grade. And with primary, middle, and high school each spanning 3 years, it would require multiple advancements to enroll in university within 6 years. Qiao Qiao speculated that he might have started school early, which could explain why he was in a higher grade than her younger cousin. However, she was taken aback when Fuyu replied, "I have never attended school. I have a tutor at home." Qiao Qiao stared at him in disbelief. "Is that true? Does that mean you are compressing 11 years of education into 6? That seems extraordinary." Truly, he was indeed a favored child of fortune. Moreover, he grasped so much without formal education. Reflecting on her past life, she had lived 5 more years yet still remained ignorant of many things. Qiao Qiao found herself somewhat envious of Fuyu's intellect, wishing she too possessed such a brilliant mind. Perhaps then, she could have uncovered the true intentions of that family of 4 much sooner. As Qiao Qiao pondered this, Fuyu noticed a small red bubble emerging from her forehead. Inside the bubble, a tiny figure cradled its chin, gazing adoringly at a puppet inscribed with the name, Fuyu. Its eyes sparkling with 2 large hearts that pulsed rhythmically. Fuyu was taken aback. He watched as the figure in the bubble tiptoed closer to the puppet, wrapping its tiny arms around its neck. Fuyu's youthful face flushed slightly. He had not anticipated that his sister held such affection for him. However, in the next moment, Fuyu's face darkened when he saw the tiny figure suddenly tugging at his brain. It dashed away with astonishing speed, kicking up a cloud of dust within the bubble, as if pursued by a ghost. In truth, if she did manage to take his brain, he would certainly chase her down. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau in Hongfeng Town, Xiao Changdong was genuinely intent on tearing apart the Chen family's pretense to uncover the nonsense they were hiding. How could they utter such shameless words after the events of yesterday? "Dongzi, you see, you've already fought and scolded her, so just forgive Yulian. She was merely confused in the heat of the moment," Chen Mu said, standing before Xiao Changdong with an expression full of ingratiation. "Old lady, please do not speak recklessly. Your daughter was beaten by her paramour's partner. I did not lay a finger on her," Xiao Changdong quickly clarified, defending his innocence. The Civil Affairs Bureau opened at 9. And it was only 8:40, so several young couples were waiting outside to register. Noticing the commotion between Xiao Changdong and Chen Yulian, they gathered around, initially seeing Chen Yulian's pitiful demeanor, with her tear-streaked face marred by bloody scratches. They pointed fingers at Xiao Changdong with disdain and disapproval. A few women even contemplated confronting him, but upon hearing his words, they hesitated, compared to Chen Mu's humble pleas and Chen Shua's emotional appeals. Chen Yulian's attitude appeared considerably more rigid. Nonetheless, she recognized that this was her last opportunity. After a moment's contemplation, she glanced at Xiao Changdong, who was frequently checking his watch, and, gathering her resolve, she closed her eyes and knelt before everyone present at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Bowing her head, she dared not meet Xiao Changdong's gaze and, with a quivering voice, implored, "I'm sorry, Dongzi. It was my mistake. Will you forgive me? I promise to live well with you from now on. If you do not like Nir, I can send her away. I will only bear your children, however many you wish." While Chen Yulian uttered these words, she still harbored some resentment. She could not comprehend why Xiao Changdong could accept Qiao Qiao, that worthless child, yet not his own legitimate daughter. In terms of familial bonds, Qiao Qiao was merely an illegitimate child with an unknown mother, while she was at least his lawful wife, entitled to familial affection. Wasn't her connection to him deeper than that of Qiao Qiao? Yes, Dongzi. Yulian truly understands her errors. Rest assured, I will focus on living well with you. Chen Mu chimed in, nodding vigorously. As she spoke, she feigned a fierce expression and swiftly slapped Chen Yulian across the face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Chen Yulian did not rise but instead lay on the ground, weeping and sobbing. In the land of Huagua, there was no shortage of individuals willing to smooth over conflicts. Observing the subservient posture of Chen Yulian and her mother, some intervened to plead on their behalf, urging Xiao Changdong to take her back and live harmoniously together. Naturally, there were those who reveled in their misfortune as well. Xiao Changdong scanned the crowd of onlookers and ultimately fixed his gaze on a tall, slender man who had just remarked, "Brother, why not let it go? Your partner seems to understand her mistake. There is a saying, It takes 100 years of cultivation to share a bed, right? Being a couple is a form of faith. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Qiao Qingdong's lips as he generously pointed to Chen Yulian, who was kneeling on the ground. Hearing you say that, it seems you have a preference for this kind of woman, then, by all means, take her back. At this point, Qiao Qingdong cast a knowing glance at the woman standing beside the tall man, who appeared to share an intimate rapport with him, and continued, you and your partner are here to register, aren't you? Qiao Qingdong grew even more enthusiastic, directly pulling the tall man closer. Perfect, you take her. And with your partner, the three of you can register together. It's far more important to live well as a family than anything else. His unexpected gesture startled the tall man, who instinctively stepped back. Qiao Qingdong frowned. Brother, why the hesitation? You just told me to be magnanimous. I've even offered you my partner. Isn't that generous enough? Right, little miss, doesn't your partner seem overly polite with me? The last remark was directed at the woman accompanying the tall man. Ah, perhaps it's because you feel shy and the national policy doesn't permit having two partners, Qiao Qingdong mused, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. How about this, little miss, why not make some room? Otherwise, I fear my brother might register with her and still be troubled about you, unable to live harmoniously. What is meant by killing the heart? This is it. Upon hearing Qiao Qingdong's words, the woman clad in festive red, who had initially worn a joyful expression, suddenly turned pale. She glared at the man, her suspicion evident as she scrutinized him, before angrily declaring, No Dajin, if you were so concerned, then go with her. With that, she turned on her heel and stormed away. No, I didn't mean it. Wait, wife, Xiaofeng, wait for me, the man cried out in a panic, chasing after her while casting furious glances back at Qiao Qingdong. As Qiao Qingdong observed the couple retreating, he could not resist adding fuel to the fire. Brother, hurry back, the doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau are about to open. Why would you leave now? The onlookers watched in astonishment as Qiao Qingdong effortlessly dismantled a couple on the verge of registration, retreating further, particularly the men, who, under the scrutinizing glares of their partners, wished they could vanish from sight. Qiao Qingdong coldly observed the reactions of those around him and let out a disdainful chuckle. Behold, this is human nature. When the knife does not fall upon oneself, one remains blissfully ignorant of the pain. Chen Yulian discerned from Qiao Qingdong's response that he truly did not care for her in the slightest. Initially, she had thought that his assault on Xiao Tianyou yesterday stemmed from a modicum of concern for her. Perhaps he was jealous of the relationship between Xiao Tianyou and herself, which compelled him to beat Xiao Tianyou mercilessly. However, it now appeared that she had overestimated his feelings. He was fundamentally indifferent to whom she associated with. He was merely concerned about his own pride, which prompted such violence. Coming to this realization, Chen Yulian understood that no matter how lowly she bowed or how earnestly she pleaded today, it would all be in vain. Since that was the case, she resolved to seek the greatest benefit for herself. She ceased her pretense, wiped her face, and rose from the ground, presenting her nearly disfigured visage to Qiao Qingdong as she declared, Divorce is acceptable, but you must agree to one condition. Not hot. Qiao Qingdong laughed, scanning her from head to toe. His gaze seemed to question, what gives you the right to negotiate? This gesture from Qiao Qingdong filled Chen Yulian with profound humiliation. Clenching her fists and biting her lip, she continued, I know that when you adopted Qiao Qiao, you also received a savings bond worth 3,000 yuan. Now that we are divorcing, I demand a division of assets. I want 1,500. No, 2,000. If you grant me 2,000, I will sign the papers. Otherwise, I refuse to go. Chen Yulian, having received some education, understood that both marriage and divorce required mutual consent for signatures to be valid. And unilateral agreement was insufficient. Moreover, she could demand a division of property in the event of a divorce. Now that she was divorcing as a woman with a child to support, she needed to consider her future. 2,000 yuan, after accounting for the portion promised to her family, would sustain her for quite some time. With a bit of luck, she might even use it as capital to start a small business. Otherwise, I will simply drag this out with you. My reputation has already been tarnished by you, so I am unafraid of prolonging this. Chen Yulian wore the expression of one who had nothing left to lose. At that moment, Chen's mother, who had initially intended to strike her upon hearing of the divorce, halted her movement, her eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Qiao Qingdong. If Chen Yulian could indeed secure 2,000 yuan, the Chen family would strike it rich. They could find a match for her younger son. Not only could they afford a bicycle, but perhaps even the 4 essential items. Division of assets, Qiao Qingdong repeated, the phrase rolling off his tongue. He glanced at Chen Yulian, then at her mother and sister, Chen Xior. Chen Xior was actually more inclined toward reconciliation, for she believed that the benefits of mending ties with Qiao Qingdong would far outweigh any monetary gain that might fall into Chen Yulian's hands. Furthermore, she reasoned that while 2,000 yuan seemed substantial, it paled in comparison to the immense wealth of the Qiao family. However, given the current state of affairs, they had no other options but to seize what was immediately available. Leaving future considerations for later, Qiao Qingdong scrutinized the trio of mother and daughters for a long while, making them increasingly uneasy. Just as their hearts began to race, he finally spoke, then let us proceed. Where to? Chen Yulian assumed they were going to the bank to withdraw money, her voice tinged with palpable excitement. A wave of joy surged within her. She had not anticipated Qiao Qingdong's swift acquiescence. Believing it would take considerable effort. To the police station, of course, where else? Since you insist on spending some time in jail, why should I stop you? It conveniently saves me the trouble of gathering evidence of your infidelity. Especially with so many neighbors witnessing yesterday's events, including Director Pei, Qiao Qingdong retorted. Upon hearing this, Chen Yulian's expression shifted from joy to disbelief as she stared at Qiao Qingdong. Qiao Qingdong, must you be so heartless? Indeed, Dongzi, one should leave a sliver of hope. Are you truly intent on forcing Yulian into a corner with no escape? Chen Xiaoer attempted to invoke past kindness. After all, our families share a bond. And you cannot forget what your father said before he passed. Qiao Qingdong interrupted. More talk of past favors. Fine, but I owe nothing. It is my deceased father who is in debt. If you have the capability, go seek him out, I'll not hinder you. He turned his gaze to Chen Yulian, mocking. Perfectly fitting, since you wish for death, you can go find the dead old man and demand your reward, everyone wins. With a shrug, he added, whether widowhood or divorce, it matters not to me. Chen Yulian's complexion turned a ghastly shade. She recognized that Qiao Qingdong was indeed capable of carrying through with his threats. She dared not gamble. If she were to be imprisoned, she would be utterly ruined. Ultimately, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to sign the divorce papers, holding the green divorce certificate at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qiao Qingdong observed Chen Yulian, who seemed on the verge of saying something. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his lips. Chen Yulian, do you truly believe this is where it ends? He had made it clear that he was no good Samaritan. He bore grudges, having harmed his daughter and nearly caused her demise. Did she think leaving him would be that simple? He would not rest until he had Chen Yulian reduced to a state of despair. What to? Chen Yulian, pale-faced, looked back only to see Qiao Qingdong's retreating figure. Before long, Chen Yulian would learn the true meaning behind Qiao Qingdong's words. He had indeed pressed charges against her, not only for adultery but also for child abuse. Accompanied by a demand for over 500 yuan in damages, Xiao Tianyou faced similar consequences. Notably, to appease Qiao Qingdong, Xiao Tianyou willingly testified against Chen Yulian regarding the brutal abuse she had inflicted upon Qiao Qiao, which had left the child gravely injured. In this instance, it was the Chen family that faced calamity. Chen Yulian had not anticipated that her scheming would culminate in her losing not only money but also her reputation, becoming notorious throughout the nearby towns as a disgrace. Furthermore, she found herself entangled in a lawsuit, staring down the barrel of imprisonment. Even the meager living expenses of over 100 yuan that Qiao Qingdong had once provided were now forfeited, leaving her with a loss exceeding 300. As Chen Yulian was taken away, her mother attempted to cast blame, hoping to persuade the Qiao family to spare her daughter. However, during this time, the Qiao family had grown increasingly close to the Pei family. Xiang Gongyan not only frequented the Qiao residence but had also drawn Pei Anting into her visits after work, perhaps out of guilt. Upon encountering Pei Anting, Chen's mother would scurry away like a frightened quail, never to return to the Qiao family. Now indifferent to the Chens, gradually resumed a harmonious existence without them ever since he had glimpsed the names Shen Qingyan and Shen Qingrong on Qiao Qiao's forehead. Fu Yu had been in a state of uncertainty, yet he understood that his current residence at the Qiao household was largely due to Qiao Qingdong's pity, as he had nowhere else to go. He feared that should he broach the subject of the past, especially the name Shen Qingyan, Qiao Qingdong would inquire further. While there might not be immediate repercussions, he knew that eventually, his true identity would be revealed. He had grown fond of the Qiao family, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for survival, yet ultimately, he sought out Qiao Qingdong to address the matter of Shen Qingyan, from his time spent with Qiao Qiao. Fu Yu had come to understand that her forehead bubbles rarely appeared for inconsequential matters. When they did, it signified something significant. He could not, in full knowledge, choose to remain silent, as that would render him no different from those who had wronged him. Do you know Shen Qingyan? Qiao Qingdong inquired. Fu Yu shook his head. I do not know him, but I have heard that name during my time in a previous residence. My grandfather spoke highly of him, claiming he was born for the military. Qiao Qingdong's eyes flickered. It would not be difficult to investigate this name. Without delay, that very evening, he borrowed a phone from his brother-in-law and called Qiao Qingqing, who was stationed in the military in Kyoto. Initially, Qiao Qingqing did not answer, and after waiting for half an hour, Qiao Qingdong received a return call. Qiao Qingqing's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a hint of curiosity as it came through the line. Xiaodong, why do you suddenly mention this person? Shen Qingyan. Qiao Qingqing was well aware of the name. It could be said that anyone from a military background would know of Shen Qingyan. If Shen Qingyan's mother represented the pinnacle of elite families in Kyoto, then his father, General Shen Tuo, embodied the highest echelons of power. Such a distinguished family background was inherently impressive. Moreover, Shen Qingyan himself was exceptionally talented, having risen through 18 years of hardship to achieve his current status, while Shen Qingyan accomplished the same in merely 8 years, holding a position 3 ranks higher. Qiao Qingqing pondered why his younger brother would suddenly bring up this figure. Since learning the name from Fuyu, Qiao Changdong had felt a growing sense of unease. He had not even considered asking Qiao Qiao. He knew that if he did, she would likely explain using the bubbles on her forehead. Yet, an inexplicable instinct prevented him from inquiring. Now, hearing Qiao Changqing's question only exacerbated his anxiety. Qiao Changqing, waiting in vain for a response, though still puzzled, did not press further but instead elaborated on Shen Qingyan's illustrious background. He concluded, a person of such stature will likely have little to do with us throughout our lives. Indeed, Xiaodong, I shall return home for a brief visit during the new year. Please inform mother. And see if there is anything you desire. You may call to convey your wishes, and at that time, your sister-in-law and I will bring them back for you. Upon mentioning my return, Qiao Changqing's tone softened with a gentle anticipation. Qiao Changdong was still preoccupied with the thoughts that Qiao Changqing had just shared, slightly absent-minded. It was not until he heard Qiao Changqing's worried inquiry, Xiaodong, has something happened at home? Could it possibly be related to Shen Qingyan? That he snapped back to attention. However, Qiao Changqing dismissed the possibility, considering the over 1,000 kilometers that separated Hongfeng town from the capital, and the vast disparity in strength between the two parties. Making any connection unlikely. Everything is well, nothing has occurred. I understand the family lacks for nothing. Your return is all that matters, Qiao Changdong replied, regaining his composure. He then inquired, will you need me to pick you up at the train station in the provincial city? Qiao Changqing did not provide a definitive answer, stating they would see when the time came. After Qiao Changdong ended the call, Meng Jingcheng, who had been listening intently, wore an expression of understanding. Was that a prompt from your little one again? Qiao Changdong nodded and Meng Jingcheng, perplexed, remarked, why not just ask her directly? Is there a need to go around in circles like this? Qiao Changdong initially pursed his lips in silence before turning to Meng Jingcheng and asking, brother-in-law, do you believe in intuition? His instinct told him that this name was unfriendly enough that he felt disinclined to even ask Qiao Qiao about it. I do, Meng Jingcheng affirmed, your sister's sixth sense is remarkable. If I were to lie to her about working late, she could easily guess I was off fishing instead. Speaking of this, Meng Jingcheng found Qiao Xiaoyun rather extraordinary, despite his frequent late nights at work. She somehow discerned whether he was genuinely busy or merely pretending. Qiao Changdong looked at Meng Jingcheng with an expression that spoke volumes. Brother-in-law, with that level of intellect, you could surely serve as an officer of the law. It is quite a service to the nation, he then challenged. Now tell me, which diligent worker brings fishing gear along? As the two men exchanged a glance, a moment of silence enveloped them. Half a minute later, Meng Jingcheng, behaving as if nothing had transpired, stood up and said, well then, shall we head back? Are you staying at home tonight? No, I cannot be away from my dear little one. I must return, Qiao Changdong responded with palpable pride. That truly reveals much about you, Meng Jingcheng retorted with a roll of his eyes, though a smile lingered on his lips. Upon his return to Qiao family village under the cover of night, Qiao Changdong found that the kerosene lamp in Grandma Qiao's room had yet to be extinguished. It seemed she had sensed he would not be staying with Qiao Xiaoyun and had been waiting for his return. As soon as she heard the sound, she emerged with the lamp, followed by a small shadow. Unable to contain his laughter, Qiao Changdong scooped up the little figure behind Grandma Qiao, planting a kiss on her soft cheek before asking, somewhat reproachfully, why are you still awake? Qiao Qiao gazed at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. She too felt that something was amiss. Ever since her father had spoken privately with Fuyu, he had seemed a bit different. He would occasionally fixate on her forehead, lost in thought. Afterward, father, are you unhappy? She inquired. Why would you ask that? Qiao Changdong replied, taken aback. Qiao Qiao shook her head, burying her small head in her father's shoulder. Unable to articulate her feelings but sensing a change. In truth, she too had been troubled in recent days. Mother Long Yijuan's departure had been so abrupt. They had only shared 3 brief encounters, and she had never even had the chance to embrace her. Yet, she felt a profound sadness. Mother had promised she would come to find her, but when would that be? A mother had also revealed that her biological father was not Shen Qingrong, but rather Shen Qingyan. She had informed her biological father of her existence, yet she was reluctant for him to know of her presence. In her previous life, he had not appeared, and she had perished at the hands of a stranger. In this life, she felt there was no necessity for him to emerge either. However, since Mother had already mentioned it, did that not imply her biological father would seek her out, if he did come? Would he not contend with her father for her affection? In her previous life, she had been forcibly taken away by Shen Qingrong due to a paternity test. She could not ascertain whether the test had been falsified or if Shen Qingrong had indeed used Shen Qingyan's blood alongside her own for verification. After all, the similarity between the names Shen Qingrong and Shen Qingyan was striking. Even if they were not biological brothers, they could be cousins. In Qiao family village, her father's generation bore familial ties, all belonging to the Qiao Chang lineage. If it were the latter scenario, had her biological father known of her existence in her previous life or not? A torrent of conflicting emotions surged within Qiao Qiao. The present Qiao family lacked the means to confront the Shen family. Until she understood the true nature of this biological father, she genuinely wished for him to remain unaware of her existence. She had contemplated discussing this with Qiao Changdong, yet this time, even her mouth felt sealed shut. Previously she could at least voice her concerns, albeit quietly, now it was as if she could not open her mouth at all. The world's laws exerted even greater control over her than before she had discerned a pattern. Speaking of her bracelet, her mother, or even her forehead bump, the world's laws would not intervene. For these topics bore no connection to the original narrative of this world. However, any mention of matters that could influence the established storyline would trigger a suppression of her actions, as though the universe sought to steer her back toward death. This intensified suppression had begun following Chen Yulian's premature expulsion from the Qiao family. According to the storyline of her previous life, Chen Yulian should not have been expelled so early. She had left only after her father's death. Having taken all the inheritance with her, Qiao Kursen, bearing the identity of her father's daughter, had retained some presence in the subsequent narrative centered around the Shen family's daughters. Her role was slightly more significant than that of a mere pawn. Embodying the archetype of a very wicked supporting character, Xiao Yuan. What was the title of that story about the beloved characters? Qiao Qiao inquired, recalling only the overarching plotlines that Xiao Yuan had briefly mentioned. She had focused solely on her own demise and the deaths of the Qiao family members, paying little attention to the rest. Master, it is called the Twin Heroes, Xiao Yuan replied. If there is a heroine, does that not imply a hero as well? Qiao Qiao pondered, recalling the film she had seen in her previous life. Indeed, Master, Xiao Yuan affirmed, there are two male leads in this world, named Xiang Chengjun and Tan Heping. Xiang Chengjun is the cousin of Pei Yuanfan and Pei Yang, and the nephew of Xiang Dongyan. Qiao Qiao was taken aback. Hello, I am Pei Yuanfan. I said some inappropriate things on Monday, and I apologize. I will never behave that way again. A youth with a bruised face stood in the courtyard of the Qiao family, bowing solemnly to them, his tone earnest. Qiao Changdong cast a glance at him. Giving Qiao Kuan a gentle pat on the shoulder, Qiao Kuan stepped forward, similarly bending slightly in respect to Pei Yuanfan, and with a smile barely concealed, said, I too am at fault. I should not have resorted to violence. However, if you dare speak ill of my sister again, I will make sure to knock out all the remaining teeth in your mouth. None will be spared. This last remark was silently appended by Qiao Kuan. Qiao Kuan, Mo1 Pei admonished sharply, glaring at him. I ask that something you can say in front of others. Ha, it's quite alright. He speaks the truth. This was indeed our family's error. As long as we have cleared the air, all is well. Xiang Dongyan stepped forward, smiling as she diffused the tension. Wholly unconcerned by Qiao Kuan's remarks, she genuinely believed that Qiao Kuan was in the right, even if her own son was the injured party. After all, he had spoken without thought. A lesson learned was the best remedy. She had grown fond of the Qiao family, not only because of Qiao Qiao but also due to the compatible personalities of the family members. Particularly, she appreciated Qiao Kuan, who could effectively keep her son in check. Much to her delight, she would have gladly sent her son to the Qiao family for some proper discipline to curb his troublesome nature. Once the serious matters were concluded, Xiang Dongyan became utterly absorbed in her beloved little treasure. She scooped Qiao Qiao into her arms, and unlike the pecking methods of the Qiao family, Xiang Dongyan had a rather unique way of cherishing her. She would envelop Qiao Qiao in a warm embrace, resting her head against her shoulder and chest, nuzzling her until she erupted into delighted giggles. Qiao Qiao, being ticklish, could neither escape nor resist, so she instinctively circled her arms around Xiang Dongyan's neck, actively leaning into her embrace. At that moment, Xiang Dongyan was at her happiest. Oh dear, my little treasure, Auntie can never get enough of you, she exclaimed, her gaze softening as she beheld the rosy cheeks of the little one. Her expression brimming with tenderness. Xiang Dongyan's eyes, though not large, were exceptionally beautiful, embodying the classic shape of phoenix eyes. Pei Yang possesses a pair of enchanting eyes akin to hers, characterized by the exquisite shape of a phoenix eye. Her eyes are slender and elongated, with the eyelids slightly lowered and the outer corners flaring upwards, exuding a hint of innocent youthful charm. This particular eye shape often carries an alluring quality when gazing at others. Yet, Pei Yang's gaze is remarkably clear and pure, bestowing upon those she looks at an overwhelming sense of tenderness. Each time Qiao Qiao encounters Xiang Dongyan's gentle gaze directed at her, she cannot help but reminisce about the gentle elder brother from her previous life, which only deepens her affection for Xiang Dongyan. Once Qiao Qiao's flushed cheeks were gently set down by Xiang Dongyan, she noticed several brothers huddled in a corner of the yard, whispering to one another. In a hurry, Qiao Qiao dashed into the house to retrieve the comprehensive photo album of the various types of clivia she had purchased just days prior with Qiao Changdong and Fuyu at the town bookstore. Clivia has now become popular across the land, and numerous books and paintings about it are readily available, making this particular volume widely sold. Brother, look at this, Qiao Qiao exclaimed, squeezing herself between her brothers. Just in time to overhear their conversation about their plans by the riverside at Qianli Mountain. Eagerly, she presented the book to them, her brothers, initially assuming she wished them to read a storybook. Turned in surprise to find her holding a beautifully bound photo album, its cover exquisitely crafted and encased in plastic. As she blinked her big eyes at them, she suggested, brothers, let us venture to the back mountain to find these, and perhaps gather some wild delicacies to enhance our meals at home. No, we cannot go, Qiao Kuan exclaimed sharply. The previous trip to the back mountain had left Qiao Qiao unconscious that very night. Leaving him with a significant psychological scar, his sudden outburst startled Qiao Qiao, causing her to stumble back and plop down on the ground with a startled gasp. "Little sister." Xiao Jing rushed forward to lift her up. Turning to glare at Qiao Qiao with a stern tone, "Why must you be so fierce?" In an instant, tears welled up in Qiao Qiao's eyes. This was her first experience of being scolded by her brother. They had always been so gentle with her, and now Qiao Qiao not only raised his voice but was also uncharacteristically stern. While she understood his concern for her, she couldn't help but feel a pang of grievance. She looked at Qiao Qiao with a hurt expression. Realizing his mistake, Qiao Qiao approached her with an apologetic demeanor. "Sister, please do not cry. I was not angry at you. I was merely worried about your safety. After that last trip to the back mountain, I regret it deeply. Alright, aside from the back mountain, we will accompany you wherever you wish to play. How about we play handkerchief toss, or jump rope?" Qiao Qiao suggested, trying to pacify his upset sister. Qiao Su chimed in. "Sister, let us not go to the mountain this time. How about we visit Qianli Mountain to pick some jujubes? They are quite sweet." Qianli Mountain is not a mountain per se, but rather a long river near Qiao family village lined with farmlands and wild fruit trees such as jujubes, which are in season and exceptionally sweet, much favored by children. The boys had been discussing this very plan, intending to gather some wild fruits, jujubes, and chestnuts, but the jujubes on the mountain are still plentiful, and the ones by Qianli Mountain have mostly been picked clean. Xiao Qiao countered, her small arms tugging at Qiao Qiao's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears from earlier. She added softly, "I wasn't unconscious last time, I merely fell asleep, and it had nothing to do with going to the back mountain." Qiao Qiao, despite his initial misgivings, felt his resolve wavering under her gentle persuasion. "Uncle will not agree," he muttered, invoking the authority of Qiao Changdong. Without hesitation, Qiao Qiao clutched her cherished photo album and sought out Qiao Changdong. Chapter 87. Are these people insane? Knowing the real reason behind Qiao Qiao's previous fainting spell had little to do with the mountain, Qiao Changdong refrained from intervening but felt it necessary to issue some warnings. As they prepared to enter the mountain, Qiao Qiao glanced back at Pei Yuanfan, who stood at the entrance, seemingly casual yet with focused attention on them. "Hey, are you coming along?" he called out. Pei Yuanfan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The prospect of a mountain adventure was irresistible to any boy. In his previous life in Kyoto, he had enjoyed similar escapades with his cousins, but those areas had since been developed or designated as protected zones, prohibiting entry. Now, hearing Qiao Qiao's invitation, he could hardly contain his excitement as he turned to Xiang Dongyan, who was conversing with Fang Zhangnan. "Mom, I'm going, just keep an eye on my sister," he exclaimed. Xiang Dongyan waved her hand dismissively. One concerned, having kept her elder son confined at home due to health issues, she had not been overly vigilant with the younger one. As long as he wasn't engaging in mischief, she allowed him a fair degree of freedom. This time, the boys from the Qiao family were better prepared for their mountain venture. Pei Yuanfan understood the essentials like carrying a backpack, but he was perplexed by Qiao Su's request for a bundle of hemp rope and 2 large burlap sacks. Especially the hemp rope, which measured at least 20 to 30 meters in length. "Why do you need the rope? Are you planning to capture a wild boar?" Pei Yuanfan couldn't help but voice his confusion. "You don't understand, my sister is a little fairy blessed by the chicken god. Just wait and see, this will surely come in handy," Qiao Hai declared proudly, carrying the burlap sacks and hemp rope. Proudly utilizing Qiao Su's persuasive claims as his universal justification, over the week, he had garnered a fair amount of admiration from classmates for this narrative, and now nearly the entire school was aware of his chicken god sister, which had inflated his ego considerably. "Aha," Pei Yuanfan echoed, as Qiao Su pointed at the hat that had just been placed on Qiao Qiao's head. "Have you noticed the hat my sister is wearing?" Pei Yuanfan nodded as he walked alongside, though he failed to grasp the significance of the yellow chick adorning her head. "That's the chicken god. It will bless us," Qiao Su explained. Pei Yuanfan glanced at Qiao Qiao's hat, then at the proud expressions on the faces of the Qiao family, and finally at the eager faces of other village children joining them on their way to the back mountain. His brows furrowed with concern. Were these people still holding a grudge against him, treating him like a fool? Feeling a twinge of discomfort, he reminded himself that he was indeed at fault, and thus he forced himself to endure. With Qiao Su's narrative in mind, Qiao Qiao wasted no time in offering hints to her brothers as they entered the mountain. This time, the number of village children accompanying the Qiao brothers had increased significantly, totaling around 15. Those who had previously accompanied the Qiao brothers were now convinced about the significance of the chicken god hat, while the newcomers watched Qiao Qiao with wide eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Ultimately, Qiao Qiao found herself seated on a small stool, surrounded by her brothers and a throng of eager children, treated like a genuine chicken god, fervently invoking blessings. "Ma li hong, chicken god. Please bless me, chicken god. Ma li hong, bless me, please, chicken god. I desire many wild chicken eggs, and I am not picky about wild chickens." Amidst the fervent chants, a boy younger than Qiao Hai knelt before Qiao Qiao when no one was watching. Startled, Qiao Qiao nearly leapt from her seat. Fortunately, Qiao Qiao intervened just as the boy was about to bow, grabbing him by the collar and scolding, "What are you doing? Do not kneel before my sister." Your sincerity is enough, Xiao Su echoed his discontent, scanning the crowd and warning, none of you are allowed to kneel before my sister. If anyone does so again, you shall not accompany us next time. She is still so young. What if she loses years from such gestures? Several children, who had contemplated kneeling in earnest, quickly abandoned the idea, deterred by the brother's stern warnings. Ma Li Hong, I am Xiao Zhang. Closely related to Qiao Kuan and them. By the way, I am also siblings with Qiao Qiao. Please bless me too. I implore you, wild chicken eggs, rabbits, wild chickens, I am not picky. This was Qiao Zhang, who had once been skeptical but was now a firm believer. As he spoke, the other children joined in with their own wishes, eager to voice their desires. I want a rabbit. Will the chicken god grant that? It should, right? Last time, didn't Qiao Su and the others bring back a whole bunch of rabbits? Hee, the rabbit is delightful, and the spicy rabbit is absolutely delicious. When I left the house today, my mother didn't scold me, which surely means she wants to indulge in more spicy rabbit. Ah, my grandmother is the same. She used to scold me every time I went out. This time, we must be sincere in our intentions so that the chicken god may bless us. Yes, let us remain silent. Sincerity is key. Pei Yuanfan, are these people out of their minds? He began to question whether he had stumbled into some sort of cult. However, what truly expanded Pei Yuanfan's worldview were the subsequent unfolding events. He observed the four brothers of the Qiao family, who, after gazing at Qiao Qiao for a considerable time, suddenly scattered in different directions. Before long, each pair returned carrying a nest of wild chicken eggs. Pei Yuanfan exclaimed, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? In disbelief, he watched the Qiao brothers carefully place over 50 wild chicken eggs into the basket they had brought. Meanwhile, the other children looked on with envy. For the next hour, Pei Yuanfan was utterly astounded by the Qiao family, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He witnessed the Qiao brothers, after staring at the chick on Qiao Qiao's forehead for a moment. Returning with various treasures. Besides the wild chicken eggs, there were wild rabbits, entire nests full. They gathered no less than 5 nests, nearly 100 wild rabbits. Pei Yuanfan swore he had never seen so many wild rabbits in his life. Of course, the Qiao brothers were still considerate. For the later nests, they intentionally allowed the other children accompanying them to catch some. This time, in addition to the wild chicken eggs and rabbits, the Qiao family also captured 3 badgers. Chapter 88, Shen Xingyan dreams of Qiao Qiao's death in her previous life. Badgers are nocturnal burrowing creatures. The mountains surrounding the countryside are teeming with them, yet they are rarely seen during the day. As they spend their daylight hours sleeping in their burrows, emerging in groups at night to forage. In rural areas, these animals are considered pests, as they are omnivorous and will gnaw on crops like corn, wheat, potatoes, peanuts, and watermelons, causing extensive damage. They are despised by farmers, yet there is little that can be done about them. If it weren't for the bubble on Qiao Qiao's forehead guiding the Qiao brothers to the locations of their burrows, they would not have been able to catch them. As for the wild chickens, even if they spotted the hint, by the time they arrived, the nests would typically be left with only the eggs, as the wild chickens would have already fled at the slightest sound. This time, both the Qiao brothers and the other village children returned triumphantly, with Qiao Qiao finding the 2 clumps of clivia she desired. She had her most attentive brother, Qiao Jing, help her dig them up, placing them carefully atop the basket that was filled with wild chicken eggs. The 2 clumps of clivia were small and somewhat wilted, but Qiao Qiao felt no concern. Her mother had mentioned that the space in her bracelet was rich in spiritual energy, and as long as the spring water was diluted appropriately and poured onto the clivia, they would surely flourish into plump, beautiful plants. She envisioned selling them for a handsome profit. With this thought, Qiao Qiao felt a renewed sense of hope in her life, striding out of the back mountains like the other village children. Full of vigor and pride, this excursion to the back mountains created quite a stir in the village. The Qiao family returned with over 100 rabbits, a basket full of wild chicken eggs, and 3 badgers. Even seasoned hunters, who typically ventured into the mountains, could not possibly return with such a bounty, let alone these young lads. Previously, when the villagers heard their children recount the tale of the chick on Qiao Qiao's hat, believed to be a gift from the chicken god, they dismissed it as mere jest, taking it lightly. Yet this time, witnessing the sheer volume of their haul left them utterly astonished. Qiao Su was considerate enough to allow 2 nests of rabbits to the other children accompanying them, ensuring each child ended up with 3 rabbits on average. In addition to the several nests of wild chicken eggs, they had amassed a significant bounty. The over 100 rabbits and 3 badgers were carried back by the children who assisted the Qiao brothers. While in the mountains, Qiao Qiao was cradled alternately by her brothers, but upon their return, she walked on her own now, flanked by her brothers as they made their way back to the village. They truly exuded an air of confidence. Did you really find these? Surely you didn't steal them from some farm, remarked a villager whose child wasn't accompanying them, a hint of envy lacing their words. Steal? Where would we steal from? Show us how. Qiao Kuan shot a glare at the person who spoke. At that moment, the Qiao family caught wind of the commotion and hurried over, seeing the multitude of items they had brought back. They too were astonished. Xiao Changdong, walking at the front, scooped up Qiao Qiao from the ground, affectionately ruffling her hair. Are you feeling all right? Qiao Qiao shook her head and quietly whispered in his ear, Dad, I was careful this time. I've learned from last time. Qiao Qiao shared everything she could about the events that transpired within her bracelet, so Qiao Changdong was fully aware of her situation. He worried that she might slip again and exhaust her energy. Dad, I also found clivia. Upon mentioning this, Qiao Qiao puffed out her little chest, brimming with pride. Once she sold them for a handsome sum, she could support her father, allowing him to stay home with her instead of driving every day, she exclaimed joyfully. Qiao Changdong, seeing his precious daughter's proud demeanor, felt his heart melt. He smiled and replied, "Alright, I'll wait for my little treasure to support me. I won't go anywhere, just stay home with my sweet girl." With several adults assisting, the other village children no longer needed to help the Qiao brothers carry their haul. Naturally, as the Qiao family made their way back, they attracted the attention of other villagers, eliciting looks of envy, astonishment, and jealousy. Nevertheless, no one dared to harbor ill intentions toward the Qiao family. At most, they whispered sour remarks behind their backs. This was partly due to the manner in which the Qiao family handled the previous incident with the Chun family, which had been sufficiently intimidating to deter open hostility. Additionally, the Qiao family had a deputy director's son-in-law in a position of authority. And now they also had the Pei family as friends, visiting frequently. As a result, those who harbored envy and malice could only stew in their thoughts, too afraid to act openly. Xiang Dongyan observed the wild rabbits, chicken eggs, and badgers brought back by the Qiao brothers, utterly astonished. She had assumed the boys merely went to play, unaware they would return with so much game. Not on their way back, the Qiao family generously gifted the mother and son 4 processed rabbits and 40 wild chicken eggs. Xiang Dongyan accepted without hesitation, intending to foster good relations with the Qiao family. She never visited empty-handed, often bringing treats for Qiao Qiao. She believed that this mutual exchange would deepen their connection. However, she noticed her son seemed a bit off. "What's wrong with you? You look like you've lost your mind since coming back from the mountains." As the family of 3 dined on the wild delicacies from the Qiao family, she nudged Pei Yuanfan, who appeared lost in thought. Pei Yuanfan, unconsciously chewing on rabbit meat, looked at his parents, and after a long pause, he excitedly exclaimed, "Mom, the chicken god really exists in this world." Pei Anting. Xiang Dongyan. As night fell in the rainforest, the man awoke once more from a dream, drenched in sweat, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, his eyes still reflecting the lingering shock of pain. He had seen it. This time he distinctly saw what the little figure on the operating table looked like. She was so adorable and beautiful, as if she were the crowning achievement of the heavens. Even from a distance, catching a glimpse filled his heart with boundless joy. He was absolutely certain this was his daughter, the very daughter spoken of in his dreams, the precious daughter she had given him. Yet, why was his daughter lying on such an operating table, her body covered in blood, her chest cavity opened by someone? Reflecting on the scene from his dream, the image of the little one lying unconscious on the operating table filled him with despair. And waves of intense pain surged through his heart. It felt as if his heart were being ripped from his chest. His face turned pale as he clutched his chest, gasping violently. Then, under the horrified gazes of those around him, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chief, Chapter 89, the outsider's wild offspring trampled to death, this time into the back mountains. Qiao Qiao garnered a great deal of attention inside the bracelet. Xiao Yuan stood proudly with hands on hips, declaring that he had grown taller by a centimeter. Qiao Qiao was in the process of transplanting the 2 clumps of clivia she had brought into the space, into the fields in front of the bamboo house, when she heard Yuan's words, which filled her with a sense of accomplishment. "That's wonderful," she praised. "Master, what's this? It's ugly and dirty. Let us just discard it as a plant." Xiao Yuan could hardly bear to watch Qiao Qiao tenderly plant other flora. Upon seeing the clivia she had brought into the space, its first reaction was to want to throw it away. After all, Qiao Qiao had never even planted anything herself. Why should she cultivate these shameless wild plants? It extended its small branch, attempting to uproot the clivia Qiao Qiao had just planted, trying to toss it out of the space. However, as its branch reached out, Qiao Qiao shot it a glare. "Don't mess with them. I'm going to sell them," she scolded, swatting its little branch away. "My master has never planted me. This time, the source tree truly felt wrong. I want to plant you. Can you stay put? You would just scatter your roots and bounce around in the next moment," Qiao Qiao said, exasperated. She had never seen a tree so fond of jumping around. Fortunately, this was within the space of the bracelet, hidden from the outside world. If anyone outside were to witness a tree prancing about, scattering its roots as if it had long legs, it would surely drive them to madness. "By the way, little Yuan, did you manage to find the book I asked you to look for last time?" "Master, you might not know, but that book is poisonous." Qiao Qiao glanced over in confusion. "No way, how could my mother possibly leave me a poisonous book?" The book Qiao Qiao asked little Yuan to find was about miraculous herbs or plants capable of reviving the dead. Since little Yuan and she were one entity, it could comprehend the same words she understood, and even more, having existed since her birth and absorbed more knowledge about this world, except for the time spent sleeping. She hardly spent more time in this space than little Yuan did, so she had let it assist in searching for the books left by her mother. Long Yijuan had left her numerous books, enough to fill half a room. She had no idea when she might find what she was looking for. "Honestly, the moment I glance at those books, I feel dizzy and sleepy." Little Yuan bounced again. Leaping into the air, when it landed, it thought itself stealthy, using its roots to stomp on the leaves of two carefully planted clivia plants, attempting to squash them, unfortunately, no matter how hard it tried. It was as feeble as an insect perched on a leaf before the clivia plants. All it managed to do was make the leaves sway slightly. It could not achieve anything else. Watching little Yuan's sneaky antics, Qiao Qiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Finally, she reached out to stroke its branches, soothingly saying, "Little Yuan, these are valuable. They are just here temporarily. Once they grow well, we will sell them." Upon hearing this, a small leaf at the tip of little Yuan's branch fluttered as if it understood. "All right then." The leaf at the tip of little Yuan's branch nodded in agreement, exuding an air of grandeur, indicating, "Little Yuan will help the master water them, striving to raise them quickly for a good price." "What a good little one," Qiao Qiao praised, mimicking the way the adults at home complimented her. "Of course, little Yuan is the most sensible." Little Yuan placed its hands on its hips, puffing out its sprout-like trunk, speaking in a boastful tone. Qiao Qiao had been reborn into this life for nearly half a month. From mid-November to mid-December, aside from the first 2 times when she entered the back mountain in front of the entire village, the latter 2 times were sneaky, taking advantage of moments when no one was paying attention. It was no longer just her brothers accompanying her, but rather Qiao Changdong and her 3 uncles, Qiao Changhong and Qiao Changkai, who took her in, thanks to the preparations made by the 3 adults. They caught more prey this time than before. Using her bracelet as a means of transport, she returned without drawing the villagers' attention. Once home, she transferred the prey from the space to a pig pen in the backyard and, the night before market day, quietly loaded it onto Qiao Changdong's truck to sell at the market. In this way, within a mere month, the Qiao family earned over 500 from selling these captures. During the last 2 trips, Qiao Qiao also searched for clivia but only found one, which was still wilted. However, the clivia she had found earlier thrived in the bracelet space for about half a month. And by early to mid-December, it blossomed with a newfound vitality. The once droopy leaves regained life and swayed gracefully. The flowers were exceptionally beautiful, their colors vivid and dripping with life. Just then, Qiao Changdong received a shipment order. Not far away in the neighboring province, to deliver a truckload of fireworks before the new year. It would take about 4 days for a round trip. Without much thought, he accepted it, even though the family had already earned over 500 from selling the prey caught from the back mountain this month. It was close to the new year, and any extra earnings were welcome. No one would complain about making more money, yet he was somewhat troubled by his precious daughter's insistence on accompanying him. "Sweetheart, driving is tough work." Qiao Changdong attempted to dissuade Qiao Qiao from following him. Although this was a short trip, it would still take over 2 days on the road, where they would have to eat, drink, and sleep in the truck. He couldn't bear to see Qiao Qiao endure such hardships. "Daddy, I want to go sell things." Qiao Qiao nestled in Qiao Changdong's embrace, pointing at the bracelet on her wrist. "You mean that herb that can sell for 80,000? Qiao Changdong was aware that Qiao Qiao had been searching for clivia recently. He had even looked at related newspapers later. However, to be honest, perhaps due to his limited exposure, he found it hard to believe that such a small pot of herbs could fetch such exorbitant prices. Were those buyers foolish? Let's give it a try. I've nurtured it beautifully. Even if it doesn't sell for 80,000, I'd be thrilled with 300 or 500. Ultimately, Qiao Changdong could not refuse his precious daughter and took her along in the truck. Qiao Grandma had some reservations, but seeing the father and daughter so excited, said nothing, only preparing plenty of snacks for their journey. Just before they set off, a significant event occurred in Hongfeng town regarding the abduction of Fu Yu, which made it to local news and newspapers. Chapter 90. No selling the young. The gang that had abducted him was apprehended by the police in Hongfeng town, although this case took over a month to resolve. It concluded spectacularly. Meng Zhengchang and Pei Antiang were even called to the provincial police department for special commendation, and the Qiao family, as whistleblowers, received a reward of 200 yuan with the conclusion of this incident. The matter of Fu Yu being adopted by Qiao Changdong was also brought to the forefront for discussion. After the ordeal with Chen Yulian, Qiao Grandma, and the other members of the Qiao family had no objections. However, the adoption process would be somewhat complicated and would have to wait until Qiao Changdong returned to handle it. December had arrived, and the weather had turned thoroughly cold, especially in the early morning. The biting wind was almost unbearable. Early in the morning, Qiao Qiao accompanied Qiao Changdong to the bustling flower market in Baoyi City. As soon as they entered the market, they were met with countless gazes. The reason was simple. The pair's appearance was remarkably distinctive. Qiao Changdong carried a bamboo basket on his back, dressed in a military coat that reached his calves, unlike others who tied their belts loosely. He had tied his securely, resembling a kangaroo mother carrying her young, with his precious daughter nestled against his chest, only her fluffy little head peeking out for air, burdened with a child on his front and a busy pair of hands. Qiao Changdong juggled a meat bun in one hand while holding Qiao Qiao's thermos in the other. He walked along, occasionally taking bites of the bun while feeding his little one, ensuring she would not choke, and simultaneously offering her a sip from the thermos filled with soy milk. As they ambled through the flower market, munching on buns for breakfast, they curiously scanned their surroundings. Qiao Changdong had never sold flowers or plants before and was unsure of the market dynamics. The reports he had heard on the radio seemed so absurd that he found it hard to believe, thus, even though he carried a pot of clivia on his back, he refrained from displaying it for sale. Opting instead to observe how others conducted their business, perhaps the father and daughter's striking appearance attracted attention. Wherever they went, curious, puzzled, or amazed glances followed. Naturally, given their attire, no one considered them potential buyers of flowers and plants. Merely assuming they were passers-by who had wandered into the market for a look, especially with Qiao Qiao carrying a bamboo basket that appeared to contain only some weeds, their assumptions were further validated. As a result, they were not regarded as competitors in business. This allowed the duo to explore a significant portion of the flower market and gather some basic information. This flower market dealt solely in plants and flowers. While other plants were reasonably priced, the prices for clivia were exorbitantly high. When they passed by a middle-aged man's stall, they witnessed him completing a transaction for 2,000 yuan for a pot of clivia that was not even as beautiful as the one Qiao Qiao had nurtured. Both were left stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Oh my goodness, are these people crazy? They can really sell a mere pot of herbs for so much money. Finding a sheltered corner, Qiao Qiao set down the bamboo basket on his back, pulled out a small stool, and sat down with Qiao Qiao, exclaiming in amazement. Qiao Qiao was equally speechless. The news she had heard from the radio felt like a fable, lacking any sense of reality. It was only when she witnessed that man selling a pot of clivia, less than a tenth as lovely as hers, for 2,000 yuan, with the buyer producing a wad of cash on the spot, that it struck her as surreal, as if she were dreaming. After Qiao Qiao settled down with the child, he did not hastily take out the blooming clivia. Instead, he remained in that position, calmly enjoying breakfast with Qiao Qiao. While silently processing the impact of the scene they had just witnessed, Qiao Qiao inquired, "Daddy, how much are we selling it for? Our clivia is far more beautiful than that uncle's," Qiao Qiao replied. "I have no idea, it's quite distressing. Should we sell it for 2,000? But that feels like a grand deception. What if just after the sale, the buyer realizes and promptly reports us, leading to our imprisonment?" He suggested with a sigh, "Perhaps we should just sell it for 200. That way, even if we get caught, the amount isn't substantial, and we won't have to serve time in prison." Qiao Qiao was taken aback by her father's words. Was it truly that dire? Being still so young, she felt a twinge of fear. The father and daughter continued to munch on their large buns, whispering anxiously to one another, their demeanor tinged with guilt. Their peculiar appearance once again attracted the attention of several potential buyers, who found their attire far more intriguing than the assortment of indistinguishable flowers and plants obscured by a few blades of grass in a nearby basket. After a few glances, amused smiles broke out on their faces, leaving the father and daughter bewildered by the laughter. Qiao Qiao tilted her head and asked the man above her, "Daddy, are they laughing at us?" "I don't know, the people in this city are truly strange," Qiao Qiao replied, his gaze directed at the child in his arms. Both shared a similar expression of innocence and confusion. This odd scene persisted until a lean elderly gentleman approached. Dressed in a smart Zhongshan suit, his exact age was indeterminate, but he appeared to be between 50 and 60. His hair and beard were speckled with gray, suggesting he might be around 60. Yet he exuded vitality, particularly evident in his sharp, penetrating eyes that belied his age, making him seem closer to 50. The wiry old man strolled to the father and daughter's stall, casting a few curious glances at their unusual attire before asking, "What are you selling?" His gaze flickered over Qiao Qiao's lovely face and then narrowed as he scrutinized Qiao Qiao, exclaiming sharply, "You, my lad, aren't selling children, are you?" He shook his head disapprovingly, chastising Qiao Qiao. "That is not permissible. We live in a lawful society. Selling children is out of the question. Hurry back home, otherwise I shall report you and you'll end up in prison." Qiao Qiao's lips twitched. How could he possibly resemble someone who sells children? Upon hearing the old man's words, Qiao Qiao paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. She extended her tiny hand from her father's embrace, pointing at the basket before them, and sweetly said, "Grandpa, my daddy isn't selling me. We're selling flowers, clivia. Would you like to take a look? My daddy's clivia is exceptionally beautiful." The old man, surprised by her articulate speech, regarded her with curiosity, perhaps taken aback by the clarity with which such a young child expressed herself. Noticing the old man remained skeptical, Qiao Qiao nudged Qiao Qiao's arm, urging, "Daddy, let us show Grandpa." She had observed that this elderly gentleman had come from the southern direction, likely from the flower market, and his refined attire suggested he was a potential buyer. The old man, indeed, had ventured out to see clivia. He replied, "All right, little one, let me see what your father has cultivated." As Qiao Qiao bent down to retrieve the clivia from the bamboo basket, the old man's expression transformed from shock to ecstatic joy, then to astonishment and dismay. "What nonsense, such a precious treasure cannot be treated so rudely." The old man gazed at the chipped bowl, momentarily at a loss for words, his excitement causing his finger to tremble as it pointed at Qiao Qiao. Qiao Qiao was baffled. How could a mere pot of plants be considered valuable? Why not simply buy a nicer pot? Look at this chip. If it damages the leaves, the whole plant will be ruined. It is utterly incomprehensible. The elderly gentleman, clearly an educated man, refrained from cursing, ultimately glaring at Qiao Changdong with disappointment. Qiao Changdong awkwardly scratched his nose. He understood that appearances mattered, both for people and plants. However, when he set out, Qiao Qiao had insisted on accompanying him, and in the countryside, flowers and plants grew wildly. Who would bother to find a pot for them? Initially, he had considered wrapping it in newspaper. But his precious daughter had argued that it might injure the leaves, which could affect sales. Thus, he had settled for the chipped bowl, thoughtfully covering it with straw for cushioning. It could be said that apart from his beloved daughter, he had never been so considerate toward anything else. Now, having treated the plant with such care, only to have it dismissed by the old man, he was left speechless, unable to comprehend these cultured individuals' convoluted thoughts. He simply wanted to conclude the transaction swiftly, asking, "So, old sir, do you want it? If so, it's yours." Upon hearing this, the old man finally expressed a glimmer of a smile. "Young man, what price are you asking?" "I know this market well. Don't think you can swindle me," he huffed, exuding a shrewd demeanor, yet his eyes remained fixated on the clivia in Qiao Changdong's hands, unable to look away. The clivia, nurtured with spiritual water by Qiao Qiao, was indeed distinct from those grown in ordinary rainwater. Much like the spiritual herbs Qiao Qiao had once encountered in her space, this clivia flourished in exquisite beauty. Radiating an air of elegance, the old man's inquiry left the father and daughter perplexed. What price should they propose? After some contemplation, Qiao Changdong raised two fingers. The old man, surprised by the gesture, looked at him incredulously. Just as they thought the price might be too high, the old man seized the large bowl from Qiao Changdong's hands, declaring, "Deal, 2,000. Now, will you wait here for me to fetch the money? Or will you accompany me to the bank?" He then protectively tucked the bowl against his chest, eyeing Qiao Changdong sternly, but we agreed, this plant must not be displayed again nor sold to anyone else. After some back and forth, the old man ultimately decided, still looking unconvinced, "All right, fine, I see we're fated to meet. I'll add 2,000, how about that? But no more." No, that is unnecessary." Qiao Changdong quickly waved his hands. "This is already satisfactory, young man. Well done, let us go. I'll lead you to the bank. By the way, how did you cultivate such beauty? It's truly exquisite. I never expected someone who appears so rough around the edges to be so meticulous. Where do you hail from? I haven't seen you in this market before. Do you have others? Let us exchange contact information for future dealings." Once the old man began speaking, he was like a river flowing forth, holding the chipped bowl close as he chattered endlessly. As they passed by everyone they encountered couldn't help but glance at the clivia in the old man's arms, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to observe the father and daughter trailing behind him. Clearly surprised that such a striking clivia could come from two unfamiliar faces, some even approached, unable to resist inquiring about the price of the clivia and whether there were any others at home. At such moments, the old man would become fiercely protective, shooing the inquisitive away with a huff. The old man might possess some degree of status, for he strutted about with such audacity that none dared to speak against him. Merely casting regretful glances at Qiao Changdong, other sellers present also appeared to grow somber. Meanwhile, the father and daughter, still in a daze from being escorted by the old man to the nearest bank, found it hard to believe that they had just earned 20,000 yuan, 20,000, not 2,000 nor 200, but 20,000. In this era, the notion of a household with 10,000 yuan was just beginning to emerge. Yet they had effortlessly acquired such a sum. It was worth noting that their previous trip to the neighboring province to deliver goods had only netted them 80 yuan. Nevertheless, even that modest sum exceeded the average salary of the time by 2 to 3 times. As the old man observed the dazed expressions on their faces while withdrawing money, he generously handed them an additional 88 yuan as a token of good fortune for Qiao Qiao, saying, "Consider this 88 yuan a gift for the little one." Qiao Changdong looked at the bundled stacks of cash, then at the old man, and finally at the bank staff. 20,000 yuan was indeed a considerable amount. Typically one would not withdraw such a large sum in one go. However, it seemed the old man frequently conducted transactions there, as the bank personnel displayed no signs of surprise. "I must say, carrying such a large amount of cash isn't very secure. Why not deposit some of it?" The old man, observing the father and daughter's rustic appearance, couldn't shake the impression that they were two naive country folk, though both were quite attractive. Their naivete shone through. Taking a rare moment of leisure, he advised them, "Times are better now, but one can never be too careful of unscrupulous individuals who might be tempted by your fortune. It would be wise to deposit your money. By the way, where are you from? Let us exchange contact information. I am Chang Zhongjie, a native of Kyoto. Here is my home phone number. I'll be around here until the end of the year. If you come across any other varieties, feel free to give me a call." With that, the self-proclaimed Chang Zhongjie requested paper from the bank staff and, pulling out a pen from his pocket, swiftly jotted down 2 phone numbers along with his name. Even in those few characters, his writing was vigorous and elegant, clearly indicative of someone well educated. Before handing over the contact information, he reiterated earnestly, Make sure to call me. Thus, a lucrative business deal was sealed. Not only Qiao Changdong but even Qiao Qiao felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment's thought, she retrieved the ink bottle containing the diluted essence of the spring water from her backpack and handed it to Chang Zhongjie. Grandpa, this is for you. It's the nutrient solution my father prepared. You can use it for watering plants, and it works wonders. Watering plants with ink. The old man furrowed his brows, eyeing the ink bottle she offered, which bore the label nutrient ink, with skepticism. But no, this isn't ink. It's merely a container for the nutrient solution. When you water the plants, mix 1 ink bottle worth with 500 milliliters of water. Well, you're quite knowledgeable for such a young child, he remarked, astonished at her articulate explanation. Qiao Qiao blushed modestly, crediting her knowledge to her father. It's all thanks to my dad. He is really good at taking care of plants. And I've learned from him every day. Yes, I can take care of plants. My daughter learned from me, Qiao Changdong chimed in, though in truth, his gardening skills were questionable at best. The old man accepted the ink bottle, opened the cap, and sniffed it, detecting not the scent of ink but rather a refreshing aroma akin to fresh grass. He said nothing further and tucked the bottle away. Qiao Changdong then deposited the 20,000 yuan back into the bank, exchanging it for a deposit slip. As they parted ways outside the bank, Chang Zhongjie urged the father and daughter to contact him immediately if they discovered any good varieties, assuring them he would travel any distance for a deal. Qiao Qiao, recalling the 2 splendid clivia plants still in her bracelet space, remained silent. The other plant, which had accompanied the one they sold, was thriving even more robustly and larger given its exceptional growth. It was too cumbersome to carry in a bamboo basket, which was why she had opted to bring the smaller one. If this smaller plant fetched 20,000, how much would the larger one command? She felt a surge of excitement. Qiao Changdong was equally exhilarated. After parting with the old man, they headed toward the guesthouse. Upon entering their room, Qiao Changdong calmly took Qiao Qiao out of her military coat and seated her on the bed. Their eyes met, and they both squinted into identical crescent shapes, then began to shrug their shoulders in unison. Eventually, they burst into laughter. Qiao Changdong excitedly cupped Qiao Qiao's little face, pecking at her repeatedly like a woodpecker, while exuberantly exclaiming, "Goodness, my little darling, you're simply marvelous, you've truly outdone yourself." Not only could she provide for him, but she could also support the entire family. With their newfound wealth, the father and daughter wasted no time and headed straight to the largest department store. Winter had set in. Although Hongfeng town is located in the southern region, and the temperatures were not as frigid as in the north, the characteristic damp chill of the south made the winter weather particularly harsh. Qiao Qiao's winter clothes had always been lovingly sewn by Grandma Qiao. As Hongfeng town was known for its cotton production, Grandma Qiao would craft cotton clothes tailored to Qiao Qiao's figure each year. They were indeed warm, albeit somewhat bulky. When winter arrived, Qiao Qiao often felt like a little dumpling, her short legs clumsily waddling like a duck, recalling the down jackets she had seen in her previous life at the Shen family's residence. Also known as puffy jackets, she suggested to Qiao Changdong, "Dad, let us buy jackets for Grandma and Auntie. Down jackets would keep them warm." Since the money was earned by Qiao Qiao, Qiao Changdong had no objections to how she wished to spend it. However, upon arriving at the department store and seeing the prices of those down jackets, he felt a pang of reluctance. Even though he earned 1 or 2,000 yuan a year, the cheapest down jacket was priced at 230 yuan. The more expensive ones reached 5 to 600 yuan. He simply could not bring himself to spend that much. "Darling, this is just too expensive. Perhaps we should consider cotton clothes instead," Qiao Changdong suggested diplomatically. "It's alright, Dad, there are still 2 clivia plants inside, even more beautiful than the one we just sold, and we have money." Qiao Qiao was determined to buy something nice for her family. She had harbored this intention ever since her mother left behind 3,000 yuan, but both Grandma Qiao and Qiao Changdong had vehemently opposed touching that money, insisting it be saved for her until she grew up. Now that they had suddenly earned 20,000 yuan, she was determined to provide the very best for her family. This time, Qiao Changdong could not refuse her, including the eldest son and daughter-in-law who had yet to return from Kyoto. Plus Fuyu, the Qiao family consisted of a total of 17 members, and each was to receive a down jacket. Having just entered winter, they had received a substantial order, much to the delight of the store owner, who generously offered the father and daughter at 88% discount. Thus, after rounding off, the total cost for 16 down jackets amounted to 4,000 yuan, and the store owner even promised to deliver them to their temporary lodgings after they left the mall. The father and daughter continued their shopping. As they passed the television display, both Qiao Changdong and Qiao Qiao found themselves unable to move on. "How about we buy one to keep at Auntie's house? They have electricity there." Qiao Qiao, who enjoyed watching television, recalled how in her previous life, her days had revolved around watching TV, through which she absorbed much of the outside world as information. Qiao Changdong, however, pondered even more deeply. Hongfeng town was impoverished, only the town center had access to electricity, the surrounding villages had none. Who knew when they might finally get connected? He began to consider moving. Additionally, with Qiao Qiao set to start school at 5, he recalled how his nephews had to walk 2 to 3 kilometers every morning to reach the town's central primary school, including the current Qiao Hai country children were accustomed to such hardships. During summer, the early dawn was manageable, but winter was pure suffering, often requiring them to carry torches to school. On rainy or snowy days, their pant legs would likely be soaked by mid-morning, leaving their hands and feet numb. Unable even to hold a pen. For why their hands were no longer numb after lunch, it was because they could wash their dishes with the hot water from the cafeteria. Restoring their dexterity, this had been the reality for both the children and the adults who had attended school back then. Qiao Qiao had never thought much of it nor considered it particularly hard. But when he contemplated his precious daughter enduring such trials, he could not bear it. His darling could never suffer such indignities. That was absolutely out of the question. What if he bought a plot of land in town and built a house? Or perhaps he should ask his sister if anyone in their tenement wanted to sell. In the future, when his daughter attends the kindergarten, whether for school or dismissal, it would be wonderful to have Meng Zihuan accompany her. Such a boon, free labor indeed. Alright, let us purchase a color television. Come on and Dad will find someone to exchange the ticket. Ultimately, Qiao Qiao managed to treat a friend in Baoyi City to a sumptuous meal. Successfully exchanging for a ticket to a color television and purchasing a 14-inch set for 998 yuan, only then did the father and daughter joyfully return home together. Dongzi, have you lost your mind? Gazing at the color television that had just been moved into the living room along with a house full of neighbors gathered to gawk, Xiao Xiaoyun pinched Qiao Qiangdong's arm. Pulling him into the house, she pointed at the 3-down jacket spread out on the bed, her expression darkening. In a hushed tone, she questioned, Dongzi, have you touched the money meant for Guobao? Have you forgotten what Mom and I said? You are not allowed to touch that money until Guobao is capable of managing it independently. Xiao Xiaoyun was not ignorant of value. After marrying Meng Jingchang, she had accompanied him to the provincial capital's grand department stores while he attended meetings. She understood that a single down jacket could cost several hundred yuan, an amount that equated to her entire annual salary. The fact that Qiao Qiangdong purchased 3 such expensive garments raised her immediate suspicion that he had indeed accessed the 30,000 yuan savings bond belonging to Qiao Qiao. It was worth noting that even when Qiao Qiangdong had previously bought a truck for transportation, they had never touched that sum of money but instead pooled over 200 yuan from each household to gather a little over 1,000 yuan. Subsequently seeking assistance from her in-laws to apply for national subsidies, spending a total of over 20,000 yuan the previous year, in an effort to repay the debts owed to each household. Qiao Qiangdong had hardly been home, constantly on the road, which was around the time he had developed intentions to marry Chen Yulian, but little did he know that he was marrying a woman with a heart as cold as a serpent's. Up until this year, Qiao Qiangdong had only finished repaying the debts owed to each household in the first half of the year, yet still had to repay the government over 100 yuan each month. A burden that would last for more than a decade, although Qiao Qiangdong's salary was not insignificant, reaching over 1,500 yuan annually with diligent work. After settling the national subsidies, he was left with barely 400 yuan. Particularly in the latter half of the year, upon realizing that Chen Yulian was not treating his daughter well, he became less diligent in his work, fearing that his daughter would be bullied in his absence. Consequently, his monthly earnings significantly declined, making it impossible to afford such expensive clothing. Do I look like that kind of person? Qiao Qiangdong asked, rubbing his arm where she had pinched him. His gaze fell on Xiao Xiaoyun's fingers. Perplexed by how she had managed to pinch his flesh through such a thick military coat, and it hurt so much. You do. Xiao Xiaoyun glared at him. Enough. What is there to discuss? Qiao Qiangdong feigned to leave. But upon seeing Xiao Xiaoyun's hand reaching out again, he quickly pleaded, Sister, please, I'll talk, is that alright? This money is what Guobao earned. You must have heard about it. There's a type of grass that is currently being sold for a fortune. When we went to Baoyi City, we sold a stock of that grass for 20,000 yuan, and they even generously gave us an 88 yuan red envelope. The latter part of his explanation was whispered into Xiao Xiaoyun's ear. Wary of the neighbors outside who were watching the television, Xiao Xiaoyun's pupils widened in disbelief. She looked at Qiao Qiangdong incredulously. Is that true? 20,000 yuan for a stalk of grass? What on earth? Buying a pot of grass flowers for 20,000 yuan, is that madness? I have no idea. Xiao Qiangdong shook his head, indicating his ignorance. So how about this money? Xiao Xiaoyun hesitated. I know, I won't say anything. Just say that the money we made from selling a batch of mountain goods went to buy these clothes. My brothers and sisters-in-law have never been to a big department store. So they won't know how expensive these clothes are. I'll just say they were bought for 70 or 80 yuan, but even at that price, it's still someone has 2 or 3 months' salary. Which is quite expensive. I believe my brothers and sisters-in-law will cherish them. Such fine garments. My dear Guobao is truly capable. Relieved of her anxiety, Xiao Xiaoyun looked at the water-pink half-length down jacket laid out on the bed. Her heart filled with joy as she caressed it, unable to keep her hands off, enamored with it more and more. Good things are universally loved. As for that little rascal and your brother-in-law, they don't need such garments. It would be a waste on them. Recalling her son, who often rolled around on the ground, getting dirty, and Meng Zhengchang, who frequently returned home in a disheveled state. Qiao Xiaoyun felt disheartened, thinking that such fine clothing would be wasted on them. No worries, just have Xiaohuan sew him a coverall, and as for your brother-in-law, let him wear it only when visiting relatives. After all, these clothes were purchased with the hard-earned money of their daughter, and if the recipients failed to appreciate them, Qiao Changdong would be more heartbroken than anyone. Yes, you all have good intentions. Qiao Xiaoyun smiled, feeling quite comforted that the father and daughter had gone out and still remembered her. Only then did Qiao Changdong bring up another matter. Sister, I want to move out with Guobao and Mom. What do you think? Should I buy a piece of land in town to build a house myself, or could you help me find out if anyone in your building is looking to sell? After marrying Chen Yulian, Qiao Changdong had not set foot in the room that belonged to him. Now that he was divorced, he found the room distasteful, the bed was dirty and disgusting, so he had kept it locked, using it as a storage room instead. He thought perhaps this was indeed a good opportunity to move out. You want to move out? Well, that is certainly a possibility. Qiao Xiaoyun was initially taken aback by Qiao Changdong's words but quickly grasped the situation and genuinely felt happy for him. Perhaps it was a common trait among all older sisters. Even while scolding their younger brothers on the surface, they secretly wished for their success, seeing him free from Chen Yulian, having earned a substantial amount of money, and planning to leave the small mountain village. She was naturally delighted. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll inquire about it later." The television had been purchased, but it couldn't be set up right away. So Qiao Changdong took Qiao Qiao to visit Qiao Changkai and Mo Wenpei, dropping off their clothes before leaving. Mo Wenpei genuinely had no idea how much the down jackets cost, but she could tell by their texture that they were not cheap. She was quite touched and embraced Qiao Qiao for a while with affection. Qiao Changdong reiterated his desire to move out of Qiao's village, mentioning that he might need to buy a piece of land in town, to which Mo Wenpei readily promised to help inquire. When the father and daughter returned home, twilight had begun to set in. He continued to carry the backpack filled with the family's clothes while cradling his child in his arms. Upon arriving home, Qiao Qiao was so sleepy that she could hardly keep her eyes open. Grandma Qiao lit the kerosene lamp, gently wiping her hands and feet with warm water while speaking softly with Qiao Changdong. Like Qiao Xiaoyun, she understood that Qiao Changdong had not touched the 30,000 yuan savings bond while purchasing so many items, so she refrained from commenting. As for Qiao Changdong's intention to move out, she did not express much, only smiling slightly when he mentioned that he wanted her to accompany him and Qiao Qiao. By the end of December, the day before New Year's Eve, Meng Zhengcheng received a call from Qiao Changqing informing him that Qiao Changdong need not go to the provincial train station to pick him up, as this time he was returning with someone else besides his wife. A car would be waiting for them in the provincial capital. The entire Qiao family was elated at Qiao Changqing's return, especially Grandma Qiao, whose joy was palpable. Qiao Qiao was also delighted, not only because her uncle and aunt were returning, but also because Xiao Yuan had informed her that he had found the item she was looking for within the bracelet's space. This item was a type of spiritual fruit, known as the Nine Lives fruit, aptly named for its life-saving properties. However, Qiao Qiao was troubled because the 9 lives fruit required 9 years to sprout and bloom, and another 9 years to bear fruit, totaling 18 years. Furthermore, once it bore fruit, it would only yield 9 fruits. Holding the seeds of the 9 lives fruit in her hands, her brows furrowed deeply, truly distressed. With only 5 years left before her elder brother's death, where would she find the time to wait for this fruit to blossom and bear fruit? Master, are you very anxious? Xiao Yuan bounced into Qiao Qiao's palm, inquiring. Qiao Qiao nodded. Is there any way to make it grow within 5 years? There is, but Xiao Yuan does not recommend it, Xiao Yuan said, poking the round seed of the 9 lives fruit with a small twig. You see, Qiao Qiao.its by forcefully accelerating its growth using spiritual power, but with your current level of spiritual energy, you wouldn't even be able to get it to sprout. At the moment Qiao Qiao's eyes lit up, Xiao Yuan quickly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. All right, I see, she sighed, feeling foolishly excited. At the same time, far away in Kyoto. In a European-style villa, a woman dressed in luxurious attire languished against a chaise longue, eagerly asking the man beside her, who was removing his outer coat, "Darling, is that person really coming tomorrow? Didn't you say he never attends such gatherings?" The man, clad in a suit and reeking of alcohol, seemed to have just returned from some social affair. Upon hearing the inquiry from his wife, Bai Yaton, behind him, a smile graced his face as he resolutely replied, "Certainly, you may not understand, but my younger cousin, despite his seemingly cold and aloof demeanor, possesses a warm heart and is quite filial. He listens intently to whatever my aunt suggests." The man speaking was Shen Qingrong, and the younger cousin he referred to, Shen Qingyan, was actually a distant relative, separated by 2 generations. They were not direct cousins, but rather their grandfathers were cousins. Due to this generational gap, the 2 families were not particularly close, yet the Shen family had been passed down through these 2 generations in a direct line. Moreover, Shen Qingrong had intentionally sought to cultivate a relationship, gradually fostering some interaction with Shen Qingyi and Dai. In the earlier generations of their families, there was little distinction between them. Both had ventured into commerce and were equally prosperous. However, in the current generation of their parents, They diverged dramatically. Shen Qingrong's father pursued a business path, while Shen Qingyan's father took an entirely different route, endowing Shen Qingyan with an illustrious red background. Furthermore, Shen Qingyan's mother, Madame Yan Lisher, was no ordinary woman. She hailed from an esteemed aristocratic lineage in Kyoto, her family's wealth before the establishment of the nation being so substantial that it would not be an exaggeration to say it rivaled that of nations. When war broke out, Madame Yan's family contributed a significant portion of their wealth to aid the country during its time of scarcity. Following the victory of the war, she married Shen Tuo, and together they bore Shen Qingyan. Raised in such a distinguished environment, it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the prince of their elite circle. Strangely enough, this prince had also made a name for himself. Within less than a decade of serving in the military, he had achieved numerous commendable feats, making it likely that his future status would rival that of his father, Shen Tuo. Hence, within their affluent circles, it was rare for anyone to address Shen Qingyan casually. Most opted to refer to him as that esteemed one. Shen Qingrong harbored complex feelings towards his distant cousin, feeling both jealousy and disdain. Yet he was compelled to curry favor. In all of Kyoto, although they were both members of the Shen family, Shen Qingyan was revered as young Master Shen, while Shen Qingrong inexplicably found himself relegated to a peripheral branch of the family. Whenever they ventured out, everyone would fawn over Shen Qingyan, ignoring Shen Qingrong as if he were invisible. This reality irked Shen Qingrong immensely. He disliked his distant cousin but was nonetheless obligated to flatter him. Intensifying his aversion, whenever there was a banquet to be held, he had to extend multiple invitations just to secure a singular appearance from either Shen Qingyan or Madame Yan. The fact that he could obtain a promise of attendance from his aunt this time was largely thanks to the influence of his two daughters. As he contemplated this, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. A smile crept onto his lips as he turned to his wife, saying, "When you have the time, take Lure and Lear to visit my aunt more often. If they can sweeten her disposition and make her happy, it will only benefit them." Upon hearing this, Bai Yatong, seated in a chaise longue, pouted slightly, responding somewhat unhappily, "Do you think I don't want to? I've taken them over 10 times, and it's fortunate if we see her twice. Your aunt's personality is rather peculiar. Just go if you're told to. Why are you rambling so much?" Hearing his wife's complaints, Shen Qingrong impatiently interrupted her. Sensing his growing displeasure, Bai Yatong reluctantly fell silent. However, turning her attention to another matter, she straightened slightly, inquiring, "By the way, considering his age, your cousin is not so young anymore. Nearing 30. Why hasn't your aunt arranged a match for him? Perhaps I could introduce my cousin, the one who returned last year. I have already mentioned you need only bring the children to my aunt. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." Shen Qingrong once again interrupted her, his gaze turning icy as he regarded her with a warning, not shifting his attention until she ceased speaking. He then turned and went to the restroom. Shen Qingrong was well aware of Bai Yatong's intentions. In fact, it could be said that no family in Kyoto had not schemed regarding Shen Qingyan's marriage. Yet, Shen Qingrong was confident that none of these efforts would bear fruit. He had encountered that woman before, and upon first sight, she had struck him as a breathtaking beauty, unforgettable in her ethereal grace. There would be no other woman like her in all of Kyoto, or perhaps even the world. Having known such a woman, how could Shen Qingyan possibly be interested in anyone else? Shen Qingrong was certain that, on the surface, his cousin would likely never marry again. Given the Shen family's current power and influence, there was no need for him to engage in arranged marriages, and his aunt's free-spirited nature meant she would never compel Shen Qingyan to wed a woman he did not love. Thus, he surmised that Shen Qingyan would most likely remain childless, at least in the eyes of his aunt, cousin, and the elite youth of Kyoto. This was also the reason he endeavored to have Bai Yatong bring their twin daughters to Shen Qingyan's side daily. Without heirs to inherit, what significance would any achievements hold? Ultimately, the family's power and property would fall to him. Simultaneously, at the military hospital in Kyoto, a sense of urgency filled the air. What is going on? Wasn't it said that there were no injuries? Why is he coughing up blood and in a state of unconsciousness? What did the doctors say? Madame Yan Lisher, in her 40s but appearing no more than 38 due to her meticulous self-care, stood before the hospital bed gazing at her son, Shen Qingyan, whose eyes were closed and complexion pale. She furrowed her brow and inquired of the men beside her. Her voice was gentle, devoid of any accusatory tone. Yet it carried an overwhelming sense of pressure that even seasoned men, accustomed to the trials of war, found daunting. The men, now dressed in military uniforms, exchanged glances, and finally, a square-jawed man stepped forward to explain. "Aunt Yan, during our recent mission with the commander, everything went smoothly. However, the commander has been experiencing frequent nightmares for over a month, waking up in distress. The first instance of coughing up blood occurred half a month ago. We are certain that he sustained no external injuries, and the internal injuries seem unlikely. Therefore, before returning, we suspected he might be suffering from some sort of terminal illness. However, upon returning, we immediately brought him to the hospital for a series of examinations, all of which indicated that the commander is in excellent physical condition. In fact, the doctors reviewing the test results remarked that they had never seen such a pristine report. All the indicators were remarkably good. Individuals of our status often bear some old injuries, yet the commander's recovery rate is astonishing, leaving no trace of any sequelae, were it not for his blood tests indicating he is an ordinary human. They might suspect that his extraordinary healing ability warranted further investigation. Nightmares. Madame Yenlisher furrowed her brow, casting a glance at her son before turning to ask, has he mentioned what these nightmares entail? The men shook their heads, although they seemed hesitant to speak further. There was something else they were unsure whether to disclose, fearing they might not be believed and deeming it rather eerie. Perceiving their reluctance, Madame Yenlisher focused her gaze on the young man closest to the bed, directly addressing him. Zixuan, speak up. If there is something to say, do not hesitate, just say it plainly. Called upon, Zixuan could only recount the incident when Shen Qingyan had awakened from a nightmare with 2 distinct handprints on his face. We were all present beside the commander, and there were no outsiders. We can affirm that prior to sleeping, there were no marks on his face. None of us would dare to strike Shen Qingyan without cause, and given his vigilance, he would not permit anyone to approach him. We also examined the possibility that the handprints were self-inflicted, but it was clear they could not have been. Thus, it is indeed a most bizarre occurrence that he awakened with those handprints on his face. Of course, it's worth noting that half a month has passed, and those marks have since faded without a trace. Madame Yenlisher contemplated her son for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. The others, believing her to be worried, reiterated the results of the hospital tests with great solemnity. Aunt Yen, the commander is truly fine. The doctor assured us that even after such vigorous blood loss, he showed no signs of anemia, stating that the commander is as robust as an ox. You need not. Before he could finish, another man elbowed him in the ribs, stifling his words, acknowledging his blunder. He pressed his lips together, refraining from continuing. Madame Yenlisher, pulling her gaze from Shen Qingyan's face, turned to the others with a smile, nodding, thank you all for your efforts. You've worked hard. I will stay here. You should go home and rest. Several men appeared reluctant to leave, prompting Yenlishu to add, your families must be missing you as well, so hurry back. I'm here, and if all else fails, there are plenty of doctors around. Upon hearing this, the men reluctantly took their leave. Once they exited, a profound silence enveloped the room. The ward was a luxurious one, complete with a restroom and a lounge. Yenlishu sat by the bedside for a while before rising to fetch warm water from the restroom, intending to wipe down Shen Qingyan's hands and face. However, as she approached with the basin, she noticed Shen Qingyan frowning, seemingly mumbling something. Curiously, she leaned closer to listen and caught the name Xiao Jun. Rolling her eyes in disbelief, she thought to herself, I never would have imagined that the Shen family could produce such a lovesick individual like you. In the latter part of the night, Yenlishu, who was resting in the adjacent lounge, was startled awake by the sound of a cup crashing to the floor, blinking at the patterned ceiling above her. It took her a moment to realize where she was. She quickly threw off the covers and stepped outside the lounge, only to find Shen Qingyan already on one foot, the other still resting on the bed. As if he were about to get up. What are you doing? You just woke up. Shouldn't you be waiting for the medical examination instead of wandering around? She inquired, pressing the call button at the bedside. Hearing her familiar voice, Shen Qingyan looked up, puzzled. Mom, what are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. With that robust physique of yours, it's truly a miracle you ended up in the hospital from coughing up blood. Yenlishu replied, exasperated. Before she could say more, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and soon a flurry of doctors and nurses rushed into the room. After a thorough examination, the doctors still couldn't determine the cause of Shen Qingyan's condition. Then how could he have coughed up blood? Yenlishu asked. It has nothing to do with his physical state, Shen Qingyan interjected, his gaze lowered. It's caused by emotional distress. The doctors exchanged bewildered glances at his words. With everyone's curious eyes upon him, Shen Qingyan managed to utter those few words. Once the doctors and nurses departed, Yenlishu recalled his earlier murmurs and directly asked, you mentioned emotional distress. You can't possibly mean you were thinking about Xiao Jun, right? What a lovesick fool you are, to think you could cough up blood over someone. If they were casting a movie about daredevils, you would be the star. With your propensity for bloodshed, they wouldn't even need to prepare any blood packs. The mention of the familiar name, Shen Qingyan's expression shifted, and he instinctively clutched his chest, which was throbbing with pain. His handsome brows knitted together, dark eyes filled with anguish. Pressing his lips into a thin line, he finally spoke under Yenlishu's scrutinizing gaze. It's not entirely that. Much of it is due to that nightmare. He continued, recalling the haunting imagery from his dreams of a small figure lying on an operating table alone, with their chest cavity exposed, drenched in blood, teetering between life and death. A wave of intense pain surged through his chest once more. His previously flushed face turned ashen, and as he bowed his head, another spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Just before slipping into unconsciousness again, he left Yenlishu, who was now panicking and screaming at the sight of his blood. With a garbled utterance, daughter, Xiao Jun give birth to. And then he faded away. Yenlishu was overwhelmed with fear, worry, and urgency that if he were merely fainting, his face wouldn't be so pale, nor would there be a pool of blood on the floor. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have shaken him by the collar by now. After all, how could someone speak and breathe so laboriously? It was enough to drive anyone to despair. Originally, she had not been overly concerned about Shen Qingyan's health. Convinced of his robust constitution, yet, the panic had her lips bubbling with a bright, anxious flush. Despite the chaotic examination, the doctors maintained their stance. Your son is as robust as an ox and shows no signs of any issues. As for the blood, it was likely due to emotional distress. Therefore, they advised Yan Lishu to refrain from saying anything that might provoke him. Yan Lishu felt unjustly burdened and her expression darkened further. The following morning, when Shen Qingyan awoke once more, he was met with Yan Lishu's sorrowful gaze. In fact, upon seeing him regain consciousness, rather than calling for assistance, she sighed, "Please finish what you were saying before you fainted last night." That line about wanting a granddaughter had kept her awake for the better part of the night. She was at a loss to determine whether Shen Qingyan desired Xiao Jun to bear him a daughter or if it was the other way around. The mere thought of the latter possibility robbed her of sleep and drove her to the brink of madness. Throughout the night, she had clung to the remnants of their maternal bond and her moral compass. Resisting the urge to shake him awake by the collar, Shen Qingyan's health, it turned out, was not in dire straits. At least, the hospital's equipment could not detect any issues aside from the brief episode of pain and blood loss that left him pale. He remained otherwise healthy, yet he understood that as long as he avoided thinking of the scenes from his dreams, he would not experience the agonizing chest pains. However, that was easier said than done. Shen Qingyan did not conceal the abnormalities he had experienced over the past month from Yan Lishu. "So, you've been frequently dreaming of an operating table, and you believe the child on it is your daughter?" Yan Lishu inquired, concern etched on her face. Shen Qingyan nodded, clutching his painfully throbbing chest. The mere thought of that scene caused him excruciating pain, akin to having his heart wrenched from his body. Noticing his pallor, Yan Lishu quickly produced an unused urinal from beneath the bed. "If you need to vomit blood, do it here. We don't need to trouble the nurses to clean up after you." Shen Qingyan glanced at the urinal, a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. "No," he croaked. As he refused to take it, Yan Lishu scrutinized him, seemingly assessing his needs. "No, I do not need it." He managed to spit out through clenched teeth. "If you don't need it, then why are you being so hostile? No wonder Xiao Jun left you." Yan Lishu rolled her eyes, exasperated. As she observed Shen Qingyan's complexion turning pale again, she raised her hands in surrender. All right, you're the one about to vomit blood, your wishes take precedence, let us continue." And then you encountered Xiao, scolding you for being useless, telling you that you couldn't protect your daughter and warning you not to let Shen Qingrong harm her? Shen Qingyan nodded. "Did Xiao mention a letter, that it was taken by Shen Qingrong?" "You don't need to avoid mentioning Xiao Jun's name," Shen Qingyan replied, slightly bemused. "Why refer to her as Xiao? Are we treating her like a tiger?" However, upon reflecting on Xiao Jun's typically domineering demeanor, he found the moniker fitting. "I was just concerned you might start coughing up blood again. Since that's the case, tonight we will attend the banquet and confront Shen Qingrong directly. It's fortuitous that today is the birthday celebration for his twin daughters turning 8. He has been a nuisance, visiting our home daily to prepare for this event." Yan Lishu's gaze turned icy as she spoke. She certainly understood how absurd it would be to confront Shen Qingrong based solely on her son as seemingly far-fetched dreams. However, she wanted to believe in her son, not if she did not trust him. Who would? She could not allow this matter to continually provoke Shen Qingyan into coughing up blood. After all, no matter how robust he was, even a bull could not withstand that much blood loss. Moreover, she was perplexed by the family's delusion that she held any affection for their twin daughters. They were not her son's children. She was merely being polite and did not wish to offend. Their frequent visits to showcase their daughters had become tiresome, cutting into her mahjong time. Yet, if Xiao Jun truly had given birth to a daughter for her son, perhaps that was what true familial bonds were about. The mere thought of a granddaughter likely as beautiful as Xiao Jun made her heart swell with warmth. A granddaughter. She would undoubtedly resemble Xiao Jun. Just the idea made her heart melt. In Qiao village, there has long been a tradition. Every year, just before and after New Year's Day, the Four Seasons River in front of the village is drained to catch all the fish that have been raised over the year, distributing them among the villagers according to household. On this New Year's Day, Qiao village was abuzz with excitement from dawn, as both adults and children flocked in groups toward the Four Seasons River. The river bordered the village's farmlands, where remnants of straw were left scattered in the fields after the late rice harvest, making the ground uneven and tricky to navigate due to the rain. Qiao Qiao, with her little head held high, struggled to keep pace with the crowd, her short legs laboring to keep up with the excitement. However, her short stature proved a hindrance, and when her rain boot became lodged in a pit, causing her to sink halfway into the mud, her cousin Xiaojing swiftly lifted her by the armpits. "Sister, your legs are too short. It's definitely better for your older cousin to carry you." Alongside them, Meng Zihuan, slightly taller and also donning plastic rain boots, chimed in. While speaking, he nodded affirmatively, leaving one to wonder whether he was affirming that Qiao Qiao's legs were short or that it was better to carry her. Little short-legged Qiao Qiao, who was often treated as a human decoration, had no desire to pay attention to her blunt-tongued cousin. "Don't heed your cousin's nonsense. It's not that our Qiao Qiao has short legs. It's this wretched field riddled with puddles that makes it difficult for her to walk, Xiao Su remarked as he walked alongside Xiao Jing, noticing the little girl's pouting lips and immediately bursting into laughter. He reached out to gently pat her head adorned with a newly made rabbit fur hat, and soothingly said, "Once our Qiao Qiao grows as tall as her brothers, she will be able to walk any path on her own." "Mensi Huan, you yourself are a portly little turnip. How dare you call your sister's legs short?" Xiao Kuan scoffed from the other side. "Ha, portly little turnip, ha." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang glanced at Mensi Huan and erupted into hearty laughter. Giving Xiao Kuan a thumbs up, finding his metaphor particularly vivid. "I am not a portly little turnip," Mensi Huan huffed, stamping his feet in frustration. "Fine, then shall we call you a red turnip?" Xiao Kuan shot a glance at his flushed face. "Brother," Mensi Huan cried out, burying his head and charging at Xiao Kuan for a tussle, but Xiao Kuan easily subdued him with just a single finger, leaving him fuming and shaking his little fists in place. Chapter 98, The team divides the fish. Every household has some. Alright, can we not settle down for a moment? With all this energy spent on ruckus, it would be better to save it for when we go to the river to catch more little fish and shrimp. Mo Wenpei admonished with a commanding gaze, instantly silencing the two brothers. "Yes, this time we must catch plenty of little fish so that Granny can fry them for us," Xiao Hai chimed in excitedly. Clutching a crooked, flat iron bucket as they walked each time the Siji River drained its pond, the adults would catch the larger fish while the village children would scavenge for the smaller ones. The larger fish would be allocated based on household, while the smaller fish and shrimp belonged to whoever collected them. The Qiao family's boys were immensely fond of this activity, not only for the thrill of fishing but also because the small fish they caught, once cleaned and dried in a hot pot over the stove, could be preserved for a long time. When they craved a treat, Granny Qiao would fry them in her home-pressed rapeseed oil and stir-fry with some chili. Transforming them into a rare delicacy, they could enjoy them as snacks, or pack them in jars to take to school, lasting a week without spoiling. Moreover, because they were fried in rapeseed oil, even in the coldest winters, the dried fish would remain unfrozen, unlike other dishes that required reheating with rice, leaving them with a lukewarm, unappetizing meal. Clearly, the other children who had joined them shared the same sentiments, their faces beaming with eager smiles as they approached the Siji River. There a crowd had already gathered, with winter setting in and no farming to attend to. Most people were idling at home, seizing the opportunity to join the fun. Qiao Qiao, held in Xiao Jing's arms, immediately spotted Xiao Changdong, who had waded into the river, wearing knee-high rubber shoes. Daddy, Daddy," she waved her little hands and called out. Xiao Changdong, holding a bamboo fish trap in one hand and feeling for fish through the top entrance, looked over with a smile upon hearing his precious daughter's voice. After tossing the fish he had caught into a burlap bag held by Qiao Changhong, he took a few steps toward Xiao Qiao. He then rummaged through the pockets of his work smock and pulled out a round object, tossing it at Xiao Jing's feet. "Little sister, it's a turtle." "Uncle is a turtle," Mensi Huan exclaimed, bending down to pick it up and hold it up for Qiao Qiao to see. His excitement palpable. He had intended to say that uncle had thrown a turtle, but his words came out as if he were calling uncle a turtle. The onlookers by the river fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. "Mensi Huan, are you craving stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat?" Xiao Changdong shot a frosty glance in his direction. Mensi Huan, frightened, quickly covered his mouth with his other chubby hand and shook his head vigorously. The Siji River in Qiao Village was generally off-limits for private fishing, except for the occasional catch or two. Therefore, during this drainage, over 5,000 pounds of fish had been caught, with 34 households in the village. Each household would receive approximately 150 pounds of fish. When divided further among families, Xiao's 4 households would each receive over 40 pounds of fish. This bounty would ensure that the village could have a prosperous new year. Thus, as they distributed the fish from the village chief, each person's face radiated joy as they headed home. The Qiao family was equally delighted. The boys had collectively gathered nearly 2 buckets of small fish and shrimp, which once cleaned and dried in a large pot, could yield a substantial amount of dried fish. Second aunt, I want to eat sauerkraut fish slices today, and I also want chopped chili fish heads. Mensi Huan eagerly relayed his menu to Mo Wenpei, eyeing the plentiful fish. Chopped chili fish head was a specialty dish from Hongfeng town, where the locals had a profound love for spicy food. The preparation was simple, usually selecting a larger fish head and simmering it with the unique chopped chili from the area, resulting in an exceptionally flavorful dish, with tender meat devoid of any fishy taste. Once the fish head was consumed, they would add sweet potato vermicelli made from locally grown sweet potatoes, creating a delightful flavor that made the boys salivate just at the thought. "Alright, I'll prepare everything for you. We'll have chopped chili fish head for lunch, and fish cakes for dinner, and tomorrow morning fish slice porridge followed by sauerkraut fish for lunch." Qiao Qiao cheerfully outlined the meal plan for today and tomorrow. Fish cakes were also a beloved dish in Qiao Village, made by chopping fish meat into small cubes, marinating with salt for half a day, and then frying in oil, served with chili and fermented black soybeans, making it particularly appetizing. Compared to dried fish, this offered another delicious option. Fine, we'll make everything for our little darling. Chopped chili fish head for lunch, fish cakes for dinner, and fish slice porridge tomorrow morning. Mo1pei laughed heartily at Qiao Qiao's enthusiasm. The other boys joined in the merriment, knowing they would enjoy whatever their sister requested. Upon returning home, they found Granny Qiao and Fong Zhengnan busy cleaning the fish caught by the men. After hearing about Qiao Qiao's meal arrangements from Mo1pei, everyone burst into laughter once more. Qiao Chandong changed out of his fishing clothes and, overhearing the conversation, couldn't he help but smile affectionately. He picked her up and kissed her chubby little face, saying, "What a little glutton you are." Then he glanced around and asked, "Where's the little turtle Daddy caught for you?" Hearing the mention of the turtle, Mensi Huan, who had been crouched in the courtyard watching Granny Qiao clean fish, shrank his neck and tried to hide behind his older brothers. However, just as he moved, Qiao Qiao said, "Brother has it." She paused mid-sentence, pouting slightly in contemplation, and finally remarked, "It's too small. There's not enough to eat. Ha 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 ha. At this, Xiao Changdong truly could not contain his laughter. Oh, my silly daughter," he chuckled, showering her with kisses and laughter. He had only intended the turtle to be a small plaything for her amusement, yet all her thoughts were solely on eating. It was just like the last time with the rabbit. He had thought she wanted to keep it as a pet, but instead, she had been craving spicy rabbit meat. Xiao Qiao, bewildered by her father's laughter, blinked her large eyes in confusion, unsure of what she had said wrong. After all, the little turtle weighed less than half a pound, hardly enough for the family unless it was made into a soup, but turtle soup always felt a bit odd. Chapter 99. No wonder she is a little fairy blessed by the chicken god. The turtle was ultimately kept in a broken water tank beneath the osmanthus tree in their yard. Qiao Qiao actually quite enjoyed eating turtle meat. It was particularly tender, especially when prepared with spice. Making it even more delectable, she swallowed her disappointment, thinking how much better it would be if it were larger, allowing her grandmother to cook a pot of dry pot turtle meat for lunch. Granny Qiao prepared chopped chili fish head. The Qiao family had never divided their household, but they would still share the bounty from communal fishing. However, most of the time, Mo1pei would take half to the town, leaving the rest for the two boys for their weekend meals. "Little sister, after we finish eating, shall we go play in the back mountain?" Xiao Kuan asked as he filled his plate, crouching down beside Qiao Qiao. It had been half a month since they last ventured into the back mountain, and the previous 2 times Qiao Qiao had gone in with Qiao Changdong and the others, which left her unable to join the boys on their weekend outings. Now that the New Year's holiday was finally upon them, the boys were itching to return ashore. Seeing her brother's eager eyes fixed on her, Qiao Qiao nodded in agreement, having no objections, and now the Qiao family is no longer lacking in meat. If they desire a feast, Qiao Qiao can lead them to the mountains behind their home to catch some game. However, the boys derive greater enjoyment from the act of hunting itself. The wild game that they capture, if not consumed, can be sold for a pretty penny. Who would ever complain about having too much money? In any case, Qiao Qiao certainly doesn't mind. "Shall we invite a few friends, then?" Xiao Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiao Qiao nodded in agreement. "All right, you're the best little sister. Come eat some more. This is your favorite fishball." With glee, Xiao Kuan transferred the fishball he had just picked to Qiao Qiao's bowl. The other brothers, witnessing this, followed suit, eagerly sharing their own delectable finds with her. Qiao Qiao's small porcelain bowl soon overflowed, and only then did the boys cease their generous offerings. Xiao Qiao had assumed that when Xiao Kuan mentioned inviting friends, he referred to a few playmates from the village. However, upon waking from her afternoon nap, she was taken aback to find 8 or 9 unfamiliar boys, around Xiao Kuan's age, in her courtyard. Among them, Pei Yuanfan. To her astonishment, this group of boys was quietly practicing martial arts in the yard. As Qiao Qiao rubbed her eyes and emerged from Grandma Qiao's room, Xiao Kuan, who was leading the practice, froze momentarily. "Sister," he dashed over and scooped her up in his arms. There she was, with her tousled hair from her nap, looking adorably disheveled, and he proudly declared to his friends, "Look, this is my sister, the little fairy blessed by the chicken god, Xiao Qiao." Strangely enough, this group of boys seemed particularly enamored with Xiao Kuan. Their eyes sparkled as they gazed at Xiao Qiao. "Wow, this is your sister, Xiao Kuan. She is stunning, far more beautiful than you." "Of course, she is my sister. Even my mother said she is a fairy reborn in our family, so she must be the most beautiful." Xiao Kuan, upon hearing those words, felt no shame but rather a swell of pride. "A fairy reborn, no wonder she is so lovely. Her hair does resemble a chicken coop, truly a testament to the chicken goddess' blessing. It's simply extraordinary." Xiao Qiao felt overwhelmed. Compliments about her beauty were one thing, but the chicken coop comparison was entirely unnecessary. "All right, everyone, don't crowd around, just wait by my side. I'm taking my sister to wash her face. Once she is refreshed, we can head out." "Hey, Luyu, what are you doing? Don't touch her." Spotting a boy named Luyu poking her chubby little hand, Xiao Kuan's expression darkened immediately, his voice rising in anger, his gaze fierce. The other boys, who had previously been standing back, rushed over to glare at the boy. Even Fuyu, who was seated nearby with a book, struggling a bit with his leg, stood up. Casting a cold glance at Luyu, Xiao Hai, ever the hothead, shoved Luyu away. The boys had been well taught at home about such matters. Xiao Qiao had always been extraordinarily beautiful, so much so that Grandma Qiao often lost sleep worrying about her. Fully aware that in the absence of a suitable family background, such striking beauty could be a double-edged sword, particularly in their impoverished mountain village, where all manner of filth existed, hence, from a young age, The boys had been instructed by Grandma Qiao and others to keep a vigilant eye on their sister when outside, ensuring that no one, not even those from their village, could lay a finger on her. Regardless of gender. I've never seen skin so fair. It's almost luminous. The boy who had poked Qiao Qiao's hand was taken aback by the brother's fierce reaction, his face paling as he hurried to explain. He truly meant no malice. He had a sister too, but she was as dark as he was. This was his first encounter with such fair skin, whiter than freshly steamed buns. It was so striking. He couldn't resist the urge to touch it. Brother, wash my face. Qiao Qiao, sensing the boy was on the verge of tears, gently nudged Qiao Qiao with her tousled head. Only then did he relent. Though he still shot Lu Yu a warning glare, admonishing the others, "You can look, but you mustn't touch my sister, understood? Otherwise, you won't be coming with me into the mountains. I'll make sure to give you a good thrashing." Seeing all 8 or 9 boys nodding in agreement, Qiao Qiao's expression softened slightly. After Qiao Qiao washed her face and Grandma Qiao styled her hair into 2 little buns, adorning her with a rabbit fur hat, the group finally set off for the mountains. With the children from the village who had been waiting to join them in pursuit of some wild game, their party had swelled to nearly 30. Before stepping out, Qiao Qiao noticed Fuyu standing on the steps of the main room watching them, his expression inscrutable, perhaps a hint of envy. Fuyu's leg had been injured for over a month. The doctor had advised a 3-month recovery period before removing the cast. With Qiao Qiao's current spiritual abilities, she could have easily healed him, but she refrained, firstly, because Qiao Changdong had cautioned her not to reveal her powers frivolously. And secondly, she deemed it unnecessary. It was winter, and Fuyu had no school obligations, so it was the perfect time for him to rest and recuperate. By spring, his leg would naturally heal. It was wiser to reserve her abilities for more pressing matters. Chapter 100, Encounter with a Wild Boar herd. The large group marched into the mountains, and as they did, Qiao Qiao could sense the stirrings of wildlife retreating into their dens, agitated by their presence. Unfortunately, these creatures were unaware that their very instinct to hide would ultimately lead to their demise. This time, the group was better equipped than before. Several boys even brought along iron rakes from home. Qiao Qiao needed not lift a finger, serving instead as a talisman encircled by the boys, while others formed an outer ring. The boys frequently glanced at the hints above Qiao Qiao's head, acting like ancient generals receiving orders from their commander as they set about their hunting. The boys who followed their lead hunted wherever Qiao Qiao pointed. Within just 2 hours, they had secured over 10 nests of the most prolific rabbits, caught 8 or 9 wild chickens, and gathered an abundance of wild chicken eggs. Even the sleeping badgers in their deep burrows were unearthed by the boys wielding iron rakes, yielding 7 or 8 captures. As their bounty increased, their spirits soared, just as Qiao Jing glanced at the time. And the other boys began to feel it was time to retreat. Qiao Qiao, nestled in Qiao Jing's arms, suddenly stiffened. Sensing her distress, Qiao Jing looked at her in confusion, noting her complexion had paled slightly. The animals in the shallower areas of the mountains had been nearly depleted from previous hunts, prompting the group to venture deeper this time, traveling an additional 3 kilometers into the woods. As they progressed, the wildlife became more abundant, but so too did the dangers. Qiao Qiao sensed an unusual presence. After a month of cultivation, her spiritual awareness now extended to 80 meters. She distinctly perceived a group of fierce animals approaching from that distance, wild boars. Yes, a whole herd. Wild boars are social creatures, never venturing alone. They travel in groups of 4 to 10, sometimes even 20. Unfortunately, they were unlucky this time, for they encountered a formidable pack of 14 boars. 8 of which were adults. Though their party numbered nearly 30, they were merely a bunch of young boys, ill-equipped to confront such fierce animals. Moreover, these wild boars were likely searching for food outside the mountains since winter had arrived. Indicating their agitation, Qiao Qiao could even sense the frenzy within the boars as they charged toward them. As the herd thundered closer, Qiao Qiao's face grew increasingly pale. She tugged at Qiao Jing's sleeve, urgently exclaiming, "Brother, wild boars, run! No, climb trees." Their 2 legs could never outrun the wild boars, especially with her and Meng Zihuan's short stature. Escape was impossible. Qiao Qiao recalled her third uncle Qiao Changhong recounting an incident where he had narrowly escaped a wild boar by climbing a tree when it invaded his sweet potato field. Hearing Qiao Qiao's anxious words, the Qiao brothers paused momentarily before noticing the wild boars racing in her thought bubble. With the tiny figure from the bubble swiftly climbing a tree, the Qiao brothers were taken aback and wasted no time in shouting to the others, "Quick! Quick, climb trees, the wild boar herd is coming." "Huh, wild boars? What is going on? No, climb trees now, you dimwits, the wild boars are coming." Observing the group still bewildered and unsure of what to do, Qiao Qiao shouted, already scrambling up a tree, reaching a branch about a meter high, and extending his hand to Qiao Jing, "Quick, sister, give me your hand." While others remained in a state of confusion, it was evident that the brothers of the Qiao family had already begun to ascend the trees. Disregarding everything else as they all scrambled up the nearest tall trees, halfway up, they were suddenly greeted by the thunderous sound of approaching footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Oh my goodness, it truly is a herd of wild boars. Some individuals with sharp eyes caught sight of the shadows of the wild boars, causing everyone to instantaneously transform into monkeys, screeching as they leaped up the trees with astonishing speed, as if propelled by the wheels of a whirlwind beneath their feet. Fortunately, having grown up in the countryside, they all possessed the rudimentary skill of climbing trees. Even Pei Yuanfan scaled the trunk with remarkable swiftness, reaching a branch over a meter high in just about 10 seconds. In the 3 seconds before the herd of wild boars arrived at their location, the entire group had ascended the trees, averaging 4 to 5 people perched upon each trunk, whether sitting, standing, or lying down. They gazed in trepidation at the herd of wild boars that, upon arriving, seemed to have no intention of fleeing, just as someone was about to inquire why the boars were not running away. They witnessed the lead wild boar seize and bite off the head of a rabbit they had just tied up. Why are they eating our rabbits? One person exclaimed, his expression filled with anguish. They must be hungry. My father once said that wild boars, when famished, will descend from the mountains in search of food, consuming anything in their path, even the chickens from the coop, came the reply. Yes, my grandfather also mentioned that these wild boars can be quite fierce, often coming down to forage during droughts. What should we do then? Are we to remain in the trees indefinitely? Surely they won't come up to eat us after they finish the food on the ground? The lad who spoke these words was on the verge of tears. Junzi, are you foolish? Haven't you heard the adults say that when one mentions something is impossible, the counterpoint is that even sows would climb trees? That indicates sows do not climb trees. What about the boars? Someone timidly inquired. For a moment silence enveloped them, then, suddenly someone burst into laughter. Everyone turned to see the little fairy of the Qiao family, her small head nestled against Qiao Qiao's shoulder. Her body shaking with laughter, Qiao Qiao could no longer contain herself. She found the banter of these young men utterly delightful. It was enough to almost make her chuckle in this otherwise serious and perilous situation. You bunch of fools, whether they are male or female boars or piglets, none of them can climb trees, you know. Qiao Qiao tightened his embrace around her giggling form, concerned that her laughter might cause her to tumble from the tree.